Drinking alone on a bench, he curses under the night sky, wondering how it all fell apart. Kim Ji-hyun, once a brilliant surgeon, now battles regrets and a second chance. What if you lived a life of regret, only to get a second chance? Our guy is about to find out exactly how much that opportunity costs him. Our protagonist, Kim Ji-hyun, finds himself reflecting on where it all went sideways, especially when he used to be a shining 18-year-old, just breezing through high school and then becoming a brilliant surgeon. Back then, he was Mr. Popular, respected by his peers, had a killer career path ahead, and patients who practically worshipped him. Life was just that good, like riding a never-ending wave of pure success. But then the whole thing began to crumble faster than a cheap cookie. Hospitals ghosted him, his business ventures belly flopped, his wife got sick, and just to rub salt in the wound, he got a cancer diagnosis himself. With nowhere else to turn, he ends up on his knees, begging the lone shark with the shades not to drag his mom into this mess. The man's icy stare makes it clear our guy is holding the scissors to his own mother's survival, which is a real pickle. And because this guy is an absolute gem, the lone shark casually offers a black market clearance sale on our poor protagonist's own body parts. A liver for 40 million, a kidney for 20, a real steal if you don't mind donating while still living. Later, walking alone through the frigid city streets at night, our guy is on the phone with his mother, carefully crafting a cheerful lie about how great he's doing. He tells her the hospital is super warm, even though he's clearly freezing his toes off, all to shield her from his harsh reality. Suddenly, a woman in a trench coat pops into view, her voice cutting through the night air. She calls out to him, using a familiar tone, asking if he's Dr. Kim's son, or maybe just Dr. Kim, which definitely catches his attention. The woman then apologizes for startling him, but she's just so calm as she confirms he's indeed the doctor she's been trying to track down. It's almost like she'd rehearsed this whole conversation in her head 100 times. She then goes on to detail a specific trauma surgery from 2 years ago, involving a couple and a truly gnarly leg wound, painting a vivid picture of the procedure that saved her life. Flashbacks show the intense surgery as she explains how he saved both her and her brother, giving them a miraculous second shot at life. She clearly hasn't forgotten the day her limb got an emergency glow-up. Our mystery woman describes her past as super mediocre and full of bullying, even after her dad passed away, and she assures our protagonist not to feel bad about whatever rough patch he's hitting. She gets it, because honestly, she's probably seen worse garbage fires. But the mood-killing cringe hits different when Kim Ji-hyun gets home to face his mom. Our hero, Kim Ji-hyun, is suddenly jolted awake, his mother's voice echoing in his ears, asking why he's still in bed. It takes a terrifying second to process that this isn't just a dream, because the voice he thought he'd lost forever is right there, nagging him like a completely normal person. Turns out the man on the page is, in fact, himself, only decades younger. He sits bolt upright, a cold sweat instantly forming as the reality of his situation slams into him. This isn't some medical hallucination after all. He's actually back, a raw, fresh teen with decades wiped clean from his memory, except for the entire life he just finished. The next day finds our guy trudging towards school, the grand edifice of Jinsun Junior High looming over him, a place he hadn't thought about in what felt like a lifetime. He has to navigate the bustling hallways, a seasoned doctor forced to relive the horrors of middle school, and it's just as bad as he remembers. The reborn surgeon steps into class, eyes wide, as the history teacher glares down, demanding attention. He's back to square one, a doctor stuck in a student's body, and the realization hits him hard. This is gonna be a long, long day. His old tormentor then points a menacing finger directly at him, threatening the kid with last place yet again. A stark reminder that his medical expertise won't help him ace this pop quiz on historical figures and their political maneuvers. With a blank test paper before him, his hand trembles, the ghost of his past life's precision failing him when faced with questions about the 6 justices' reporting system. It's truly a skill issue when you can perform open-heart surgery but can't recall a single historical fact. He starts to panic, sweat beading on his forehead as he realizes this isn't just a bad dream. He actually has no idea who Tishin, Tijo, or Sejong are. His future as a celebrated doctor seems to hinge on remembering the names of old kings, which is a hilarious cosmic joke, honestly. Our protagonist stares so intensely at the paper, trying to will the answers into existence, that a classmate leans over, clearly disturbed by the sheer effort radiating off him. This test feels like an anatomy exam, only instead of organs, he's dissecting his own crippling anxiety. Later, back in his room, he stares at an old photograph of himself from his past life, a stern-faced doctor in a white coat. He reflects on how much he squandered and vows to become a renowned specialist, not just for the money, but to avoid the loneliness of his previous life. He clenches his fists, the fire of ambition burning in his eyes as he proclaims his dedication to becoming a doctor, specifically a dermatologist. The pursuit of making a truckload of money, investing in Gangnam, and owning foreign cars suddenly seems like a much more appealing life goal. Our guy dreams big, picturing fancy cars and posh apartments. He even dreams of his father, angrily refusing help but softening when he expresses worry about his health, ending with an emotional warmth that cuts through the chaos. But hey, who wouldn't want a sweet ride and a view? Reality checks come later, right? But Kim Ji-hyun's sudden glow-up is about to turn this entire mid-classroom into total vapor. Back home, it's the usual grind. Our guy stares up at the roof tiles, practically manifesting better grades, like he's trying to Jedi mind trick the universe into giving him an A+. Suddenly, his face flushes brighter than a traffic light at rush hour, completely flustered because the blue-haired class representative is leaning in to speak directly to him, with an intensity that could melt steel. His expression, caught between pure shock and a grim, unsettling acceptance, hardens into a clenched fist under the desk. He's decided this isn't just about grades anymore. It's about proving he can change his entire messed-up trajectory, no matter who gets annoyed. Later that night, the protagonist lies in bed, the ceiling a cosmic canvas for his swirling thoughts, because this whole new timeline is way off from his previous existence. It's like someone hit the reset button and then decided to scramble all the settings, especially when it comes to his own dad acting completely different. His father, smelling faintly of regret and cheap soju, stumbles into the dark room, and his slurred words somehow manage to be a vulnerable confession of love. This was a side of the old man he never, ever saw in his past life, leaving our guy wide-eyed and wondering if the universe has a truly twisted sense of humor after all. Fast forward to summer vacation, and we see the storefront of Jin-hyun's restaurant, a shining beacon of humble, hard work, meaning it's time for a new chapter and a fresh set of goals for our guy, even if that means waving goodbye to some well-deserved rest. Inside, his dad tells him to just chill out, it's vacation after all, but the young man just grips a cleaning tool like it's a battle axe, refusing to be idle. He's not here for R&R. He's here to rewrite his destiny, one scrubbed floor at a time, apparently. He then makes a formal request to hit up director Kim's gym, his voice earnest and determined, framing it as a highly sensible way to prep for the rigors of high school. It's a classic Beitan switch. Ask for stamina, get a training montage. His dad, practically glowing with pride, immediately agrees to talk to the gym's director, the promise of physical fitness clearly outweighing any concerns about his son suddenly wanting to get ripped. He's all smiles, ready to sign our guy up for an extreme makeover. At the Sepian gym, director Kim, a burly figure who looks like he eats barbells for breakfast, sizes up our guy, asking if he's really here to learn boxing, to which the protagonist says he just wants to build stamina, though his intense gaze suggests he's after more than just a good workout. Then our guy just drops the truth bomb. He's here to fight Lee Sangmin, which causes the gym's owner to narrow his eyes. This isn't about fitness. It's about a vendetta, turning the gym into a proving ground for his future reckoning and maybe a little ass-kicking. The gym's director, completely unfazed by the dark motive, slaps sparring gloves on his hands, warning him there won't be any special treatment. Parental friendships be damned. This is where our guy learns to hit back and hit back hard. But the silence shatters immediately, because Kim Ji-hyun is about to get absolutely cooked in class. Our guy, Kim Ji-hyun, stands calmly at the front of the class, just soaking in the stunned silence as the principal congratulates him on placing first, which is a monumental triumph considering his past life had him barely scraping by. The whole school is buzzing, trying to figure out how this quiet student suddenly became a genius. As he makes his way outside, straightening his school jacket with a practiced hand for the new high school year, the classroom door bursts open like a hurricane. In stomps his old tormentor, Lee Sangmin, rocking some freshly dyed hair that immediately clashes with the school's strict dress code. The teacher, a frazzled-looking man with a temper shorter than his tie, immediately lays into the new arrival, demanding to know what time he thinks it is and what in the fresh heck is up with his hair. He's really working himself into a lather, probably already envisioning a whole year of detention slips for this punk. But then the second the teacher hears the name of his new target, Lee Sangmin, his entire demeanor shifts faster than a chameleon on a disco ball. Turns out, this bad boy is infamous, hailing from Kyujin Junior High, and suddenly the teacher's all smiles and sunshine, practically offering the kid a foot rub. While his classmates whisper about how dangerous this new transfer student is, our protagonist steps forward, extending a hand in a formal greeting. The infamous bad boy, however, just gives him a cold, dead stare, accepting the handshake like he's just picked up a used gym sock. Our guy manages to keep a poker face on, but inside, he's seething, flashing back to all the times this walking menace made his life a living nightmare. He clenches his fist, silently vowing that he'll never forget the past, even if the present requires a calm exterior. The next day, our guy's new reputation as a top student is already paying dividends. His classmate, Kim Jin-hoon, practically bounces over, gushing about his sudden academic prowess and practically begging for study tips, looking like he's just found the secret to eternal youth. Another classmate pipes up, inviting him to play baseball, which is a stark contrast to his past life, where he was practically invisible. It seems our protagonist's hard work is turning him into a social butterfly, even if he feels like he's still figuring out how to use his new wings. Lee Sangmin is about to get folded because the aura levels are peaking into pure nightmare fuel. Our guys are just chilling, doing the classic "let's be late together" routine, when a real piece of work, Hwang Moonjin, stomps in like he owns the place. You can tell this isn't a friendly hello, it's more like a predatory swagger. He zeroes in on Lee Sangmin, who looks visibly uneasy, approaching him like a shark circling its prey. There's no doubt that some serious nonsense is about to go down. The air has that specific, suffocating tension of a customer service complaint escalating. Before anyone can even blink, Moonjin has the poor dude's face in a vice grip, twisting it like he's trying to uncork a bottle of bad intentions. He's spitting accusations about some money incident, clearly assuming our man is playing dumb, which, to be fair, is a classic move. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he winds up and delivers a haymaker right to Sangmin's face, sending the poor guy stumbling backward. It's the kind of punch that makes you feel it in your teeth, a real wake up and smell the regret kind of hit. As he's getting walloped, Sangmin is still trying to negotiate, offering to pay double if the bully just stops. He's desperately asking what he ever did to deserve this, probably thinking, "Dude, I just wanted to get through the day without looking like a bruised peach." But then, something snaps in the bullied student. That pleading look is replaced by a glare that could melt steel as he snarls a furious curse. It's the moment when a cornered animal realizes it's got nothing left to lose and decides to go full Godzilla on its tormentor. With a primal scream and a furious punch, our newly enraged student lunges at Moonjin, screaming about killing them for real, a total 180 from his previous begging. He stands his ground, an unstoppable force, leaving his classmate with glasses staring bug-eyed at the sudden shift in the food chain. Now the tables have turned so hard they practically broke, as the formerly battered student stares down his attacker with a gaze that promises eternal torment. He demands an apology for what the jerk just pulled, probably thinking, "You thought you were tough, I'll show you tough." And just like that, the aggressive student is reduced to a stammering, bowing mess, promising never to do it again and spitting out apologies like he just swallowed a mouthful of humble pie. It's a truly glorious moment of comeuppance, proving that sometimes the worm doesn't just turn, it also brings a baseball bat. But Lee Sangmin clearly didn't get the memo that our guy is just built different. Even after getting clowned, Lee Sangmin, our protagonist's old tormentor, can't resist a classic villain move, grabbing our guy by the collar and vowing this isn't over. "Really, my dude? You just got your bell rung, maybe chill." Kim Ji-hyun just stands there, all calm and collected, even with a few new bandages of his own, taking in the fact he actually pulled it off. He realizes he's somehow reshaped the whole high school food chain with one well-placed punch. But just as our guy is really starting to feel that glow of victory, his homeroom teacher, Lee Mooney, stomps over and barks at him to follow. It's like when you're finally winning at solitaire and the internet dies, just a real buzzkill. In the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher immediately points an accusing finger, declaring that our hero's actions were completely out of line. The sheer audacity, right? Standing up for himself was apparently the ultimate transgression here. The teacher then goes full soap opera, claiming the bully was an angel, and Ji-hyun just went postal for no reason. It makes you wonder if they're even living in the same dimension. This level of delusion is just wild. Mooney, really leaning into the villain role, ratchets up his rant, straight up shouting that our hero is expelled from school. From a scuffle to a full-on career ender, this teacher really went from 0 to maximum penalty in record time. Our protagonist, however, is not about to take this lying down, coolly reminding the teacher about the school's anti-bullying policy. He points out, quite logically, that if it applies to one person, it probably should apply to everyone else too, a concept seemingly lost on some adults. And then, in a truly bizarre twist, the freshly bandaged Lee Sangmin just strolls into the office, calm as you like, and tells the teacher to knock it off. It's a moment that really makes you go, "Wait, what now?" The bully then proceeds to spin a masterful tale for the teacher, claiming they were just horsing around and bothering each other. He straight up tried to sell the idea that the brutal beatdown was just some playful banter, a real acting masterclass. Later in the school corridor, Sangmin gives our guy a super cryptic smile, saying he doesn't even know why he helped. It's the kind of ambiguous answer that leaves you scratching your head, wondering if it was a genuine gesture or just another mind game. The scene then jumps us forward in time, straight to the quarterly finals for first-year high school students. The exams are officially here, and our guy is about to face a whole new kind of battle, one where his unique medical skills are going to be as useful as a chocolate teapot. This mid-sigma logic won't save Kim Ji-hyun once his timeline gets totally cooked by incoming trauma. Our guy remembers exactly how his father, who works as a restaurant cleaner, would spend his evenings, surrounded by friends and a table full of food, making his mother happy. He recalls the cozy contentment of those nights, even as he knows the painful truth lurking just beneath the surface of those memories. He then drops the bomb, telling his dad that based on his knowledge of the future, Our guy's father is going to die of stomach cancer in just 2 years if he doesn't get checked out. It's the kind of blunt truth that hits harder than any emotional plea, delivered with all the weight of a future already lived. The father looks at the money, a small stack of green bills, with a deep sigh, clearly feeling the sting of having to use his son's hard-earned cash for himself. The unspoken guilt hangs heavy in the air, a silent protest against accepting such a gift for something he sees as unnecessary, which is classic. Our protagonist lays out the cold, hard facts about stomach cancer risk for men over 50 who drink and smoke, painting a picture of urgency that his dad just can't ignore. It's less about convincing him emotionally and more about delivering an undeniable statistical reality that would make even a stone statue consider a checkup. His father tries to brush it off, saying he feels perfectly fine and doesn't want to waste money on what he calls trivial checks, completely oblivious to the ticking clock that only his son can hear. It's a classic parental deflection, trying to save face and avoid what seems like an unnecessary fuss right before he drops dead. Our hero reminds his dad with a look that means business, that a man's word is his bond, and he shouldn't go back on a promise. It's a subtle but effective jab at his father's pride, a way to box him into agreeing without outright forcing him, like using a coupon for a free oil change you'll never use. The old man finally lets out a big sigh, throwing his hands up in a gesture of reluctant surrender, agreeing to go along with it just to make his son happy. It's the kind of peace offering you make when you've lost the argument and just want the nagging to stop, even if it means doing something good for yourself. Our guy wastes no time and gets right on the phone, calling the hospital to set up the dreaded gastroscopy appointment. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead, ensuring there's no way his dad can wiggle out of this life-saving checkup now, the ultimate mic drop in a family debate. A few awkward heartbeats later, the silence gets even more cooked as Kim Ji-hyun loses all aura. Jinwoo's father, all smiles, just got the all-clear from the doctor, completely unaware that his son is about to perform some emergency surgery on protocol. Dad just wants to get back to his life, and the medical team is more than happy to confirm that everything's fine. But our guy isn't done yet. He stares intently at a glowing medical scan, already seeing the danger everyone else missed, then spots a nurse and dives right in. "Need to talk to the doc," he blurts out, like he's ordering a pizza with extra audacity, all while Dad's still clueless. Back in the hallway, a nurse who probably handles 100 annoying family members a day is trying to brush him off with a phone call, explaining the doctor is too busy. He just stands there, refusing to move, a silent, unyielding monument to parental concern, as if his sheer willpower can bend hospital policy. He simply stands his ground, radiating an aura that screams, "I'm not leaving," until the doctor, probably just to make him go away, finally relents and orders him inside. It's a classic power move, waiting until they're tired of you and your complete lack of self-preservation. The hospital doctor, a man who clearly values his time and probably his golf swing, just stares at the man before him, baffled that a mere student is claiming to be the patient's guardian. He can't even fathom what's about to hit him, bless his cotton socks. But our guy isn't here for small talk. He immediately starts firing off hyper-specific questions about inflammation types, completely blindsiding the doctor who probably thought he was dealing with an easily dismissed kid. The poor guy's mind is already starting to short-circuit trying to keep up. Then this man pulls out the big guns, citing medical acts and legal jargon, not just asking, but demanding access to the detailed medical data. It's a level of legal savvy that makes the doctor realize this isn't just some regular high schooler. This is a whole new level of problem. Both men now stand side by side, staring intently at the computer screen, which shows the stomach lining in all its unglamorous detail. One is seeing a problem that could end a life. The other is about to have his entire career called into question because he missed it. The absolute smoke show of a roast leaves the hospital atmosphere totally cooked for Kim Ji-hyun's parents. Our hero, Kim Ji-hyun, finally makes his grand entrance at the hospital, probably smelling a little too much like cafeteria food after his long day, announcing his presence like the medical messiah he believes himself to be. Inside, the family gathers around his seated father, who looks absolutely crushed, mumbling about being a burden to everyone, which is a classic dad move, really, trying to shoulder all the guilt when everyone else is just worried sick. This man had this entire consultation mapped out in his head, knowing his dad wouldn't trust a regular diagnosis. So he'd already pulled strings to get the big gun, director Professor Cho Sang-won, involved, because when you're from the future, you don't just make an appointment, you orchestrate destiny. They all wait with bated breath in the waiting room, probably chewing their nails down to nubs until they finally get called into the doctor's office. And you can almost feel the nervous energy radiating off them, like a poorly tuned microwave. Stepping into the consultation room, they are greeted by Professor Cho Sang-won, a distinguished-looking man with a shock of white hair who welcomes them with a practiced ease that can only come from years of delivering life-altering news. The professor casually drops the bomb. The gastroscopy revealed cancer, and our guy is just standing there, processing it all with a face that screams, "I knew it, but it still hits different." He then turns his attention to the glowing medical screen, meticulously examining the imaging results, analyzing every pixel like a seasoned gamer checking for glitches in the matrix. The diagnosis comes down to it: moderate stomach cancer, which isn't the worst, but it's not a walk in the park either, just the kind of tricky mid-stomach tumor our hero had foreseen. His parents' faces contort with a mixture of fear and then a sliver of hope as the professor reassures them, confirming that, thanks to early detection, it's curable with an impressive 80% success rate, a true win for future knowledge. Before our guy can even process that mid-tier realization, Professor Choi is already flexing on the surgery. Professor Choi looks pretty worried, trying to explain why the usual method for a mid-stomach tumor just won't cut it, waving his hands around like the air itself needs to understand these surgical risks. But then our guy, a young man who absolutely should not know this stuff, confidently drops a detailed, wild treatment plan for a combined approach, even rattling off specific success rates, leaving the professor staring in total disbelief at this walking medical encyclopedia. This man, now looking less like a genius and more like someone about to puke, huddles with his mom, both stressing hard about the 2-hour surgery and the high stakes for his father, whose health is teetering on the edge. A small forever later, the professor strides out of the operating room, announcing the surgery was a complete success, confirming perfect outcomes for the patient, which is pretty much the best news anyone could hope for. His mother, completely overwhelmed with relief, just thanks the good doctor profusely, while the reborn surgeon stands there silently, probably trying to grasp that his dad is now recovering without a hitch, and he actually pulled off a straight-up miracle. Back in the recovery room, his dad, looking way better, gently comforts our guy, assuring him there's nothing to worry about, and that he can even study right there in the hospital, because what else would a dad say when you just saved his life? Professor Choi then reviews the medical results, confirming via ultrasound that the tumor was fully removed, and a complete recovery is expected, which is the kind of update families dream about. But the professor, still really suspicious about our guy's impossible medical knowledge, corners him, asking pointedly whether his brilliant treatment idea truly came from a book, making this man visibly hesitate with a super awkward attempt at evasion. Thinking he gamed the system, this man is about to get his aura absolutely folded by reality. Our protagonist, Kim Ji-hyun, is just trying to walk through the hospital corridor, but he's already doing that signature slouch like his spine decided to go on vacation without him. He's probably thinking about how much he misses not having back pain from his previous life. Then he pauses, spotting a familiar head of blonde hair from across the way, and a jolt of recognition hits him as he realizes it's his old rival, the blonde rival, deep in what looks like a very intense discussion with another student, Kong. Close-up reveals the look of pure shock on his face as the recognition solidifies, probably wondering if he stumbled into some kind of secret society, meeting for students who skip class to hang out at hospitals. He stands there, absolutely perplexed, questioning why these two would pick a hospital of all places to have what appears to be a rather heated conversation. It's almost like they're trying to outdrama the patients. Suddenly, a profound internal monologue hits him. He's back, he remembers everything, and this time he's actually going to save his mother. He's vowing to nail this whole being a good person thing, like he's leveling up in a very high-stakes life simulator. The camera pulls back to show him walking, a solitary silhouette against the setting sun, projecting an almost unnerving level of determination. It's like he's marching to the beat of his own internal hero montage, ready for whatever's next. We then jump forward to the end of the semester, where our guy's friend is casually asking about summer plans after all the exams are over. Our guy, ever the overachiever, is probably already planning his next power move. He confidently declares his intention to live happily, now that the grueling gauntlet of exams is finally behind them. He's talking like he just survived the Hunger Games of academia. In the classroom, their professor walks in with the dreaded grade results, instantly silencing the usual end-of-semester chatter. He warns them about their grades with the kind of sternness usually reserved for bank robbers. Without a hint of modesty, our protagonist then reveals to his completely stunned friends, the blonde rival and Kong, that he's once again claimed the top spot. It's a casual flex that probably makes everyone else want to rip their hair out. His friends, utterly bewildered, immediately accuse him of lying about not studying, probably thinking he pulled an all-nighter with a stack of textbooks while they were, sleeping. The classroom absolutely erupts in a cacophony of groans and cheers as the professor officially posts the ranking board for everyone to see. It's a public display of academic triumph and absolute despair, all at once. But how does Lee Sangmin go from top-tier academic prodigy to getting face-grabbed by this absolute menace? So our rival, Lee Junti, gets right up into Hwang Moonjin's face, practically gripping his cheek like a cheap video game controller while letting him know exactly who's in charge here. This dude's eyes go wide, like he's just remembered he left the stove on back at his base, as Junti's intimidation lands with the subtlety of a dropped anvil. And the other guy flashes this big, confident grin, like he just won the lottery and this poor sap is the ticket he threw away, while Moonjin himself just glares back with enough bottled-up rage to power a small desk lamp for an hour or two. He then seals the whole deal, not with a contract or anything reasonable, but by challenging our guy to a StarCraft duel, clearly thinking it'll be an easy win and just another day at the top. Suddenly, it's like a broken record player inside the man's head, as a disoriented "huh" echoes across the entire panel, signaling his brain just did a hard reboot from the sheer disrespect. But while Sangmin hits rock bottom, Kim Ji-hyun is sitting in the whip, absolutely zero or a pilled. After a night of truly excellent decision-making that involved ignoring every single warning to slow down, Lee Sangmin finds himself drowning in a sea of liquid regret, completely checking out of the conversation and life in general. His head eventually finds a soft landing pad on the table, where our guy just stays face down in the pitch black, having successfully achieved peak unconsciousness for the evening, a real hero's end to the night. Waking up from his self-induced coma, this man is now awkwardly slurping down some ramen, dropping the bombshell that he lives completely alone, which frankly catches his companion off guard like a rogue noodle. His friend, the ever-empathetic Hwang Moonjin, leans in with a worried look, pointing out how tough it must be for our guy's mother to navigate life's challenges all by herself, because apparently, adults just magically handle everything. The mention of his mother's struggles hits the protagonist like a truck, with his buddy confirming that she's been diagnosed with schizophrenia and requires medication, which is a lot for anyone to process, especially over lukewarm ramen. Hwang Moonjin, ever the loyal friend, firmly places a hand on his shoulder, promising to stick by him through thick and thin, letting him know he's not alone in this fight, truly a stand-up guy among chaotic decisions. Months later, in the mind-numbing monotony of a high school classroom, our guy has an internal moment where he firmly reminds himself of who he is, Lee Sangmin, snapping back to reality amidst the endless, repetitive cycle of teenage life, as if he ever truly escaped it. Just as he's settling back into the daily grind, a classmate, Lee Yonhee, flashes a bright smile and calls him Moonjin, confirming that, yes, someone has indeed confused him with someone else yet again, which is just peak Monday. Out on the snowy school grounds, he shivers his way through the cold, clutching his books like a lifeline, all while his brain is already screaming about the looming SATs, because winter just wasn't enough punishment from the universe. Inside, his classmates are busy doing what teenagers do best, stressing about academics, with Kim Kangmin loudly warning everyone not to wait too long to cram, because apparently deadlines are a novel concept in this establishment. Our guy, armed with a warm cup, explains his secret weapon for concentration, herbal tea, a thoughtful gift from the other Lee Sangmin, making him sound less like a student and more like a wizard with a potion to ace exams. Kim Kangmin, ever the skeptic, raises an eyebrow at the idea that tea is suddenly a magical study aid, clearly not convinced it's doing anything beyond keeping our protagonist's hands warm, which, fair enough. That vibe check immediately went south when this clown decided to touch our guy. One second, this guy was just in a classroom. The next, our dude is flat on his back, staring up at the ceiling, probably wondering how on earth he managed to face-plant himself into such a predicament. A tiny cloud of dust still swirling around him from his dramatic, entirely self-inflicted blunder. Suddenly, his blonde classmate, always trying to one-up him, is right there, kneeling down like some sort of golden-haired savior, asking if he's all right, and offering a hand up with an expression of genuine concern that almost seems too good to be true, for a rival. Our protagonist waves off the concern, mumbling he's perfectly fine, all while trying to steady himself on legs that have decided to reenact a drunken sailor routine just to stand upright and convince everyone that this isn't, in fact, a full-blown emergency. Back home, his mom, bless her heart, nearly jumps out of her skin as he stumbles through the door looking like he wrestled a ghost and decidedly lost, his usually sharp appearance replaced by a haggard, sleep-deprived mess. She immediately starts fussing, her voice a whirlwind of worry as she practically shoves him toward the hospital, calling him a walking corpse, which, to be fair, isn't too far off the mark given his current pallor and generally defeated vibe. He just lets out a weary sigh, confirming that he's already done the hospital tour, his gaunt face a roadmap of exhaustion and pain, trying to reassure his frantic mother that this is just a minor setback, not the end of days for humanity. The next day, our guy is thrashing in bed, the pain now a roaring inferno in his gut, his body twisted in agony as a gut-wrenching scream tears from his throat, the kind of scream that usually means a horror movie villain just made an entrance and is ready to party. With trembling hands, he claws at his bedside table, desperate for relief, grabbing a handful of pills that look like a rainbow explosion of pharmaceuticals, ready to pop them all down just to silence the screaming fire in his stomach, whatever it takes. But Kim Ji-hyun is about to find out that peace is just a glitch before the chaos. Our protagonist, Kim Ji-hyun, sits by himself on a frigid bench, grumbling about how cold it is and how sad his lunch looks, all while he's waiting anxiously for the test to begin. His internal panic meter is practically redlining, feeling the weight of decades of past mistakes crashing down on his future, a feeling he knows all too well. Suddenly, a blonde classmate grabs our guy by the collar, taunting him for being nervous and calling him a coward, completely oblivious to the actual medical crisis brewing beneath his victim's skin. This man truly has a knack for kicking someone when they're down, or rather, when they're about to spontaneously disassemble. After that charming interaction, his dark-haired friend steps in to offer support, assuring our guy that he can pass the exam if he just doesn't give up, a sentiment that feels less like encouragement and more like a cruel joke to someone trying to keep their organs from staging a full-blown rebellion right there in public. Back at his desk, our guy is completely out of it, his head slumped down, unable to even think about eating the bland lunch his mom so lovingly packed. The nausea is so intense it feels like his stomach is trying to perform an exorcism on itself. His dark-haired friend leans in, his expression a mask of genuine concern, trying to rouse him and asking if he's okay, completely unaware that okay is about 3 continents away from the current medical situation our hero is suffering. Through a haze of pain, the red-haired student snaps at his friend to leave him alone, his words sharp as a surgical needle. But it's just a desperate attempt to hide the gut-wrenching pain that's making him clutch his stomach like a priceless artifact about to shatter. Alone with his escalating pain, our man debates whether to haul himself to the hospital or push through the final test, an internal moral dilemma that feels less like a choice and more like a twisted game of deal or no deal with his own life. He checks his pulse, fingers pressed to his wrist, and relief washes over him as his heart rate seems to be beating extremely quick but within normal limits. It's a fleeting moment of calm, like a tiny raft in a rapidly rising flood, but he'll take it. This brief reprieve allows him to quickly identify the problem as a brain pressure issue, not a cardiac event, a diagnosis that is both a small victory and a chilling reminder of how close he is to full system failure. It's not an emergency yet, but the clock is ticking like a bomb in a bad action movie, right in his head. With newfound, if terrifying, resolve, he decides to endure just one more test, his eyes glowing with an almost insane focus. The thought of failing after all this effort is far more terrifying than the prospect of, collapsing, which is a surprisingly low bar for his bravery. So the determined student tries to push through, sweat beading on his forehead and his body shaking, like a cheap car trying to climb a mountain on fumes. Every cell in his body is screaming for a pit stop, but he's already in the final lap and refusing to pull over. His friend, bless his persistent heart, tries to wake him again, shaking his shoulder and calling his name. But our guy is unresponsive, already drifting into the quiet darkness, well past the point of being swayed by kind words. Finally, the world goes black as the red-haired student slumps over his desk, completely losing consciousness. He can finally rest, though not in the way anyone hoped, which is usually how these things go. In a full-blown panic, his friend screams for a teacher and an ambulance, the classroom erupting into chaos as the reality of the situation finally sinks in for everyone else, proving once again that some people need a hard stop to grasp the obvious. Whatever happens next, the sterile smell of the hospital is already waiting for him. Our man Moonjin slowly blinks his eyes open in a sparkling white hospital room, looking pretty woozy from whatever just knocked him out, as his buddy Junti leans in close with a huge grin, asking how the heck he's doing. It's the kind of rude awakening that makes you wish you could hit the snooze button on reality. The doctor, bless their heart for being so professional, steps in to explain to the overly excited friend that our guy's stable now, but definitely needs to chill out and rest up. This man just stares blankly, probably trying to figure out how he went from top-tier surgeon to human medical experiment overnight. With all the relief in the world, the blonde-haired pal tells Moonjin he'd been super worried sick. But now that he's back among the living, he's got some news about school. Because, being in a hospital isn't quite as pressing as the next pop quiz. Moments later, we cut to Moonjin standing right in front of Professor Jiang, whose glasses practically steam with pure skepticism at the idea of a recently discharged student even thinking about taking tomorrow's exam. The professor looks like he's genuinely contemplating whether our audacious protagonist needs a head check, not a test. But our guy, cool as a cucumber and with a serene smile that could launch 1,000 ships, just declares he's already prepped for the exam and sees no reason to waste another year doing absolutely nothing. This bold statement leaves the seasoned professor absolutely stunned, like he just heard a golden retriever perfectly recite Hamlet. And wouldn't you know it, with laser-like focus, this man fills out his answer sheet, a tiny island of calm in a literal ocean of struggling students, all around him clearly battling the brutal questions on the test. You can practically hear the collective groans of despair from his classmates while he's just cruising through. Soon after, Moonjin clutches the ranking sheet, his hands visibly shaking as his eyes go wide with disbelief, staring at his name sitting proudly at the absolute peak of the national rankings. It's the kind of reveal that makes you wonder if he found the answer key taped to his IV pole. The principal, microphone in hand, then proudly confirms this man's perfect score to the entire student body, causing a literal wave of gasps and thunderous applause to erupt through the hall. It's like he just won the educational lottery, but instead of cash, he gets ultimate bragging rights and a serious glow-up. And just like that, his blonde-haired close friend sweeps Moonjin into a triumphant bear hug, lifting him clean off the ground as other students rush in, all wanting to congratulate them on this historical, mind-blowing achievement. Our guy just stands there, probably wondering if this much praise is even allowed by the rules. But that high-aura energy immediately crashes when Kim Ji-hyun starts yapping, making his entire existence look cooked. Our guy finds himself on the hot seat during his medical school interview, where the kindly Professor Choi leans in and asks him to consider the kind of doctor who lacks skill, which for our man is less of a hypothetical and more like a ghost pain from every single patient he failed in his past life. He doesn't miss a beat, though, explaining that doctors absolutely need a certain level of skill to actually, cure people. He's already seen firsthand how much kindness doesn't do for a patient when the surgeon is a bumbling idiot. Then our protagonist, ever the contrarian, throws a curveball, stating that doctors must do many things, but above all, they must cause no harm, which is a wild thing to say after you've just murdered half a hospital. His internal monologue is all about how he refuses to go through any hardships on the front line, which is a polite way of saying he's not about to work himself into an early grave again. Thank you very much. Soon enough, our reborn surgeon is just another student walking onto the university campus, feeling the sunshine and soaking in the promise of a future that's not drenched in regret and hospital bills. Kim Chulwoo even gets his own acceptance letter. He smiles, seeing his golden-haired classmate waiting with a bouquet, probably celebrating getting into some hotshot program, which makes our guy wonder if he's doing this whole second chance thing right, or if he's already missed a step. Later, walking through campus, he spots a group of guys heading to an internet cafe for some StarCraft, and one of them, Hwang Moonjin, playfully suggests betting money. Our protagonist, however, is all business, already looking for ways to maximize his earnings during his downtime. He notes that the first 2 years of medical school are all about electives and basics, so there are plenty of students just goofing off. Meanwhile, he's busy trying to figure out how to stack paper like it's his job, which, to be fair, it kinda is. This man is straight up tutoring some kid, leaning over her shoulder and explaining formulas with the kind of focus he used to reserve for complicated surgeries. It's a humble hustle, but it pays the bills, and who knows, maybe it'll even make him a better person. He internally gloats about how some things you just can't see unless you started from the bottom, bragging that with his experience, he can make money, claiming it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He's talking about tutoring, not tax evasion, just to be clear. The student he's tutoring, a young woman with a long ponytail, coyly asks if he's free during the weekends, making him pause. He asks her why she wants to move their Friday session, completely oblivious to what she's really asking. She blushes fiercely, stumbling over her words that it's not that she wants to play around. Our protagonist is too busy chasing that paper to realize she's basically asking him out on a date, which honestly is probably for the best right now. That peaceful aura gets absolutely cooked the second our guy hits the pavement, no cap. Kim Ji-hyun, our fresh-faced medical student, just finished up a phone call, totally feeling the chill city night, utterly oblivious to the dumpster fire about to descend on him, even as he walked toward his supposed night out. Just as our guy steps into the light, his blonde-haired buddy, Hannah, spots him across the street, throwing out this dramatic wave like she's trying to flag down a rescue helicopter in a hurricane, which pretty much screams, "This night is going to be loud whether you like it or not." Before he can even properly react, our guy finds himself being used as a human support beam as the newly arrived friend, already a few sheets to the wind, clings to him, mumbling about how tired she is and just wants to go home, which is the classic move when you need someone else to carry your burdens, literally. But wait, there's more to this saga. Lee Sangmin, the protagonist's old university classmate, suddenly materializes behind them, and his companion's tired groan instantly flips to a chipper. "Oh, Opa," like she's just remembered she had another friend she could annoy the pants off. She quickly explains that this Sangmin character is her former high school senior, and that he's got everything going for him: personality, education, and family. A real triple threat, if you can believe it, making our guy silently calculate just how much this whole conversation is going to cost him later. Then, in a move that blindsides everyone at the table, the blonde abruptly declares that she has to leave for her evening studies, springing up like a jack-in-the-box, which is a surprisingly sudden burst of academic ambition for someone who was just complaining about being absolutely exhausted. Our protagonist tries to intercept her before she can do any more damage to her liver, only to find himself in a tense standoff with a very angry patron named Sangwon, who looks like he's about 2 seconds from throwing hands over a spilled drink, which, fair enough, can really ruin a good shirt. Hannah, suddenly sobered by the looming threat of an actual bar fight, quickly ducks behind our guy, profusely apologizing to the irate customer like she's trying to talk her way out of a speeding ticket she totally deserved. After the bar incident, our protagonist is left with his thoughts, wondering about the real status and reputation of this Sangwon guy, realizing that the night's drama has only just begun to unfold, and everyone's dirty laundry is airing out for the whole world to see. The next morning, after our guy's head has finally stopped spinning, the friend conveniently appears with a tray of food, ready to help with his hangover, which is probably a desperate attempt to make up for her drunken antics from the previous night, or at least bribe him into silence. But that level of negative aura barely prepares him for the absolute scam waiting in the lobby. Our story kicks off with Hwang Moonjin, a guy who's definitely seen better days, gripping his chest so hard he looks like he's trying to hold his very soul inside. He's on a train, sweating through his shirt, practically radiating the kind of exhaustion that makes you question all your life choices, probably wondering if medical school was actually just a slow, painful way to achieve spontaneous combustion. But even looking like he just wrestled a bear in a sauna, the man somehow manages to pull himself together. He makes a respectful bow to Professor Choi in his office, switching on that professional charm like a light switch. The professor, meanwhile, greets him like he's been gone for ages, which, given our guy's current stress levels, he might as well have been. Professor Choi, ever the diligent mentor, starts by asking about his father's health. It's a nice touch, but then he cuts straight to the chase, wondering why someone with our protagonist's obvious potential would settle for just being a dermatologist. Basically, he's asking why shoot for good when you could go full legend. The professor then dangles an opportunity that sounds almost too good to be true, pitching a gig at a company called Mindboy. It supposedly offers both valuable experience and significant payment, like he's holding out a golden carrot to a very hungry rabbit. And our guy is absolutely that rabbit right now. The moment he hears the name Mindboy, our protagonist's eyes practically pop out of his head. He goes wide with shock, like he just won the lottery and found a forgotten $20 bill in his old jeans on the same day. He practically leaps at the chance, agreeing with an enthusiasm that borders on outright desperation, clearly having done his homework on this particular company. Later, our man finds himself standing outside the sleek, ultra-modern Mindboy building, looking up at it like it's the answer to all his prayers. He muses that this is where it all started, clearly having some kind of flashback or premonition about the company's role in his life. Inside, however, the reception is a little less enthusiastic. A senior professor, Professor Go, demands to know what he wants, his skepticism practically dripping from his voice when he learns Professor Choi sent him. It's like being told your eccentric aunt sent you a package that contains nothing but a single, suspiciously used sock. Professor Go practically sneers upon discovering our guy is only a second-year elective student, dismissing him as if he were a particularly annoying fly. He outright calls it ridiculous that Professor Choi would send such a newbie, clearly judging a book by its cover, or rather, a student by their academic level. And just to twist the knife, Professor Go casually mentions something called the Humanoidity Development Kit, or the Gindia Diagnosis Kit. Meanwhile, our protagonist starts sweating nervously, clearly sensing he's about to be saddled with a project that will make his previous exhaustion look like a spa day. He just knows he's about to get the kind of impossible work that makes you question all your life choices. But while the middle manager stays cooked, Kim Ji-hyun is already ghosting the scene to farm side quests. Our protagonist, still reeling from the medical community's skepticism, stands his ground, passionately telling the doctors their current methods are flat-out outdated, practically begging them to test his animal diagnostic tech like it's the next big thing on Kickstarter. A gray-haired senior doctor and a fellow in blue scrubs nearly jump out of their skin, yelling in disbelief at his audacity like he just suggested performing surgery with a spork. He then launches into a philosophical monologue, explaining that helping patients is the only goal, and if that means using animals in research, then so be it, completely ignoring the collective groan of ethical committees everywhere. After that little speech, our guy has a moment of internal panic, thinking about what he should do next as the gray-haired senior casually drops the bombshell that they've already sunk 350 million won into their existing, clearly inferior, project. He quickly gathers himself, asserting that he's a medical student, not some back-alley businessman, and then sheepishly apologizes for overthinking, as if his innovative ideas were merely a minor inconvenience. The gray-haired senior then does a complete 180, gushing about his genius, and confessing they almost blew their money, now suddenly seeing endless potential in collaborating with him like he just invented sliced bread. Our protagonist, sensing an opening, smoothly pivots the conversation, asking if they have any other projects that aren't tied to the animal diagnostic kit, already planning his next power move. At a table surrounded by what look like the Walking Dead, the senior doctor then spills the beans on another dumpster fire project. complete with never-ending monthly reports and employee morale lower than a snake's belly. Finally, this man lays down his condition. If his suggestion works, he wants recognition, but if it crashes and burns, he'll take no credit, basically making him the ultimate low-risk, high-reward consultant. But whatever Sangmin was about to drop, will Kim Ji-hyun actually survive this stethoscope-pilled nightmare? Our guy Moonjin, a medical degree holder and all-around smarty pants, is currently sweating bullets over his grades like he's forgotten how to study. He's got this anatomical hand model wired up, intensely focused while everyone else is out there partying, living their best lives. His professor, a dude named Choi, goes on and on about the 2 years Moonjin spent dragging their company's project back from the brink of total disaster. He makes it sound like a standing ovation, but the very next moment reveals the professor was just polishing up a slightly different tune. He then sits there staring across at the manager who flat-out refuses to pay him, claiming the work just doesn't merit compensation despite all the prior promises. This is what you call a crash course in real-world medicine, apparently. Meanwhile, back at school, a trio of students are huddled together, shivering in the cold and whispering about how difficult dissection class will be, noting that if you miss it, there's no making it up. It's like they're trying to cram for a marathon while also juggling chainsaws, wondering why they need this camp before school even officially starts. As they try to take attendance, this palpable dread sets in when they realize Jin-hyun is a no-show, leading to a full-blown panic attack over what this means for their collective medical future. It's like everyone's silently calculating the GPA hit before they've even gotten started. During all this, our guy stares at his phone, which is practically having a seizure with urgent notifications, while his classmates argue amongst themselves about whether to ditch Jin-hyun or brave the cold a little longer to wait for the poor sap. It's a real every man for himself moment, with everyone clearly prioritizing their warm beds over group solidarity. But Kim Ji-hyun has zero clue that his entire existence is about to get completely cooked. Our protagonist stands in a quiet office, coolly telling Professor Jeong Gi-soo he's completed his initial goal of securing his family's future. But that's not his finish line. Something deeper drives him now, a hunger for more than just survival. He gazes at an ATM screen, where a dizzying sum of 200 million won stares back like a digital mountain, a testament to knowing the future and having a solid investment strategy. Who knew time travel was such a good financial planner? Even with his newfound wealth, some things never change, like Mom pressing a container of food into his hands, fussing over his first day of medical school. Some battles you just don't win. Stepping into the classroom, a light-haired student, Lee Yeon-hee, beams at him, mentioning she was just looking for him, completely oblivious that he's currently juggling medical school with being a secret millionaire. As they watch from their seats, a blonde-haired student, Lee Sangmin, makes a theatrical entrance, sauntering confidently towards the front of the room. It seems our guy isn't the only one who thinks he's the main character here. This self-assured new student then proceeds to deliver an absolutely perfect lecture on ligaments and tendons, leaving the other students gaping in amazement. While our protagonist has a head start in life, it turns out the academic arena has some serious competition. But before the professor can even process his negative aura, will Lee Sangmin actually survive this? A group of masked students are just chatting about the terrifying dissection task ahead, but this golden-haired classmate, Kim Ji-hyun, is claiming it'll be simple. He's practically radiating overconfidence, like he just got a participation trophy for breathing and plans to do it again tomorrow. Suddenly, our guy steps forward, volunteering to perform the whole difficult procedure himself. He accepts the challenge like he's just ordering a coffee, completely unaware of the chaos he's about to unleash on his classmates' perfectly good morning. His peers are absolutely bewildered, asking if this man has ever even held a scalpel, calling him a total novice, or even a monkey. He just insists he's never done it before, which only makes them clutch their chests in disbelief, as if he'd just told them the sky was green. Meanwhile, the camera cuts to some other poor sap slamming his fist on the desk, probably overwhelmed by the sheer amount of material to study. Seriously, just because a commoner's good at anatomy doesn't mean squat, apparently. Classic case of jealousy, or maybe just a lot of homework. These poor students are just lamenting the endless classes and the looming final exam semester, with Kim Sang-won explaining the curriculum pressure like it's a death sentence. It's definitely not giving fun college years vibes, more like I'm never going to sleep again vibes. After all that stress, our protagonist, knowing a little break could do wonders, proposes taking a day off. It's like he suggested they all sprout wings and fly, given the looks he's getting, but hey, a little R&R sounds pretty good right now. One of the students, Lee Hanmi, jokes about drinking a bucket with our guy, clearly wanting some quality time, no distractions. It's like planning a romantic dinner during a zombie apocalypse, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. Fast forward a few days, and it's suddenly test time. Lee Hanmi teases the reborn surgeon about their little drinking escapade, clearly having enjoyed the break from the grind, and maybe a bit more. Our guy thinks acing this test is a breeze, like solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, underwater. But he's about to find out just how wrong he is when Lee Hanmi reluctantly shows the screen to Kim Sangwon, who reacts with extreme shock to what he sees. The social grind ends, but Kim Ji-hyun is about to get absolutely cooked by these lecture slides. The professor, clearly having a day worse than a Monday morning after a 3-day gaming binge, glares down at a stack of exam papers, his neck veins popping out like they're trying to escape as he shouts about the sheer nerve of a student named Kim Jin-hyun. Lee Han-mi, a classmate, just can't wrap her head around what she's hearing, asking our guy how he could possibly pull off such impossible attendance and scores while he just plays it cool, like he's simply waiting for his coffee order. A shocked eye realizes the truth as a fiery explosion graphic curses the name of Kim Jin-hyun, this bastard, because this man decided the exam questions were less like actual tests and more like polite suggestions. The reborn surgeon then, with the casual audacity of a cat demanding to be fed, asks if he can get the same special treatment as someone else, possibly referencing a father. Like perfect scores, grant diplomatic immunity from consequences. Professor Choi, still reeling from the unexpected academic blitz, argues that our guy's actions aren't exactly what he'd call father material, and reminds him that he's already responsible for the first study guide and dissection practice, as if those are comparable duties. He then cryptically warns this man about the employment committee, practically telling him to avoid their office like it's a room full of expired sushi, which naturally means it's exactly where our protagonist is headed. Next, we're treated to an establishing shot of what can only be described as the saddest committee room in existence, crammed with ancient equipment and enough paper to make a small forest collectively sigh. But our guy, ever the overachiever, insists with burning passion that he wants to work there, probably because where others see a fire hazard and a mountain of dusty reports, he sees a strategic vantage point. He then drops the absolute bomb that he was the champion of the last study guide, a revelation that shocks the professor and effectively corners him into considering this frankly absurd request. But that silence is cut short when the phone finally rings with a frantic, burning urgency. So a flood of new subjects washes over our protagonist, and then the tests follow like a tsunami, with him holding his phone to his ear, explaining that his studies are paused because all his precious study guides have gone missing. Close-up of his worried face shows the sheer panic bubbling up inside him, as he silently freaks out about potentially failing his university admissions. He just abruptly ends the call on his poor, worried friend, leaving them hanging while he clutches his phone, looking absolutely shell-shocked. Meanwhile, another student, I.M. Jiangmin, checks his online grades, and his face goes from merely confused to full-on horrified at the numbers staring back at him on the screen. He then throws his head back and screams that these results are impossible, practically denying reality itself, claiming he didn't even answer the questions. The student then aggressively confronts a female staff member, demanding a recheck like she personally sabotaged his perfect score, bringing that "let me speak to your manager" energy to a whole new level. Still ranting, he yells furiously off-panel about device errors and grade tampering, convinced the entire system is rigged against him from the start. He then turns and points an accusing finger directly at our protagonist, declaring with full conviction that he knows all about the cheating that must have happened. Ignoring any denials, he threatens to contact the school board or even the dean, convinced our guy is the root of all his academic woes, which is just adorable, honestly. Next thing we know, he marches right over and grabs the protagonist by his shirt front, screaming at him to confess to cheating, apparently thinking a good shake will loosen up the truth. As he's shaking this man, the agitated student holds up a piece of paper, asking if this is what he's referring to, because nothing says calm discussion like a physical altercation with visual aids. And as the student taunts him about his father's influence being totally useless now, our guy clenches his fist, clearly preparing to strike back. That silent promise of violence turns into a chaotic mess faster than he ever expected. Our guy, having a quick peek at the test materials like he's quality controlling the final product, gets a rude awakening as a blonde aggressor lands a punch right to his face, making him yelp like a surprised chihuahua. Before he can even process that, his phone rings and someone asks if he's Kim Ji-hyun. Our protagonist, still reeling from the hit, confirms it with all the cool of a cucumber caught in a blender, then retaliates with a powerful strike against the thug. With the thug now a crumpled mess, our guy stands dominantly over his defeated opponent, his mind racing through the events, wondering if this whole mess is his fault, or if he's just an innocent bystander in a cartoonish brawl. Later, the associate dean confronts him, asking if he's Kim Ji-hyun, while flipping through a folder labeled Investigation with the intensity of a customs officer checking a suspicious passport. Our guy wisely keeps his mouth shut, just staring at the dean. The dean's face then twists in frustration, clearly blaming this man for something, but our guy just shrugs it off like it's Tuesday. While on the phone, he's already dispatching his own team to handle the legwork, because, he's the president now. Then Professor Yu Youngsu strides in, introduces himself, and immediately starts lecturing our guy on his rudeness, proving that even after seeing him lay someone out, some people just can't resist a good manners lesson. Suddenly, a bodyguard in black steps in, grabbing our protagonist by the collar with a grip that screams, "I've seen too many martial arts movies," just to make sure the message of who's boss really lands. Professor Yu starts yelling about how our guy needs to know who truly runs this place, dropping hints about some mysterious chairman, like he's setting up the big reveal for the next season's villain. Our guy checks the clock, seeing it's 12:30 sharp, ready to face whatever Professor Yu has planned next, staring back intensely and accepting the unspoken threat without so much as a flinch. But that nap is cooked, because a few hours later, Junhyuk spots Hannah on the train. Our protagonist, Kim Junwon, is living it up, taking a leisurely stroll through the woods with a big all grin, and his date, Hannah, matches that vibe. It's all about chill times, eating pasta, catching a movie, just soaking up the simple things. This whole low-key dating routine is a pretty sweet escape from the textbook grind he's usually stuck in. In his head, the man's still trying to wrap his brain around this domestic scene, like how this sweet, utterly innocent young woman just sort of inserted herself into his ridiculously complicated life. It's a wild pivot for a guy who used to only know the daily struggle of survival and patching people up. As they're both admiring the city lights twinkling at sunset, his companion playfully calls him Sucky Tilda, and you can tell she's absolutely smitten. She looks genuinely thrilled to be sharing this moment, which somehow makes our guy feel a cozy kind of comfort he hadn't even realized was missing. He manages a gentle thank you, which actually gets her to spill that she's always wanted to do simple stuff like this with her family. It's a little bittersweet, that revelation about her not having much family, bringing a quiet pause to their otherwise happy little outing. She goes on to explain that the upside of her situation is never having to deal with the usual family drama or annoying obligations. She's found a weird sort of freedom in that, which is kind of quirky, but hey, resilient spirit, right? Noticing a flicker of sadness in her eyes, our stoic lead just tells her, cheer up. For him, that's practically a sonnet, even if it lands a little flat. The pair head into a cafe, and he orders 2 Americanos at the counter, one iced and one hot. Our guy feels pretty good about how the date's going, completely oblivious that his past is about to waltz right up and take his order. But as the drinks are being made, a waitress walks over, her eyes getting wide as saucers because she recognizes his face and blurts out his full name. Kim Junwon. That sudden shout from a stranger sends a cold jolt down his spine, especially since the woman looks exactly like his ex-wife. Seeing his face freeze, his date, sensing the whole vibe just went sideways, quietly suggests they just peace out, even apologizing for the trouble. But as she slipped away into the night, the chaos behind them was just getting started. Stepping out of a luxury vehicle like he owns the whole block, Lee Jin-hyun greets his section chief, probably wondering if his next power move will involve buying a small country. Our man just glides into the room, all smiles and sharp suits, as if the concept of a bad hair day is beneath him. This sharp-suited man then asks about the other guy inside, begrudgingly calling him brother, while simultaneously making it clear that the title is purely for show. It's like he's ordering a coffee and clarifying he wants skim milk, no foam, and absolutely no brotherly love involved. They quickly descend into a squabble over a relative's tragic end, with our protagonist coolly defending his indifference during her lifetime, as if empathy is just a suggestion on the menu, not an ingredient. He maintains a poker face that suggests he's more concerned with his stock portfolio than, human feelings. He then recalls the cold sting of childhood abandonment, declaring to his father that he's done, leaving perhaps for good, his voice as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. It's a dramatic mic drop, leaving the old man to pick up the pieces and maybe contemplate if he should have invested more in therapy. Back at his lavish pad, Jin-hyun sits in the dark with his fluffy Samoyed, musing about how even if he were a beggar, he'd still find a way to make money, probably by inventing a new artisanal homeless chic brand. His dog just stares, probably wondering if its next meal will be served on solid gold. Meanwhile, the reborn surgeon, still grappling with his second chance, wakes up with a jolt as the full weight of the previous night's events slams into him. He processes the chaotic reality, blinking like a deer in headlights, trying to make sense of his new old life. And the transformation is evident. Our guy's classmates notice the professor looking fresh. They whisper it's thanks to Moonjin's secret treatment, but all we see are 2 dog pics in frames. Weird. Later, our guy chats with a light-haired male student, exchanging pleasantries before gathering his things, preparing to make his grand exit from the academic grind. He moves with the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly where he's going, or at least where his next cup of coffee is. Next, he walks into a cafe, only to be immediately flagged down by a confused male student who asks for directions, probably mistaking our guy for a human GPS. It seems even in his past life, our guy still can't escape being everyone's go-to for directions. Our guy tries to dodge the question, but the student keeps pressing, like dodging a relentless sales pitch at the mall. He finally gives in, asking about a girl who worked there last week, thinking about the sightseeing things he used to do versus now. But honestly, who cares about Professor Choi when this man is about to get completely folded? Our medical students just kicked off their rotation, and everyone's absolutely fawning over Kim Chulwoo, with people saying if all the first years were this good, Dr. Lee would be walking down the aisle by now. This dude's got his peers eating out of his hand, probably feeling like he just unlocked a new achievement. Even our protagonist, Jun-hyuk, who usually has everything on lock, admits to a moment of weakness, confessing he totally panicked during a procedure. Despite acing it, he feels a drop of sweat form, probably thinking his future self would be face-palming over this rookie mistake, which is totally fair. But before he can dwell on that, Yeonhee, his blonde classmate, asks if her new look suits her, then drags him toward the hospital entrance, probably just to make sure he gets his butt in gear. They get tossed into a lecture where a professor starts grilling the students on why they're all called Dr. Trainee. Our guy, with his past life wisdom, effortlessly nails the answer, linking it back to the true value of a patient. It's like he's playing medical school on easy mode, showing off without even trying. Next up, the students are shuffled into an internal medicine office, where none other than Professor Lee Kim-do, the legend himself, leads them to meet a senior supervisor. This stern figure is apparently the one who made Professor Lee Kim-do the titan he is today, so the pressure in the room is thicker than a hospital blanket. The senior faculty member, clearly not here to make friends, immediately calls out someone for being a whole 25 minutes late and looking too casual, too nice. It's like walking into a drill sergeant's office wearing flip-flops, instantly setting a tense mood before anyone even opens their mouth. Our guy, never one to back down, tries to defend himself against the harsh criticism, while his blonde classmate looks on, totally worried. The conversation quickly devolves into whether he actually has what it takes to be a doctor, making him question the entire training process with a slight eye roll. With the niceties out of the way, the senior faculty member officially kicks off their residency rotation, leaving this man to ponder the cryptic warning he'd heard about despicable professors. It seems medical school is less about healing and more about navigating a minefield of ego and power plays, which is just delightful. As the tension settles, the morning rounds begin with Chairman Lee barking orders at his terrified students. Professor Choi stands over a patient, absolutely demanding the students explain exactly why their treatment instructions worked, because apparently just knowing how to treat someone isn't enough. You gotta have the whole thesis ready on demand. This professor is absolutely fuming, yelling about how nobody knows what Gauss refers to medically, proving that sometimes the most intimidating part of medical school is the sheer, unadulterated rage of a teaching doctor. As the room practically melts from the heat of that glare, Hwang Moonjin, a student aiming to become a pharmacologist, finds himself singled out, standing alone in the spotlight of impending doom. Then the professor asks what Lamer actually is, and the silence that follows is deafening, proving most of these eager young minds have absolutely no idea, much to the professor's utter delight, probably. Our guy, though visibly stressed by this public grilling, manages to keep his composure, a feat of emotional strength rarely seen outside of professional poker players and toddlers told they can't have ice cream. Despite the relentless pressure, the young man confidently declares his intention to become a pharmacologist, no matter how many terrifying professors stand in his way, which is a bold move considering the current vibe in the room. Professor Choi, ever the showman, then introduces a new critical patient scenario, a terminal stomach cancer case with possible myeloid leukemia complications, just in case anyone was starting to relax. The demanding professor then turns his full attention to the aspiring pharmacologist, challenging his judgment by demanding an opinion on this incredibly dangerous and complex differential diagnosis. The student, without missing a beat, outlines the terrifying possibility of extradural spread, which means they need to seriously consider if this is indeed another type of cancer, because apparently one cancer just isn't exciting enough for this class. He launches into a detailed explanation, differentiating between myeloid leukemia and lymph node cancer, casually dropping advanced pathology knowledge that would make most normal people's brains leak out their ears. Then the young man argues that performing a biopsy to confirm this diagnosis might actually kill the patient, raising a critical ethical safety concern like a seasoned veteran, while everyone else just blinks in awe. Professor Choi, for a rare moment, acknowledges the gravity of the situation, agreeing that a single mistake could cost a human life, which is a pretty heavy thought for a Tuesday morning lecture. Then, without batting an eye, the professor definitively states that this student will never be a medical professional or his disciple, delivering a career-ending blow with the emotional finesse of a brick. Close-up shows our guy's face as he internalizes this trauma, realizing he just heard the very question he feared the most, and his expression looks like his soul just filed for divorce. His classmates can't believe he's ignoring dermatology. They're shocked like he's skipping dessert at a buffet, but he's got bigger plans, like saving the world with internal medicine. Suddenly, the light-haired female medical student appears, screaming in shock at the student's sudden outburst, because witnessing a complete mental meltdown is probably not covered in the medical school curriculum. Professor Lee Yonhee worries out loud to a classmate about a patient who is rapidly circling the drain. Our guy, who overhears the whole thing, can practically feel the weight of this impossible task settling on his shoulders like a particularly aggressive barnacle. He watches as the medical records scroll by with all the grim details. Radiation therapy, stomach cancer that's gone on a world tour, lungs throwing in the towel, and a critical condition stamp that might as well say, "Good luck, Buttercup." He's realizing this poor soul is less a patient and more a ticking medical time bomb, and guess who gets to play diffuser? Professor Choi, the one with the glasses, then lays out the whole grim menu: embolisms, respiratory failure, pneumonia. It's like a medical bingo card where every square is a disaster. Our guy can't help but wonder if this is some kind of sick initiation, or just the universe giving him a really aggressive pat on the back. He glances down at the patient's file again, the words "critical condition" practically screaming at him in all caps. They've tossed him in the deep end with a case so complex it probably requires a security clearance, and he's either going to pull off a miracle or just, well, not. Entering the patient's room, our man calmly declares himself the new resident in charge. He's trying to project an aura of "I got this" confidence, even though inside he's probably doing the mental equivalent of a full-body dry heave. The air in this ICU feels thick enough to chew, and he knows this is it. Time to see if his future knowledge is a superpower or just a fancy parlor trick. He leans in with his stethoscope, checking the patient's breathing, and immediately realizes something's wonky. Those lung sounds are about as clear as a swamp on a foggy day. This is definitely not the straightforward pneumonia he was expecting, and a jolt of "oh crap" runs through him. As he looks over the patient, our guy spots an alarming amount of swelling and a distinct lack of phlegm, which doesn't exactly scream typical pneumonia. He's got that sinking feeling that there's a much nastier, deeper issue bubbling under the surface here, something his old, less enlightened self would have sailed right past. Then in struts Hwang Moonjin, a peer who questions our guy's methods, especially his choice of meds, with a smirk so smug it could have its own Instagram account. He's basically trying to trip him in the middle of a marathon, but our man isn't about to let this patient become a pawn in some petty hospital drama. His mind is racing, cycling through his future knowledge like a broken search engine, trying to pull up the right medication and treatment. But the answer just won't click into place. He's suddenly realizing he's in seriously deep doo-doo, the patient's life hanging by a thread, and a cold sweat breaks out faster than a rumor in the break room. Suddenly, the heart monitor flatlines with a sound that could curdle milk, and he snaps back to reality, screaming for help as the patient goes into cardiac arrest. The quiet calm of the room shatters with his desperate cries, kicking off a frantic, no-holds-barred battle against the clock. The medical team, including the senior doctor who loves to needle, bursts into the room with a crash cart, alarms blaring like a fire truck in a quiet library. It's a full-blown medical emergency, a controlled explosion of activity, and our guy is right in the eye of the storm, fighting with everything he's got. The blood pressure monitor spirals downward faster than his hopes, and the senior doctor starts yelling orders while our guy performs chest compressions, his body moving purely on instinct. With each falling number, the patient's life drains away, turning the entire scene into pure, unadulterated chaos. The team confirms ventricular fibrillation, scrambling to prepare for electrical cardioversion, and our guy just keeps up the compressions, a frantic mix of hope and despair warring in his eyes. He's throwing everything he has at this, but even with all his memories, some battles are just too damn hard to win. But Lee Sangmin getting cooked was just the tutorial for the negative aura Professor Choi brings next. The professor, looking like he's about to drop a truth bomb, leans in and tells our guy that if he's lying, there will be consequences. Our lead, probably picturing a future of ramen noodles and regret, meekly confirms he understands while taking a call. Turns out the truth bomb was just a warm-up, because another senior faculty member, Professor Choi, corners this poor man in an office, laying into him about team screw-ups and some past drama with the former president, demanding answers like our guy owes him a kidney. Our protagonist tries to play it cool, though brushing off questions about any broken equipment like it was just a little fender bender, even as his face is screaming that he'd rather be anywhere else, maybe even stuck in traffic. But the performance can only last so long, and the pressure finally pops, causing him to let out a guttural scream before slamming his fist into the wall, a move that definitely makes more noise than the supposed no-big-deal equipment damage. Then throwing his hands up in pure frustration, he flat-out refuses any food his concerned colleagues offer him, just announcing he's out, walking away with a decisive stride like he's done with this whole scene, which fair. As he storms off, a digital countdown timer magically pops up at the bottom of the page, ticking down from 5, and another medical student can't help but notice it, probably wondering if it's counting down to something epic or just quitting time. Our guy, being the master of denial, waves off any concern about whatever that timer means, insisting, "Don't worry, it's just a scratch." But the cartoonish sweat drop on his forehead. That little guy is shouting that it's way more than a scratch, especially as a blonde doctor walks into the room. Then suddenly the blonde doctor clutches his chest, looking like he just saw a ghost, his face going whiter than a fresh lab coat as the words "heart attack" appear, while our guy, bless his heart, is still trying to play it cool. Some things never change. But will these answers finally get Lee Sangmin out of this cooked situation, or just more ratioed? While Kim Chulwoo, our protagonist's high school classmate, clinks his soju glass with a buddy, enjoying a casual night out on the town. It seems relaxing is a contact sport. But for our guy, under the same starry sky, his plans hit a snag when someone texts him a vague excuse about an important meeting. Sounds like a classic case of don't hold your breath. He just stares at the night sky, probably wondering if that meeting is with the Tooth Fairy, as the stars twinkle like they're in on the joke. But before Lee Sangmin can even blink, the vibe shifts from technical glitch to straight-up ice. Our guy, Jin-hoon, gets right down to business, asking Professor Choi about some incredibly specific receptor like he's trying to order a coffee with too many complicated instructions. Then this woman, Sarah, who says she's a VP at Hannah, steps up to shake his hand, but our guy just gives her the quickest nod, already scanning the whole room like he's trying to spot the exit, or maybe just the snack table. Sarah then pushes a stack of documents across the table, showing all these wild molecular formulas for a drug that's apparently gone sideways. He picks them up, and you can practically hear the inner monologue of him already finding all the flaws in their homework. Next thing you know, the head researcher grabs his shoulder, basically begging him to step in, clearly believing our guy is the only one who can save this whole train wreck of a project. Our protagonist just stares at the impossible formula, his face doing that thing where it says, "Yeah, this whole standard approach is utterly cooked," like he just found out his favorite restaurant's secret ingredient was cilantro. Suddenly, Sarah drops the bomb about $100 million deal riding on this drug, and his head snaps up so fast you practically hear a cha-ching sound effect. He then crosses his arms, leaning back to declare that his own unique DNA is the real key to this whole medical mystery, refusing to just hand it over without some serious guarantees, which is just boss-level negotiating. Sarah leans forward, looking totally baffled, wondering how his unproven DNA theory could possibly be worth $100 million, probably thinking this guy needs a reality check. But our guy just clenches his fist, super determined, and demands that even if he totally bombs this project, his professional title needs to stay squeaky clean, just in case things go south. But before she can rage quit for real, the universe decides this man is actually built different. Our guy has just thanked Mr. Jin-hyun for handling a pretty big mess, but the man just shrugs it off like it was nothing, muttering about how the hospital's reputation getting stomped was just him doing his job. Meanwhile, the perpetually unimpressed Lee Yeon-hee demands to know why Hwang Moonjin rejoined the list after withdrawing. But our guy barely listens, offering a thank you that sounds about as sincere as a politician's apology. His old tormentor, ever the drama queen, then smirks, practically preening as she declares this whole mess is perfect for exposing our lead's supposed faults, while he just takes it all in stride. Back home, our guy tries to flash a stack of cash at his mom like it's a magic trick, showing her his phone screen with evidence of serial accidents, causing the hospital admin to collectively freak out. He swears he earned the money fair and square, boasting about helping a big U.S. med company, as staff members argue around him, with one demanding facts instead of excuses for the recent mayhem. The reborn surgeon looks down, his expression conflicted, but he declares that he just wants to be a doctor in a place he can actually trust, throwing a wrench into everyone's self-serving plans. His dad steps in, trying to smooth things over, saying he understands, but to give it back when he gets married, which makes our guy's face light up like he just won the lottery. His mom, Ji-hyun, looks skeptical, but she lets out a sigh whispering, "Fine," like she's giving up on arguing, though you can tell she's decided to trust him, just this once. After that family powwow, our protagonist walks away from the camera down a hospital corridor, with a voiceover declaring that he simply can't do this anymore, marking a breaking point for the exhausted doctor. Suddenly, a shift in scenery as our hero walks into a medical university lecture hall, a sign proclaiming it the medical department, indicating a return to the academic grind. The professor addresses the class about surgery scheduling, and even though our guy's face lights up like he just spotted a rare Pokémon, it's clear this training is going to be torture. Moonjin interrupts the lecture, his conviction blazing, declaring he's not looking for any shortcuts or special treatment. He just wants to prove himself as a real professional, no compromises. Kim Chulwoo, a fellow student, explains the harsh reality that becoming an ER head doctor takes more than merit. It requires actual power and connections, implying the deck is stacked against our guy. But our determined hero clenches his fist, asserting he'll take the hard road, earning everything properly, even if the entire system is rigged against him, ready to climb Mount Everest in flip-flops. Later, the scene shifts to a brightly lit operating room where a surgical team is hard at work, with Moonjin leading the charge, intensely focused on his patient. Then, alone in a dark room, he slumps, head in his hands, admitting internally that he's scared and just doesn't want to do this anymore, showing the exhaustion beneath the brave exterior. Now our guy finds himself staring at a computer monitor displaying a medical research article. It's like he's trying to code his way out of a bad date, but instead of fixing bugs, he's fixing his future, because even geniuses need a timeout from saving lives. But how long can Lee Sangmin maintain this cracked aura before the reality check hits him? Our guy's mind races as he walks home, thinking about how these cold symptoms have been hanging on a bit too long, wondering if it's something worse. But he just chalks it up to his usual paranoia, even as Professor Yu confronts Moonjin about his bedside manner with patients and colleagues alike. Moonjin, ever the defiant one, simply shrugs off the accusations, refusing to engage with the professor about any past missteps or even show a flicker of regret for, being himself. The professor, however, wouldn't let up, continuing to press the younger doctor to accompany him to the hospital, clearly not finished with his lecture on basic human decency. Shot of 2 coffee cups sitting on a table shows that the conversation had moved to a more intimate, and no doubt intense, setting, signaling this was far from a casual chat about the weather. The professor really started laying into Moonjin's character, tearing into him and saying he lacked some fundamental quality necessary for a doctor, which felt less like mentorship and more like a personal attack at a family dinner. Moonjin's face twists with frustration, clearly done taking this passive-aggressive crap. He snaps, "Please take care of Himi," like he's handing off a fragile package to a careless courier. The young doctor then abruptly stands up, leaning aggressively across the table, his posture demanding attention as he tries to assert his philosophy about medicine and humanity to a man who's probably heard it all before. Moonjin's eyes narrow, his voice firm, repeatedly stating, "I'm not a human being, I'm just a person," in a desperate attempt to define himself, which is honestly a lot to unpack for a coffee shop. Just as the emotional tension peaked, a pager blared an emergency alert, brutally cutting off the existential debate with the harsh reality of a medical crisis, because some things are more urgent than philosophical squabbles. The clock face on the screen starkly highlights the urgency of the situation, instantly snapping the young doctor out of his philosophical musings and into a state of panic, which, fair enough. He bolts from his seat, leaving the professor behind, his internal thoughts already racing through the complex multidisciplinary consultations that would be needed for whatever awaited him, because patients wait for no man, especially not for a debate about humanity. Sprinting past the hospital doors, our guy consciously pushes away any lingering personal thoughts, forcing himself to focus solely on the patient, while a colleague at the operating room entrance quickly briefs him on the critical injury demanding immediate surgical intervention, because it's go time. But while Lee Sangmin is busy sweating, the lobby is already getting absolutely ratioed by pure chaos. Our man Chulwoo stares at his patient on the operating table, the sterile room feeling less like a place of healing and more like a high-stakes game of medical Jenga, and he just openly admits he's not sure he can even perform the liver transplant. That's reassuring. Despite that public freakout, this surgeon quickly pulls himself together, locking eyes with his team and declaring he'll do his absolute best, which is the kind of fake it till you make it energy you bring to a first date when you forget their name. And as if on cue, the patient starts gushing blood, sending the rest of the medical staff into a full-on scramble, yelling for the chief like he's going to magically appear with a mop. But our guy, showing he's at least a little good at this, barks orders to clamp it down, with the suction machine greedily slurping up the mess. Deep in the cavity, this man is still digging around, calling for more space like he's trying to parallel park a bus. And he even takes a moment to sharply correct a poor team member's technique, because apparently, there's always time for a pop quiz. He then issues a final, sharp order to just get the job done already. Later in the hospital hallway, a fellow doctor named Junti approaches our guy and starts throwing out compliments like he's got a quota to meet. The 2 doctors walk off together, discussing the soul-crushing difficulty of their day job. With the weight of the day pressing down, Chulwoo turns to Junti, asking him, in a tone that's less a question and more a desperate plea for the secret to not burning out, how he even handles the stress of being a doctor. Junti's eyes widen and he blurts out, "Dermatology?" as if he's just stumbled upon the cheat code for a less stressful existence. Our guy's face drops like a bad Wi-Fi signal, watching another career dream go up in smoke. But that high-tier ego is about to get absolutely cooked the moment he hits the pillow. Our hero, Hwang Moonjin, bolts upright in bed, eyes wide and heart absolutely doing the cha-cha. It's like he just remembered he left the entire city's power grid on and also forgot where he lives. The insistent buzzing of his phone pulls him into a reality he definitely wasn't ready for, shaking off the last remnants of sleep as if they were bad decisions from yesterday. He snatches up the call, listening intently to the urgent instructions barking from the other end. His face shifts from sleepy confusion to sharp focus faster than you can say stat, which is good, because apparently a critical patient situation just dropped into his lap, probably with all the subtlety of a piano falling from a skyscraper. A bit later, this man rushes towards the hospital entrance, the night air doing little to cool the fire under his feet. He's moving with a purpose, almost as if he's trying to outrun the universe's demands for his expertise while still making good time. As he walks in, our guy is greeted by Professor Jeong and Yeonhee. She offers a comforting smile, while his senior nods a grave acknowledgement, their faces reflecting the heavy weight of the situation. It's the kind of welcome that screams, "You're the last hope, don't mess this up," which is just what a person wants to hear after getting dragged out of bed. Even so, the professor insists Moonjin should go home. That's when Chairman Lee steps in to explain the absolute need for secrecy regarding the patient. This, our guy figures, explains why they're having this chat in a deserted room, which screams louder than any alarm clock ever could about how bad this really is. After that fun little chat, our hero and the others prepare to enter a waiting red car. It's almost like picking a sidekick for a lifelong adventure, but with way more immediate consequences. The influential chairman then pulls out a photograph, showing it to the doctor with a seriousness that suggests this isn't just any patient, but perhaps a high-stakes puzzle they need to solve. Our guy squints at it, probably trying to decipher if the picture contains hidden clues or just a really bad selfie that started all this. Back in a hospital corridor, maybe they warped there directly, who knows? The senior physician explains the patient's specific diagnosis. He paints a picture of complexity that would make lesser doctors weep, rattling off a laundry list of medical terms that basically translates to "this is going to be incredibly difficult." Yeonhee, ever the caring colleague, asks if the doctor is doing all right, clearly seeing through his "I'm totally fine" facade. He reassures her, but the slight tremor in his voice or the way he avoids eye contact probably gives him away, because who's ever truly fine when they're about to perform medical miracles while running on fumes? That romantic aura was never gonna last, especially when Lee Sangmin is this cooked for academic validation. Our man feels the weird tingle in his hands, musing how easily he just slid into this whole doctor thing, and the sudden, heavy-duty control he's got over people's lives now. Real, God complex starter kit vibes. He just sails right past a whole crew of medical staff, and they all freeze solid, staring at him like he just pulled a rabbit out of an MRI machine, which honestly would be more exciting. Turns out Professor Yu Youngsu, the guy who looks like he invented Stern, tells him he's aced his final evaluation. So now this man gets a shiny new medal for being a certified medical ninja. Later, under the dim, sticky lights of what looks like a dive bar where bad decisions go to breed, the reborn surgeon grimaces, taking down some soju like he's trying to drown a small, annoying existential crisis. Suddenly, the professor leans in with an intensity that could stop a heart and asks if our guy is actually someone named Jonggun, which is quite the curveball to throw in a quiet drinking session, isn't it? The two then clink their glasses, with Professor Yu casually mentioning finding this man a suitable occupation, as if being a doctor isn't already a full-time, soul-sucking gig. Our guy just chuckles, playing it cool, saying his father would be jealous, like he's the CEO of the Rich Uncles Club or something. Then the professor sends him off to the restroom, probably to ponder his sudden ascent to medical royalty. Once he's back, Professor Yu gets dead serious, dropping the bomb that he'll be disinherited from the Lee family if he doesn't measure up, basically telling him to shape up or ship out, like a corporate HR meeting but with more booze. With a dramatic finger point, the professor demands nothing less than absolute excellence, telling our guy, who's already got a little trickle of blood on his face, that despite his dirty blood, he needs to be better than everyone else. This man, with an almost unhinged gleam in his eyes, readily agrees to go master surgery at Dale Hospital. But bro is about to learn that the universe has zero chill for his weak-ass aura. Hwang Moonjin, our guy's longtime ally, feels this cold dread crawling up his spine, because every step he takes just screams, "I'm being watched by the wrong people." Still, he knows some truths just need to be told, even if it means putting himself in the crosshairs, so he calls up the blonde female doctor with the glasses. He tries to keep his voice steady as he asks her to meet him after dinner. He's gotta spill the whole messy truth about the D1 case before the pressure completely crushes him, and she agrees to hear everything he has to say. And this man shows up for the meeting and finds her sitting there, glass of wine in hand, looking all classy, while our guy knows she's just as messed up as he is thanks to him. But before he can launch into it, he makes sure to clear the air. He is not some kind of hero or symbol of justice. And instead of hearing him out, she leans in, eyes gleaming, and offers him a dream job. We're talking director gig, fat salary, extra perks. It's like dangling a steak in front of a starving wolf. Just then, his phone rings, and a colleague on the other end wants to know why he's in Busan and why he's been dodging calls. Suddenly, it all clicks for this man. Daniel Hospital is like miles ahead of the University of Korea, a real level-up opportunity he can't ignore. His previous mission of confessing everything instantly takes a backseat to this shiny, new prospect as he realizes he wants to master there instead. He practically leaps out of his seat, grabbing the phone with renewed vigor, and enthusiastically tells the caller that he's totally free, like right now. He'd absolutely love to rush over to the hospital, completely forgetting what he was just about to confess. Talk about a quick pivot. Kim Ji-hyun is about to ruin this man's entire career, and honestly, the aura check is failing. Kim Ji-hyun stands firm, looking at the invisible man who holds the keys to his future, telling him that he's out. It's a bold move, considering his whole past life was about clinging to power. He states his clear intention to resign, feeling that familiar tug of regret that always seems to follow him. This time, though, it's not for selfish reasons. The man across from him, a gray-haired figure lounging casually with a cigarette, just waves off our hero's pleas. He looks at our guy as if his reasons are less valid than yesterday's trash. Our protagonist clenches his fists, a familiar heat rising as he argues his case, trying to explain that his mother's health is the one thing he won't compromise on. It's an emotional plea that falls on deaf ears. The gray-haired man stands, walking towards the window with an almost bored arrogance, telling him that he's too naive for the harsh realities of the medical world. It's the kind of dismissive talk that makes you want to throw something. Later, in a dimly lit private booth, the two men sit across from each other, beers between them. The gray-haired man leans in, pushing into our guy's personal space as if he owns the air around him. Kim Ji-hyun, caught in this suffocating conversation, takes a nervous gulp of his drink, feeling the intense gaze of the older man burning into him. It's like trying to drink water while someone stares at your soul. The beers clink together like a toast to awkwardness. Our guy's hands tremble, betraying his nerves. The gray-haired man grins, mistaking tension for excitement, cheers to uncomfortable silences. In a sudden, violent move, the older man shoves our protagonist backward, sending him sprawling across the couch. It's a moment of pure shock and violation. A close-up shot shows the gray-haired hand clamped firmly on our guy's chest, practically pressing the air out of his lungs. You can almost hear the frantic thumping of his heart. Our hero's face contorts with a mix of fear and sheer rage as he tries to push the attacker off, his shouts for him to stop echoing silently in the room. This is not how he pictured his second chance going. This absolute cinema of a fumble is about to get way more cracked, chat. Our man, Hwang Moonjin, finds himself in deep contemplation, the shadows of past suffering still heavy on him, reminding him why he needs to break this cycle of silence and protect everyone who can't protect themselves. So he walks right up to Lee Yeon-hee, his face a picture of concern, only for her to shut him down hard, yelling that he's just another passive bystander in her drama. He doesn't argue, just hangs his head in a truly impressive display of apology as the petals around them start dramatic falling like a bad rom-com. As she turns away, clearly hurt, the air gets thick with all the stuff they didn't say, but our guy's already pivoting, figuring out how to wrangle this whole group for their upcoming interviews. And since he's always got a plan, the good doctor then lays out the brutal truth of these internship interviews. He paints a picture of grueling work and way too many candidates fighting for what amounts to basically one chair, then breaks down the strategy. Everyone, absolutely everyone, has to nail the group interview just to have a prayer of seeing the main hospital. His blonde-haired friend, Chulwoo, listening in on all this, can't help but gasp at the sheer difficulty our guy is describing, while Moonjin himself just sits there, calm as a cucumber, soaking up all the pressure with zero visible effect. The stakes are through the roof for their medical careers, but he's got that quiet intensity, like someone who knows exactly what's coming. Later, the reborn surgeon turns to Kim Ji-hyun, sharing an intense look that practically screams shared understanding and future aspirations, confirming their success is totally intertwined. He's just nodding along to the heavy implications, reinforcing the idea that they're all stuck in this high-stakes game together, for better or worse. But I.M. Jeongmin is about to kill that vibe by acting like a total NPC menace. Our protagonist, Kim Ji-hyun, tries to stop a patient from leaving without his usual pain meds, a peculiar sight that makes him call out, but the man just brushes him off with an indifferent shoulder, which is wild since this guy usually screams for his pills like it's a free concert. He's genuinely baffled, his internal monologue screaming about the patient's sudden chill, because this guy usually demanded his painkillers with the intensity of 1,000 suns, and now he's just gone, leaving our guy wondering if he missed a memo. A different elderly patient's face then lights up like he just won the lottery as the reborn surgeon listens to him complain about his health, still sitting by the bed, convinced this doc finally got it right. Later, our doctor is caught in deep discussion, a tablet or chart firmly in hand as he consults with someone just off-panel, likely dissecting a diagnosis with the precision of a master chef, or maybe just figuring out where he left his car keys. Suddenly, the intern's past comes under scrutiny, as someone asks if he worked elsewhere before, and our guy sweats harder than a sinner in church trying to claim he hasn't, while his face screams guilty secrets like a kid busted with cookies. He then shifts his attention to a colleague, leaning in to discuss a suspected case of tuberculosis, the seriousness of the illness hanging heavy in the air between them, much like the unspoken question of whether anyone actually likes hospital coffee. Next, he's seen cornering Yonhee, the silver-haired female doctor colleague, who looks about as comfortable as a cat in a bathtub and claims she's simply too swamped to chat, which, spoiler alert, is doctor speak for "I'd rather not." Yonhee tries to make a swift exit, practically speed-walking away, but our persistent doctor is right on her heels, insisting that she shouldn't be lying to him, because apparently honesty is the best policy, even if it involves a foot chase down the hall. Another character in the background finds this whole chase hilarious, letting out a hearty laugh as the two doctors continue their awkward dance of evasion and insistence, because nothing says professional like a hospital comedy routine. In a sudden shift, a visual metaphor appears. A girl in a flowing dress, personifying the best way to make money, as our protagonist's mind drifts while sitting by a patient's bed. He's explaining his medical return theory to Yonhee, a wild concept that blurs the lines between their current reality and a dream, probably about him rolling in dough. He then sits on the hospital bed, a book clutched in his hands, turning to ask us if we're curious about the deep, dark secrets he holds within, like he's about to drop the biggest reveal since Darth Vader's family tree. Then, with the smug grin of a man who knows he's about to drop a bombshell, he holds up a book titled Real Estate Tips and Tricks, making his true passion abundantly clear, and cementing his place as the most unexpected doctor ever. The revelation is met with a close-up of feet recoiling in utter shock, accompanied by loud sound effects that practically scream, "Wah!" from the listener, because who saw that plot twist coming? Our protagonist clasps his hands together, his face bathed in a golden, almost angelic glow, as he passionately expounds on his profound love for the thrilling world of the leasing business, which is a surprisingly intense way to talk about spreadsheets. The poor listener, overwhelmed by this unexpected career pivot, has simply given up the ghost and collapsed onto the bed, completely out for the count in pure disbelief, proving that sometimes the truth really does knock you off your feet. But will Young-Yi have to pay for that outburst with his own health? Our guy's colleague asks if there's a sale, genuinely thinking this man just works super hard, while our guy fumes inside because that bastard Lee Jin-hyun totally lied about dermatology, which is just the kind of thing you'd expect from a guy standing over a dark-haired patient, insistently telling him he is not going to die, even as he explains the severity of his condition. And in a totally separate hallway, the professor calls out to patient Kim Shimin, whose condition apparently took a nosedive right after successful treatment, which sounds about as fun as finding a flat tire after a car wash, while the now-named Lee Jin-hyun, still in his lab coat, exchanges polite greetings with the older Professor Choi. Then, with a face contorting in pain, the dark-haired patient confesses to a mistake, taking full responsibility for the crisis that brought him to this point. It's like owning up to accidentally hitting, reply all on an email complaining about your boss, but with consequences way worse than just an awkward meeting. Suddenly, with a newfound intensity, Kim Ji-hyun cuts off any objections, his eyes burning with determination, making it crystal clear he will be the one to handle whatever medical challenge lies ahead, showing off that, "I'm not asking, I'm telling" vibe that only someone who just woke up from a long nap can really pull off. Watching all this unfold, a female colleague looks on in utter shock, her expression a perfect blend of alarm and disbelief, as she learns the full extent of the patient's condition, or maybe just who that patient actually is, like finding out your quiet cubicle neighbor secretly moonlights as a competitive eater. Then our guy firmly addresses the medical team, casually dropping the name of a certain chairman and emphasizing the urgent need for action, which is the kind of name drop that makes everyone sit up straighter, like mentioning a celebrity in a small-town diner. Now serious and composed, the dark-haired patient delivers a final line that solidifies his commitment to the daring plan, fully aware of the risks involved, completely locked in and ready to face whatever comes next, like a chess grandmaster making his final, game-changing move. The scene darkens slightly as Kim Ji-hyun intently reviews some data, perhaps recalling a crucial detail that will provide the key to a cure, hitting that moment of intense focus, like a detective staring at a blurry photo, convinced it holds the answer to everything. But the vibes are about to get cooked once Ji-hyun finds Sangmin vibing at his desk. In the quiet hum of the library, Moonjin pores over stacks of medical documents, his brow furrowed in concentration, muttering about the latest hemolytic anemia failure and wondering how it could have gone so wrong. Then in a flash, it hits our guy like a bolt of lightning, the missing piece, the crucial detail that changes everything, making him slam his hand down with a thunderous epiphany, loud enough to make the librarian jump. He then aggressively confronts his colleague, explaining the sudden symptoms, but the doc isn't buying it. "Shouldn't we check the possibility?" he asks, like he's dealing with a stubborn patient who refuses to take their medicine. This man stands his ground, eyes burning with fierce resolve, absolutely refusing to believe that the recent medical accident was just some random mishap. He knows there's more to it than simple bad luck. So our guy declares I'm not wrong, ready for another blood test. But the nurse looks confused. "We just did this," she says, like he's completely forgotten the whole hospital visit. Fellow doctor Yonhee tries to reason with him, her voice soft but insistent. But this man remains defensive, his past experiences making him wary of anyone trying to soften his stance. He dramatically holds up a blood vial, a tiny container now holding the weight of a life, demanding that they run the tests themselves and see the undeniable truth he's unearthed, like a magician showing off his latest trick. And this medical maverick shouts that he'll take full responsibility for the transplant decision on the phone, his face twisting in frustration, begging them to cancel the initial plans. Even though the test results are way over the limit, he's still pushing. Bro's determination is off the charts, but it's starting to feel like a lost cause. Suddenly, Yonhee, ever the pragmatic professional, steps between them, informing everyone that she's already ahead of the game, having preemptively ordered the critical blood tests, a move that momentarily takes the wind out of his sails. But our guy, still looking absolutely desperate, makes another frantic phone call while his colleague watches. Then Professor Choi strides in, his presence commanding immediate attention, interrupting the unfolding drama, making it clear who's in charge with an ultimatum: leave or fall in line. The kind doctor from earlier then tells our guy the hospital will support his decision, a small beacon of hope in a sea of bureaucracy. But then the professor steps forward, presenting official papers that spell out a harsh reality. Our protagonist must pack his bags and be out of the hospital in 3 short months, effective immediately. Our man takes the pen with a determined expression, ready to sign the document, accepting the heavy consequences for standing by his convictions. A true man of principles, even if it means an eviction notice. But before Professor Choi finishes cooking, we gotta zoom in on the absolute train wreck unfolding. Our protagonist, Hwang Moonjin, is locked onto the screen, where pink notification bubbles pop up like tiny digital panic attacks, making him sweat bullets, even as his rival, Lee Junti, flashes a smile from a fantasy-style panel. In a blur, this man charges down the hospital corridor, yelling Yonhee's name with an urgency that practically warps the air around him, completely unaware of the dramatic slow-motion effect that's supposed to make him look heroic. But then he skids to a halt, panting like he just outran a charging bull, only to be met by his classmate with an eye glowing red, looking less impressed than he is utterly annoyed, like a teacher waiting for an excuse that better be good. That heroic charge crashes and burns, however, when Yonhee pulls away, looking utterly horrified, leaving his outstretched hand hanging in the air like a high five that got left on read. Just as he's reeling, a voice calls his name, making this poor dude whip around, his heart thumping like a drum solo in an otherwise silent room. He spots a group of docs huddled together, and they're all asking him out for meals, suddenly treating him like the hottest new reservation in town. Our protagonist walks off, clutching his documents like they're a shield against the impossible, deep in thought about his next move, probably wishing for a magic 8-ball for medical decisions. From a high angle, a group of doctors forms up under the surgery department sign, looking like a fresh batch of recruits ready for a tour of duty, with Professor Jiang Gi-soo laying down the law. The young doctor shakes hands with a senior physician, exchanging pleasantries like they're at a networking event, while his old tormentor, Lee Junti, leans against a wall with a smug grin, clearly enjoying every bit of the new guy's discomfort. Later, in what looks like a break room, a female staff member nervously clasps her hands, stammering out an explanation to our guy, who sits listening with the patience of a ticking time bomb. She turns away, blushing and sweating under the pressure as this man leans forward, demanding details about the problem, probably ready to solve it with a single furious glance. A close-up reveals her panicked expression as she finally confesses, "It really is a problem," while he looms in the foreground, looking like a judge about to hand down a sentence for medical malpractice. But why is Sangmin really lurking around while Kim Ji-hyun watches that absolute clown show unfold? Kim Ji-hyun's mind is a tangled mess of what-ifs and could-bess, every memory a fresh twist of the knife, as she stares down our guy. You can almost hear the internal monologue screaming about how much she wants to make him pay for everything, even while a tiny part of her remembers the good times, back when everything wasn't so messy. This man, with all the confidence of someone who knows exactly what he's doing, stands there explaining why he wants her to see his work, completely oblivious to the brewing storm inside her. He talks like she's a colleague, but her fists are practically vibrating with suppressed fury, a real I'm about to go feral kind of vibe. And she pulls out a small, glinting object, maybe a ring or a gem, holding it between her fingers like it's a tiny, powerful weapon. The initial shock on her face quickly twists into something much darker, a pure, unadulterated rage as the truth of the situation finally clicks for her. It's like finding out your friend ate the last slice of pizza, but for, betrayal. But our guy's mind is a bit elsewhere. His eyes keep searching for her, even when he doesn't realize it, haunted by old memories. He tries to shake it off, saying, "Let's forget it." But his mind won't let go, like a dog with a bone, replaying the verbal abuse from his father figure about being heartless and forced into medicine against his will. Despite all that, the reborn surgeon's mind snaps back to the present. Duty calls. He heads to prep the disinfection like a champ. Meanwhile, the nurse watches, thinking, "Ah, yes, please take care." Like she's sending him off to battle with a first aid kit and a wish, which honestly isn't far off given the dangerous procedure ahead to cut damaged tissue. But the job didn't go as planned. Our guy's face turns red, veins popping as he chants, "I'll do it," like a compulsion. He yells, "Hurry it up already," like he's late for a date with destiny, or maybe just a very important meeting with some internal organs. But that silence was just the calm before Lee Sangmin got absolutely cooked by reality. Our guy is caught in the crosshairs as Professor Choi. A senior physician unleashes a verbal barrage, his face contorted in anger over a recent screw-up, practically spitting fire about complaints and loose protocols. Seeing the tension escalate, his junior, Lee Junti, steps forward, trying to calm the raging storm, gesturing and attempting to mediate the situation, probably whispering about how it's not that bad, really. Despite the onslaught, Hwang Moonjin stands there, perfectly still, taking the full force of the reprimand without so much as a flinch, looking like he's got a personal force field against verbal attacks. The professor keeps going, accusing our guy of recklessness and questioning his competency, practically yelling that his patients aren't guinea pigs for practice models, which is quite the dramatic monologue for an audience of one. But our man is not just standing there absorbing insults. With a quiet intensity, he states his ambition to reclaim his former glory, making it clear this isn't a plea, but a declaration. Then our guy stands before the seated chairman, outlining his qualifications, and the operating room crew watches in stunned silence, like they've just witnessed a rookie chef claim he's going to cook at the Ritz. The tension could cut glass. The operating room feels like a morgue as Chairman Lee considers our guy's request with a serious expression. Cold lights glare down like judgmental eyes, making the air so thick you could slice it with a scalpel. And back in the operating room, Professor Go briefs this man on an emergency case, the details sounding like a disaster waiting to happen, the atmosphere thick with impending doom. Our man calmly puts on his surgical mask, the sterile fabric covering his expression, then pulls on his gloves, preparing for battle. He's all focus, every movement precise like a surgeon about to perform a symphony. With the patient before him, our guy surveys the scene, mentally mapping out every incision, every delicate maneuver, then tells the team this isn't just an OR, it's where life and death are decided, practically giving a motivational speech that could rival any sports coach. This absolute clown show barely gets started before the senior surgeon decides to test his aura. Inside the operating room, our protagonist Hwang Moonjin is screaming. His eyes are wide as he fights an internal battle, a burning agony raging through his veins that's now threatening to consume him completely, even as he tries to keep his composure during a critical surgery. Our guy shouts desperately to clear the way, threatening to kill anyone blocking him as he loses all control of the burning sensation. The inferno within him flares, pushing the poor man to the absolute brink. He yells at everyone around him to get out of his way, threatening to absolutely level anyone who blocks his path, clearly losing control as the fever's grip tightens its hold like a vice. Then a figure in a green scrub cap and mask, a senior surgeon by the looks of it, confronts this man directly, dismissing him as merely a medical student and ordering him to step back, oblivious to the desperate fight our guy is waging, which is a real, never let them see you sweat moment gone completely sideways. This challenge snaps something in him, and the dude, fueled by a lifetime of regret and a sudden surge of defiance, repeatedly screams back, "I am a doctor," staking his professional identity against the pain and the blatant dismissal like it's his last line of defense. That ego check hits hard, and Kim Ji-hyun realizes the squad is absolutely cooked. Our hotshot surgeon, Hwang Moonjin, is actually deep in his feelings, spilling all his career anxieties to his pal and admitting he's been way overthinking every single move he's made lately. Then Professor Go Youngchan, the wise old sage of their hospital wing, pops up like a jump scare, telling the two worried men to just chill out, reminding them they already aced the hard part and earned their spots. Inside the operating room, everybody's busy gossiping about our guy's surgery streak, but he's just tuning them all out, laser-focused on the patient under his knife. He suddenly rips off his medical mask and spins around, shouting, "VOYURS," at the bewildered doctors and nurses watching him, shocking everyone into stunned silence like a dropped tray of surgical instruments. He then keeps yelling, demanding some peace, quiet, and total focus from everyone present, while another surgeon, Lee Yeon-hee, watches the whole spectacle unfold with an expression that says, "Did I miss a memo?" Later, in a total mood swing, our guy tells his old friend he plans to become the best surgeon to ever walk the earth. A sudden unsettling shift from nervous wreck to cold, hard ambition, like flipping a switch on a supervillain. Now, with the professors practically breathing down his neck, this man gets ready for a super critical step in the operation. His face completely unreadable as he seems to enter a zone all his own, probably picturing himself on Mount Rushmore. Then his hands become an absolute blur of motion, moving with impossible speed as he executes a shockingly bold technique that makes the other doctors gasp and shout in disbelief, like he just pulled a rabbit out of a patient. Close-up on his sweating face reveals a faint, terrifying smile as he keeps working on the patient. His internal monologue confirming his true motivation is just a deep, primal love for the art of surgery, and maybe a little bit of showing off. Professor Choi is about to lose his mind, while our guy continues to absolutely roast the competition. The sterile calm of the operating room gets absolutely wrecked when a senior professor just keels over, clutching his chest, with doctors immediately scrambling to stop him from doing a full faceplant. Hwang Moonjin's whole face just twists into this raw, visceral shock as that fall replays in his head, the words heart attack, ringing through the room like the world's worst bell choir. While the medical staff are all jumping into action, barking orders for specialists and equipment like it's a Black Friday sale, our guy just stands there, frozen like a silent ghost in his scrubs, thinking this whole train wreck of a situation can't possibly be happening. And Lee Junti, ever the guy who just gets things done, steps up to explain the emergency's severity to everyone, while this dude looks down, getting absolutely swamped by a tidal wave of self-doubt that makes him feel like a complete fraud among these actual skilled professionals. A bit later, back in the hospital hallway, Junti corners our guy, probably to give him the full, serious talk about whatever just went down because that man's face just screams, "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed." Maybe a tiny bit mad, though. And that sharp, assessing stare from Junti just bores right through our protagonist, like a cat zeroing in on a particularly interesting mouse, making it crystal clear that whatever was said, it came with the weight of 100 unsolicited performance reviews. That side quest immediately cooked his aura, paving the way for this peacock to get totally ratioed. Our guy, Moonjin, faces down his medical rival, Lee Junti, in a hallway that feels more like a boxing ring than a hospital corridor, their silent argument loud enough to echo in the minds of everyone around them while Professor Choi lies unconscious in a nearby bed. This isn't just a stare-down. It's the kind of clash that makes you wonder who forgot to wear their shin guards. His eyes lock onto Junti's, the tension thick enough to slice with a butter knife, not a scalpel. This hallway showdown could decide both their futures. But maybe, just maybe, that's a flicker of fear in his rival's eyes, signaling our man has the upper hand. Then Moonjin turns to Lee Yonhee, another doctor diligently providing clinical support, and together they pore over the medical records, looking for any path that might save their mentor. It's a frantic race against the clock, like trying to find a specific grain of sand on a beach with a teaspoon. The hallway itself becomes a swirling vortex of doctors and students, all pointing fingers and shouting about a procedure gone wrong, their hushed whispers now an angry roar. It's a medical version of a pylon, and our guy is squarely in their crosshairs. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a busy coffee shop, which is an unexpected venue for a medical drama, but the tension doesn't skip a beat. Our guy and Junti are sitting across from each other, still coiled and ready for a fight, only now it's over lukewarm lattes and the faint smell of burnt espresso. Junti leans forward across the table, slamming his hand down with the kind of thunderous clap usually reserved for a bad Broadway play, making his point with all the subtlety of a runaway train. The man really knows how to make an exit for everyone else in the room. Yonhee watches the two men, her face a mask of concern, as their argument escalates into a full-blown war of words. She was just trying to enjoy her coffee, but these two turn it into a contact sport. Our protagonist stands up from the table with a finality that screams, "I'm out," signaling a clear end to this awkward coffee shop confrontation. It's his mic drop moment, except he's dropping the whole conversation. Chairman Lee, now shrouded in ominous shadows, leans back, eyes narrowing like a cat planning mischief. He orders our guy to dig into intern Kim Ji-hyun's past, like a detective hunting for clues but with less fedora and more corporate espionage. Our guy nods, ready to dive deep into intern Kim Ji-hyun's childhood, which sounds about as easy as finding a specific paperclip in a stationery factory. He promises to investigate thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, or at least no file cabinet unopened. But how long can Kim Ji-hyun fake this genius aura before Jin-hyun exposes his entire fraud-ass career? After a grueling surgery, our protagonist Kim Ji-hyun stands tall as a kneeling family member pours out their gratitude, relief in their eyes shining brighter than any hospital lamp. He coolly reassures them the patient is stable, radiating an almost tangible air of calm competence that's clearly meant to inspire confidence. And he didn't even show off about it, like he could have bragged about being valedictorian at Korea University, but nah, he just kept it humble. Just another day at the office for our guy. Now the doctor faces a skin problem. He shrugs, clueless, and tells the patient to ask other docs. Classic deflection move, as if it's not his circus. Our guy's mind races after that. He's doing the chief's job? That's a level up he definitely didn't ask for. Hannah watches, confused, while Chairman Lee listens, probably judging the whole situation. The next day, our guy's phone buzzes. It's Mr. Sung asking if he's free. Garasu Avenue sounds fancy, but the good doctor hesitates, like he needs another distraction right now. His face twists in confusion, questioning why he's suddenly stepping into the chief's shoes, like he's the boss without the pay raise to go with it. At an elderly patient's bedside, our guy begins a meticulous abdominal assessment, his hands moving with practiced precision. But then, his confident expression crumbles, replaced by sudden, chilling alarm as his fingers detect something deeply wrong. His eyes wide with internal battle, our protagonist is plunged into a silent maelstrom, the sudden realization of the diagnosis hitting him like a freight train. The background of the panel darkens, perfectly mirroring the ominous shadow that just fell over his thoughts. In a dramatic splash panel, the stark words "liver cancer" scream across the page, punctuating the devastating reality, while our guy's face is a study in alarm, contorted with the weight of this terminal diagnosis. It's the kind of news that stops you dead in your tracks and makes you wonder how he'll even begin to explain it to the family. But before that trash diagnosis could even settle, Kim Ji-hyun wakes up straight cooked. Kim Chul-woo, our guy, is practically bowing to the floor with an apology that just keeps repeating, a broken record of self-recrimination that even he probably knows is doing exactly nothing to fix anything. The patient in the bed, Professor Choi, a man with a bandaged head looking like he's been through a blender, is just taking it all in, eyes wide and pained. You can practically hear his brain trying to process why someone is saying, "I'm sorry," 1,000 times. Our protagonist is still at the patient's bedside, practically yelling that the poor guy should be furious, should be throwing bedpans, anything but this quiet acceptance. The patient, bless his heart, weakly tries to reassure him, insisting he's totally fine, which is just adding fuel to the internal dumpster fire for our doctor who refuses to accept easy forgiveness. And this man, still looking like a mummy with a bad headache, just stares with an intensity that could melt steel. It's like he's trying to beam forgiveness directly into our doctor's very soul, whether he wants it or not. Our guy grips the patient's hand like it's the only thing keeping him tethered to reality, his face a mixture of determined resolve and profound sorrow. It's a grip that says, "I will fix this, even if it kills me," and probably also, "Please don't die on my watch, I've had enough of that." But later, alone on a sofa, the exhaustion really hits this man. He's probably thinking about how Professor Choi scoffed at the idea of wasting resources, sneering, "Money doesn't grow on trees," like he's the CFO of a hospital, not a med school dean. Suddenly, a man in a bright orange shirt bursts onto the scene, pointing an aggressive finger and unleashing a torrent of accusations at our protagonist, probably loud enough to wake the dead. It's safe to say this conversation is not going to end with a warm hug. Out in the darkness, a female colleague approaches our distressed doctor, who looks like he's trying to become one with the shadows. She probably wants to offer comfort, or maybe just tell him he's blocking the hospital entrance. But far away from that shadowy encounter, Hwang Moonjin is losing his absolute mind. I.M. Jeongman, a harried medical professional, is at a patient's bedside, looking like they just lost a staring contest with a particularly aggressive ghost. They're muttering about not wanting to be a failure, which is giving off some serious midlife crisis before the midlife energy as they yell about not letting him get away with returning to the hospital. Then a warm hand clasps the professionals in a quiet promise, a vow to help them help others. Our guy, looking distressed, admits he doesn't want to be a failure, and it's the kind of supportive moment that makes you almost forget all the petty drama from 2 seconds ago. This man bows his head, muttering apologies, and the other doctor nods, accepting the mea culpa. It's like when you accidentally bump into someone in a crowded elevator, and everyone just pretends it didn't happen, all while their hands clasp in support before the scene whites out. Meanwhile, across town, in what looks like a very serious room full of very serious people, the chairman of the hospital is at a meeting, listening with the kind of intense focus usually reserved for decoding ancient prophecies or figuring out a particularly complex tax form, as the boardroom fills with professors listening intently. Professor with glasses scribbles notes like their life depends on it, while another launches into a passionate speech, gesticulating wildly enough to start a small breeze. Then an older professor stands up, bellows, and silences everyone with the force of 1,000 angry grandpas at Thanksgiving dinner, causing shock among the other attendees with his furious, yelling, "Shut up," during the confrontation. And a close-up of our man's eyes, wide with a realization so profound it could probably power a small city block, or at least a very good espresso machine. He's staring at a computer screen showing medical data or a profile, and whatever's on it has just clicked everything into place for him, declared with an extreme close-up of those eyes wide with realization or anger. That main character energy instantly hit a brick wall when Professor Choi ruined his vibe entirely. In the stark white of a consultation room, our white-haired professor leans forward, concern etched onto his face as he pores over a patient chart, questioning the initial prognosis. That's when Hwang Moonjin, ever the confident specialist, calmly steps in, meticulously explaining the intricate pathology and offering a deeper understanding of the diagnosis, which honestly feels like he's just unlocked a hidden achievement in medical school. The senior doctor with the white beard gives him a look that's a mix of "I'm impressed" and "why didn't I think of that?" silently acknowledging the younger doctor's undeniable skill in reading the tea leaves of a patient's liver, like he's got a crystal ball for organs. After dropping that medical mic, Moonjin exits the conference room, the professional facade still intact, but his gaze drifts. His thoughts are clearly a million miles away from the boring hospital hallway, probably contemplating the complex case he just aced, or maybe, like the rest of us, wondering if he left the stove on. Suddenly, a vivid mental image of the woman in blue, smiling gently and radiating warmth, completely overlays his vision. It suggests our guy is either daydreaming hard or his brain has officially rebooted into memory mode, playing a highlight reel of someone important, even when he's supposed to be focused on, not walking into a wall. Just as he was about to fully commit to starring in his own rom-com flashback, a colleague, a female doctor with light brown hair, breaks through his reverie, her voice cutting through the thick fog of his memories. Her sudden appearance snaps him out of his thousand-yard stare, pulling him back to reality before he could ponder the existential dread of hospital lighting any further. The two doctors walk side by side through the bustling hospital corridor, and his female colleague cheerfully suggests they grab a bite to eat, because even healthcare heroes need fuel. It's a classic move. Diffuse the serious hospital vibes with the universal language of "let's get some grub," hoping to lighten the mood with the promise of carbs. They reach a subway storefront, and the female doc beams at the sign like it's a beacon of hope, which makes sense, because nothing says stress relief quite like a foot-long sandwich and a side of existential crisis. Our guy sips his coffee at the table, eyes narrowing as the girl across from him grins like she solved a puzzle. He's not buying whatever she's selling, though, firing back, "You're mistaken," as confused as a lost puppy finding itself in a hall of mirrors. She leans in, her smile widening. "You were looking at me like your first love," she teases. This man blushes, stuttering like a nervous wreck. "That's how you felt," he mumbles, trying desperately to save some face after being caught red-handed in a memory. His female colleague with light brown hair leans in again, a bright smile on her face, innocently asking him if the food is good, completely oblivious to the fact that his somber expression suggests he's currently contemplating the meaning of life, or at least the meaning of regret. It's a classic mismatch of energy. She's radiating sunshine, and he's projecting a mood board titled Existential Dread, now with added mayo. The vibe shift hits harder than a truck, and Hannah is about to send our guy packing. Our guy's date seems to be going well enough, with the group sitting around a table debating whether doctors should drink with patients present. Even though she's treating him to a fancy meal, he's still unsure if the food lives up to his exacting standards. Must be rough, having standards. His colleague Lee Himi just laughs off his concerns and leans into the conversation, all cheerful. Like this whole doctors drinking with patients thing is just another Tuesday at the office. She's clearly ready to let loose, rules be damned. Some nights you just gotta unwind, In a blonde-haired classmate informal wear reaches for a drink, a silent challenge that suggests the evening is about to take a hard left from awkward social gathering to full-blown party, regardless of our guy's protests. It's like watching a train wreck unfold in slow motion, except the train is serving cocktails. The main character's face twists in shock as some fresh info about a woman's involvement hits him, revealing a new layer of drama he clearly didn't sign up for. It's the kind of disbelief that makes you wonder if he's just realized he's in the wrong movie. Himi, looking a bit nervous now, tries to defend her position against accusations of professional misconduct involving a female party. It's almost like everyone forgot they were in a professional setting until things got spicy. Our guy turns to his classmate, eyes wide, and she grins back with golden yellow, eyes narrowing. She looks like she's just won a particularly nasty poker game, and the pot is everyone's reputation. Professor Yu Youngsu then lunges forward, grabbing someone with the kind of force that suggests he's decided verbal arguments are for amateurs, and our protagonist can only yell in surprised disbelief. It's like a sudden cutscene of pure chaos erupting out of nowhere. This man shouts defiantly while being grabbed, letting loose with a "bastard" directly into Professor Yu Youngsu's face, proving that even under duress he won't back down. Clearly, he's allergic to taking the high road. Suddenly, a soft voice cuts through the tension. "Hello, Jin Hyun?" It's like a gentle breeze calming a storm, but not enough to stop the escalation of violence, because a hand grips the head of a golf club. In a dramatically lit interior space, Professor Yu Youngsu screams, "You bastard," with veins bulging, pointing an accusing finger at our guy. He's laying into him, invoking past mentorship as a weapon, basically saying, "I took you in when you were nothing, and this is how you repay me." The dramatic lighting really sells the anger, like a direct-to-DVD thriller. Kim Ji-hyun stands silently, a dark silhouette against the background, absorbing the verbal abuse from the professor. He's dwarfed by the furious shadow, taking every word like a punch, just waiting for the storm to pass. Professor Yu Youngsu rages, "Get out of my sight. And why the hell are you still standing there?" At his trembling subordinates, then commands a manhunt for our protagonist. "Bring that bastard KIMJINHYUN no matter what." But our guy in his white coat holds the golf club over his shoulder with a dead serious expression, throwing the professor's earlier words right back at him with a chilling, "That's least you can do to pay me back for taking you in who has absolutely no base." Talk about a mic drop. Professor Choi is straight cooked, but Kim Ji-hyun is about to tank this man's entire aura. So we kick off with a particularly agitated patient, practically doing a sit-up in his hospital bed and just flailing his arms around, screaming demands at the poor doctor standing calmly by his side. It's the kind of performance that would get you removed from a grocery store. But here, it's just another Tuesday. Our resident medical professional, Hwang Moonjin, looks like a Zen master at a metal concert, calmly explaining the situation. His composure is a stark contrast to the patient's escalating meltdown. The guy probably deals with more drama than a reality TV show. This patient, now fully out of bed and in a confrontational stance, points an accusing finger at our steady doctor, convinced he's a scapegoat. The good doctor holds up a hand, not to surrender, but to assert his medical authority like a human traffic cop trying to direct a runaway truck. Just as things are about to get really spicy, a white-haired professor appears in the doorway, his presence alone enough to silence the whole argument. It's like when the teacher walks in and the class clown suddenly remembers how to sit still. The agitated patient instantly deflates, looking as fearful as a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Meanwhile, Moonjin watches the new arrival with cautious curiosity, probably sensing this entrance means things are about to get complicated. Then money rains down like confetti at a victory parade right in front of the professor who's screaming, "You say guilty," at our guy. The backdrop is pure fire and fury, but the cash in the air is a golden ticket to freedom for someone. Our doctor's face, shown in a tight close-up, shifts from pure shock to a hardened resolve, like a video game character powering up for a boss battle. He is definitely not backing down from this challenge. Visual metaphors of money and bribes start floating around text explaining the corruption system. And then our guy's hands are shown fumbling with papers, scribbling notes like he's cracking a code, trying to make money, but it looks more like he's writing a grocery list for a heist. This determined doctor clenches his fist, shouting with full conviction, "I will not let that happen." He's ready to tackle this institutional rot head-on, even if it means going against the entire system. But before Lee Sangmin can even blink, our guy is already cooking Professor Choi for his mid-tier shenanigans. Our resident medical Sherlock, Hwang Moonjin, locks eyes with a clearly steamed Junti, laying out the brutal truth. If this guy hates being a doctor so much, he could just sue for malpractice and get paid, so what's his deal for sticking around to mope? This dude can barely even look back at him, his gaze flitting around like he's trying to find the nearest exit, constantly batting away the idea of ever going back to medicine, even though it's totally obvious he's just running from something way bigger than a bad shift. And that's when we flash back to some office drama, where some woman just breezes in like she owns the joint, all about family power and who calls the shots. She then drops the bomb, calling out Bumsu, admitting he was ordered to push a book manuscript, even knowing it was totally unfinished and not cleared for release, which is just asterisk chef's kiss for corporate intrigue. Moonjin, piecing together all the juicy bits like a champ on a scavenger hunt, then softly whispers the name Lee Himi, clearly thinking this woman is the missing ingredient in the whole manuscript scandal stew. That breakdown is total cope, but bro is about to get absolutely cooked for it. In the plush seats of first class, Hwang Moonjin keeps up polite conversation with Dr. Lee Himi, while their other companion, Lee Yeonhee, looks like she's about to spontaneously combust. It's supposed to be a relaxing journey, but someone clearly missed the memo on relaxing. Closer look at Yeonhee shows her face is pale and a little sweaty, her eyes darting everywhere like a trapped bird trying to pretend everything is fine. You can practically hear the internal dumpster fire starting to rage. Himi, ever the observant one, asks our guy about how well she's sleeping, completely unaware of the actual medical emergency unfolding right next to her. Bro just responds calmly, like he isn't already taking mental notes on her vitals. Yeonhee clutches her chest and arm, her pained expression giving away the game, and this man leans in closer, probably already diagnosing her with 3 different conditions in his head. The plane ride just got a whole lot more interesting. Our protagonist's face tightens into a serious expression as he evaluates her condition, a mental whiteboard in his brain already filling up with possible diagnoses. This is the look of a doctor who knows things are about to go sideways. He questions the patient urgently while Himi watches, her eyes wide with growing concern, realizing this isn't just a case of jet lag. The casual trip has officially been downgraded to a medical crisis. Suddenly, a kind stranger, David, approaches with a water bottle, offering help with a concerned expression. Meanwhile, our guy is already checking Yeonhee's pulse, confirming his suspicions as she leans back weakly, her skin clammy and breathing shallow, like she's running a marathon in her sleep. He quickly gives instructions to Himi, who nods hurriedly, probably wishing she'd paid more attention in her first aid class. As the plane's landing gear extends against the sky, Yeonhee confesses her feelings for Dr. Jinhyun, unsure if he feels the same way. But she swears she won't back down, like she's gearing up for a high-stakes chess match. But our guy isn't playing games. He tells her he's not getting in the middle, like he's the referee at a sibling fight, while David helpfully explains local medical facilities with his Arabic-accented speech. Himi's friend chimes in, dropping wisdom like it's hot. Just because you like someone doesn't mean they'll feel the same. Ouch, harsh truths, but Himi's not backing down. It can't be helped, she replies like she's plotting world domination. Finally, in the bright, spacious Dubai International Airport arrival hall, our medical hero supports Yeonhee's weight as she walks weakly, relying entirely on him. This man just went from vacation to ER doctor faster than you can say, medical emergency. But wait, what's this? Our guy's not done yet, his arm still around Yeonhee as they move through the concourse. He spots a familiar face in the crowd. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, except the needle is his old classmate. And you can bet he's not letting this chance slip away. Yeonhee apologizes for causing trouble, clearly embarrassed but grateful, and our guy reassures her, probably mentally adding saving lives mid-flight to his list of hobbies. Himi, ever the pragmatist, scouts ahead urgently for a wheelchair or any sign of medical assistance, because at this point, she's probably ready to flag down a camel if it has a first aid kit. Chaos erupts mid-flight when a passenger suddenly slumps in his seat, then collapses to the floor, as flight attendants frantically call out for any available doctors. Our guy, Hwang Moonjin, watches the scene unfold, a familiar tension building in his gut like a bad premonition. The crew quickly informs everyone the patient is a 40-year-old man who's been unconscious for 20 minutes, with no known medical history, effectively painting a clear, unsettling picture of the severity. This update hits the cabin like a cold splash, and everyone looks around for a hero, probably wondering if anyone brought their cape today. Just as panic starts to set in, the young man steps forward, calmly announcing he'll take the case, immediately drawing surprised and wary looks from the surrounding passengers and the stressed flight crew, like he just volunteered to fix the plane's engine midair. Our aspiring doctor swiftly moves to the patient's side, checking his pupils and breathing with a focused intensity, but a skeptical crew member immediately starts demanding to know his medical qualifications. Clearly, they're not thrilled with the idea of a self-proclaimed airborne physician. Whispers then ripple through the crowd as word spreads that he's not actually a licensed doctor, just a medical student, causing even more doubt to cloud the already tense atmosphere. The flight attendant's skepticism could practically form a force field around the patient, if only it helped with emergencies. Ignoring the mounting skepticism and the implied legal challenges, Moonjin firmly states that the patient needs immediate intervention and cannot wait until they land. He's pulling rank even without the official badge, knowing time is of the essence, because medical emergencies don't wait for customs. As he examines the patient, our guy's eyes widen as he spots the danger, shining a penlight on the patient's swollen throat. If that's the case, he thinks, we gotta act fast. His face a mix of urgency and resolve, like a chef spotting a fly in the soup, but way more serious. Turning to his ally, Lee Yeonhee, the young medic explains that the patient's airway is completely blocked, leaving them with mere minutes before irreversible hypoxic injury sets in. The gravity of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes, not that anyone needed one. With no other options, the decision is made to perform an emergency cricothyrotomy, using whatever improvised equipment the airline can provide, a desperate measure that has everyone holding their breath. This isn't exactly a sterile operating room, is it? Before he can start, a panicked flight attendant grabs the young doctor's arm, urgently demanding he stop and warning him of the serious legal consequences of performing unlicensed surgery. It's clear they're more worried about paperwork than the patient's pulse, which is a choice. Our guy shouts back that the patient's lips are turning blue, leaving them less than 5 minutes before brain death, a terrifying ultimatum that cuts through the noise. As if on cue, Yeonhee steps up, shielding him from further interference while efficiently handing over the makeshift surgical instrument. Teamwork makes the dream work, even at 30,000 feet. Moonjin swiftly pulls on latex gloves, positions himself at the patient's neck, and with focused determination, marks the crucial landmark with his thumb. With a precise, sharp vertical incision, he cuts through the skin and cricothyroid membrane, as a light-haired male colleague immediately inserts a tube and maintains the opening while our guy confirms air passage with audible breath sounds. Silent cheer goes up as the sound of air moving through the improvised airway fills the tense cabin, because hey, small victories. But was this surgical precision actually saving the patient, or just digging a deeper grave? Lee Jinhyun, cool as a cucumber, asks for the scalpel again, which sends a cold shiver down everyone's spine, especially Lee Yeonhee, who just knows more probing means more trouble. Even Lee Himi side-eyes the idea, but our guy's got a sixth sense for trouble nobody else does. Then bam, their faces scrunch up in pure shock as they discover a whole new injury lurking right next to the first one. Turns out, our hero's gut feeling just saved them from a disaster bigger than a pigeon trying to fly through a ceiling fan. A close-up reveals the surgeon's gloved hands moving like a concert pianist on a blood-soaked stage, fixing the fresh damage. It's a masterclass in told-you-so instincts. The team finally exhales, leaning over the now stable patient, the tension bleeding out of the room. The lead surgeon even cracks a dark joke about how they almost pulled a whoopsie-doodle on this one. Lee Himi breaks down the gory details, painting a vivid picture of just how close they came to a medical oopsie. Apparently, the second boo-boo was practically snuggling with the first, making its discovery less a game-changer and more a thank-the-heavens moment. Our protagonist, high on adrenaline and perhaps a bit too much coffee, can't resist a little post-op mischief. He playfully asks for the scalpel again, sending both women into a fresh spiral of panic, convinced he's going for a third surgical encore. The reborn doctor, seeing their faces, quickly backpedals, admitting it was just a prank. His colleague Lee Yeon-hee scolds him like a naughty schoolboy. You'd think saving a life would earn you a pass on bad jokes, but apparently not this guy. An exterior shot shows the airplane finally parked at the gate, looking as serene as a sleeping baby. The whole drama of the mid-air emergency gives way to the calm, controlled chaos of the tarmac as they hand off the patient. Hospital staff shower the impromptu medical crew with thanks, promising to take it from here. The trio, a mix of relief and sheer exhaustion, looks ready to nap for a week after their airborne heroics. The receiving doctor explains that the whole ordeal stemmed from an anticoagulant overdose, which led to internal bleeding. Suddenly, the quick thinking up in the sky seems even more impressive than a cat chasing a laser pointer. The receiving staff are completely flabbergasted, wondering how in the world an emergency surgery even happened without a CT scan on board. Their disbelief is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife, practically questioning the very fabric of reality. With a comedic halo practically glowing around him, our guy deadpans that he simply read it in a book, making mid-air surgery sound as easy as assembling IKEA furniture with a good manual. The surgeon tries to make a swift exit, brushing off his heroic deeds as mere luck and a fluke, clearly hoping to ghost the growing crowd like a bad Tinder date. Suddenly, reporters materialize out of thin air, yelling and flashing cameras aggressively. His dream of a quiet getaway, poof, gone, replaced by the invasive glare of public notoriety. He's frozen solid, completely engulfed by the media circus, looking like a squirrel trying to cross a 6-lane highway. His carefully built anonymity shatters into a million camera flashes. Overwhelmed, he's practically shoved through the throng of reporters all screaming "Doctor!" and begging him to wait. His escape feels less like a getaway and more like a reluctant parade. Yeon-hee then asks if he's really bailing right away, pointing to a bus waiting outside. You can tell she's practically begging him to stay, hinting at a meal and some much-needed decompression time. He politely declines her meal invitation, claiming it's too late and he absolutely has to leave. He's probably still reeling from the media ambush and just wants to vanish into a puff of smoke. Yeon-hee looks genuinely gutted about their upcoming 2-month separation, making a small, heartfelt request. She asks him to treat her more casually, a tiny moment of intimacy amidst the airport chaos. He looks a little bewildered by her request, but agrees to try being more casual. Instantly, her face lights up like a Christmas tree, clearly thrilled with his response. But then our guy spots Himi glued to her phone, utterly ignoring him. It's like she's already mentally checked out and bought a one-way ticket to not my problem. He tries to chat, but she's completely lost in her own little digital world. Ouch, that's gotta sting worse than a paper cut on a lemon. Himi's all smiles, completely absorbed in her phone. Our guy's trying to make a connection, but she's just not feeling it. He's like a hopeful puppy chasing a butterfly that's already halfway to the next county. But then Moonjin shows him a news broadcast, revealing the patient saved on the plane was a super important prime minister candidate. The mood shifts from exhausted relief to a dawning sense of dread for our surgeon, like realizing you've just signed up for involuntary public service. Our guy stares at the hospital sign, feeling like he's just walked headfirst into a giant trap. The crushing weight of his past choices comes crashing down, signaling he's about to face the music big time with a full orchestra. His face contorts in pure horror as the VIP identity finally sinks in, a look of unadulterated panic spreading across his features. His past self, the one who loved the spotlight, would have eaten this up with a spoon, but the reborn doctor wants absolutely none of it. He collapses to the floor, finally grasping the monumental implications of saving such a high-profile figure. All his meticulous plans to avoid the spotlight are now utterly trashed, thanks to his own infuriating brilliance. He screams that he doesn't want to be a genius or even good at surgery, raging against the cruel fate that keeps shoving him into the limelight, despite his best efforts to live a quiet, unassuming life, probably just making artisanal cheese or something. The doctors are left scratching their heads, marveling at our guy's sudden, miraculous recovery, almost like he timed his surgical breakdown to perfection. But just like that, he's vanished into thin air, leaving everyone bewildered. Moonjin wraps up his thoughts, affectionately calling our surgeon a piece of trash, but you can practically hear the fondness in the insult, highlighting their unique, twisted friendship despite all the chaos. That massive aura deficit is about to get even worse when the phone starts ringing off hook. Our hero, Jinhyun, finds himself on the phone, trying to gracefully dodge more patients, almost as if he's playing medical hot potato with his colleagues, while a masked patient specifically asks the nurse for him. He instructs the nurse to let the other doctors handle it, effectively saying, "Not my circus, not my monkeys," because he's already drowning in a sea of responsibilities and study notes. Despite all that, the patient looks hopeful after our guy uses a stethoscope on their stomach, promising some fluid treatment will fix things, like he's selling miracle water at a carnival. The patient, now overwhelmed with gratitude, showers him with praise, claiming our guy is the best doctor, which this humble professional accepts with a slight blush, probably wondering if they've met his past self. This medical maestro cycles through a series of minor ailments, even treating a tiny faker who is just pretending to be sick to skip kindergarten, making him question all his life choices and dream of a world with fewer runny noses. Later, slumped at his desk, the weight of his dermatology exam looms large, reminding him that he needs to hit the books like his career depends on it. Surrounded by a literal aura of dark, desperate energy, he vows to risk his very existence to study, because nothing says dedicated medical student quite like contemplating your own demise over textbooks. Our exhausted surgeon still pushes through, looking like he's run a marathon without sleep, but continuing to work even while mentally debating if he'll survive the night. His internal monologue is a frantic panic attack about passing the dermatology exam, which is about as calming as a fire alarm going off during a library study session. Just as he's about to hyperventilate from academic stress, an admin manager, looking like they've just seen a ghost, bursts in to announce a VIP visitor, completely derailing any last shred of peace he had. In his office, a man introduces himself as Kim Chang-young, an ex-justice, and immediately starts laying on the gravitas, making it clear this isn't just any old checkup. The ex-justice, brimming with emotion, then declares that he owes our guy his very life, delivering a sincere thank you that probably sounded like a grand pronouncement in a courtroom. Our humble professional, perhaps just trying to deflect the intensity, simply claims it was nothing and he only did his duty, as if saving a life is just another Tuesday. Chang-young, however, is not letting go of this life debt, stating he won't forget the favor and offering contact information for help, which is basically the VIP version of giving someone your business card. The ex-justice then cheekily asks if the good doctor can look after him in the future, cementing their pact with a joke and a handshake that feels more like a sworn oath. As the VIP departs, he gives our guy a parting remark about a safe trip, leaving him with a cryptic message that sounds less like a polite goodbye and more like a hint about future adventures. After the grand exit, our guy sits on the floor, sweating and shaking, probably from the sheer stress of realizing he just acquired a lifelong favor from a very powerful man, which is both a blessing and a curse. Cut to a new hospital in Busan, where he's walking the halls, observing the environment and noting that, surprisingly, no one here is specifically asking for his unparalleled medical skills. He's now fretting about the logistics of traveling to Seoul for his applications, and in a moment of brilliant strategizing, his thoughts drift to his friend, Moonjin, perhaps as a potential solution. A memory flashes of Sangmin, who once annoyed him by bringing up the age-old dilemma of medicine versus money, a philosophical question that feels particularly obnoxious when you're trying to save lives. His phone rings, and he answers it with a smile, realizing it's his trusted colleague, Himi, perhaps the answer to his current application woes. Himi playfully chides him for never calling her, prompting our guy to cut to the chase and ask for a significant favor, because that's what friends are for, right? He spills the beans, asking her to submit his dermatology application for him, proving once again that a true friend will literally handle your paperwork when you're too busy being a medical genius. But bro's sweet talk is cooked because the real grind starts in this sweaty exam hall. Our guy, Kim Ji-hyun, finds himself back in the dreaded exam room, meticulously filling out answers while a familiar dread creeps in from the edges of his memory. This time around, he knows the stakes aren't just about grades, but reshaping his entire future. Close-up shows his hand moving steadily across the paper, but his thoughts are a whirlwind of past trauma, particularly that nasty stomach ulcer he developed during his first shot at the SATs. A cruel reminder that even with all his knowledge, the anxiety still hits hard, like an unwanted jump scare from his own past. Moments later, out on the bustling pavement, Hwang Moonjin spots our guy and practically bounces over, waving his arms like a madman to get his attention, already radiating relief and excitement to dissect every question from the exam. The two friends stand together, discussing the exam, and while Moonjin is effusive with praise for his buddy's performance, our doctor just shrugs it off, trying to play down his own success even though he probably crushed it like a grape. Later, the scene shifts to a traditional Korean barbecue joint, bathed in the warm glow of evening as Moonjin insists they celebrate, already convinced they both aced everything, ready to party like it's 1999. The exterior of the restaurant, a quaint traditional building, looks almost serene in the sunset, a stark contrast to the boisterous celebration going on inside, giving a moment of calm before the impending storm of soju-fueled declarations. Inside, they're digging into grilled meat and pouring soju. But while his excited friend is chugging it down and making faces at the bitter taste, our man tries to rein him in, clearly the designated responsible adult in this particular outing. Under the night sky, his friend, clearly feeling no pain, shouts out drunken encouragements, probably loud enough for the entire block to hear, completely lost in the moment and the sheer joy of finishing exams. The celebrating friend, now full of liquid courage, starts asking what our doctor will do if he somehow doesn't get into dermatology, a question that probably hits a bit too close to home in that specific state. Our protagonist, still holding his soju glass, explains the complicated professor-based selection system for residency, a process that sounds more like a popularity contest than a meritocracy, and he's clearly not thrilled about the unfairness of it all. Back inside, our doctor is still drinking, but with a more resolute, almost grim determination, accepting that all he can do now is wait for the results. It's the kind of drink you have when you've done all you can, and the universe is about to decide your fate. Meanwhile, the other man continues his mission to get them both blasted, pouring soju into a large beer mug instead of a shot glass, because why not go for broke? Small panel shows a blonde woman, Lee, touching her ear, perhaps overhearing the drunken antics, as our doctor tries to accept the situation while his friend continues his impressive, albeit messy, pouring technique. The next morning at the hospital office, our guy is clutching his head, clearly paying the price for the previous night's celebrations. The hangover is real, hitting him like a freight train, proving that even a genius doctor can't escape the wrath of soju. Both men, now in their white coats, realize the residency results are out, and a wave of shock washes over them as they stare at the computer screen. The moment of truth has arrived, and the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a scalpel. Moonjin explains that due to a staff shortage, they've waived the interview process, which means it's straight to the results, a small victory that lightens the mood, taking one less hurdle out of their path to residency. Our man sips his coffee, a relieved smile spreading across his face at the news of no interview. A small moment of peace, a tiny reprieve before the inevitable storm of emotional upheaval that's about to hit. Suddenly, Moonjin lets out a shout, staring wide-eyed at the computer screen, announcing that the results are officially up, and the quiet calm is shattered. Moonjin bursts into tears of joy, literally sobbing with happiness at having passed, and our guy, despite everything, embraces him. It's a genuinely touching moment, a pure expression of friendship and shared triumph, even if our protagonist's smile feels a bit forced. Montage panels quickly flash through Moonjin's journey, from being at the bottom of his class to making it into med school and now, finally, securing an intern position, a testament to his sheer grit, and our man congratulates him heartily. His friend declares that he's finally a surgeon, just like our doctor, beaming with pride and ambition, a huge moment for him, a lifelong dream finally within reach. Moonjin then points emphatically at the computer screen, urging our guy to check his own results, practically vibrating with excitement for his friend, completely unaware of the looming disaster. Our doctor's hand hovers over the mouse, the click echoing ominously as he prepares to face his own fate, with a palpable tension in the air, a sense that something big and possibly very wrong is about to happen. The dark screen flashes with an impact sound effect as our doctor's face contorts in disbelief, while Moonjin excitedly announces his perfect score and top ranking. But the joy quickly sours as the reality of the screen hits, and our protagonist just stares, processing an impossible, soul-crushing result. Our man jumps up, slamming his hand down and declaring the results impossible, while his friend grabs him, still asking about his scores. The computer screen, however, clearly shows a major assignment in surgery, not dermatology, and Moonjin lets out a scream as he finally realizes the catastrophic error in the application. Our doctor frantically yells into his phone at Himi, demanding an explanation about the application, and she insists she put dermatology, but her own screen soon reveals the same shocking surgery assignment, with Moonjin listening in stunned silence, realizing the depth of the blunder. The administrator on the phone maintains a professional, apologetic tone as our doctor identifies himself in the error, but the cold, hard truth comes back. The surgery record is confirmed, and the results, once announced, can't be changed, causing him to freeze as the finality of it all sinks in like a stone. The screen turns into a black void, emphasizing the impossible nature of the situation, as our sweating doctor repeats the dreaded question, "I'm in surgery. his face a mask of shock and despair, the phone still glued to his ear as his world crumbles around him. Days later, our doctor is slumped alone in a darkened office, completely defeated, his mind racing through the ministry's response and the seemingly endless court timelines, trying to calculate the odds, but it looks like a losing battle. His silhouette explains the impossible hurdle of the professor's son, a political entanglement that means even with justice on his side, his path is blocked, a cruel twist, a reminder that some battles are rigged from the start. He slumps deeper, bitter speculation filling his mind about whether the professor would really sacrifice his own son over this mix-up. A dark thought revealing the depths of his frustration and anger at the unfairness of it all. He clenches his fist, questioning the meaning of the last 11 years of his hard work, wondering if it was all for nothing. The anger and despair are raw, a powerful punch to the gut after everything he's sacrificed. Suddenly, Hime appears in the doorway, calling his name softly, a nervous energy surrounding her. Her arrival a brief moment of distraction in his turmoil, but also a reminder of the source of his current predicament. She rushes in, breathless and clearly distraught, explaining that she came as soon as she heard. Her concern is genuine, a stark contrast to his earlier fury, but it only highlights the gravity of the situation. Hime starts to cry, blaming herself for not double-checking the application, her guilt pouring out in tearful apologies, genuinely heartbroken and burdened by the weight of her mistake. Despite his own crushing disappointment, our doctor approaches her, gently telling her that it's okay, a moment of unexpected compassion, showing his growth and his ability to put others' feelings before his own anger. Hime's tearful face is buried in his chest as he embraces her tightly, a comforting gesture that belies his inner turmoil, and she's flustered and blushing, finding solace in his unexpected warmth amidst the chaos, a tender moment that bridges the chasm of their shared mistake. But that tender moment of peace was never going to be enough for Kim Jin-hin. Our protagonist, Kim Jin-hin, is about to make a huge decision. He whispers to himself, "Let us go," like he's planning a midnight snack run, not charting a new course for his life. But then again, every hero has to start somewhere, even if it's with flowers and a declaration to celebrate his acceptance into surgery. Our guy and his friend, Lee Yeon-hee, can barely hide their shock that Professor Kang Min-chul, that busy professor, made the trek all the way from Seoul just for this. But the older man, ever the generous host, pulls out his credit card with a flourish, ready to cover all expenses like it's a minor inconvenience. The professor takes a good look around the empty restaurant, letting out a chuckle at the lack of other patrons, then casually offers everyone alcohol, though he, of course, is sticking to his signature orange juice, because some traditions are just too sacred to break, no matter the occasion. A little caption box helpfully reminds us that the professor and his orange juice are a classic duo, and then he wistfully muses about how much his young companion has grown, which makes Lee Yeon-hee pause, wondering aloud if they've met before, probably sensing a vague memory trying to surface. Suddenly, a warm, sepia-toned flashback washes over the scene, showing a younger, golden-haired Yeon-hee riding gleefully on his shoulders, both of them erupting in pure, unadulterated laughter, a sweet, fleeting glimpse into a past neither of them quite remembered. The young woman takes a slow sip of her drink, a faraway look in her eyes as she recalls the happy times spent with Bumsu Oppa and Lee Sang-min, while the professor, ever the pragmatist, expertly steers the conversation right back to the urgent matters at hand, cutting off the nostalgia trip cold. This sudden shift back to reality causes both our guy and his friend to do a synchronized spit take of their drinks when the professor casually asks if they're dating, and the young doctor, ever the picture of grace, immediately yells out a vehement denial, as if the mere suggestion is an affront to his very being. The professor then, with all the subtlety of a freight train, explains that he specifically came down regarding the young man's entry into surgery, and our protagonist hesitates, clearly struggling to admit that this entire surgery track was, in fact, not his intention. The sizzling meat on the grill provides an almost rhythmic counterpoint to the professor's hearty laughter and the young doctor's nervous, sweating face, and the older man, seeing the opportunity, smoothly suggests that the entire mix-up was just a minor application error, a mere blip in the grand scheme of things. His expression shifts to one of serious contemplation as he asks for confirmation, leaving our guy with no escape, and the young doctor, head bowed in resignation, offers a sincere apology, which the older man simply accepts with a single, knowing good. Our man's eyes widen in shock as the professor suddenly drops a bombshell, asking if Kim Jo-hyung from the University of Korea chased him away from dermatology, a question that clearly strikes a nerve, leaving the young doctor momentarily speechless. The professor, gesturing emphatically, makes it crystal clear that wasting time on something as frivolous as dermatology is absolutely worthless, commanding our guy to abandon that path and just stick to surgery, as if he's the only one who truly understands the proper hierarchy of medical fields. The scene settles into a three-shot, with the professor lecturing across the table, his words heavy with experience, while the young doctor listens with an intense gaze, absorbing every syllable, and the friend sits quietly beside them, a silent observer to the unfolding career intervention. Close-up on the young man's face reveals beads of sweat forming as a wave of frustration washes over him, thinking about how he hasn't even had a chance to start. Yet this man is already talking like he knows everything about his future, which, honestly, he kind of does. The professor stands, arms crossed, delivering a stern lecture about the harsh realities of running one's own business, particularly the complete absence of vacation. And the young doctor, still processing everything, nods in agreement, acknowledging the brutal truth of the residency phase. Close-up on the professor's intense face reveals a surprising offer, a professor spot and a promise to lead the young surgeon into the limelight, provided he finishes his studies and commits to surgery, a proposition that's both enticing and terrifying. Split panel captures the internal battle raging within our protagonist, his shocked face contrasting with the fist clenching under the table, a silent decision being made in the depths of his being as the weight of the offer sinks in. A wide shot shows the trio at the table, with our guy bowing his head in sincere gratitude, thanking the professor for the unexpected intervention, and the older man smiles, raising his drink, as the starry background emphasizes the profound emotional weight of the moment, a cosmic thumbs up to a new path. Outside the restaurant, under the vast night sky, the young doctor waves goodbye to the professor and his friend as they walk away into the distance, and standing alone on the sidewalk, his flip phone suddenly lights up with a message notification, its sound effects breaking the quiet stillness. He holds his phone, reading a message that expresses disappointment about internal medicine but approval of his pivot to surgery. And a split screen shows an elderly man in a lab coat radiating pride and a younger man with glasses, emotionally choked up, with a heartfelt text bubble. "Son, congratulations, I am so happy and proud, love you." On a nighttime promenade by the water, our protagonist stands under the twinkling stars, phone still in hand, grappling with the weight of everyone's expectations. And he walks, contemplating the shift back to surgery, wondering if this is what he truly wanted all along or just a really aggressive nudge from fate. Flashback shows him in a white coat, desperately yearning for a different life, one free from the failures of his past, and back in the present, he walks away from the viewer under the same starry sky, a determined monologue echoing in his mind. "Right, let's succeed. If I succeed, surgery isn't bad either." He walks along a railing, the sea breeze ruffling his hair, musing that unlike dermatology, every day in surgery is a war, and it would definitely be different this time. A close-up revealing his confident, almost mischievous smile under the moonlight, shrugging off past doubts. Who cares about that? Might as well become the best surgeon there is. At the hospital administrative office during the day, Lee Sangmin shakes hands with Chairman Lee, expressing gratitude for making the young doctor's placement in surgery possible. And the chairman dismisses it as a simple matter, though his eyes tell a different story. Close-up on the chairman's profile shows a subtle shift in his demeanor as Lee Sangmin directly asks why they purposely made Dr. Kim Jin-hin become a surgeon. And the chairman goes completely silent, the question hanging heavy in the air, thick enough to cut with a scalpel. Lee Sangmin is about to lose all his aura points in the most cursed way possible. Our guy watches as his colleague, Lee Sangmin, stumbles over his words like a puppy trying to walk on ice. The air around him thick with nervous, stammering bubbles, and you just know this is going to be good. Suddenly, Sangmin practically yells his feelings into the open, face flushing a shade of embarrassed crimson, while Lee Himi just stands there, processing the raw, unedited blast of emotion, probably wondering if she should call security. Himi finally breaks the silence, telling him he really didn't need to shout his feelings from the rooftops, as they both awkwardly avoid eye contact, him muttering something about her being too transparent, which, pot meet kettle, buddy. He's still stuck on how baffling our protagonist can be, mumbling to himself about his inability to ever figure out that dude's motivations, as if anyone can. His companion nods in agreement, finding the whole Jinhyun situation equally confusing, and the pair share a moment of awkward laughter, a brief truce in the war of emotions, because misery loves company, right? Then Sangmin casually asks if she's free for drinks sometime, a brave follow-up to his earlier emotional outburst. And to his surprise, she actually says yes, proving that sometimes you just gotta shoot your shot. We then jump to the airport, where Professor Kang Minchul, looking ready to conquer a new continent, prepares for his journey, leaving our guy to send him off with a mix of dread and relief, mostly dread. The professor, ever the taskmaster, tells everyone to stay safe on their way back, all while effortlessly gliding through the terminal with his luggage, like he's about to grace a runway, not a lecture hall. Our protagonist, always eager to skip out, smoothly informs someone they should get back to work, before immediately declaring that he himself is conveniently off the clock today, because rules are for other people. The young doctor barely registers the professor's words, his mind already drifting to the effort it took just to make it to the airport in the first place, which, fair enough, airports are a journey. Minchul, with a grin that could curdle milk, promises to work them all to death when he returns, setting a mental countdown to their inevitable suffering because nothing says bon voyage like a death threat. The text on screen confirms the professor's U.S. exchange program, while our protagonist, still smiling through the threat, listens intently to the ominous promise of future labor, knowing he just can't catch a break. The professor gives a final, jaunty wave, assuring everyone that it's just a year in the U.S., an easy stroll for him before he disappears into the international departure gates, like a villain making his dramatic exit. His voice, thick with a phantom echo, booms "I will be back" as a plane soars overhead, a chilling reminder of his impending return, much like a bad movie sequel you know is coming. Our guy stands alone, gazing up at the vast sky, a silent monument to the departed professor, and the weight of what's to come settles over him, because out of sight is never out of mind with that guy. Internal narration confirms the reborn surgeon is back in his element, operating in the same hospital as all his old friends, making everything just a little more complicated than a simple trip to the grocery store. Elsewhere, the gruff but loyal Kim Chulwoo makes an appearance, looking every bit the intimidating presence he is, though he's actually a cop, not a bouncer, and probably just trying to enjoy his lunch. Across the hospital, Himi is all smiles, working contentedly in internal medicine, probably still feeling pretty smug about being better than a certain other doctor, and good for her. Close-up reveals his companion from the airport, now back in his doctor whites, telling our protagonist they should definitely work well together, a statement loaded with unspoken tension, like a passive-aggressive office memo. Our protagonist bites into some bread, a bead of nervous sweat tracing his temple, a weird tension hanging in the air as he suspects something dark brewing behind the other doctor's words, and his gut feeling is usually right. A montage shows our main man tirelessly running on a giant clock face, representing a grueling 100 days of non-stop work, a blur of effort and exhaustion, making a hamster on a wheel look like a vacationer. He's now leaning against a medical cart, barely able to stand, looking like he's just survived a war, mumbling about having to somehow make it through, because that's just how Tuesdays are for him. Later, our hero slumps in a waiting room chair, steam practically rising from his defeated form, truly on the brink of collapse from sheer overwork, which is a new level of "I need a coffee." Close-up shows him dramatically complaining about people getting sick during holidays, completely ignoring the fact that he looks like he's about to join them in the patient queue any minute now. He briefly daydreams about a world where he chose dermatology, a specialty known for less frantic work, before shaking his head and dismissing the fleeting, easier thought, because who needs peace and quiet when you have chaos? An announcement for team swap month hits like a meteor, and our poor surgeon reacts with the visible dread of someone who just heard their vacation was canceled indefinitely, right before a surprise inspection. Then we meet Professor Go Youngchun, introduced with all the fanfare of a vice section head, making his entrance into the chaotic hospital landscape, probably just to make things more chaotic. Our protagonist instantly recalls that this particular doctor wasn't exactly a ray of sunshine in his previous life, remembering him as someone who left a rather unimpressive mark, like a permanent marker on your favorite shirt. The professor wastes no time, immediately identifying our exhausted surgeon, his gaze sharp and unwavering, like a hawk spotting its prey. The doctor formally introduces himself as Chief Kang Hyung-suk, complete with a little nickname caption that basically screams micromanaging perfectionist, and probably has strong opinions about stapler placement. Our hero, ever the pragmatist, politely asks for guidance, all the while bracing himself for the onslaught of incredibly hard times he knows are coming, because when one door closes, a worse one usually opens for him. Chief Hyung-suk acknowledges our surgeon's skills, but swiftly reminds him of his first-year status, making it crystal clear who's in charge and who needs constant supervision, which is basically everyone who isn't him. He lays down the law, stating there will be absolutely no solo actions, and every single move requires his explicit confirmation, effectively tying the hands of the very capable surgeon, because why trust competence when you can micromanage it? The chief then proceeds to demonstrate an utterly obsessive disinfection technique, making a simple wipe-down look like a sacred ritual, probably with an incantation and a small dance. In an absurd display, Chief Hyung-suk demonstrates the proper way to hold a spoon and open your mouth, as if his residents are toddlers just learning to eat, or perhaps trying out for a dental convention. Suddenly, the chief confronts our protagonist about using the wrong medicine for a patient, his tone sharp and accusatory, like a manager finding an expired yogurt in the break-room fridge. Our surgeon calmly explains that he treated lung damage from an accident, not pneumonia, trying to correct the chief's hasty assumption, because apparently not all coughs are created equal. Hyung-suk, unyielding, insists on antibacterials anyway, lecturing that textbook knowledge means nothing compared to real-world medical practice, even if the textbook is right, which is a bold take, my friend. In a sudden, chilling realization, our guy understands the patient actually had a 40% mortality rate lung damage, a severity he had dangerously underestimated, proving that sometimes you just miss the obvious. Suddenly, Professor Go Youngchan barrels in, yelling about why everyone is standing around instead of doing their rotations. His arrival a fresh wave of chaos, like adding gasoline to an already raging bonfire. The professor demands they all follow him immediately for patient rounds, his command cutting through the tense atmosphere like a scalpel or a very loud air horn. The residents, including our protagonist and the ever-present Chief Hyun-suk, fall into line nervously, preparing for another round of high-stakes scrutiny, because apparently their day just got a lot longer. But while the scrutiny drags on for Chief Hyun-suk, Kim Ji-hyun has his own problems. Our story kicks off with a poor patient, Kim Sung-bok, struggling to breathe through an oxygen mask, eyes barely open as our doctor, Kim Ji-hyun, leans in, observing the man's labored gasps. It's a silent testament to how little it takes for life to go sideways. He checks the vitals, and the numbers on the monitor flash a dire warning. Oxygen saturation is a mere 92%. Even with supplemental oxygen, the patient's lungs are failing, teetering right on the edge. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hospital, the patient's wife clutches a picture of her kids, her face contorted in a desperate plea. She begs our guy to save her husband, her sobs echoing the stark reality of their situation, like a soundtrack of impending doom. He listens intently, jaw set, a quiet resolve hardening his expression. He knows the grim prognosis, but he clenches his fist anyway, determined to fight for this family, probably wishing he had some kind of cheat code. Later in the doctor's rest area, the morning light filters in, finding our lead slumped in a chair, hoping for a moment's peace. He's utterly drained, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down like a physical force. Just as he closes his eyes, his phone buzzes, a jarring intrusion that shatters any hope of rest. The news from the other end hits him like a shockwave. The patient has crashed because of course they did. He bursts into the patient's room, his voice sharp with urgency as he barks orders for immediate arterial blood gas tests. The patient lies unresponsive, a pale figure against the white sheets, looking about as lively as a sack of potatoes. A nurse and our guy hover over the patient, trying desperately to elicit some response. They call out to him, but the silence that answers them is deafening, heavy with dread, and the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. He instantly recognizes the signs: acute respiratory failure. This isn't just bad. This is a full-blown emergency where every second counts, and apparently every second is currently being wasted. Then Nurse Lee Yeon-hee rushes in, holding up the critical test results. The numbers confirm his fears, painting an even grimmer picture of the patient's rapidly deteriorating condition, just in case he wasn't stressed enough. Our protagonist realizes there's no time to waste. A tracheal intubation is the only way to save the patient's life. Just as he prepares to act, Chief Kang Minchul strides in, radiating an air of smug superiority, like he just won the lottery and found a parking spot. Chief Kang immediately questions our guy's actions, his voice dripping with condescension. It seems some people just enjoy making emergencies even more complicated with their ego trips, like adding extra steps to defuse a bomb. In the hospital hallway, the chief then lectures the younger doctor about proper protocol, completely ignoring the critical situation unfolding inside. He must be enjoying the power trip a little too much, probably thinks he's delivering a TED talk. The chief declares he'll handle the procedure himself, not just to save the patient, but to teach our guy a lesson. Because nothing says learning opportunity like watching someone die while you're getting schooled on workplace etiquette. Back at the patient's bedside, Chief Kang smirks, fully confident that he's about to demonstrate his superior skills. Our guy just stands there, silently fuming, probably wondering if he can get away with a tactical elbow to the ribs without anyone noticing. The chief then orders him to assist with the oxygen mask, reducing him to a mere prop in his grand performance. Talk about making a subordinate feel useful, like asking a world-class chef to hold your spoon. Chief Kang holds the laryngoscope, explaining the urgency of the intubation while meticulously positioning the tool. He's talking a big game, but the patient's life hangs precariously in the balance. A very bad time for a lecture. He peers into the patient's throat, expecting a clear view, but finds nothing but swollen tissue. It's like trying to find a light switch in a dark room after someone's rearranged all the furniture and then eaten the light switch. Despite the clear obstruction, Chief Kang stubbornly insists on trying to force the tube through. The man just can't admit defeat, even if it means putting the patient at risk, because his ego clearly needs to win more than the patient needs to live. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-hee's voice cuts through the tension, screaming that the patient's oxygen level has plummeted to 40%. Chief Kang, flustered, fumbles with the tube as precious seconds tick away like grains of sand through an hourglass someone just kicked over. The chief's face drains of color as he realizes his mistake. The tube went into the esophagus instead of the airway. He panics, yelling for someone else to step in, as if another doctor could magically appear with a first aid kit and a time machine. Our guy, seeing the patient fading fast, knows he has to intervene. Hierarchy be damned, Someone needs to save this life, and it looks like he's the only one capable, which is exactly why he was trying to do it in the first place. He shouts that he can do it, a first-year resident asserting control over a senior chief. Kang Minchul tries to object, probably still clinging to his tattered pride, but it's too late for a protest. The young doctor screams at Chief Kang to shut up, his voice filled with righteous fury. The patient is dying, and there's no time for anyone's ego right now, especially when that ego is actively trying to kill someone. But before the dust could even settle, Jin-hyun held the key to everything right in his hands. Our guy, Jin-hyun, holds up some critical paperwork, diagnosing a patient with a serious lung condition which explains why things went sideways so fast. His colleague, Lee Hee-mi, seeing the crisis has passed, gives him the signal to finally make his exit. Even as the immediate danger passes, he rattles off precise instructions for the patient's care, dictating the exact ventilator pressure and oxygen levels needed to keep the patient stable, showing everyone he's not just fixing the immediate problem, but managing the whole recovery like a seasoned pro. In the hospital corridor, a red-haired resident beams with exaggerated enthusiasm, promising to follow our guy's orders to the letter, which is the kind of over-the-top agreement you get from someone who just realized they dodged a bullet thanks to somebody else. The resident, still practically gushing, readily admits that the entire successful recovery was all due to this man's quick thinking and skill, laying it on thick, probably hoping some of that medical magic will rub off. Just moments later, the patient is shown sitting up in bed, looking remarkably well and on the road to recovery, a testament to the fast response, making all the recent chaos seem like a distant memory. Meanwhile, another doctor, seething with jealousy, schemes to frame our hero and get him out of the department, already mentally drawing up eviction notices, complete with tiny, angry doodles. In a more formal office, Dr. Yu casually asks Professor Go Youngchin if he knows our guy, clearly setting the stage for some behind-the-scenes manipulation and dropping hints like breadcrumbs for a villain to follow. Back at the hospital, Jin-hyun lets out a frustrated shout about being suddenly transferred to the emergency room, followed by a violent coughing fit, which feels less like a transfer and more like a professional exile, sending him from specialized care to the medical Wild West. He arrives at the emergency center, which looks exactly as chaotic and overwhelming as he'd expect, while a few staff members greet him with polite but somewhat confused expressions, making it clear he's not exactly in his element here. Instead of patient care, our guy is immediately handed cleaning duties, while other staff openly discuss how they should hire him, basically making him a janitor with a medical degree, watching his career get scrubbed down. Completely overwhelmed and drained, this man collapses onto a hospital bed, absolutely spent from the sudden shift and the relentless pace of the ER, going from saving lives to contemplating an early retirement on a gurney. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a lightning-streaked mountain, where a figure lies injured on the rocks, the flash of light illuminating a grim situation and hinting at the desperate call that's about to interrupt our protagonist's brief moment of rest. The phone rings, jolting him back to reality, and he immediately answers, already sprinting down the hall before the caller can even finish their sentence, because apparently sleep is not on his shift schedule. He arrives to find an elderly patient with a torn abdomen, bleeding heavily, a sight that instantly snaps him into serious mode, as the patient's life hangs precariously by a thread, reminding him of the true stakes. He and the nurse quickly realize the patient is homeless and completely unidentified, complicating the already dire situation, making this not just a medical problem, but a bureaucratic nightmare unfolding before their eyes. Our guy quickly pulls out his phone, ready to make a crucial call to get the green light for emergency surgery despite the patient's unknown status, cutting through red tape with the speed of a surgeon's scalpel. In his executive office, Professor Go listens intently to the urgent request coming through his phone, knowing the weight of such a decision, especially when it involves an unidentified patient and a first-year resident. This man pleads his case passionately on the phone, while in the foreground the patient struggles desperately to breathe. He's not just asking for permission, he's fighting for a life against the clock and the hospital's policy. But will this man's main character energy actually keep the patient breathing, or is he totally cooked? Our protagonist, Kim Ji-hyun, finds himself in a classic hospital drama, gripping a railing, mentally wrestling with a dying patient's fate, while some voice on the phone tries to give him the runaround about transferring him to Kidok Hospital. It's like they have a quota for making medical emergencies even more complicated. In walks Chairman Lee, a man who clearly believes bureaucratic paper trails are far more important than actual vital signs, and he loudly scolds our guy for even daring to suggest surgery for someone without an ID. Honestly, for some people, a missing signature is practically a death sentence in itself. But this time our doctor isn't backing down. He shouts back that those regular treatments are clearly failing, pushing past all the resistance with a force that make a freight train jealous. Faced with that raw urgency, the chairman finally caves, probably realizing that died over paperwork isn't a great headline for his hospital. He then beams with an almost unhinged glee, announcing he'll lead the surgery himself, right now. It's the kind of confidence that either results in a medical miracle or a very awkward performance review. Professor Go Youngchun, looking totally flustered, hesitantly questions the young doctor's decision to personally perform such a high-stakes operation. You'd think he'd never seen a hero surgeon pull a move like this before. The determined surgeon assures Professor Go that he'll shoulder all responsibility, then urges everyone to get moving and stop wasting precious time. It's a bold declaration, especially when you consider that full responsibility might mean cleaning out his locker. And in a move that's either genius or career suicide, he tells Professor Go to register the patient under his own name, Lee Jinhyun, for the official record. This is either going to be a shining moment in medical history or the fastest way to get fired, probably with a side of jail time. With scalpel in hand, the doctor stands poised, mentally preparing for the task, pondering how trivial this procedure feels when the alternative is just letting someone simply cease to exist. For him, every life is definitely worth the fight, even if it means bending a few rules. He makes precise, confident cuts, the kind you only get from years of practice, thinking to himself that he's performed this exact maneuver countless times before. It's just another Tuesday for this medical genius, saving lives like it's no big deal. As the staff confirms the patient's vitals are now stable and normal, our guy still feels a strange sense of dissatisfaction, as if saving a life felt a little too easy. He's already chasing the next impossible challenge, like a speedrunner who just finished a tutorial level. Later in the break room, Professor Go finds the exhausted young doctor passed out cold, utterly amazed by his stamina and surgical skill. It's the kind of dedication that makes you wonder if he even knows what a bed is for. Meanwhile, Chairman Lee sits in his luxurious high-rise office, impatiently asking his subordinates if they've finally managed to track down the patient's elusive guardian yet. Priorities, I guess, after all that fuss about the paperwork. The chairman simply cannot wrap his head around the idea that a rookie, a literal first-year resident, performed surgery on a severe internal bleeding case all by himself. It's a miracle he wasn't there to personally stop it, probably by yelling at the operating table. Professor Yu Youngsu, after being informed that our guy was the one who performed the surgery, gets the good news that the patient is recovering quite well. The professor can only wonder what kind of prodigy just dropped into their lap, probably with a dramatic entrance. Chairman Lee, ever the political schemer, debates promoting the young doctor to a professorship just to control him, but then decides it's probably better to just cut the upstart down before he becomes too much of a problem. Classic corporate ladder thinking. If you can't use him, abuse him. Lee Himi notes that the patient should technically be registered under a full professor, a procedural detail completely lost on the man sleeping peacefully in the bed. This is where paperwork and real life diverge, folks, often with hilarious results. In the patient room, our doctor answers a phone call about the infamous John Doe patient's paperwork. Bureaucracy never sleeps, not even after a literal life-saving operation, which is just peak inefficiency. With a frustrated yell, he agrees to take responsibility for all the costs if they can't find a guardian for the patient. It seems he's willing to put his money where his Hippocratic oath is, which is a rare sight. He hangs up, looking at the sleeping patient with an expression that screams, "I can't believe they make this so difficult." The administrative headaches are clearly far more irritating than the actual surgery itself. Suddenly, the patient jolts awake with a loud scream, startling the poor doctor right out of his administrative funk. Apparently, waking up from surgery is a dramatic affair, complete with sound effects. The doctor quickly recovers from his shock and promptly scolds the patient for moving around so much right after major surgery. It's a bit like telling a rocket to calm down mid-launch. The patient, still disoriented, has a flashback to falling in the rain, a sudden, vivid memory of the moments leading up to his medical emergency. It's never a good sign when your life flashes before your eyes, especially if it involves a slip and slide. He then asks which doctor saved the homeless man, not realizing he's referring to himself, and our guy proudly points to himself. It's a humble flex, but a flex nonetheless, like a superhero revealing their identity to a civilian they just rescued. The patient expresses genuine disbelief at the young doctor's age, but his gratitude for being saved still shines through the surprise. He's alive, and that's all that really matters when you've almost bought the farm. Then he asks for our hero's name, finally ready to put a face to the person who rescued him from the brink. This is the moment of truth, the big reveal. Elsewhere in an administrative office, a woman named Min Soyoung calls to report that the famous painter, Kim Jong-hyun, is missing and might have been admitted to their hospital. This is where things get spicy, like adding extra hot sauce to an already burning meal. The admin, of course, denies admitting any famous painter, convinced there must be some mistake. He's about to find out exactly how big a mistake it is to overlook a homeless man and his mysterious identity. Min Soyoung just clocked out, but the hospital aura is already about to hit terminal velocity. The hospital monitors were just doing their thing when a wave of news headlines started blaring, all about painter Kim Jong-hyun's nasty fall and how he was now in critical condition, because apparently, mountain inspiration can be a real health hazard. In a corner, two hospital staffers were caught whispering behind their hands, wondering aloud about the monster doctor who got assigned such a big-name patient, completely missing the part where his life was in actual mortal danger. Our guy, Kim Ji-hyun, noted internally that the patient was a famous painter, feeling a small sigh of relief that he wasn't just some random homeless person they'd have to scrape up. He's got priorities, you know. Reporters then swarmed him like a school of piranhas, all shouting questions about this patient's injuries beyond the severe internal bleeding, because apparently they needed a full medical dissertation on the spot. He politely dismissed them, eager to escape the media circus and get back to actual medicine, probably wondering if he'd accidentally signed up for reality TV instead of residency. Elsewhere, two men were shaking their heads at the sheer injustice of it all, perplexed that a first-year resident got to treat the nation's best painter when professors usually queued up for VIPs like it was a concert ticket. One of them suddenly had a light bulb moment, eyes wide with recognition, as he declared that this physician had to be that genius from the plane incident, the one who worked miracles and turned a flight into an impromptu surgery theater. Ji-hyun then reviewed medical files right beside the elderly painter, who remained intubated but stable, while onlookers finally put two and two together. This was that legendary doctor who performed surgery mid-flight, proving his skills were truly out of this world. The evening news, not missing a beat, splashed graphics proclaiming our man a genius surgeon who heroically saved the great painter, complete with sparkles around his image because apparently he was now a medical fairy godmother. Go Youngchun, meanwhile, was absolutely seething, slamming his fist onto a desk as he watched the glowing news coverage about the intern who stole his thunder, probably wondering if he needed a new intern for punching. He griped about the sheer audacity of letting a first-year operate on a VIP, lamenting the political fallout, then gripped his head in sheer despair, convinced his career just took a nosedive faster than a cheap airline. The professor then pointed a commanding finger at his subordinate, ordering him to seize control of the painter's treatment, because if he couldn't have the glory, nobody else could, especially not some upstart resident. The subordinate, sweating bullets but agreeing to the professor's command, set off to execute the order, while the scene cut to Ji-hyun innocently opening curtains, completely unaware of the ambush heading his way. His face was illuminated by his phone screen, showing the very article celebrating his genius, and suddenly electric sparks practically radiated from his head as he hyperventilated about doing too well, suffering from success. He answered the phone with a calm exterior when his superior called, agreeing to meet, completely oblivious that his ID badge, clearly showing Professor Go Youngchun, was lying right there, giving away the caller's identity to anyone watching. Professor Go Youngchun, smoking thoughtfully, then asked if he could take over the painter's treatment, framing it as a generous offer to relieve Ji-hyun of his burden, a burden that suspiciously came with massive PR points. Ji-hyun, ever the chess master, recognized the senior doctor's transparent motive, but accepted the offer, stating he'd inform the patient about the change, probably already plotting his next move. The painter, now very much awake, then sat up in bed, pen in hand, declaring that he wanted Ji-hyun to stay as his doctor, completely dismissing any concerns about his residency level because talent speaks louder than titles. He mused how everyone ignored him when they thought he was homeless, but now they wanted to interfere in his treatment, observing that Ji-hyun's character was refreshingly different from most doctors, probably meaning he actually cared. Kim Jong-hyun dismissed the hospital staff, insisting he wanted to be left alone to draw, proving his artistic focus always trumped mere medical drama, probably sketching out the next great masterpiece right there in his hospital gown. A narration box explained the aftermath hit like a hurricane, with the art gallery near the hospital driving foot traffic, leading to nurses dealing with absolute mobs demanding to see our genius surgeon. Ji-hyun stood center frame, tears streaming down his face as speech bubbles from unseen patients swarmed him, demanding his attention, making him scream that he was already too busy, a true testament to the perils of celebrity. A week later, the painter used a cane to walk, signaling his physical recovery was complete enough for discharge, looking surprisingly spry for someone who recently tumbled down a mountain. The painter leaned on his crutches, profusely thanking Ji-hyun for enabling his release, while the resident smiled wearily, noting the ironic consequence of his success, an even bigger, more demanding workload. Outside the hospital, a student met his recovering mentor, expressing utter shock at the near-death phone call he received about his teacher, probably thinking, "Dude, you almost gave me a heart attack." Kim Jong-hyun explained he had a small realization while watching the hospital workers, to which the student jokingly compared it to martial arts novel enlightenment tropes, because everything is a fantasy story to him. The student got a swift slap upside the head for his cheeky comment, comically reacting to the physical correction from his teacher, proving some things never change, even after a near-death experience. The student then held up the sketchbook, realizing it contained his teacher's original drawing, easily worth billions of won, and nearly fainted as the elder confirmed it was a gift, not just some random doodling. He stammered that $1 billion was way too much money to just casually give away, while his teacher just smiled knowingly, clearly enjoying the look of pure shock on the young man's face. Back at the hospital, the student formally presented the wrapped artwork to a surprised nurse, explaining it was a thank you gift, specifically praising Ji-hyun's character, because apparently, a simple thank you card just wouldn't cut it. But that heartfelt gesture is about to stir up a lot more trouble than expected. The hospital crew is all abuzz, practically worshipping painter Kim's latest creation, a drawing of the monster doctor. They're convinced it's so lifelike it practically breathes, but our guy knows it's just a really good sketch. Meanwhile, the actual surgeons and emergency staff are just chilling, sipping tea and gossiping like they're at some five-star spa. They look less like medical professionals, and more like they're judging a reality show, completely ignoring the absolute despair etched on Jin-hyun's face as he begs for a moment's peace. And here we have the weary intern, practically melting into the doorframe in the hospital corridor, surrounded by thought bubbles of endless shifts and a patient queue that probably stretches to next Tuesday. This dude has been running on fumes and cafeteria coffee so long, he probably thinks sleep is just a myth someone made up to mess with new residents. Just then, Professor Yu Young-soo spots the utterly exhausted resident and practically pounces, demanding to know if he's even upright. He looks like he's seen a ghost, or maybe just a mirror after a 36-hour shift, and the professor is clearly alarmed. The professor is rightfully confused, demanding why a first-year resident is stuck in the ER when they should be, well, anywhere but there. He knows this isn't how things are supposed to run, and the whole system is clearly off the rails. Our protagonist, sounding like a broken robot, just drops the bombshell. He's been there for 2 months straight, and oh, it gets better, he's scheduled for another month after that. This man's work-life balance just became a work-death spiral. Yu starts beating himself up over this, regretting that he hadn't kept a closer eye on our guy. He'd been too busy playing God in surgery and let another professor's request to protect the resident slip through the cracks like so much surgical gauze. Looking at the utterly depleted intern, the professor bluntly tells him he looks like a walking corpse and promises to step in and fix this entire mess. He's ready to go full mama bear on the hospital administration. Later in the hospital locker room, the tired resident practically collapses onto a bench, tears of pure, unadulterated joy welling up as he realizes his 100-day work streak is finally over. He's so relieved he immediately vows to go drink until he can't feel feelings anymore, which is a surprisingly common coping mechanism. Over in another part of the locker room, Himi and her brown-haired friend, Soo-yeon, are chatting, and the friend casually mentions she broke up with her boyfriend because her job just ate up all her time. The struggle is apparently very real, and relationships are just another casualty of the grind. Himi is quick to dismiss any romantic notions about herself and the resident, insisting they're just not like that. She then spills the tea, saying he's got his sights set on someone else, a nurse named Lee Yeon-hee. Soo-yeon confirms this rumor, saying everyone knows the resident is totally into Nurse Lee. Well, that's one way to squash a budding romance before it even has a chance to, you know, bud. Glimpse through a doorway shows the resident and Yeon-hee standing together, having what looks like a perfectly normal conversation. It's a regular work interaction, but to the rumor mill, it's basically a full-blown wedding proposal with all the trimmings. Soo-yeon then drops a little hint to Himi, saying that while Yeon-hee definitely likes the resident, she's not so sure he actually likes her back in the same way. The plot thickens, or just gets more confusing, like a medical chart with too many abbreviations. Himi's eyes widen, her entire internal world rocked by the subtle suggestion that maybe, just maybe, the resident could have feelings for her. It's like a rom-com trope just landed squarely in her brain, complete with a dramatic soundtrack. Quick flashback, or maybe it just happened, shows him playfully ruffling Himi's hair with a warm smile. This casual gesture suddenly takes on a whole new meaning for her, sending her into a spiral of what-ifs that could rival a philosophical debate. Soo-yeon doesn't mince words, warning Himi that if she doesn't make a move soon, she'll completely lose any chance with the resident. It's like a motivational speech, but for love, delivered with the urgency of a code red. Her friend gives Himi the final push she needs, telling her to just confess her feelings already. Sometimes you just need someone to yell "go for it" to get you moving, especially when your love life is stuck in neutral. Walking alone on the street, Himi is deep in thought, psyching herself up to be more confident about her feelings for the resident. It's time for some serious self-talk and maybe a power walk that will magically boost her romantic courage. She suddenly remembers how gaunt the resident looked, and a wave of genuine concern washes over her, making her worry about his health. All that thinking about love, and now she's in full mom mode, picturing him wilting away. Himi then pictures herself making him a fancy lunchbox, but immediately freaks out, thinking it would be way too much like a confession. The struggle between showing you care and not being too obvious is a delicate tightrope walk. Sweat beads on her forehead as she nervously accepts that, yes, she truly wants to make him that lunchbox. The heart wants what it wants, even if it's a strategically packed bento box that screams, "I like you, please eat this." So she heads to Deal Mart, probably to load up on ingredients for said lunchbox. The supermarket trip is now a serious mission, laced with romantic undertones and the heavy weight of future culinary affections. Meanwhile, in his office, Professor Yu sits at his desk, emphatically stating that the resident's brutal workload needs an immediate adjustment. This isn't a request, it's a demand, delivered with the gravitas of a final diagnosis. The professor explains that the resident is just a first year and has been unfairly stuck in the emergency room for 3 whole months. It's a blatant misuse of talent and resources, like using a racehorse to pull a cart. He then passionately shouts that there are plenty of other doctors available. He demands to know why the exhausted first year is shouldering such an unreasonable burden, practically pounding the table with the force of his argument. But the senior professor dismisses Yu's concerns, telling him it's none of his business. Classic bureaucratic stonewalling at its finest, a brick wall of indifference in the face of genuine distress. The senior professor then threatens Yu, implying he could face consequences if he keeps digging into the matter. It's a thinly veiled warning to back off, or else, delivered with all the charm of a lone shark. Yu yells back defiantly, refusing to leave until he gets to the bottom of what's really going on. The senior professor, now completely furious, screams at him to get out and stop interfering, making the office sound less like a hospital and more like a playground argument gone terribly wrong. While Yu deals with the fallout, a different kind of disaster is already brewing elsewhere. Lee Yonhee stares down at a counter covered in scorched remnants, her cooking efforts having gone spectacularly sideways, again, like a dumpster fire at a bakery. The air probably still smells faintly of regret and burnt toast, leaving her to wonder how anyone manages to make food taste good. Meanwhile, our guy's new friends are making introductions. Jin-hyun tries to sound cool, but it's like he's never met anyone before, coming off about as smooth as a gravel smoothie. Himi's probably thinking, is this guy for real? And wondering if she'll need a forklift to carry his social skills. Elsewhere, Lee Himi nervously clutches a lunchbox, her hands shaking slightly as she braces herself for a momentous encounter, like a squirrel holding a lottery ticket. She's mentally running through all the ways this could go wrong, probably imagining everything from a polite refusal to a full-on culinary critique of her life choices. Himi brightens her face into a cheerful mask, greeting our lead doctor as he opens his door, trying to act completely normal despite the tiny, high-stakes bomb she's holding. His initial expression is just a calm, "Hello," completely oblivious to the emotional tightrope she's walking, which is probably for the best. Himi practically shoves the lunchbox at him, blurting out that she made him a special lunch because he never eats properly. She confesses that the food might be a little weird, but she truly tried her best, probably wanting to vanish into thin air right after, or maybe just teleport to another dimension. Just as Himi tries to make a quick escape, our doctor gently catches her wrist, stopping her mid-flee. He pulls her back, probably surprised by her sudden urge to bolt after such a grand gesture, as if she just detonated a glitter bomb and ran. He then informs her that their friend isn't coming today, implying they should spend time together, still holding the lunchbox. The unspoken invitation hangs in the air, leaving her flustered and probably a little thrilled, like a cat offered a freshly opened can of tuna. A look of surprise flashes across our protagonist's face as the realization hits him. He's now alone with her, and she just brought him food. He looks like he's just processed an unexpected medical diagnosis, only this one is far more awkward and possibly more life-changing. He pats the bed next to him, explaining that there are no extra chairs and asking her to sit there. The casual invitation, delivered with a faint blush, probably makes her heart do a full-on backflip, or at least a triple somersault. He opens the lunchbox, revealing a colorful array of Vienna sausages, canned tuna, and some mysterious round item, a culinary mystery box. His expression is one of mild curiosity, perhaps wondering if this is a survival kit or an actual meal he's supposed to eat. Himi blushes profusely, barely managing to admit that the round item is just scrambled egg, the only thing she could manage to cook herself. The sheer intensity of her admission could power a small city, or at least a very confused flashlight. Our doctor takes a bite, while Himi watches him with the intensity of a surgeon performing a delicate procedure, waiting for his verdict. Then he declares it's good, much to her surprise and visible relief, like a jury returning a not guilty verdict on her cooking. He looks at her with warmth in his eyes, saying he wishes he could eat her cooking every day. The sincerity of his words hits her like a truck, leaving her completely stunned and speechless, probably feeling like she just won the culinary Olympics. Himi, still reeling from his words, makes a silent vow to cook for him every day, probably already planning a lifetime of scrambled eggs. Then, her attention shifts to his exhaustion, genuinely concerned about how hard he works, like he's been running a marathon of spreadsheets. In the middle of her earnest thoughts, the doctor suddenly slumps over, his head landing right on her shoulder, completely unconscious. She gasps his name, caught off guard by his sudden collapse, as if he just decided to take a nap mid-sentence. Himi looks down at him, her face a mix of shock and embarrassment as his head rests in her lap, probably hyperventilating a little over the close proximity. She's probably having an internal debate about the appropriateness of her attire at this very moment, and possibly her entire life choices. She gazes at his sleeping face, her thoughts drifting to the exact moment her feelings for him deepened into love. It's a quiet, tender moment of realization for her as she watches him completely at peace, looking like a very handsome, passed-out toddler. Leaning in intimately close, she whispers, "I love you," to the sleeping man, a confession meant for no one but him and perhaps for herself. It's a moment of pure vulnerability, hoping he can't hear her, like telling a secret to a really big, unresponsive teddy bear. Himi covers her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with panic as the full weight of her whispered confession sinks in. She just dropped a verbal grenade on a sleeping man, and now she's reeling from her own boldness, realizing she might have just set off a tiny, adorable landmine. Meanwhile, in the staff room, our doctor stirs awake, rubbing his head in confusion, wondering when he passed out and where Himi disappeared to. He's probably thinking he just had a very vivid romantic dream, complete with scrambled eggs and sudden naps. As he sits up, the realization dawns on him that he missed his chance, and he urgently wants to see her again. Just as he reaches for his phone to call her, it rings, startling him and interrupting his thoughts, like a plot twist in his own head. He answers the call to hear Professor Yu Youngsu on the other end, who demands a meeting at the front entrance right away. The urgency in the professor's voice leaves no room for argument or pleasantries, sounding about as inviting as a tax audit. Later, at a restaurant near the hospital, Professor Yu is already pouring out some soju, while our doctor hesitates, pointing out he's still on clock. This is the classic mentor move, trying to get him to loosen up, or perhaps just get him drunk enough to spill some secrets. Professor Yu raises his glass, praising our doctor's growing reputation for literally pulling patients back from the brink of death. He's really buttering him up, talking about high expectations and other departments trying to poach him, like he's a 5-star recruit in medical school. The professor then gets serious, asking him to carefully consider which surgical subspecialty he'd like to pursue. This isn't just career advice. It feels more like a critical decision point for his entire future, like choosing between two very expensive, very permanent tattoos. Our doctor's mind drifts back to his past life, remembering his dual specialization in vascular surgery and then liver surgery. He's contemplating how his prior knowledge will shape his choices in this new timeline, like he's picking cheat codes for his medical career. Professor Yu's expression turns grave as he brings up a heavy topic, asking directly about his connection to the hospital chairman. The mood shifts instantly, from career planning to something far more serious and concerning, like hitting a speed bump made of concrete. The professor looks conflicted, clearly grappling with a difficult secret, but steels himself to reveal the real, dark reason why our guy is stuck in the emergency center. The truth is about to come out, and it probably won't be pretty, like finding out your favorite snack food has been discontinued. Any hopes of a chill vibe evaporate the second the screen goes full negative aura. Our guy, Lee Jin-hyun, is practically sweating through his clothes, absolutely blindsided by the news that the chairman wants him out of the surgery department. His internal monologue is a frantic mess, wondering if this is some kind of sick joke or a power play to yank him from the one thing he's actually good at. His mentor delivers the grim news with a heavy heart, confirming that the top brass is indeed aiming to sideline our talented surgeon. It's a shocking reality check, leaving the doctor reeling from the political maneuvering and also just the sheer audacity of it. This whole thing feels a little too personal, so Jin-hyun starts running through possibilities, and his mind immediately goes to Himi, wondering if the chairman is upset about their close relationship. It feels like such a petty reason for such a drastic move, but honestly, people do dumber stuff over family drama. Then he remembers that Himi herself had actually cut ties with her father not too long ago, making his previous theory a little shaky. The plot thickens, and our guy is left with more questions than answers, like a bad Yelp review of his entire career. Still searching for a concrete explanation, Jin-hyun urgently presses his mentor for the exact reason behind this sudden hostility. He needs specifics, not just vague accusations, to even begin to fight back against whatever this is, or at least to know who he should be throwing hands at. The mentor, however, admits his knowledge is limited, confessing he's mostly working on speculation and trying to piece together the chairman's motives. Not exactly the solid intel our guy was hoping for, more like a game of professional telephone. His mentor finally makes a guess, suggesting the core issue revolves around Lee Sangmin, the chairman's son. It seems the younger heir might be feeling a bit overshadowed, and this whole situation is just a fancy way of clearing the path for him, which is a surprisingly petty explanation for a whole conspiracy. We then see a flashback to Chairman Lee Jong-un's impressive career, climbing the ranks from university to his current position, all while the son, Sangmin, is shown entering the surgery department, expected to follow in his father's footsteps. It highlights the vast difference between their paths and the pressure the kid must feel, like an overachieving older sibling getting all the attention. The mentor shakes his head, calling the chairman's actions cruel, given that the original surgeon has done absolutely nothing to deserve this treatment. It's a stark reminder of how unfair office politics can be, especially when you're just trying to do your job. As rain begins to fall, the mentor gently advises our guy to take care of himself while he digs deeper into the situation. It's a small comfort, but it's clear this man is going to need more than just good wishes to get through whatever fresh hell awaits. Later in a hospital corridor, a concerned colleague asks our guy if he's doing okay, noting how absolutely terrible he looks. It's clear this whole ordeal is taking a serious toll on his well-being, like a bad case of the Mondays that never ends. He just wearily rubs his eyes, the simple gesture conveying the immense stress and exhaustion he's battling. He's been burning the candle at both ends, and it's starting to show in a very alarming way. The colleague then brings up the upcoming surgery department ceremony, a big networking event designed to schmooze with the higher-ups. It's basically a fancy party where doctors pretend to like each other, but also where interns might actually meet a professor, which is usually a win-win. The text boxes emphasize that this ceremony is a prime opportunity for everyone, even the lowly interns, to build relationships with the big wigs. It's a chance to climb the ladder, which our guy, ironically, might be falling down face first. Our protagonist, putting on his doctor whites, dismisses the idea, stating he can't go to the barbecue event that's part of the ceremony. He's clearly not in the mood for polite conversation and forced smiles, or really, any human interaction at all. He turns and walks away, heading to check on emergency room patients while the chairman is probably clinking glasses and celebrating his latest power move. Our guy is choosing duty over politics, which honestly is probably why he's in this mess in the first place. Sitting slumped on a park bench as day turns into night, our lead silently questions his choices, wondering what his next move should be. He reflects that despite his immense skill, the political game is clearly trumping his talent, which is just about the most frustrating thing a dedicated professional can experience. His mind replays his entire career, from acing his SATs to the grueling residency, remembering every single moment he poured his heart into his work. Frustrated, he gazes up at the sky, contemplating whether it's all worth it, wondering if he should just walk away from everything. A sudden shout of "Nerd!" breaks his melancholic thoughts, completely startling him before the voice reveals itself to be his old friend, Kim Chulwoo. It's a jarring return to reality, especially given the current state of our guy's mind, like a splash of cold water to the face. Jin-hyun is genuinely shocked to see Chulwoo, who now sports a surprisingly sharp, almost gangster-like appearance. His friend jokes about needing to look clean for his police job, which only adds to the bizarre surrealism of the moment, because, well, cops don't usually look like that. Our guy quickly shifts the conversation, asking about Chulwoo's father, sensing that something is seriously wrong. His friend explains they've just finished a diagnosis, cryptically mentioning an aorta or AAA as the culprit, which is a lot of big words for someone not in the medical field. Jin-hyun's demeanor immediately turns serious as he warns Chulwoo about the extreme danger of an aneurysm. He describes how the aortic walls stretch and thin, painting a vivid and terrifying picture of the condition, like a ticking time bomb in the body. He grimly explains that if it bursts, the survival rate is a terrifying 90% fatal, leaving Chulwoo utterly horrified by the stark reality. The gravity of the situation settles heavily on both men, and the former police officer looks like he's seen a ghost, because he almost has. Back in a consultation room, Jin-hyun stares in disbelief at the scan results, showing an alarming 8 cm dilation of the aorta. His previous fears are confirmed, and the severity of the case is undeniable, like a really bad fortune cookie. He explains that 5 cm is typically the danger zone for such a condition, making an 8 cm aneurysm an absolutely catastrophic and immediate threat. The numbers alone paint a dire picture, highlighting the urgent need for action before it's too late for his friend's father. Holding that fatal card means dodging the social vibes, but Mr. Sung is already plotting his downfall. His colleague in the dark suit is practically buttoning up his jacket before the words are out of his mouth, expressing all the sympathy in the world for Kim's heavy workload preventing him from attending the annual gathering tonight. It's the kind of sympathy you get when someone just wants to get out the door. Our guy nods, confirming the celebration is next week, and his colleague seems totally relieved, like he just dodged a bullet on a busy street. Meanwhile, back in the chairman's office, the big boss is staring out the window, confirming all the fussy little logistics for their annual company shindig with his secretary, making sure the party bus is on time, and the caviar is appropriately chilled. He then turns his head slightly, almost casually, to ask for a status report on Dr. Lee Jinhyun, because nothing says, "I totally trust my employees," like asking for real-time updates on who's actually holding the hospital together while everyone else is out partying. The secretary is practically glowing as she reports on our guy's flawless performance, like he's not even a person, but some kind of medical deity. She's praising him to the heavens, probably because it makes her look good by association. There's even a little visual of the doctor soaring through the sky, complete with a halo and wings, just to drive home the point that he's basically an angelic savior in the operating room. He's so good, it's almost annoying. The chairman manages to express some very false sympathy for his absence from the party, giving his secretary a hearty handshake, the kind of politeness that just screams, "I'm secretly plotting your downfall." Internally, though, the chairman's jaw is clenched tight, and he's absolutely seething at our guy's annoying perfection. He can't stand that this man is so good at his job that he can't find a single thing to hold against him. Our chairman is still scheming, just silently plotting ways to mess up our hero's supposedly quiet shift. He's got that look on his face like he's trying to figure out how many patients he can send his way to make things interesting. Meanwhile, our guy is still reassuring his colleague, promising that he's on standby for any trouble that might come up, completely unaware of the dark machinations brewing in the chairman's mind, thinking he's just being a good team player. He's even explaining his logic on a map display, showing that even if the chairman somehow manages to cause a problem, the backup team can be there in an hour maximum. He's got it all figured out, down to the minute. With a confident smile, he's calculating the safety margin for patient survival, certain that nothing will go wrong tonight. It's not every day they get critical patients, right? Famous last words, my friend. His colleague finally makes his exit, leaving our guy alone to stare out at the approaching storm. The man is walking away without a care in the world, probably already dreaming of free drinks and questionable party appetizers. Our hero watches the storm intensify, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face as the rain starts to really come down. He's got that, "I hope I didn't just jinx it" look. The storm outside the window is really intensifying now, blurring the city lights into streaks of light and dark. It's setting the perfect stage for some impending drama, you just know it. It seems the rest of the staff are performing some kind of ritual to ensure a quiet night during the storm, hoping it means less patience. They're practically praying for a slow night. Hwang Moonjin is practically slamming his keyboard, panicking about leaving on time to catch the celebratory gathering. He's desperate to get out of there, probably already tasting the free food. Our guy, ever the calm professional, just gives Hwang a placid look, completely unfazed by the impending party, and takes responsibility for the remaining work, like it's just another Tuesday. And just like that, our guy confirms his identity with a cool shrug. It's like he's ordering a pizza, not facing a crisis, and Hwang exits the room in utter relief. Our guy is left alone, sitting at his desk and using his mouse, committing himself to working through the night. He probably thinks he'll just catch up on some paperwork or something equally thrilling. Suddenly, a phone rings, shattering the quiet solitude, and our guy reaches for it, staring at the caller ID with a growing sense of dread. He knows that sound, and it rarely means good news. He receives the grave diagnosis over the phone, his face contorting into a shocked expression. The celebratory gathering is definitely not going to happen now. Without a second thought, he grabs his coat and sprints out of the office, every fiber of his being focused on the emergency. So much for a quiet night. He bursts into the emergency room, catching his breath as a distraught family member immediately grabs him, begging him to look at their father. The air is thick with panic and the scent of impending disaster. Our hero, instantly switching into doctor mode, demands vital statistics from the panicked nurse, his voice urgent and commanding amidst the chaos. There's no time for pleasantries, only action. The nurse reports the fatally low blood pressure levels, her voice trembling, and our guy doesn't hesitate, immediately pointing and ordering a massive transfusion protocol. He's already calculating every move. He overrides standard procedure for speed, pushing for faster access, while the sun breaks down, blaming himself for delaying treatment. This man's second chance starts now. He takes the son's shoulders, giving a life-saving guarantee to the family, already calculating the timeline and deciding he'll have to operate solo. This is not how he expected to spend his night. Our guy quickly makes a call to the senior professor for assistance, but even as he's on the phone, he's already taking charge of the pre-op preparations, adjusting his coat and mentally preparing for the fight ahead. That main character energy instantly gets ratioed when Kim Ji-hyun steps out into this absolute downpour. Our hero, Jin-hyun, is grimly clutching his phone, getting the news that the professor is completely out of commission. It seems some celebratory drinks got a little out of hand, leaving him high and dry in a moment of crisis, which feels awfully convenient. This man clenches his fist, realizing this isn't just a bad break but a deliberate setup. This isn't some simple case of appendicitis that anyone could fix. This is a ruptured aorta, the kind of surgical challenge designed to trip up even the most seasoned doctor, let alone a resident. He's gripping that phone like it's his last lifeline, sweat already starting to bead on his forehead, as the chilling thought crosses his mind. Is this whole impossible scenario a trap set specifically for him by the chairman? A shadowy figure of the patient floats in his mind, fading away as he hears the transfer order. But our guy knows there's no time. This man won't last another minute, let alone survive a trip to another facility. A medical staff member shoves blood test results into his hand, her voice frantic, shouting about the patient's heart failing, but our hero can't transfer him. He knows the patient would just die on the way. He turns with a fierce, determined glare, telling the nurse there's no one else coming to lead the charge. He's the one taking the scalpel, and they need to prep the operating room now, please and thank you. His colleague Moonjin looks stunned, still pulling on his jacket as our guy yells into the phone about the utter lack of available help from the senior staff, which is just great. Then Chulwoo grabs a hold of his coat, his eyes wide with fear, begging for reassurance that his father will somehow make it through this impossible situation. Chulwoo lets out a gut-wrenching scream, tears streaming down his face, as he hears the devastating news that his father's survival rate is a mere 10%. That's, not ideal. Our hero stares intensely forward, rejecting the bleak statistics, and with a conviction that cuts through the despair, declares he will personally ensure the patient survives. Meanwhile, in an upscale restaurant, the chairman is practically cackling into his drink, reveling in the misfortune of our surgeon, who just got stuck with the worst possible patient at the worst possible time. The conniving old fox swirls his drink, convinced that our protagonist will make a rash decision, just like that one time on the plane, completely falling into his meticulously laid trap. What a chess master. The chairman grins maliciously, fully certain that no resident could legally survive this kind of surgery, especially not an aortic rupture. It's a guaranteed career ender for the young upstart. He raises his glass, sneering at the very idea of our guy somehow pulling off a miracle, practically toasting to his impending downfall as he celebrates the year's hard work. Cheers to villainy. Back in the operating room, Moonjin enters the scrub area, his jaw practically on the floor as he realizes that two mere residents are attempting this incredibly complex surgery alone, which is just bonkers. Our guy locks eyes with Moonjin, his gaze unyielding, demanding faith in his abilities as he promises to bring the patient back from the brink of death, no matter what. Moonjin, filled with a renewed sense of purpose, nods gravely, agreeing to do absolutely anything it takes to save Chulwoo's father, putting all his trust in his friend. The anesthesiologist warns them with an urgent plea that the patient is crashing fast and there's no time left, urging them to proceed with lightning speed if they want any chance of success. That ego check is about to hit Kim Ji-hyun like an absolute train wreck. Hwang Moonjin stands over the operating table, unflinching as the monitors scream about failing vital signs, knowing this moment is a razor's edge where every decision could be his patient's last. With a steady hand, he makes the first cut, a deep breath before plunging into the unknown. He barks orders to the junior resident, Kim Ji-hyun, instructing him to use his bare hand to stem the terrifying gush of blood. Our guy explains, with grim certainty, that the true battle for survival has only just begun. Our protagonist's mind races, mapping out the ruptured aorta deep within the patient's body, a major vessel that's hemorrhaging like a burst pipe, visualizing every turn and twist like he's navigating a dark, underwater cave. He tries to soothe the panicking Jin-hyun, telling him to stay calm and follow every instruction to the letter. But the team's frantic shouts about time running out only make the poor kid fumble his crucial task even worse, which really isn't helping anyone. The patient's blood pressure plummets into the 40s, a death knell in any operating room, and the junior resident's inner monologue is a torrent of anxiety, terrified of messing up and catching an earful in this impossible situation. Truly, a terrible moment to be new here. Panic grips the room as a nurse yells about heart arrhythmia, signaling an immediate and dire threat, and the team scrambles to charge the defibrillator to a staggering 200 joules, hoping to shock life back into the dying patient. The electric shock is delivered with a sharp cry of clear, but the relief is short-lived as a nurse reports the hospital's blood supply is completely dry. Our guy is left begging for just a few more moments, a little more fluid, anything to keep hope alive, like he's trying to find a spare AA battery for his remote. Then the terrible realization hits him. This is the chairman, the man who runs the whole show, and a wave of guilt washes over him, hardening into a furious resolve to save this man, no matter the cost. Our guy is taking this personally now. Just when all hope seems lost, Professor Yu Youngsu, a familiar face of authority, materializes behind the surgeon, stepping into the chaotic scene like a wise old wizard entering a battlefield. Though with less Gandalf and more, I got here as fast as I could. The professor quickly explains he had to ditch a drunk chief of staff to get here, offering his apologies. But our guy cuts him off, prioritizing the dire surgery over polite conversation, knowing the patient will flatline any second. probably while the professor was still yammering on. Professor Yu can't help but marvel at the surgeon's sheer audacity and skill for even getting this far alone. Then, with a surprising deferral of authority, he formally asks the younger doctor if he intends to remain the lead surgeon for this impossible case, which is a surprisingly chill question for a professor. Our hero admits his inexperience, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, but seeing the sheer dedication and skill already poured into this desperate fight, he pushes past any imposter syndrome and declares he will see this through until the bleeding finally stops, or at least until he runs out of hands to put in there. It's wild how a junior doctor is now barking orders at a seasoned professor. But when the surgeon demands a clamp, Professor Yu hands it over instantly, acting more like an eager intern than a respected academic, a sight that must have been a little surreal for everyone involved. The team nervously checks the vitals, still low but miraculously holding steady. And as the blood pressure slowly begins to climb, a hush falls over the room as everyone realizes that this young man actually pulled it off, like finding a 20 in an old coat pocket. The staff can barely believe their eyes, realizing that our guy had never performed this specific, incredibly complex surgery before. And Professor Yu, now completely won over, vows that this prodigy must remain with their hospital and be promoted to professor, no matter what, probably by bribing the board with fancy coffee. But before the old man can glaze Kim Ji-hyun any harder, let's pivot to the cleanup crew. Our guy, Lee Jin-hyun, meticulously closes up the incision, his hands moving with the precision of a seasoned artist, just a testament to his sheer skill and total disregard for impossible odds. The surgical team stands back, a wave of relief washing over them as the monitors hum a steady tune of success. Proof he's defied expectations once again. He modestly deflects all praise, handing the credit to Professor Kang, even as his senior colleague just shakes his head with a knowing smile. Humility like that after saving a life is almost unheard of. Professor Kang, clearly impressed, calls the reborn surgeon a role model, a standard for others to follow, which must feel wild for a guy who was literally doing this exact thing for completely different reasons in his past life. Meanwhile, the medical guidelines are practically screaming in the background, showing just how much of a rule breaker our guy had to be to pull off that recovery, making him wonder if the rule book is more of a suggestion at this point. A serious expression crosses his face as he grapples with the implications of his actions, understanding that extraordinary talent can also bring unwanted political danger. So the weight of his own brilliance is a heavy burden, it seems. Kang insists this young prodigy must be protected at all costs, even if it means going against higher-ups who might be trying to undermine him. It's a keep-him-here-at-any-cost moment, like a rare Pokemon you just caught. The hero of the hour visibly sways, revealing he hasn't slept in 2 full days, which isn't just dedication. It's living on fumes and sheer willpower, probably fueled by copious amounts of coffee. He bristles at the suggestion of being just average, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as his pride flares up, because nobody calls a guy who just pulled off a miracle average and gets away with it. Kang finally orders him to get some much-needed rest, assuring him the patient will be well cared for under his own supervision, a moment of genuine concern in this high-stakes world. Back in the waiting area, Kim Chul-woo grabs his shoulders, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with relief and gratitude for saving his father. A raw, emotional thank you that punches you right in the feels. Chul-woo vows eternal gratitude, calling our guy a lifesaver and promising never to forget what he did, the kind of heartfelt declaration that makes all the sleepless nights worth it. This man, ever the supportive friend, teases Chul-woo for crying, but in the next breath offers extreme loyalty, promising to back him up even if he committed murder. Suddenly, Chul-woo's expression hardens as he asks about the whereabouts of Lee Sang-min, who has been ghosting all his calls, shifting the mood faster than a chameleon on a disco ball. Chul-woo then spills the tea on Sang-min, recounting how he rudely refused to help when his father was clinging to life, a story of callous betrayal that would make even a stone statue fume. Our protagonist, fuming with righteous anger, pulls out his phone, determined to get to the bottom of this treachery, clutching it like it holds the answers to all the universe's mysteries, which, in this case, it might. Sang-min answers, his voice dripping with evasion and a thinly veiled attempt to sound busy, the classic "I'm too important for this" routine. But it's not fooling anyone. Sang-min agrees to meet our guy at the back of the hospital, casually holding a cigarette, as if he doesn't have a care in the world, proving this dude has a knack for looking cool while being absolutely terrible. Our protagonist waits outside, battling his own craving for a smoke, but his health anxieties keep him from giving in, bundled up like he's bracing himself for more than just a cold evening. He stands alone, steeling himself for the inevitable confrontation, admitting to himself how nervous he is to face his rival, with the silence deafening, punctuated only by his racing thoughts. Sang-min finally arrives, greeting our guy with a smile that screams, "Polite mask," hinting at the darkness lurking beneath. The same creepy smile our protagonist remembers from high school, only now even more sinister. Quick flashback reveals Sangmin's long-standing obsession with besting our guy in everything, a rivalry that has festered for years, like a wound that just won't heal. The reborn surgeon aggressively demands to know why Sangmin abandoned Chulwoo when his father's life hung in the balance, his words laced with venom, carrying the weight of a friend's betrayal. Sangmin, ever the master manipulator, plays innocent, claiming he trusted our protagonist's superior skills to handle the crisis, pure gaslighting, a verbal sleight of hand designed to make our guy question his own sanity. The protagonist unleashes his fury, accusing Sangmin and the chairman of conspiring to ruin him, laying bare the plot and revealing the depths of their deceit as the gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. Sangmin just smirks, dismissing the accusation as a mere misunderstanding, clearly enjoying the chaos he's sown, looking like a cat who swallowed the canary, then asked for seconds. Our guy's composure finally shatters, so he lunges at Sangmin, grabbing him and screaming insults, his rage boiling over in an explosion of raw emotion, a cathartic release of pent-up anger. He tightens his grip on Sangmin's collar, yelling about how Chulwoo's father almost died because of his callous actions, with the intensity of the moment palpable, almost suffocating. Sangmin, completely unfazed, calmly takes a drag from his cigarette, then confesses that he just wanted to see our guy utterly ruined, with the sheer malice in his eyes chilling, a true villain-esque confession. He then ups the ante, threatening to obliterate the reborn surgeon's career in the most brutal way possible, even offering a massive bribe to make him quit. It's a declaration of war, pure and simple, backed by an intimidating display of wealth. Our guy responds with a powerful punch, connecting squarely with Sangmin's face, a visceral expression of his burning fury, the kind of punch that doesn't just hurt. It sends a clear, unambiguous message. He stares forward, his eyes burning with intense determination, resolving to fight back against this insidious enemy, because the battle lines are drawn, and the reborn surgeon is ready to wage war for his honor and his future. But will this man's revenge-pilled brain actually work, or is he just straight-up cooked? They all knew it was an impossible feat, a surgery that defied every medical textbook and common sense. Yet somehow this man pulled it off. Whispers quickly turned into astonished shouts about how he completed the unthinkable, a true medical miracle. The young doctor stood there, scrubs stained with the grim reality of his triumph, looking like he'd just wrestled a bear and won. This was the moment where he cemented his reputation, even if it meant looking like he'd just run a marathon through a war zone. Then, in a dreamlike sequence, our guy was depicted as a larger-than-life figure, surrounded by flowers and hailed as a legend among doctors. It was the kind of hero worship that usually comes after decades, not after pulling off one impossible procedure. The air crackled with a new chapter's promise, a bold declaration that genius isn't just learned. It's something that simply is. The universe seemed to be sending this reborn surgeon a personal invitation to rewrite the rules of medicine with a side of dramatic flair. Professor Yu Youngsu, ever the pragmatist, was quick to remind everyone that raw talent is great, but experience trumps all in the medical world. He just couldn't quite wrap his head around how someone could be so good without the usual grind, like a culinary master who'd never actually cooked. Quick flashback took us back to another impossible save, showcasing our guy's unwavering skill even when the odds were stacked against him. He operated with such precision that it was almost unfair to other surgeons, making complex procedures look like child's play. Suddenly, the hospital hallways turned into a scene from a nature documentary, with aggressive professors circling our protagonist like a pack of jackals. Each one wanted a piece of his talent, eyeing him like the last slice of pizza at a busy conference. These esteemed professors swarmed him, each vying for his attention, practically wrestling to claim him for their department. They practically shouted promises of status and glory, trying to lure him into their medical specialties like salesmen at a car dealership. Our protagonist could only manage a nervous smile, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as the academic brawl intensified around him. He looked like a deer caught in the headlights, realizing that his incredible success was now a magnet for all sorts of unwanted attention. Then the phone rang, pulling him into yet another medical crisis, a gallstone surgery. He casually discussed the intricate details as if he were ordering takeout, while his colleagues were still trying to figure out if he was even real. Close-up revealed the raw shock on his face as he realized he was being ordered to operate alone, again. He visibly stammered in disbelief, probably wondering if the hospital had suddenly run out of other surgeons, or if he was just everyone's new favorite scapegoat. The poor man, looking utterly exhausted, nursed a cup of coffee, the bitter realization dawning that he was now carrying the entire hospital's emergency surgery load. It seems his reward for being brilliant was an all-you-can-operate buffet. A new hospital protocol had been implemented. All emergency transports now went straight to him, and then, well, still to him. Our guy was no longer just a doctor. He was the entire medical center, the one-man army of surgery. He threw his hands up in despair, a genuine cry for help escaping his lips as the sheer volume of work threatened to drown him. It was the kind of exhaustion that makes you want to curl up in a ball and just pretend the hospital doesn't exist. Meanwhile, Professor Go Youngchun slammed his fist onto the desk, his carefully laid plans crumbling into dust. His furious outburst confirmed that this wasn't just a bad day. This was an epic fail in his master scheme to bring our protagonist down. The professor's face then contorted in a furious yell, his anger boiling over as he berated his staff. He looked ready to chew out anyone who dared to breathe the same air as his shattered ambitions. Professor Go, defeated, poured himself a stiff drink, realizing that our guy was now legally untouchable. The man's sudden rise had foiled every attempt to remove him, turning all his conniving plans into a pile of expensive kindling. With a dramatic gesture, his old tormentor pointed at a nervous colleague, telling him to stay behind while everyone else scrambled for the exit. It was clear someone was about to get a very personal dressing down, possibly with extra yelling. He then screamed at the still-bandaged Lee Sangman, unleashing a torrent of abuse. The professor's rage was a force of nature, reminding everyone that while he might be defeated, he was far from done with his petty vendettas. Professor Go chugged his whiskey, lamenting the young doctor's impossible rise to prominence. He was probably wondering if he'd accidentally signed up for a supernatural drama instead of a medical one, given our protagonist's unstoppable ascent. Flashback juxtaposed Sangman and our main man, starkly illustrating why Professor Go was seething. Seeing them side by side only highlighted the undeniable talent gap, further fueling the professor's petty jealousy. Left alone in the quiet office, Sangman stood dejectedly, the echoes of Professor Go's harsh words still ringing in his ears. He looked like a deflated balloon, all his ambitions sucked out with a single brutal rant. Against a dark, ominous backdrop, Sangman's eyes gleamed with a chilling determination, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was clearly accepting a dark assignment, signaling that while the battle may have been lost, the war was far from over. That chilling resolve comes with a price, though it might be easier to pay over dinner. Under the warm glow of the grill, our guy watches the meat sizzle as Professor Kang Minchul tells him to put his mind at ease. A rare moment of calm before the storm, maybe. His eyes widen a fraction when he realizes this very professor is the one who stirred up all that trouble with rumors. The man's smiling, not quite smug, but definitely enjoying himself. A flash of memory takes the reborn surgeon back to his younger days, standing in a crisp white coat next to this exact professor, highlighting just how much has, or hasn't, changed. The professor then shifts, offering a warm smile as he explains that part of a professor's job is to shield residents from petty hospital politics, a comforting thought that probably comes with a catch. As he expertly flips a piece of meat, the professor casually mentions that all his former mentors were already blacklisted by the powerful chairman, which really makes you question that protective gesture from a second ago. Our guy looks down, his expression hardening with determination, thinking about the possibility of just quitting if it means being a burden because he's not one to owe favors, especially not at someone else's expense. He stares at the grill, a flicker of his initial fear returning, remembering the sheer terror of standing against the chairman and how that power could still crush careers, even his own. Suddenly, a confident smirk crosses his face as he realizes his own undeniable worth to this hospital. They need him more than he needs them, a small ego boost before the next crisis inevitably hits. A sharp memory flashes him gripping someone's hand, challenging Lee Sangman to be the one to leave instead, a bold stance echoing his current defiance. Back in the present, the professor generously serves him a perfectly cooked piece of meat, extending an invitation for more meals with other young professors, an olive branch, or perhaps a recruitment pitch for his new super team. Later in the hospital corridor, a colleague approaches the doctor, asking about a patient's condition, proving that the endless stream of cases never stops, not even for a quiet dinner. He hesitates when asked to check on yet another patient, his face showing a hint of uncertainty, a subtle sign that even he is starting to feel the exhaustion creeping in. He patiently reassures the anxious colleague, explaining that he won't get angry over patient notifications, which is a nice little dig at all the other doctors who snap under pressure. And it hits him. This is one of those specific cases, someone with minor scrapes demanding only him the best, which means his patience is about to be tested by another VIP princess. He reluctantly agrees to handle it, planning a quick disinfection and release for what sounds like a simple abrasion, only to learn the patient is a foreigner, raising his eyebrow at the extra layer of specialness. Our guy presses the elevator button, a visible wave of exhaustion washing over him, because just what he needed was another high-maintenance foreigner who thinks his time is solely for their minor boo-boos. Inside a luxurious VIP room with a stunning city view, Miss Amy sits casually on a medical bench, greeting him with a familiar Mr. Kim, as if they're old friends at a fancy club instead of a hospital. The doctor looks confused, asking how she managed to get hurt, and she nonchalantly explains she fell while dancing drunk, living her best clumsy life. Close-up shows Miss Amy yelping in pain, tears in her eyes, as our guy firmly cleans her knee with instruments, acting like he's performing open-heart surgery without anesthetic for what's barely a scratch. He scolds her for acting like a child, telling her to endure the slight discomfort, while she meanwhile pleads with him to be gentle, probably hoping for a softer touch from the top doc. As he turns to leave, Miss Amy calls out, her voice hesitant, her face vulnerable, asking for a favor, clearly indicating a drunken dance fall isn't the real reason she's here. She grabs his hand, practically begging him to admit her to the hospital, but he logically refuses, pointing out her injury is minor, not exactly hospitalization-worthy in the medical sense. Close-up reveals Miss Amy's face, tears welling up in her eyes as she desperately pleads her case to stay. A full-on sob story designed to melt even the most stoic surgeon. The doc stands there, speechless, still holding her hand, caught between his logical medical judgment and the raw emotional appeal of a woman in distress, his stoicism finally cracking. In the VIP room, as the city lights twinkle, Miss Amy gazes out, commenting on the lovely view, while the doctor's mind races through hospital admission policies, realizing she's the VP of a major pharma company, which makes a short hospital stay suddenly very appealing financially. Miss Amy opens her mouth to reveal more, but our guy's phone blares, pulling him into yet another medical crisis. So he apologizes, leaving her mid-sentence and rushes out to the emergency room. On the phone, our guy agrees to an immediate intestinal bleeding surgery, telling Miss Amy he has to go. She stands alone by the window, letting out a heavy sigh as he disappears, her own secrets still untold. As dawn approaches in the hospital break room, Chiba versions of his colleagues swarm him, demanding he take on their surgeries, apparently because he's everyone's favorite handsome miracle worker. Our guy clutches his head, looking utterly haggard, lamenting that he'll probably die from overwork before any of his patients do. A relatable feeling for any overworked professional. Text box explains how his specific VIP patients are breaking all the systematic rules and causing overcrowding, meaning the hospital hierarchy is completely messed up thanks to his popularity. He yawns, completely exhausted, wondering when his emergency rotation will finally end. And even in his sleep-deprived state, he can't escape his charms as an elderly female patient flirts with him, calling him handsome. The next day, Miss Amy, now in pajamas and reading a book, cheerfully greets our guy, noting how much better her legs feel because the VIP treatment seems to be working wonders, at least for her mood. She then lists all the luxurious benefits of her $1,000,001 suite, great views, nice nurses, delicious breakfast, before flashing a capitalist smile and asking if she can extend her stay, because who knew a minor abrasion could be so profitable? That vibe shift really just cooked her, and now Hannah is spiraling into a total main character meltdown. Our man, Kim Junti, is absolutely terrified he's about to get the boot from his job, completely blinded by the success of a project Kim Chulwoo helped him with, making him reckless with everything that followed. He spills his guts, saying he foolishly plunged into other ventures, now seeing only failure in his future. Chulwoo just stands there, bewildered by Junti's frantic explanation of all these projects failing, prompting headquarters to demand accountability. He can't wrap his head around how someone from such an influential family could be in this kind of hot water, surprised they aren't protecting him. The distressed businessman is practically begging him, eyes wide and a desperate plea etched across his face, imploring our researcher to work his magic and somehow fix the massive lab issues threatening to ruin everything. He's offering a blank check for his savior, truly desperate for an escape hatch. Our protagonist looks away, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he admits he might not be much help, genuinely unsure if he can pinpoint the problem when he doesn't fully remember the context. It's a genuine moment of, can I even pull this off? For our genius, or maybe a bit of fishing for a higher price. Despite his initial hesitation, this man eventually concedes, agreeing to take a peek at the project files, figuring a quick look can't hurt and maybe his past life memories will kick in. It's the I'll just check, but don't expect miracles move we all know too well, usually right before the miracle happens. Junti, looking like a man reborn with a shot at redemption, promptly hands over a hefty briefcase stuffed to the gills with documents, reports, and pitches for Project SD54. He's practically shoving the problem into our guy's lap, hoping for a miracle that he'll pay handsomely for. With the sheer weight of expectation on his shoulders, our main character dives headfirst into the mountainous pile of papers spread out before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. He's dissecting every word, every diagram, like a digital detective looking for a single rogue pixel in a $1,000,000 art piece. Barely moments later, Chulwoo looks up from the sea of reports, a knowing glint in his eye, and casually states he thinks he knows exactly what the problem is. Junti is stunned, practically hyperventilating, wondering how someone could figure out a multi-$1,000,000 issue in less time than it takes to brew a coffee. Junti's mind is racing, realizing this man isn't just good, he's a goldmine, already calculating the astronomical sum he's willing to pay for this kind of insight. He pictures our guy, standing confident in his white coat, and knows his intuition for talent was spot on, or at least very profitable. Our man doesn't miss a beat, stating his price point with the casualness of someone ordering lunch, demanding at least 5 billion won for his intellectual property. He simply gives an idea without messing with manufacturing or research, expecting to be paid for his brilliance, which is fair when your brain is a time machine. He breaks it down like it's elementary, explaining that the design has an absurdly high dosage and the molecular structure is all wrong for its intended use, a simple solution to a complex issue. It's a fundamental error, like trying to fix a leaky faucet with a sledgehammer or building a house with j. Our guy continues, detailing how the project kicked off with a completely incorrect dosage, and even with the same drug, the results could vary wildly depending on how it's administered. He suggests considering the molecular formula to lower the dose, preventing all the nasty side effects that plagued the trials. He stands there, looking quite satisfied, internally admitting to himself that he's pulling this all from his vast knowledge of a past life, an unfair advantage that lets him swoop in like a medical superhero. He's just leveraging yesterday's news for today's profit, and boy, is he good at it. With the main project problem seemingly solved, our doctor generously offers to glance over any other project reports that might be causing headaches, making Junti practically jump for joy. He's practically glowing, looking like he just won the lottery, already imagining how many more crises this man can avert. Subtle smile plays on his lips as our protagonist internally tallies the potential earnings, already seeing billions stacking up in his mental spreadsheet. He's already envisioning his grand financial future, probably thinking of buying a whole new penthouse with the proceeds, and maybe a private island. Our guy and Junti hammer out a deal, locking in a sweet 12.5 billion won for 3 projects. It was totally worth keeping a good relationship with him, because it's usually super hard to sign contracts with just simple ideas, especially at this amount, unless you're a literal genius. He closes his eyes for a moment, and suddenly visions of top medical journals flash before him, his name emblazoned across the covers, a testament to his groundbreaking research. He's not just dreaming of money, he's dreaming of legacy, the kind that comes with a very fancy plaque. In his mind's eye, our future medical titan is clutching a gleaming trophy, a symbol of all the awards and accolades his research will undoubtedly bring. He sees himself as a celebrated young professor, the kind who gets standing ovations at conferences just for showing up. He sees himself as a celebrated young professor, holding awards and trophies for his work, with his contributions published in leading journals. Junti mentions that if the projects succeed, he'll be seen as the very man who contributed, ensuring perfect marketing, a real dream team of brains and bucks. Just as he's basking in this glorious future of fame and fortune, his phone buzzes, pulling him abruptly back to reality. He stares down at the screen, a message from Lee Yonhee snapping him out of his reverie and into whatever urgent situation awaits, probably less glamorous than winning a Nobel Prize. But then Kim Ji-hyun sits down, and his aura points are already looking straight cooked. Lee Jin-hyun finds himself stuck on a park bench, tapping his foot and grumbling to himself about how the hospital seems to own all his free time now, even when he tries to get away for a moment. Suddenly, Lee Yonhee appears behind him, her footsteps a delicate click-clack on the pavement, surprising him with her unexpected arrival. She gets a little miffed that his first reaction is to ask why she even called him out here, as if he's always got something more important to do than socialize. Our resident, ever the smooth operator, tries to recover by revealing he actually brought her some sandwiches, because of course he remembered she hadn't eaten. He hands over the sandwich box with a slight grimace, remembering all the times he'd tried to fix things with food in his past life, which didn't exactly go to plan. Yonhee then drops the bombshell, admitting she didn't have anything specific to talk about at all. She just really wanted to see him. With her face flushing a bright red, she grasps his hands tightly, a nervous energy buzzing in the air, and plainly states that she likes him. She holds his hands a little tighter, explaining she'd been waiting for him to notice her feelings for a long time, hoping he'd eventually catch on without her having to say anything. He gently pulls his hand away, the weight of his previous life's mistakes and the memory of his former wife heavy on his mind, as he apologizes for not being able to reciprocate her feelings. Looking down, our guy quietly confesses that he already has someone else he cares about, leaving Yonhee to process the stark reality of his rejection. The moment hangs heavy in the air, the wind rustling through the trees as if mirroring the sudden shift in their relationship. Our guy's face turns serious. He admits he already has someone special, like picking a favorite flavor at an ice cream shop, but there's only one scoop left. But our guy's heart sinks. He's ignoring his feelings, feeling like a fool, like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, but the colors keep changing. His colleague starts to explain the messy situation, and our guy just stands there, looking utterly baffled by the details he's hearing. He's shocked to learn the young patient has hemophilia, a rare bleeding disorder that makes any kind of surgery incredibly risky, as if his day wasn't complicated enough already. A colleague warns him that the patient's guardian is incredibly difficult and has a history of suing doctors, which sounds like an absolute nightmare waiting to happen. He quickly realizes that while the child needs surgery for cholecystitis, the hemophilia makes the procedure a ticking time bomb, putting him between a rock and a hard place. The doctors huddle, debating the next move. They're worried the guardian's getting too aggressive, like she's turning into a rabid fanboy at a concert. Meanwhile, our guy tries to calm everyone down, but it's like herding cats with a rubber band. The doctors turn to the chart, eyes narrowing. It's like they're detectives on a case. Park Seon's visit, cholecystitis, our guy explains, but his tone's as flat as a deflated balloon. Seon steps into the room, her face a ghostly white. Our guy's eyes widen. He knows she's been through hell. "This won't be easy," he mutters, like he's preparing for a marathon. Seon's voice shakes like a leaf in a hurricane. "I'm fine," she insists, but her eyes scream otherwise. Our guy tries to play it cool, here to fix you up, like he's a superhero instead of a scared kid. She persists, asking if a chief or a more experienced professor supervised his opinion, practically daring him to admit he's just a junior doctor. She even name-drops Professor Oh Seunti, hinting at past conflicts or perhaps trying to intimidate him with her knowledge of the hospital hierarchy. Our guy quickly gets on the phone, informing the professor about the urgent hemophilia case, likely already anticipating the headache this situation will bring. The professor, quick to pass the buck, asks if Jin-hyun wouldn't mind becoming the primary physician for this high-stakes case, essentially handing him a hot potato. He tries to argue that the aggressive guardian won't accept a first-year resident leading the surgery, knowing this will only escalate the already tense situation. With a heavy sigh, he understands he has no choice but to take on the duty, accepting the difficult hand he's been dealt. The mother corners him in the hallway, practically commanding him to treat her child, and our guy, with a deep breath, commits to proceeding with the dangerous operation. But bro is about to get cooked by the consequences of his own mid-moral compass. Even after what looked like a slam-dunk surgery, some threats just lurk in the shadows, especially when the patient has hemophilia, where spontaneous bleeding is basically a constant, terrifying surprise. It's like walking a medical tightrope, only instead of falling, one wrong step could be lethal. Young Seon is beaming from his hospital bed, already plotting his grand comeback, and our guy promises to play with him later. Sure, like he's just some casual game night buddy now. He looks off into the middle distance, a wistful expression crossing his face as he remembers a whole life where children were never even a side quest. His previous marriage had apparently crumbled under the weight of his workaholism and general emotional distance, leaving him with a lifetime of regrets. Suddenly, a blonde woman just appears in his thoughts, making him actually smile as he silently vows to become the kind of husband he never quite managed in his past life. This time, he's ready to put in the effort, ready to build a life beyond the sterile walls of the hospital, probably with more than just a passing acquaintance. Our reborn surgeon flushes bright red, caught completely off guard by his own blooming feelings for Hemi, who is, a friend and colleague. This man ponders how to turn this unexpected affection into something more, something real, instead of just another brainworm. The child's mother beams with pure relief, telling our doctor that all the tests look good, and thanks him specifically for taking such excellent care of her son. You can practically see the tension just melt off her shoulders, which is quite the contrast to her earlier, "my child is dying" vibe. She admits that hospitals usually fill her with dread, like a trip to the DMV, but under his watchful eye, she feels a sense of security she hadn't known before. A grateful smile lights up her face, a silent testament to his oddly calming presence. She extends a small honey drink as a token of her gratitude, wanting to thank him somehow for all his hard work. He politely waves it off, a little embarrassed by the attention, but he's secretly touched by her gesture, probably picturing himself getting a medal. Before he leaves, the woman asks if he'll be back, a hopeful little note in her voice. He assures her he'll visit on his next rotation, a promise that brings another smile to her face, like he just offered her a winning lottery ticket. Over in the hospital hallway, a blonde colleague greets him casually near room 201, noting that this is the ward housing the difficult hemophilia patient. Word of the tricky case had apparently spread through the hospital grapevine faster than a nurse gossiping about a new doctor. The colleague just heaps praise on our guy, saying everyone is talking about the fantastic job he's doing, practically singing his praises. Our humble doctor accepts the compliments with a modest nod, though his inner thoughts are probably doing a full-on victory dance, confetti and all. Suddenly, the colleague's tone shifts, becoming ominous as he points out that they still need to watch the patient closely because, anything could happen. The air grows heavy with his veiled warning, a subtle jab at the potential for disaster that just screams, "I hope you fail." Our guy snaps, yelling at the colleague to just shut his mouth, but the other doctor just smirks, sarcastically calling him a genius doctor. It's clear that admiration isn't exactly the word of the day here. Furious and disgusted, our doctor raises a hand dismissively, ordering the colleague to just get lost. The brief moment of pleasantry evaporates faster than a patient's patience in the waiting room, replaced by simmering resentment. The blonde colleague walks away down the hall, hands crammed into his pockets, a cold, calculating smirk playing on his lips. His shadowed eyes hold a resentment that just promises trouble down the line, a silent bastard practically echoing in the empty hallway. Back at the nurse's station, our doctor tries to greet Himi brightly, but she responds curtly, completely focused on her work, probably thinking about her next coffee break. A small girl then tugs at Himi, calling her mommy, a detail that briefly jolts him because that's definitely not in his daydream script. Close-up shows Himi in full professional mode, her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail, projecting an aura of serious competence. The narrator notes that she has a completely different vibe when she's in serious work mode, like she's got a whole other personality for the job. Our doctor asks if Himi needs anything from the emergency center, and she explains she's in charge of a patient there. The casual conversation hints at their intersecting professional lives, or maybe just that they both work in the same building. He realizes that internal medicine residents start their ER rotation after a year and a half, meaning he'll be seeing a lot more of her. He follows her gaze, a new thought stirring in his mind, probably wondering if this is fate or just scheduling. Suddenly, his phone rings, delivering urgent news that Sion is experiencing breathing difficulties and has developed a fever. Our guy's mind immediately shifts into high gear, picturing the absolute worst as he prepares to sprint into action, because apparently good things don't last. He quickly apologizes to Himi for having to rush off, to which she good-naturedly tells him not to forget her coffee. He promises to buy it, a small moment of normalcy amidst the sudden panic, like trying to remember where you parked during an alien invasion. In Sion's room, the child gasps for air, barely able to speak as he basically chokes to breathe. Our doctor quickly checks, finding all yellow mucus, and immediately understands the severity of the situation, because apparently yellow mucus is never good. The oxygen level is dangerously low at 88%, prompting an immediate diagnosis of pneumonia. He barks orders for nasal oxygen and a mobile X-ray, initiating emergency protocols with practiced urgency, like a chef yelling at his line cooks during a rush. The child's mother demands to know what's happening, screaming that he had promised no problems would occur, like he signed a legal guarantee. She grabs him, accusing the surgery of causing this, but our doctor firmly states it's pathogenic pneumonia, not some surgical screw-up. Just as he worries about Sion's already fragile physique, he spots it, blood soaking right through the child's clothes. The mother shrieks as a nurse reports that the patient's anemia has crashed, revealing a catastrophic internal hemorrhage, which is doctor speak for there's blood everywhere. Our guy frantically examines the body, trying to pinpoint the source of the bleeding, his gaze falling to the child's leg. Horror dawns on him as he sees massive bruising and swelling, realizing the spontaneous bleeding is far worse than he ever imagined, like finding out your small leak is actually a burst pipe. He barks orders for red blood cells and coagulation factor, sending the staff scrambling like headless chickens. Sion whimpers in pain as our doctor presses on his leg, apologizing profusely. The mother screams that her son is just getting worse, accusing him of being an untrustworthy resident and threatening to make him regret it if Sion dies, which is definitely not helping anyone. As the mother continues her rant, Sion weakly tells her not to do that, expressing his faith in our doctor. The small voice cuts through the chaos like a tiny, fragile plea for peace amidst the storm, because even kids know when to calm down. Sion asks if the doctor will make him better, and our guy promises he will, his solemn vow momentarily silencing the mother's accusations. The child's simple trust in him is a powerful moment, probably making our doctor feel both honored and terrified. He then addresses the mother, acknowledging her fear and unease, but begging for just a moment of trust. He needs her cooperation to save her son, a desperate plea for understanding in a harrowing situation, like trying to negotiate with a bear while it's eating your picnic. Our doctor reassures the mother that Sion is important to him too, and he'll never give up, asking for her trust one more time as she just weeps. He promises to fight for her child as if he were his own, which, let's be honest, is a pretty big promise. He recognizes the mother's frustration, but understands her heartbreak, pushing past his own feelings to bark orders for medicine and a blood transfusion team. He demands the maximum amount of blood, suppressing his own emotional turmoil to just focus on the task at hand, because someone has to be the adult in the room. The night unfolds like a brutal war, with the doctor unable to offer comforting words between the mother's anguish and the child's labored breathing. They manually staunch the bleeding, but falling anemia requires an immediate CT scan, pushing everyone to their absolute limits, like a bad shift that just keeps getting worse. CT results reveal a monstrous abdominal cavity bleed alongside joint cavity bleeding, both requiring immediate extraction. A massive transfusion is initiated to maintain Sion's blood pressure, as the child lies unconscious, hooked up to oxygen, his tiny life hanging by a mere thread because one crisis apparently wasn't enough. The operating room grows quiet, but the real fallout is just waiting in the hall. The young patient's mother looks absolutely wrecked, a storm of regret swirling around her as she stumbles through an apology, every word heavy with the weight of her earlier outburst after blaming our guy for her son's condition. She explains the crushing blow of losing her job and having to sell off her entire life, painting a picture of desperation that would make a rock feel bad. The woman's been through it, and the system just keeps piling on. With a plea in her eyes, she asks our protagonist to keep looking after Sion, revealing that despite his doctor's coat, the kid actually likes him. Back in the patient room, the doctor holds his clipboard like a shield, trying to explain the next blood transfusion to the little boy, who looks less than thrilled. But Sion, with a hopeful glint in his eye, asks if he'll get to play outside with the doctor once he's all better, laying the biggest emotional trap right at his feet. Before he can even commit to playground duty, his pager screams for attention, pulling him away to the emergency center. The universe clearly has other plans. Elsewhere in the hospital, Lee Sangmin leans casually against a wall, looking entirely too relaxed for someone in a medical facility, and greets our protagonist with a smile that just oozes fake sincerity, asking about his well-being like a shark checking if its prey is still kicking. Sangmin leans in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a whisper as he asks a question that makes our guy visibly flinch, the kind of whisper that sounds sweet but carries the sting of 1,000 wasps. Close-up reveals the reborn surgeon's face contorted in sheer horror, the implications of Sangmin's words hitting him like a freight train, connecting some very unpleasant dots that all lead to disaster. Sangmin, completely deadpan, states that without proper coagulation, the patient would just keep bleeding, a chilling confirmation of the worst-case scenario that he lays out like he's discussing the weather. Our hero clenches his fists, the puzzle pieces snapping into place as he realizes the horrifying malice behind the question, like finding out your friendly neighbor just put sugar in your gas tank. Still on the phone, our guy hears frantic nurses in the background, their voices trembling as they report Sion's severe bleeding, so he's barking orders, trying to contain the chaos from a distance like a general commanding troops from a phone booth. He storms into the room, instantly taking charge and demanding to see the patient's condition, his medical instincts kicking in full force because it's all business now, no time for niceties. His eyes narrow, scanning the IV bag containing the new blood with intense suspicion, almost as if he expects it to sprout legs and run away. He's got a bad feeling about this, like a chef tasting a dish that just doesn't sit right. He firmly tells the worried mother that he's stopping the transfusion, at least for now, a doctor's gut feeling overriding standard procedure, which usually goes over like a lead balloon with guardians. The doctor suggests performing blood tests before continuing, dropping a hint about potential toxins in the mix, basically saying, "Hey, let's make sure we're not pouring poison into this kid," but in doctor speak. The mother, seeing the nurse's skepticism, silences her with a look and declares her complete trust in our guy, a massive leap of faith after he just stopped a transfusion her child desperately needed. With a tense expression, he submits the sample through the emergency line, his face a mask of concentrated determination because every second counts now, as if he's racing against an invisible clock ticking down. His face twists into pure, unadulterated rage as the test results confirm his worst fears. The blood was indeed poisoned, the kind of anger that makes veins pop, a silent scream of betrayal. The doctor wastes no time, pointing a furious finger at Sangmin, demanding to know why he used the anticoagulant agent. Sangmin plays dumb, asking what our guy's talking about, like he didn't just get caught red-handed as the tension thickens faster than a bad batch of soup. Out in the hospital's dark exterior, Sangmin calmly touches his split lip, a sinister smirk spreading across his face, completely unfazed by the violence, looking like a cartoon villain who just got hit with a pie, annoying but ultimately unharmed. Meanwhile, the other doctor's got a busted lip and a hand over his mouth, laughing off the pain like it's nothing, quipping, "You always had a nice punch," as if he's at a comedy club instead of a brawl. This absolute weirdo is about to be cooked because Kim Jin-hyun has zero chill for incompetence. Our hero bursts through the blood center doors, yelling his own name like he's late for a very important date with himself, looking completely unhinged. A harried department head, Jung-hoon, rushes out, already flapping about a meeting he's late for, trying to brush off this urgent request like it's a fly, clearly not grasping the magnitude of the dump truck about to hit him. This man wastes no time, slamming down the evidence, a blood pack that almost flatlined a child. He reveals he bypassed the hospital's own labs entirely, sending the sample to Korea University for an analysis he could actually trust, throwing shade without even trying. The lab results confirm his absolute worst fears. The blood pack was practically a swimming pool for anticoagulation agent. This wasn't just some oopsie. It was an intentional overdose, enough to turn a life-saving transfusion into a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The department head starts stammering, sweat beating up like he's running a marathon, insisting there's no possible way this could happen on his watch. He tries to warn our guy about the gravity of making such accusations, as if that would deter a man who just watched a child almost croak. Our protagonist doesn't even flinch, instead handing over the lab director's contact information. He's not just lobbing accusations, he's bringing verifiable proof, dropping the ball squarely in the other dude's court and daring him not to believe it. At the Korea University lab, the director meticulously eyeballs the compromised plasma, his brow furrowed in confusion. He can't wrap his head around why anyone would add anticoagulant to fresh frozen plasma, or why Deal Hospital's own lab wasn't used for such a critical analysis, totally ignorant of the hospital drama unfolding. The director cautiously agrees to run the tests, making sure our guy isn't about to pull some shady corporate espionage with the results. Our hero reassures him, promising his intentions are as pure as the driven snow, and eventually, the director's face just falls as the compromised blood-packed truth hits him like a ton of bricks. Back at Deal Hospital, the department head is practically hyperventilating, vehemently denying that anyone in his blood center could ever make such a colossal boo-boo. He's scrambling to protect his team, but the evidence is just sitting there, staring them both down. Our clever doctor calmly agrees, neatly shifting the blame away from the blood center and the Red Cross. He smoothly suggests the issue might actually be in the transportation process, a very subtle way to cast a wider net without pointing any direct fingers just yet, which is just slick. With a dramatic sigh of resignation, the department head grants permission for a full investigation into the blood pack's wild ride. It's obvious he'd rather not open this particular can of worms, but he's got no choice in the matter now, does he? This man theorizes that if Lee Sangman was behind this, CCTV footage would be the golden ticket. He recalls how strictly blood packs are handled, never directly by some random staffer, which actually makes finding a culprit even harder. He'd already interrogated the transporter and the nurse, clearing them of any involvement, so his suspect list is getting shorter and shorter. In the patient's room, Seon's mother absolutely showers our doctor with heartfelt thanks for saving her daughter. He accepts her gratitude humbly, the weight of the near tragedy still clinging to his shoulders like a very sad cape. The mother expresses her hope they'll never have to return, but asks him to keep an eye on Seon if they do, just in case. She then gently tells her daughter to say goodbye to the kind doctor, totally unaware that she's about to trigger a Category 5 meltdown. Seon, however, has other plans, wailing like a banshee that she won't leave, and demanding the doctor come with her. Our protagonist kneels, promising to visit her if she stays healthy, trying his best to soothe the heartbroken little human. The little girl just keeps crying, her tiny voice echoing, "I don't want to go," as he offers one last comforting gesture. It's a gut-wrenching goodbye for a doctor who clearly cares way too much. A narrative box pops up, explaining that the blood pack incident caused a massive ruckus, leading to a flood of complaints against the hospital staff. It's the kind of PR nightmare that makes hospital administrators break out in cold sweats and probably stress-eat entire tubs of ice cream. The fallout is severe. 3 people, including the department head, had to resign. But the real kicker, Sangman was nowhere to be found on any CCTV footage, making him either incredibly lucky or incredibly good at pulling a vanishing act. Our guy is seen in profile, summarizing his exhaustive, utterly fruitless investigation. Every forensic lead, every private inquiry, hit a dead end harder than a brick wall, leaving him just simmering with rage as Sangman's name screams in his mind. Then we cut to Sangman himself, calmly swirling a glass of red wine, as our hero's voice asks the million-dollar question that just hangs there. "Was this your doing?" In the chairman's private office, a tension so thick you could cut it with a scalpel hangs heavy as Sangman asks for clarification. The chairman cuts straight to the chase, reminding his son about the blood center incident and all the messy loose ends he left dangling like Christmas lights in July. The chairman lectures him, his voice dripping with annoyance, pointing out that people were sniffing around because Sangman botched the cover-up. It's a classic case of, if you're going to do something bad, at least have the decency to do it right, you absolute muppet. The chairman warns that the board of directors is getting antsy, and even he can't protect his son forever from his own boneheaded moves. He hints at a potential expulsion once Sangman's residency wraps up, making it crystal clear his patience is wearing thinner than old socks. To prove his worth, the chairman tells Sangman he needs to showcase his skills, introducing Prime Minister Kim Chang-young as the ultimate final exam. It's a high-stakes opportunity to either totally redeem himself or spectacularly crash and burn in front of everyone. The chairman reveals the Prime Minister has cholecystitis and is scheduled for surgery at Deal, then drops a bombshell. He's giving the surgery to Sangman. It's a golden ticket, a chance to operate on one of the most important men in the entire country, which feels a little like giving a toddler the keys to a Ferrari. Sangman reacts with a stunned expression, hardly believing his luck, probably pinching himself. The chairman clarifies that Professor Min will lead, but Sangman will be the first assistant, practically handing him a career-making opportunity on a silver platter, all wrapped up with a bow. At the Prime Minister's office, a secretary politely informs the waiting guests that the PM is currently in a meeting, so hold your horses. The air is thick with anticipation, everyone just sitting there, waiting for the big man in charge to finally make his grand entrance. The Prime Minister finally emerges, apologizing for the delay with a humble smile that could probably sell ice to an Eskimo, introducing himself as Kim Chang-young. He's got that politician charm turned all the way up to 11, blinding everyone in his path. The PM then welcomes Genius Hands Dr. Lee, noting it's been a while since anyone dusted off that title, which is just a little awkward given our guy's history with the name. The PM explains his preference for being treated at Deal Hospital, despite the surgical risks that come with his advanced age. He's placing his trust in this institution, and implicitly in the doctors within it, which is a lot of trust to put in a bunch of strangers. The chairman reassures the PM, proudly announcing that Professor Min Sung-soo, the absolute best professional in the field, will be leading the surgery. He's trying his darndest to seal the deal with his star surgeon, like a salesman closing a particularly big account. The chairman's internal monologue reveals his true, devious motives. Gallbladder surgery is a walk in the park, a perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, boost Sangmin's career, and secure some sweet political favor. He's practically rubbing his hands together in glee, probably cackling maniacally inside his head. But the Prime Minister abruptly interrupts, stating he actually has a very specific doctor in mind for the surgery. The chairman's carefully laid plans are about to hit a snag so big it's going to need its own postal code, and he doesn't even know it yet. The PM drops the bomb. He wants Dr. Kim Jin-hyun, the young doctor who saved his life, to operate on him. It's a moment that sends shockwaves through the chairman's perfectly orchestrated plan, completely demolishing everything he worked for, like a poorly built sandcastle. The chairman's face contorts in pure shock, slowly processing the request for our guy, as if he just heard that pigs can fly. He yells in frustration, demanding that this bastard be reconsidered, arguing that a mere resident cannot possibly perform such a high-profile surgery over seasoned professors, which is fair enough, usually. The Prime Minister stands firm, asserting that Jin-hyun has already pulled off numerous difficult surgeries with genius-level skill, despite his resident status. He recounts the harrowing moment he was literally dying on an airplane before our guy miraculously saved him, making his preference as clear as day, or a very loud megaphone. The PM concludes that he chose Deal Hospital specifically to help Jin-hyun's career, and the chairman's face just falls as he realizes our protagonist is the sole reason the Prime Minister is even here. His whole plan just blew up in his face, leaving him with nothing but a pile of ash. Chairman is now alone in his office, practically screaming our guy's name in utter frustration, his internal monologue a torrent of pure, unadulterated rage. He's consumed by an obsession with this rival, his carefully constructed world crumbling around him like a stale cookie. The scene then cuts to a boardroom, where he's informed that the first quarter's performance looks lackluster, adding insult to injury just to kick him when he's down. In the boardroom, directors are deep in discussion about running deficits, debating whether patient health or money should be the hospital's priority, which is the kind of philosophical discussion that always happens when the books are deep in the red. Financial audit is suggested due to the excessive deficit, and serious concern is raised about the hospital's direction under its current leadership. The whispers of discontent are growing louder and louder, threatening to become a full-blown roar that could drown out everything. The critical question is then posed. Is it truly acceptable for Sangmin to succeed as the hospital's leader, given this rate of management and the current state of affairs? It's a direct challenge to the chairman's entire succession plan, and the air crackles with an almost unbearable tension, like before a storm. But the brothers' mid-begging was just the prologue to Kim Ji-hyun getting absolutely cooked. Our guy, Kim Ji-hyun, points at himself with a look that screams, "Are you serious right now?" He's completely flummoxed that this official is even asking if a critical surgery would be difficult for him, a mere resident. The official, unfazed, calmly explains that the Prime Minister specifically requested him because of that little incident on the plane, completely sidestepping his, just a resident, defense. Apparently, saving a life mid-flight is quite the R-sum booster, even if you're not fully certified for it yet. His shoulders slump as the realization dawns. There's no escape. When the Prime Minister asks, you don't really have a choice, no matter how much you wish for a quiet afternoon of charting. Just like that, the Prime Minister's surgery is officially penciled in for next Tuesday, turning the reborn surgeon's already hectic schedule into an absolute nightmare of political expectations. Meanwhile, the news of the doctor leading the Prime Minister's surgery hits the hospital cafeteria like a dropped tray, with Lee Hee-mi practically spilling her entire meal in shock. It's the kind of gossip that spreads faster than a hospital-acquired infection. His colleagues immediately start debating who would be crazy enough, or skilled enough, to assist on such a high-profile, high-risk procedure. The tension in the room is so thick, You could cut it with a dull butter knife or perhaps a very sharp scalpel. Hwang Moonjin looks utterly terrified, voicing everyone's unspoken fear. Putting a resident in charge of the Prime Minister's surgery sounds like a recipe for a diplomatic incident. It's like letting a trainee pilot fly Air Force One. Lee Hee-mi, ever the bearer of important information, finally spills the beans on the surgical team lineup. Our guy leads, with the unflappable Professor Yu Young-soo and Specialist Kim backing him up. It's a dream team, or a disaster waiting to happen, depending on who you ask. Back in the hospital corridor, a team of nurses is practically force-feeding our guy nutrients, doing everything short of bubble wrapping him to keep him in peak condition for the big day. They're treating him like a delicate, highly valuable surgical instrument. Professor Yu Young-soo is giving him specific, detailed advice about using laparoscopy, completely unfazed by the high stakes. He's probably thinking this is just another Tuesday, only with more security guards. Our guy answers his phone, and despite being swamped with preparations for the surgery of the century, he decides that whatever's on the other end is important enough to prioritize. The sheer dedication, or maybe just a deep sense of obligation, is palpable. He sees Hee-mi approaching, and in that split second, all the medical jargon and political pressure fade away as he realizes she still looks absolutely stunning. His internal monologue is probably a jumbled mess of surgical notes and heart eyes emojis. Hee-mi, completely oblivious to his internal swooning, calmly explains that her patient is having intestinal problems after chemo. She's all business, while the good doctor's brain is doing its best impression of a broken record player. Putting his game face back on, he formally transfers the patient to his department, because even when you're crushing on someone, you still have to follow hospital protocol. Bureaucracy never sleeps, even for matters of the heart. As she turns to leave, he awkwardly calls out her name, stumbling over the syllables like a first-year intern trying to tie a surgical knot. The smooth operator act is definitely not happening today. Hee-mi, clearly noticing his sudden case of verbal diarrhea, asks if something's wrong because he's acting so strange. She's probably used to him being a well-oiled, confident medical machine, not a stammering mess. Our guy stammers out that he's just glad to see her, while inside, he's screaming at himself to get it together and act normal. It's like watching a medical drama where the lead surgeon suddenly forgets how to talk during a critical moment. Nervously, he offers to treat her to an iced Americano, which is basically the medical resident's version of a grand romantic gesture. It's not flowers, but it's cold, caffeinated, and gets the job done. Hee-mi blushes and initially tries to refuse, probably wondering if this is a prank or if he's just really, really stressed. The idea of him asking her out is so unexpected it's almost short-circuiting her brain. Undeterred, our guy pushes for a meeting after work, around 8:30 p.m., because even love has to fit into a tight surgical schedule. He's definitely not letting a little thing like operating on the Prime Minister get in the way of his personal life. They finally agree to meet at Café Lungo in Nanhyondong, solidifying their plans with all the meticulous detail of a pre-op checklist. It's officially a date, folks. A light bulb goes off over Hee-mi's head as she suddenly remembers that Café Lungo was a place she always wanted to go with someone she liked. The pieces of the puzzle are finally clicking into place, and her colleague is absolutely losing it. Her colleague, practically vibrating with excitement, loudly declares that the good doctor is totally going to confess his feelings to Hee-mi. There's no subtlety here. They're broadcasting it like a public service announcement. Hee-mi's colleague immediately takes charge, insisting that she's going to doll her up like she's preparing a model for a photo shoot. It's a full-on fashion emergency before the big date. And wow, does she deliver. Hee-mi is absolutely transformed in her new outfit, standing tall among a bed of roses. She looks like she just stepped out of a high-fashion magazine, ready to slay. Over in the dorm, Hwang Moonjin is utterly bewildered by our guy's sudden interest in formal wear, probably thinking he's completely lost his mind. He's holding a tux and asking, "Who needs a tux?" Moonjin, ever the voice of reason, tries to remind him about the Prime Minister's surgery looming large tomorrow, clearly concerned about his friend's priorities. This is not the time for wardrobe changes. Ignoring the surgical implications, our guy asks his doormate for advice, wondering if he should finally confess his feelings to the person he likes. It seems even top surgeons need dating advice sometimes. He openly admits to Moonjin that he really likes Hee-mi and regrets not realizing it sooner, a moment of rare vulnerability from the usually stoic doctor. It's a big confession for a guy who usually only talks about diagnoses. Back at the hospital, our guy is frantically ignoring his buzzing phone, clearly agitated by the delay keeping him from his date. Even a presidential surgery can't distract him from his mission now. He lays down for a nanosecond, probably contemplating a quick nap, but then bolts upright, vowing not to disappoint Hee-mi. He's on a mission, and nothing, not even a little fatigue, will stop him. He frantically calculates his arrival time, realizing he'll be rolling in around 10 p.m. Meanwhile, the screen splits to show Hee-mi waiting alone, nervously checking her phone, the clock ticking slowly. The moment stretches on, each second feeling like an eternity for Hime as she waits, her hopeful expression slowly turning to concern. It's the classic rom-com waiting game, but with much higher stakes, apparently. Our guy gets dropped off and immediately sprints down the alley, fueled by adrenaline and the sheer terror of being late. He's running faster than he ever has, probably even faster than during that plane incident. Suddenly, blinding headlights engulf him as a vehicle appears from nowhere, and he screams in pure surprise, the sound ripping through the night. The universe, it seems, has other plans for his big confession. But while he faces that headlights-filled nightmare, Hime has no clue about the disaster unfolding elsewhere. There Hime stands, frozen solid, mind scrambling to figure out why the person she's calling isn't picking up, until that icy feeling washes over her when she whirls around and spots Sangmin just standing there. Creepy much. He asks if she's been well, dripping with false politeness and zero actual concern, but she isn't buying that load of malarkey for a second. Her patience evaporates like cheap cologne in a heat wave, and Hime glares, demanding to know what the heck he's even doing here, as if his mere presence is an insult to her eyeballs. Mr. Cool as a cucumber just shrugs, claiming he was just passing by, a line so see-through it might as well be made of saran wrap. Then, just to add a little spice to her day, he drops a veiled threat about her possibly getting kicked out of the hospital soon, before making a big show of leaving, like he's doing her a favor by exiting stage left. As he strolls away, he lobs one last barb over his shoulder, suggesting she really ought to check on our guy, twisting that knife about her worries with surgical precision. That insinuation lands hard, and her expression crumples from anger into this dawning horror that something truly bad has happened to the protagonist. Just then, her phone blares, a jarring sound, and she snatches it up. She screams into the receiver, practically begging for info, as the voice on the other end confirms her worst fears. The genius surgeon went out after changing and just vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, across town, Chairman Lee is pacing his office like a caged tiger, absolutely fuming that Hime somehow found out about our guy's disappearing act, worried his whole master plan is about to hit the fan. He rants about Sangmin messing up his shot at the top spot, as if a missing world-class doctor is just a minor wrinkle in his grand schemes. The big boss then spills the real tea, explaining that the reborn surgeon was supposed to lead the Prime Minister's surgery, a huge honor now hanging by a thread. He goes on and on about the sheer prestige of that role, then, to everyone's surprise, admits he's actually scared of our guy's lightning-fast climb, acknowledging the genuine talent that threatens his own perch. Sangmin, never one to miss an opportunity, points out that the surgery hasn't actually happened yet, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he starts cooking up a fresh batch of trouble. The chairman recoils in pure shock as his old tormentor brazenly asks to be the replacement surgeon, a power play so audacious it almost warrants applause. Later, cruising through the city at night, the would-be successor mulls over the protagonist's incredible skill, a bitter taste in his mouth as he grudgingly acknowledges the talent he despises. He clenches his jaw, declaring with venom that he can never truly succeed as long as that guy is around, hardening his resolve to eliminate the competition once and for all. Elsewhere, Hime is completely distraught, sobbing that she can't lose this man too, a desperate fear gripping her as she dials Sangmin's number, praying for answers or maybe just a miracle. Sangmin sees the incoming call from her, her name blinking on his screen, and for a split second, there's an unreadable flicker in his eyes. With a slow exhale of smoke, he calmly ignores the call, the glowing tip of his cigarette the sole witness to his calculated indifference. Back at the hospital, it's pure chaos as the clock ticks down to surgery, and the panicking Dr. Hwang Moonjin realizes our guy is nowhere to be found, despite a police search. Doctors frantically squabble about his whereabouts, a whirlwind of panicked whispers and accusations filling the hallway as they face an absolutely impossible situation. A nervous secretary regretfully informs the Prime Minister that they can't reach Dr. Kim, a bombshell dropped with a distinct tremor, yet the PM remains eerily composed. The Prime Minister, with an almost supernatural confidence, states that the surgeon will absolutely be there and isn't late, a declaration that feels less like reassurance and more like a prophecy. In a hospital office, the chairman curses our guy, calling him a cruel viper, finally letting his true colors show as a man utterly consumed by envy and spite. They quickly decide that canceling this high-stakes surgery simply isn't an option, and instead, steel themselves to prepare for whatever comes next. The big boss takes command, agreeing to personally greet the Prime Minister and proceed with the operation, a grim determination carved onto his face. And with a final, decisive step, Sangmin strides into the operating theater area, looking every bit the predator entering his hunting ground, ready to snatch his chance. But how is Mr. Sung supposed to fix this absolute disaster while our guy stays missing? So our story kicks off with a driver getting paid extra to absolutely floor it, tearing through traffic like someone just lit a fire under his gas pedal. You'd think he was late for a flight, but nope, this is way more important. The professor riding shotgun apparently needed to arrive yesterday. An older gentleman, clearly not a fan of anything less than Warp 10, is practically screaming at the poor driver, demanding even more speed. It's like he expects the car to just sprout wings and skip rush hour altogether. What's the big rush about? Well, we flash back to our guy, Jin-hyun, who's currently passed out cold at a table, surrounded by his buddies who are all cheering and clinking glasses. Looks like someone had a bit too much fun tonight, collapsing right there as the party kept going. Meanwhile, his sister, always one for a high-stakes gamble, is placing a wild bet on his career choices, willing to put down an ascension elixir. She's really going all in on his future, and the prize sounds like something ripped straight from a fantasy novel. Back at the hospital, a clumsy nurse is about to take a faceplant, but our guy's mom, Lee Yeon-hee, swoops in with reflexes sharper than a cat on Red Bull, catching her mid-fall. It's so smooth, she looks like she just pulled off a fancy martial arts move. Yeon-hee, with all the grace of a ninja, not only saves the day but makes it look incredibly cool. She barely even breaks a sweat, proving her quick thinking is definitely more than just dumb luck. She totally shrugs off her impressive save, claiming her boxing skills are just a hobby with no deeper meaning. Yeah, sure, a hobby that could probably win her an Olympic gold medal without breaking a sweat. His sister, still glued to her screen, successfully adds that super expensive ascension elixir to her online shopping cart, along with some chips to seal the deal. She's seriously committed to this bet, even if it means emptying her digital wallet. In a rather dramatic fantasy sequence, the sister unleashes a fierce lightning attack. Apparently, someone's not taking losing this bet very lightly. Guess we know who's got the better Wi-Fi connection. Then we cut to a different guy dramatically stripping down, declaring his fervent resolve to start a new life through strict dieting. He's embracing this fresh start with a little too much enthusiasm, as if shedding his clothes will magically shed the pounds, too. Hwang Moonjin, our resident diet guru, starts bragging about all the amazing benefits of his new lifestyle, from better sleep to clearer skin, then casually admits he's lost his entire personality in the process. Worth it, I guess. Our guy, ever the supportive colleague, praises Moonjin's diligent efforts, jokingly comparing him to a Buddha for his exceptional work ethic. He's either truly impressed or just trying to butter him up for something. Moonjin's attention is quickly diverted from actual patient care when he realizes the emergency call is nothing more than office gossip about his newfound popularity. His ego gets a boost, but the patients will just have to wait their turn. His momentary lapse in professionalism is abruptly cut short when a superior loudly scolds him for not focusing on his duties. The dream of popularity vanishes as quickly as it appeared, replaced by the cold, hard truth of actual work. And then our guy's phone buzzes. It's a message about an item he's selling, as if he's suddenly become some kind of hotshot online merchant. Finally, Kim Chul-woo, with a sly grin, sends his shipping address to a scammer, only it's not his home address, it's the local police station. He's setting up a trap so sneaky, even a seasoned con artist won't see it coming. While Kim Chul-woo baits his trap, Lee Sang-min prepares for a different kind of disaster. Our guy, Lee Sang-min, stood there radiating an almost unhealthy confidence, telling everyone he'd be the one leading the surgery, as if challenging a boss battle he was already overleveled for. The chairman, meanwhile, was doing his best impression of a tea kettle about to blow, completely flabbergasted that this man thought he could just ditch his post right when things were getting critical. Back at the hospital, the boss was still in full-on shout mode, tearing into our doctor for being late, probably forgetting that surgeons usually deal with, actual life-and-death situations. It was less of a dressing down and more of a public service announcement about how angry one human can possibly be. Despite the verbal assault, this man calmly told a patient they'd be just fine after he squeezed in a quick nap, completely underplaying the fact that he looked like he hadn't slept since the last presidential election. His idea of fine seemed to be teetering on the edge of a medical emergency, which is, frankly, alarming for a doctor. Kim Ji-hyun, observing all this chaos, couldn't help but worry, noticing that his colleague looked less like a world-class surgeon and more like a zombie who just finished a marathon. The subtle signs of a human body shutting down were pretty hard to miss, even for someone who wasn't actively looking for them, and he was definitely looking. Close-up on our guy's eye revealed a strain so intense it looked like he was trying to solve the universe's biggest riddle while simultaneously holding back a sneeze. In the background, Ji-hyun was practically a human waterfall of sweat, while a nurse, bless her heart, gently asked if this human wrecking ball was perhaps feeling a little under the weather, which was a masterful understatement of the century. With the operating room lights glaring, our lead surgeon ordered the procedure to begin, his voice raspy as he wielded the scalpel that was about to make the first incision. The sound of metal on skin was probably the only thing sharper than his deteriorating health at that moment, as he looked like he was powered purely by spite and caffeine. He worked with a precision that defied his visible exhaustion, surgical instruments moving like an extension of his own fading, as he expertly removed tissue. A nurse, clearly oblivious to the impending disaster, couldn't help but gush about his incredible skill, right before he decided it was time to close up and finish this whole ordeal, probably before his own body staged a coup. The moment the last stitch was in, it was like someone cut the strings holding him up. Our brave surgeon toppled backward onto the sterile operating room floor. The previously calm surgical staff immediately erupted into a cacophony of screams, scrambling for help and stretchers like it was the Black Friday of medical emergencies. Suddenly, he was just floating there, amidst a galaxy of stars in what looked suspiciously like the universe's most dramatic screensaver. Memories of a car accident flashed before his eyes, and his face twisted into stress as the chilling realization that this might actually be the end started to sink in. Turns out, operating while half dead can have consequences. Then, because the afterlife apparently also has guest appearances, a celestial woman materialized in the starry void, her form shimmering as she extended a hand toward the very confused and very dead surgeon. It was like she was about to ask if he'd saved 15% or more on his car insurance after that little incident. With a look that perfectly blended disappointment and cosmic wisdom, the heavenly woman asked him how he managed to end up back on this same path again. It was less a question and more a rhetorical sigh from someone who's seen this movie play out a few too many times, and clearly, she wasn't happy with the sequel. She gently embraced him, a silent plea in her posture as she prayed to the heavens, perhaps asking for a cheat code or a do-over for this clearly stubborn soul. The universe probably just collectively shrugged, because some people just don't learn, especially when they're busy kicking the bucket. His celestial caretaker condemned his sinful soul, probably for thinking he could defy death and medical ethics at the same time. You know, just another Tuesday in the great beyond. With a jolt that would make a defibrillator proud, our surgeon snapped awake in a hospital bed, drenched in sweat and probably wondering if he just had the weirdest fever dream of his life. The transition from cosmic judgment to crisp white sheets was jarring, to say the least, and certainly not what he expected after his heavenly encounter. He pushed himself up, every muscle screaming in protest, a symphony of pain that reminded him very clearly that he was, in fact, still quite alive and incredibly bruised. It was the kind of groan that spoke volumes about how much he regretted every life choice up to that point, right down to the one where he decided to take on a surgery while basically collapsing. He quickly inspected his hands, as if expecting them to burst into stardust, and then the memory of his internal bleeding rushed back with the force of a tidal wave. It turns out, even when you're busy saving someone else, your own body still expects you to pay attention and will remind you very forcefully when you don't. Then, like a forgotten browser tab, the image of that mysterious woman from his dream flickered into his mind. He was probably wondering if she was some kind of cosmic customer service rep for near-death experiences or just a very persistent hallucination. Turning his head, he softly whispered Lee Himi's name, the sound barely audible, as if he was afraid of waking her or perhaps just his own still recovering vocal cords. It was the kind of whisper that carried a lifetime of unspoken words and a healthy dose of post-death grogginess. There she was, Himi, curled up in a chair, sleeping with the peaceful innocence of someone who hasn't just gone through the emotional wringer of watching a loved one almost die. Her tranquil state was a stark contrast to the internal chaos our guy was surely feeling, a chaotic symphony of regret and relief. He started an inner monologue about how she was always there for him, through thick and thin, happy or sad, basically acting as his personal emotional anchor. It was the kind of heartfelt reflection that usually precedes some grand, cinematic confession, or at least a very awkward conversation about medical malpractice. Amy jolted awake, startled, her eyes quickly finding his, and then the dam broke. She started crying, calling him a stupid idiot for worrying her, which is just classic loved one behavior. Relief mixed with a healthy dose of anger. Our hero, watching her tears, decided now was finally the time to spill all the beans, probably before one of them passed out from sheer emotional exhaustion, or before she hit him with a bedpan. That main character energy immediately evaporated the second. He ended up totally cooked in the hospital ward. Jin-hyun, sporting all the broken ribs and internal bleeding a man could ask for, still manages to apologize to Hwang Moonjin for worrying him. It's a classic move when you're laid up after almost becoming roadkill. Moonjin, standing over his banged-up colleague, can barely believe this dude, practically broken in half, actually went and did surgery. It makes you wonder if our hero just really loves cutting people open, or if he's trying to outrun a very expensive hospital bill. From his VIP hospital room, he ponders the Prime Minister's presidential potential, because apparently, even when you're practically a mummy, political aspirations are still a thing. He's also patting himself on the back for being so darn lucky to be alive, which is fair when you've just met a car head-on. But then reality hits him harder than the car that put him there. There's still the not-so-small matter of who, exactly, wanted him to become a permanent fixture in the pavement. It's one of those problems that really puts a damper on your recovery, like realizing you have to do taxes after a vacation. This guy admits he's drawing a complete blank on the whole accident, not even remembering the car that turned him into a human pretzel. He's got that 1,000-yard stare, trying to remember what exactly scrambled his brain cells, because it feels less like an accident and more like a very intentional, very painful surprise party. Kim Chulwoo, looking determined as ever, tells the recovering doctor they're searching high and low for the culprit and promises to drag them in. It's a nice thought, like a knight in shining armor promising to find your lost car keys, but the reborn surgeon just stares, a silent, "yeah, good luck with that," hanging in the air. The on-screen text explains that the crime scene had absolutely no CCTV footage, which is either the unluckiest break in history or a very convenient plot device for a nefarious villain. Our guy, suspecting foul play, clenches his fist because a simple hit-and-run without witnesses sounds more like a calculated move than a fender bender. Faced with the utter vacuum of evidence, he thinks to himself, is this really just a hit-and-run, or is someone trying to send a message on wheels? He grabs his phone to call Chulwoo, probably to tell him to stop looking for a random joyrider and start looking for someone with an actual grudge. Our protagonist, not one to let a little thing like internal bleeding stop him, wastes no time asking Chulwoo to investigate Lee Sangmin, which is like telling the police to check the guy who always looks shifty. Meanwhile, Lee Hee-mi, looking like a worried puppy, peeks through the door, probably sensing that deep thoughts are happening inside. Hee-mi, all concern and caution, just watches from the doorway, her presence a silent question mark. It's the kind of worried peeking that suggests she knows something's up, or maybe she just heard the name and her spidey senses tingled. After she finally comes in, they confirm that they're officially a couple, because nothing screams new relationship goals like one of you being in a hospital bed. They then casually discuss their parents going back to the restaurant, as if being together means their personal lives are now a joint business venture, probably with daily reports and KPIs. Hee-mi confesses she hasn't slept a wink, busy trying to save other people's lives, which makes her boyfriend's current situation look a bit selfish, even if he didn't ask for it. He, however, just pats the bed next to him, inviting her to get some much-needed rest, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. He just casually pats the mattress right beside him, gesturing for her to lie down, completely oblivious to the fact that asking someone to lie down next to me usually comes with a little more preamble than "you look tired." It's like asking a surgeon to scrub in with a "hey, got a minute?" Hee-mi, caught completely off guard, panics internally at the sudden invitation to share a bed. Her mind probably screeches to a halt, wondering if this is a medical procedure she missed in her textbooks, because lying next to the patient isn't usually part of the standard care. After a brief mental gymnastics session where she probably consults an imaginary flowchart for hospital bed etiquette, she rationalizes that the bed is, in fact, large enough for two and gingerly climbs in. It's the kind of internal monologue that makes you wonder if she's ever shared a bed before, even with a teddy bear. Lying next to our guy, Hee-mi can't help but think this day would never come, a silent testament to the long, winding road their relationship has taken. As she reflects, he quietly turns to her, probably wondering if she's going to start quoting medical journals as bedtime stories. Just as the quiet settles, she calls his name, her voice barely a whisper, as if she's about to reveal the secret formula for eternal youth or, perhaps, just ask for the remote. It's a loaded moment, full of unspoken anticipation. Hee-mi leans in, her voice hushed, saying she has something so important to tell him that he might not believe it, which is usually how you start a story about finding a talking cat. Her boyfriend's eyes widen, because he knows anything this dramatic usually involves some serious hospital drama. Then she drops the bombshell. She thinks she knows who was behind the hit and run. It's a statement that probably sent shivers down his spine, like realizing the boogeyman isn't under the bed, but actually just drove a sedan over you. Hee-mi reveals the name, Lee Sangmin. Suddenly, her guy's mind flashes to Sangmin acting suspiciously at the cafe, a memory that now clangs like a giant bell of recognition. It's like watching a mystery movie and realizing the butler was holding the wrench the whole time. The reborn surgeon, showing an almost alarming level of trust, immediately confirms he believes her, simply because she's the person he loves, which is a surprisingly romantic and slightly naive take on a criminal investigation. Hee-mi, looking a little shocked by his instant faith, almost asks if he needs a reality check. Still reeling a bit from his blind trust, she asks him point-blank if he even knows what kind of snake Lee Sangmin really is. It's a fair question, implying Sangmin isn't just bad, but like supervillain bad, the kind who kicks puppies and steals candy from babies. Her boyfriend, recalling his own grudge, declares Sangmin an absolute bastard who deserves no sympathy, which he underlines by bringing up a past medical case involving Seon. He also throws in a quick medical fact about anticoagulation agents and hemophiliac patients, because even when plotting revenge, a doctor never truly stops being a doctor. He delves into the specifics, discussing the perils of using anticoagulation agents on hemophiliac patients, which sounds less like a casual conversation and more like a very detailed medical lecture. It's the kind of dinner conversation that would send anyone else running for the hills, but for these two, it's just another Tuesday. Imi goes on to explain exactly how that herbal tea would cause ulcers if not properly diluted, laying out the medical mechanics of murder like she's explaining a recipe for beef stew. It's a chillingly calm delivery for such a dark topic, making you wonder how many times she's rehearsed this in her head. Then with a steely gaze, Himi states it outright. Lee Sangmin absolutely murdered Bumsuapa. The words hang in the air, heavy and undeniable, like a dropped scalpel in a quiet operating room. She quickly reveals the entire staging. The potassium levels, the fake suicide note, the whole grim tableau designed to cover up a cold-blooded murder. It's the kind of meticulously planned deception that makes you think Sangmin should probably be writing crime novels instead of performing surgeries. Her boyfriend, his face a mask of regret, laments not realizing sooner, wishing he could have saved Bumsu from such a sinister plot. It's the kind of crushing self-blame that doctors often carry, like they're personally responsible for every bad outcome. He vows, with a fierce glint in his eyes, to make sure Sangmin pays for his crimes, declaring that the man will rot in prison where he belongs. It's a promise steeped in fury, like a legal contract signed in blood and hospital disinfectant. Himi, looking him straight in the eye, asks our guy to do something incredibly important for her, her expression conveying the gravity of the request. He leans in, probably expecting a request for a new kidney or a rare surgical tool, but what she says next is far more shocking. With a voice heavy with emotion, she reveals her wish. She wants him to leave Deal Hospital, the place where all his dreams and nightmares have come true. It's the ultimate break up with your workplace request coming out of left field. The injured doctor, completely stunned, reacts with an emphatic refusal, like someone asked him to give up coffee. He quickly counters, suggesting she's the one who should go, perhaps to Kwanghi or Presbyterian Hospital, completely missing the point that he's the one currently on Sangmin's hit list. He's all, no, you should go to Kwanghi or Presbyterian instead, as if the problem is the hospital's interior decorating, not the homicidal maniac running around. It's a classic example of I'll face the danger head-on, you run away, which sounds heroic in movies, but is often just dumb in real life. Imi, tears welling in her eyes, confesses she can handle dragging down Sangmin all on her own because, surprise, she's also a board member of the hospital. It's a sudden power flex, like realizing your mild-mannered librarian friend is secretly a black belt. She then emotionally blurts out that she's deeply in love with him. With trembling lips and shining eyes, she emotionally confesses her profound love for him, sealing the moment with an unexpected outpouring of affection. It's the kind of heartfelt declaration that usually happens in a romantic montage, not during a discussion about corporate espionage and attempted murder. Our guy, utterly moved by her confession and the sheer audacity of her plan, asks if she truly expects him to run and hide, knowing she's putting herself in grave danger. It's a rhetorical question, of course, because nobody expects a man who just survived a car crash to turn tail and flee. He vows then and there to gather all the evidence he needs to make Sangmin rot in prison, not just for Bumsu, but for trying to take him out too. It's a declaration of war, etched in the quiet determination of a man who's been through hell and isn't afraid of a rematch. They forge a pact. They'll expose Sangmin, tarnish his reputation, and make sure he gets what's coming to him. It's a classic hero and sidekick agreement, but with scalpels and hospital politics instead of capes and gadgets. Our guy then declares his ultimate goal. He's going to become such an outrageously good doctor that Sangmin will only ever be able to look up at him in envy. It's the kind of petty, yet incredibly ambitious revenge plan that could only come from a man who's already tasted failure and isn't afraid to claw his way to the top. But while our guy is busy cooking, Lee Jong is about to speedrun his way into this hospital. Chairman Lee storms into Deal Hospital like a hurricane, bellowing for someone to be dragged out. But Professor Kang just stands there, cool as ice, claiming he slept like a baby because he knew nothing about whatever fresh chaos just unfolded. The chairman then points a finger directly at Professor Kang, practically vibrating with rage, shouting about how there are lines you don't cross and that patient safety is non-negotiable, acting like he's the king of ethical medicine when we all know his track record. But Kang doesn't even flinch, warning the chairman in a voice colder than the morgue to back off when it comes to Jinhyun, while the chairman stares right back, insisting he won't just sit idly by if his favorite prodigy gets harmed again. Minchul then turns and walks away, but you can see the sheer effort it takes for him to keep it together. His face contorted in a silent scream of fury as his fist clenches so tight you can almost hear bones grinding. Our guy and Lee Himi greet a returning Professor Kang in the hospital room, only to realize their mistake when the chairman himself steps in, looking like he just lost a puppy and needs a hug after the scene he just made. The chairman stands before the young doctor, looking utterly deflated, and actually offers a sincere apology for everything that went down, which is a rare sight, like spotting a unicorn at a medical conference. He then gently grabs the doctor's shoulders, making a solemn vow that he will personally ensure our guy becomes the chosen successor, no matter what bumps they hit in the road. A montage then shows off our guy's absolutely perfect residency performance, making everyone else look like they're still playing with toy doctor kits. And the news drops that a veteran professor is finally hanging up their scalpel. A university representative then delivers the bombshell that this doctor is now required to stay at the hospital, which leaves the chairman looking utterly gobsmacked, like he just got hit with a surprise tuition bill. Our protagonist watches all this with a serious expression, his mind already racing through the problem that there's still zero evidence linking Sangmin to that car accident, which is really grinding his gears. And you can see the moment when our guy realizes there's a gaping hole in his plan as he spies Lee Sangmin in the distance, resolving to keep watching him since he has nothing to tie the man to the crash. Zip. The close-up shows Lee Sangmin's eyes closed, his face etched with such profound weariness that it looks like he's finally thrown in the towel and just wants to nap for a decade. Later that night, Sangmin is jolted awake by a terrifying nightmare where a ghostly woman screams at him, blaming him for her child's death and her ruined life, leaving him drenched in sweat and absolutely paralyzed with fear. He sits alone in the oppressive darkness, a chilling, unsettling laugh bubbling up from his throat while sweat just pours down his face, like he's trying to exorcise a demon through sheer, manic laughter. Our guy's laughter cuts off sharp as he stares at the bed. His eyes widen like he just spotted a ghost in the sheets, and he clutches the blanket like it's a lifeline in a storm. No, wait, that was Sangmin at the bar. Oops. Yeonhee explains that she also couldn't sleep, so she just came to the bar and they both agree to share a drink, perhaps hoping misery loves company, or at least a good whiskey. Their moment of quiet commiseration is abruptly cut short when an assistant interrupts to inform Sangmin that the chairman is looking for him, probably to demand a progress report on his misery. Sangmin steps into the room, ready for a grilling. The chairman eyes him like he's late for a job interview, asking why he took so long and telling him to sit down for a serious talk. The chairman leans in all business, explaining that once the reborn surgeon becomes a professor, Sangmin will be chased out unless he finds a new plan. This isn't about drinks, it's about staying relevant. As a potential lifeline, the chairman proposes a new research project, strategically led by the Deal Research Department, as if a fancy title alone will save Sangmin from the chopping block. Sangmin doubts the efficacy of this supposed plan, comparing it to our guy's undeniable brilliance, but the chairman just glares and demands that he collaborate with the other professors on a groundbreaking thesis. No excuses. In the hospital corridor, Himi complains loudly about how the chairman always uses these thesis awards to manipulate everyone. But our main character just calmly accepts the new assignment, probably already plotting how to turn it into his next big win. They agree to meet for dinner on Saturday, and our guy flashes a confident smile, his mind already buzzing with ideas about the incredible potential hidden within the research center. At the research center, our guy answers his phone, only to be absolutely stunned silent when he hears the caller is from the New England Journal of Medicine, which is basically the Nobel Prize of medical publications. The caller then confirms their intent to publish Dr. Lee Jinhyun's study, leaving him completely shell-shocked and in utter disbelief, as if he just won the lottery and found a cure for everything all at once. The silence didn't last, because Deal Hospital is about to get ratioed into oblivion. Our man, Lee Jinhyun, finds himself absolutely paralyzed in disbelief, like a deer in the headlights of a very expensive sports car, as the news of his unprecedented success hits him. He's just processed that his research got published in the New England Journal of Medicine, which is basically the medical equivalent of winning the lottery without even buying a ticket. Then he clutches his head like he's got a migraine made of pure panic, wondering where in the world his other groundbreaking projects ended up. This is the kind of problem most researchers only dream of having, like, oh no, my genius is too prolific, whatever shall I do? Lee Himi, ever the pragmatist, just smiles confidently at him as he freaks out, reassuring him they will indeed sign contracts for all the other projects. She's got that "I told you so" glint in her eye, knowing full well the goldmine he's accidentally stumbled into. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office somewhere, Lee Sangmin practically vibrates with internal rage, leaning back in his chair like a cartoon villain. He's absolutely furious that this punk's single article is overshadowing all the hard work of his entire department, which is just delightful to watch. Back in the hospital, our guy stands awkwardly, sweating under the collective praise of his colleagues, who are all cheering and declaring him a certified genius. It's like he just scored the winning touchdown in the Super Bowl, but instead of a ball, he's holding a high citation index score, which is way nerdier. He gazes down at the stack of published papers, a sigh escaping his lips, clearly wondering how one even begins to navigate this sudden, meteoric rise to fame. One minute he's just a doctor, the next he's practically a medical rock star, complete with groupies and everything. Himi, always looking for an angle, leans in conspiratorially right after the hoopla, offering him a sweet deal to jump ship for a vice president position with a massive salary. She's basically saying, hey, you want to trade your scalpel for a golf club and endless meetings? But our principled protagonist just smiles politely and apologizes, making it clear he has no intention of abandoning his true calling. He's basically saying, "Thanks, but I'm actually trying to save asterisk lives, not just count money," which is a pretty solid comeback. The calls for his newfound fame just keep coming, as producer Jung Yeonjun appears on the phone, asking if the doctor is familiar with accomplished doctor. This guy literally cannot even get a minute to himself. The hook finally lands when the producer mentions his parents would absolutely adore seeing footage of their son's daily life. Even our stoic doctor can't resist the allure of making his mom proud. It's the ultimate trump card. And boom, the edited footage arrives. Our guy's mom beams like she won the lottery at the television, exclaiming that her boy's all grown up and successful now. Talk about a glow-up. The hospital, meanwhile, is completely swamped, with patients lining up out the door, all demanding to see the famous doctor. They've had to set up a whole separate reception desk just to handle his fan club, which is less hospital and more rock concert ticket booth. Suddenly, an old man in sunglasses stops the doctor in the hallway, innocently asking for directions to the equipment room, calling him young doctor. He has absolutely no idea he's talking to the hottest medical celebrity on the planet. Our guy leads the way, explaining the elevator's a must for the equipment room. The old man looks puzzled, like he expected a secret stairway or something out of a spy movie, while Himi pops up, ready for a meetup in the lobby. The old man, meanwhile, is having a senior moment, thinking that the doctor's face looks vaguely familiar, possibly from that hobo convention last year. He's totally oblivious to the fact that this young doctor is now a household name. The doctor then urgently tells the old man that this particular elevator is strictly for VIPs, just as Himi comes flying down the hall, shouting his name like a banshee. Clearly, his day is about to get even more complicated. Himi's face fills the frame, eyes wide as she screams out, "Grandpa," suddenly revealing the surprising connection between the VIP and herself. It turns out our doctor has accidentally been giving directions to his colleague's very important relative, which is just fantastic. The grandfather just smiles warmly, happy to finally see his granddaughter, completely oblivious to the chaos he's caused, while our guy sweats profusely in the background. Our doctor has officially entered the awkward family encounter phase of his celebrity, and Himi's eyes light up as she spots her grandpa, giving him a tight hug while whispering, "Lost because of him." It's like finding a rare coupon in a junk drawer, only this time it's family treasure and our girl is staking her claim. Meanwhile, Jin-hyun stands there like a deer in headlights, trying to explain his awkward presence by mumbling about not wanting to be a bother, as if his existence isn't already a monumental inconvenience to her entire bloodline. He's just trying to survive this introduction without accidentally insulting a billionaire. In his head, our guy is frantically connecting the dots. Himi's grandfather instantly translates to flashing dollar signs, stock market charts, and enough generational wealth to buy a small country. This isn't just any grandpa. This is a final boss level of rich. So our protagonist goes for the full formal bow, introducing himself as Kim Jin-hyun, just a humble college friend of Himi's, trying to downplay the fact that he's currently dating the heiress to a financial empire. He's hoping his polite demeanor can somehow offset the sheer terror he feels. Back in the hospital hallway, the gravity of the situation hits our hero like a ton of bricks, and he clutches his head in pure despair. He's not just meeting the family. He's entered the Hunger Games of social acceptance, and he's suddenly realizing he's severely under-equipped. Inside the elevator, the grandfather casually mentions his liver hasn't been doing so hot lately, which is apparently the real reason for his visit. Our guy probably feels a sudden urge to offer a free consultation, just to get back into his comfort zone. The chairman then shoots the young doctor a confident smile, predicting a bright future for him, which is either a genuine compliment or a subtle warning that he's now under intense scrutiny. It's like getting a performance review from the CEO of everything. Meanwhile, in the hospital lobby, Chief Beak arrives huffing and puffing, profusely apologizing to Sangmin for making him wait. It seems this man's importance has just leveled up, and even the chief is now playing catch-up. Later that night, at a restaurant, Sangmin finally tells Yeonhee that his heart belongs to someone else, effectively putting a very polite but firm end to any romantic notions she might have had. He's choosing honesty over dragging things out, which is a surprisingly mature move for him. Yeonhee manages a small smile, noting that Sangmin looks genuinely brighter than she's seen him in a long time. It's the kind of glow you get when you finally stop pretending and embrace your true feelings, even if it means breaking someone else's heart a little. The recently confessed Sangmin is then seen drinking wine, making a silent resolve to actually do his best this time around, unlike all the previous attempts that ended in him looking like a flailing salmon. He's ready to put in the work for what he wants. Back to our hero, who just sighs dramatically at the flood of spam mail from top global hospitals, all begging him to join their ranks. He's basically swatting away multi-million-dollar job offers like they're annoying gnats. He's still on the phone, agreeing to meet Professor Yu Youngsu soon, probably to discuss some new groundbreaking medical procedure or another award-winning paper. His schedule is clearly booked with being awesome. Without a second thought, the brilliant doctor casually clicks delete on another incoming call or email notification, probably from another prestigious institution trying to poach him. He's got bigger fish to fry, like avoiding Himi's grandpa. Professor Yu Youngsu, looking like the cat who swallowed the canary, smiles broadly as our guy walks into his book-lined office. You just know this isn't going to be a casual chat about the weather. Our protagonist then shouts in surprise, vehemently denying that he ever said he was leaving for Korea University, as if being accused of going to a rival school is the ultimate betrayal. He's practically hyperventilating at the thought. The professor calmly gestures, bringing up the surgery scheduled for next week, completely ignoring the panic attack he just induced. He's got bigger plans for our guy than simple university transfers. The professor then launches into a detailed explanation of the Milan criteria and the delicate father-daughter donor dynamic, which basically translates to, this surgery is incredibly complicated and absolutely cannot fail. It's a real pressure cooker. Then Professor Yu claps his hands together, staring intensely at Jin-hyun, declaring, "You and me." It's less of a suggestion and more of a royal decree that our young prodigy is now co-piloting a high-stakes medical mission. Our guy stands there in a mental void, slowly accepting the terrifying reality that he, a relatively junior doctor, must now lead a major surgery despite lacking seniority. It's like being handed the keys to a space shuttle when you only have a learner's permit. He finally gives a reluctant nod, sweat visibly dripping down his face, officially accepting the role of lead surgeon for the donor. He's basically signing up for a medical gladiatorial fight, whether he likes it or not. Elsewhere, Himi leans against a wall at home, utterly exhausted, contemplating whether she should call our hero. She's probably mentally replaying the Meet the Grandpa disaster and needs some emotional support. Suddenly, she gasps in shock, caught off guard in the darkened doorway, probably by something utterly mundane that just scared the bejesus out of her. It's hard out here for a billionaire's granddaughter. Then, in a chilling close-up, we see Sangmin's eyes as he speaks intensely to Jin-hyun. The kicker? He reveals he'll be his asterisk partner on the operating table for this incredibly complex surgery. This just got way more complicated than anyone expected. She recovers from that mid-jump scare just in time for Kim Ji-hyun to start acting cracked. Our guy Jin-hyun thinks this VIP, Sangmin, is totally harmless. He's convinced this dude is as safe as a kitten in a pet store, shaking hands formally in the corridor, but we know better, right? Close-up on Jin-hyun's eyes gives us all the intel we need, revealing his suspicion as a silent alarm blares in his mind about the smooth operator before him. He's looking at this guy like a cat, sizing up a particularly shifty mouse, trying to discern if this is a genuine truce or just the calm before a storm. And Sangmin leans in with an almost sinister, knowing smile playing on his lips, declaring the upcoming surgery's importance with an ominous undertone that makes you wonder if he's wishing everyone good luck or subtly threatening a flat tire. You can practically hear the villainous monologue brewing behind that seemingly innocent grin. Meanwhile, their patient, Soyeon, nervously expresses her anxiety about the upcoming procedure, clinging to her father who stands by supportively like a human comfort blanket. She looks like she's about to walk into a final exam she hasn't studied for, rather than a crucial medical operation. Her father, mishearing our guy's name as Kim Ji-hyun, effusively praises him as a genius among geniuses after seeing him on TV, practically rolling out a red carpet for the surgeon. He's laying it on thicker than concrete, making our guy out to be the medical messiah himself. Our protagonist, always composed, confidently reassures them with a smooth joke, claiming the whole ordeal will be over after a nap. It's the kind of professional cool that would make a nervous patient wonder if he's a doctor or a very calm stand-up comedian. The father then emotionally pleads that Soyeon is his kindest child, dramatically declaring he can't live without her. He's laying on the melodrama so thick you'd think he was auditioning for a daytime soap opera, making sure our guy fully understands the precious cargo he's about to operate on. Soyeon gently scolds her father for his excessive worrying, insisting he needs to live long too, as if he's the one about to go under the knife. It's a sweet moment where she's trying to comfort him while also subtly telling him to dial back the histrionics. The concerned father still expresses his fear of complications, while his daughter firmly tells him to worry about himself, turning to our hero for a validating nod. He's looking for any sign of doubt like a detective searching for a clue, completely missing his daughter's pointed, "You're the one with the high blood pressure" stare. Our guy, ever the professional, promises to ensure that absolutely no problems will occur during the highly sensitive procedure. He's making promises that would make even a seasoned politician blush, projecting an aura of certainty that could calm a stampede. And with all the confidence of a king surveying his domain, the reborn surgeon declares his surgical skills are amazing, and there's no need to worry, thoroughly impressing the anxious father. He's basically saying, "I'm so good I could probably perform this surgery in my sleep," which is both reassuring and slightly terrifying. With the reassurances delivered, the family bids their farewells outside the hospital, with Soyeon playfully calling her dad silly for all his excessive worrying, as if he's just spilled milk instead of fretting over a major operation. She's got that "oh, dad" exasperation down pat, but you know she loves him. Later, the scene shifts to an establishing shot of a sleek, modern glass skyscraper restaurant, sparkling against the night sky, looking like a place where dreams are either made or expensively shattered. It's definitely not a place you go for a casual Tuesday night burger, that's for sure. Inside, framed by a window view of the shimmering city lights, our guy comments on the swanky venue, noting it's an unusual choice for a weekday. He's practically smelling the fancy in the air, probably wondering if they're serving gold leaf appetizers or just really expensive water. At their elegantly set table, Himi offers to pay for their expensive dinner, sensing the damage this meal might be doing to their wallets. She's looking at the check like it's a scientific experiment, wondering if her bank account can survive the fallout. Our guy, unfazed, casually dismisses the cost, boasting about his substantial wealth, which he estimates to be around 3 billion won. He's acting like money is just fairy dust he sprinkles around, completely unaware that most people need to, work for it. Himi, however, internally reflects on their differing levels of wealth, noting that she had already achieved more, like owning a building, by the tender age of 5 than his entire life's ambition. She's mentally comparing their financial resumes and silently declaring herself the winner, proving that even in romance, she's still a shark. Leaning her chin on her hand, Himi playfully asks if she looks pretty or if there's some stray food on her face, fishing for a compliment with the subtlety of a fishing net. She's giving him that look that says, "You better say the right thing, buddy, or I'm sending back my steak." Our hero, caught off guard and clearly flustered, nervously looks away, clumsily claiming he wasn't looking at anything specific. He's acting like a deer in headlights, probably wishing he had a medical textbook handy to distract him from the impending emotional interrogation. Himi then demands a compliment, forcing a blushing surgeon to confirm that she is indeed pretty, only for her to pout and declare it's too late. She's playing hard to get like a boss, making him work for every ounce of affection, even if he's already sweating bullets. She points out his unusually formal attire, questioning why he's wearing a suit when he typically avoids them due to discomfort. She's essentially asking, "Who are you and what have you done with my doctor?" Because this level of sartorial effort is highly suspect. Close-up reveals him cutting his steak, as Himi teases him, accusing him of hoarding all the meat like a possessive lover. She's playfully hinting at his greedy nature, probably knowing he's just trying to enjoy his expensive meal in peace. Internally, our guy starts to panic, sweating bullets and wondering if it's too early to propose. He's caught in a mental loop, debating the perfect timing for his grand gesture, completely oblivious to the fact that his internal monologue is probably louder than his actual thoughts. Text over a background of flowers reveals it's been 1 year since they started dating, and despite it being early, this man has no doubts about proposing. He's got that one-track mind, ready to pull the trigger on a lifetime commitment after just 365 days. An elegant ring box opens to reveal a sparkling gold band, set against a dreamy cherry blossom background, symbolizing the romantic gesture he's about to make. It's the kind of picture-perfect moment that belongs in a rom-com, complete with all the emotional trimmings. Back at the table, Himi leans forward, her intuition kicking in, sensing his unspoken intentions and directly asking if he has something to say. She's practically got a flashing neon sign above her head that reads, "Spill the beans, bro, I know what you're thinking." Close-up of Himi's profile shows her realizing the truth, recognizing his behavior patterns as clear indicators of an impending proposal. She's connecting the dots faster than a supercomputer, probably already planning the wedding in her head. Her internal thought bubble explicitly confirms it. He is proposing. She's practically shouting it in her mind, probably doing a mental happy dance while maintaining a poker face. Our flustered hero nervously denies it, but Himi, ever the confident one, insists he can say it, giving him explicit permission to proceed. She's basically telling him, "Just spit it out already, you big dummy," with a look that says she's tired of waiting. Outside on the city street, Himi loudly yells at the surgeon, telling him to just do it already if he's going to propose, clearly exasperated by his indecisiveness. Our guy sweats profusely, still caught in an internal debate about the perfect timing, wishing he had a flowchart for grand romantic gestures. They acknowledge the evening is ending here, with our guy heading back to the hospital and Himi returning to her nearby home, leaving a cloud of awkwardness in their wake. Himi walks away from our guy, muttering "stupid" and "idiot" under her breath, probably wishing she had a remote to fast-forward through this entire embarrassing situation. Suddenly, she turns around and calls his name, causing him to look up in surprise like a startled squirrel who just heard a twig snap. She closes her eyes in annoyance, casually dismissing any concerns about paying the bill, while internally calling him a dating cripple and a dumb bastard. Just as she announces her departure, our guy desperately grabs her wrist, calling her name urgently, like a man clinging to the last piece of cake at a party. Background figures stare as Himi realizes, is he going to propose now? Here out of all places. She pleads desperately for him to choose anywhere but the middle of the street, clearly mortified by the public spectacle. A close-up on our guy's face shows his determined expression as he tries to proceed, completely ignoring her pleas for privacy, probably thinking, no time like the present, right? Himi smoothly changes the subject, suggesting they eat again soon, trying to save face and redirect the conversation away from his botched proposal attempt. Our guy, completely oblivious, points towards the building and says, "Let's eat there again," referencing the expensive venue they just left. A close-up reveals Himi's amused expression as she internally acknowledges his complete lack of romantic finesse, but finds him endearing nonetheless, like a puppy tripping over its own paws. Himi stands very close to our guy, rejecting his suggestion of returning to the pricey restaurant for a future date, probably thinking her wallet can't handle another assault. She then turns to leave, declaring that the exact location of a proposal doesn't matter, as long as it's not a barbecue place, setting a very specific and somewhat bizarre condition for his future attempt. Standing alone, our guy touches his chin, a light bulb finally going off as he realizes she had understood his intentions all along. A close-up shows his shocked expression as he processes that she wasn't against the idea, merely against the terrible execution. Then in a whimsical fantasy image, we see an elderly couple with a granddaughter, labeled "your granddaughter," in marriage, showcasing our guy's sudden visualization of a future he never thought possible, all thanks to Himi's strange barbecue clause. Deciding to table the proposal thoughts for later, our hero hails a cab and heads straight back to the hospital, probably realizing that saving lives takes precedence over romantic blunders. It's a classic move. When in doubt, return to your comfort zone of scalpels and scrubs. The exterior of Dalem Hospital looms under the night sky, bathed in the soft glow of the moon, beckoning him back to his duties. It stands like a silent sentinel, ready to welcome its dedicated, albeit romantically challenged, doctor. Close-up shows his gloved hands meticulously adjusting his surgical wear as he declares, "I have to be ready," his mind now fully focused on the life-or-death situation awaiting him. He's putting on his game face, ready to operate with the precision of a master craftsman. Sangmin appears in our guy's mind, a nagging voice reminding him that it's impossible to prevent his rival from assisting in the upcoming surgery, even as he adjusts a dial on the medical equipment. He's calculating probabilities like a chess grandmaster, realizing he's stuck with a pawn he doesn't trust. Our hero, now fully alert, resolves that he must personally ensure that no equipment or drugs are tampered with. He's committing to vigilance like a hawk watching its nest, knowing that in the high-stakes world of surgery, one wrong move could be catastrophic, especially with a snake in the grass like his old tormentor. Morning rolls around and this man is already cooked, losing all his aura points to the grind. Father Kim, a man wearing worry like a second skin, grips our surgeon's hand, practically begging him to take the utmost care of his daughter, the pressure in the room so thick you could cut it with a scalpel. This man vows to dedicate every ounce of his being to the upcoming surgery, a solemn promise hanging heavy while other family members watch on, their unspoken pleas echoing the father's desperation. Wait, our guy's nerves are getting the better of him, making him sweat bullets like he's about to walk into a pop quiz without studying, blurting out, "Should we delay the surgery?" as if it were a casual suggestion to reschedule a dentist appointment. He notes the father's stress levels are through the roof, a palpable anxiety radiating from him like a heat wave, all thanks to the immense risks involved in this delicate procedure, which is enough to make anyone's stomach churn. Soyin, however, is all business, firmly stating they absolutely cannot afford to wait 3 months, pointing out the scheduling nightmares and the very real danger of her tumor growing larger, effectively shutting down any thoughts of delay like a boss. Then a grizzled, bearded doctor, likely a very senior figure, steps in to declare that Father Kim is, without a doubt, the most important person in the room right now, which is a statement meant to reassure, but also underscores just how critical his well-being is to the whole operation. The father, suddenly looking a bit sheepish, chalks up his fears to just being old and overly sensitive, even apologizing for his anxiety, basically saying, "My bad for being human in a life-and-death situation," which is a whole new level of self-blame. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a rapid montage of surgical preparations, with all sorts of intense sound effects indicating things are getting very real, very fast, like a medical movie trailer, but with way more actual scalpels and less dramatic music. Dr. Lee Sangmin, placing his full trust in our guy, formally hands over the reins, signaling the official start of their collaboration, which is the kind of moment where you either rise to the occasion or trip over your own feet. In the operating room, an anesthesiologist whispers that the vibe in there feels all wrong, like the air itself is holding its breath. Our guy internally labels the colleague an annoying bastard, but decides to keep his guard up, just in case, right before officially starting the surgery with all the vital sign checks and scalpel readiness you'd expect. The harmonic scalpel hums as it slices through tissue, cauterizing as it goes, a dance of precision and controlled destruction, with instruments getting passed with practiced ease between surgeons, a well-oiled machine of gloved hands working in perfect, gruesome unison. Our guy struggles with a nagging distraction, wondering what the other surgeon is even thinking about, but quickly shoves those thoughts aside, forcing himself to recenter, bringing his entire focus back to the task at hand, which is good because now the liver is fully exposed and ready for harvesting, with all its surrounding blood vessels glaring up at him like tiny red eyes. Suddenly, a nurse bursts into the operating room, frantic, calling specifically for our surgeon about the harvested liver, and though he confirms the organ is out, the nurse cuts him off with an urgent message from Professor Kang Minchul, explaining that another patient's vitals are crashing, and they barely avoided full cardiac arrest thanks to the anesthesia team. Our protagonist agrees to sprint to room 15, but not before quickly double-checking the current patient's vitals, just to be sure. And then Lee Sangmin steps up, offering to handle the carting out of the organ so our guy can go help the professor. But a close-up of his eyes betrays a flicker of hesitation, a doubt about leaving Sangmin unsupervised with the goods. He internally rationalizes that organ transport is way beneath a lead surgeon's pay grade, agreeing that assisting a struggling Professor Kang takes priority over babysitting the liver. But then Sangmin gives a subtle, surprised look as our guy insists on seeing the transport through anyway, a tiny crack in his calm facade. Another urgent demand cuts through the air, asking if our guy is ready to ditch this room for the critical patient. He curses under his breath, asking how far they even are from cart out, clearly annoyed by the rush. But Sangmin, ever so reassuring, tells him the patient here is fine and he really should go save the other struggling team. Dark panel highlights our protagonist's desperate internal question of what the heck to do, as he realizes he's got Sangmin, a second assistant, and a nurse all present, concluding that with so many eyes watching, Sangmin can't possibly pull any reckless stunts with the donor organ, so he reluctantly decides to leave, feeling like he just handed over the car keys to a teenager. In the transport corridor, our guy stresses that this is a VIP patient, and the organ transportation absolutely must be flawless, getting a quick understood and a hurried farewell. And then, out of nowhere, a sudden violent shout cuts through the air, signaling that the cart-out procedure has gone horribly, terribly wrong, because of course it has. Inside room 15, Professor Kang Minchul is practically screaming for our surgeon to get to the operating field right now, as it's pure chaos, with staff fumbling with hemostats and blood packs while the patient bleeds out like a sieve. But then our guy steps in, cool as a cucumber, and confidently clamps down on the bleeding area, instantly bringing some order back to the mayhem. Professor Kang notes that things are already looking better with our guy's presence, despite the patient's severe cirrhosis, and he meticulously ligates a tricky blood vessel under Kang's instructions, a picture of surgical precision. But then, a sudden code blue announcement shatters the fragile calm, instantly throwing everyone into a new level of panic, like a fire alarm in a library. The announcement blares. CPR is urgently required in the recovery room, and our guy immediately demands to know who performed the surgery on the patient who just coded, a horrifying memory of Soyin's smiling face flashing in his mind, overlaid with dread as he asks, his voice barely a whisper if it's her. He vehemently denies it could possibly be his patient, reminding himself that the procedure was a roaring success, desperately rationalizing that multiple staff witnessed the organ cart-out, effectively ruling out any foul play. So he concludes it absolutely must be a different patient entirely, clinging to the comforting probability that it's just a coincidence, because what else could it be? But the copium supply runs dry the second the real chaos finally hits the room chat. Our guy, Dr. Kim Ji-hyun, bursts into the recovery room, demanding to know what fresh chaos has erupted with the patient he just saved, only to find the medical team already slamming on her chest. The medical staff frantically performs CPR, calling out for aspirin and pressing down hard on the patient's chest, trying to coax a flicker of life back into her, a frantic, losing battle. He screams for an explanation, demanding to know what could have possibly gone wrong so suddenly after a successful procedure. The very picture of a man pushed to his breaking point and about to snap. A medical staffer explains that the transport was flawless, but once she was in recovery, her oxygen levels plummeted and her heart just gave out, leaving everyone utterly baffled and looking for answers. Our guy clenches his fist so hard his knuckles go white, refusing to accept this outcome and swearing to himself that he won't let this patient die on his watch, even if it means fighting fate itself. While the other staff urge him to focus on room 15, this man's lost in his own mind, grappling with the impossible task of saving someone who's already slipped away, still trying to make sense of what just happened. He continues chest compressions, the grim reality setting in that she's been unresponsive for 10 grueling minutes, the clock ticking against any hope of recovery, each second a hammer blow. The terrifying truth slams into him. 10 minutes without oxygen means certain brain damage, and his clenched fist symbolizes a desperate, silent plea for a miracle that isn't coming. The other doctors shake their heads, a collective admission of defeat hanging heavy in the air as the clock continues its relentless march, signaling the end of the line for their patient. Stark date stamp appears, confirming the tragic loss of Kim Soyeon on November 7th, leaving our guy to face the cold, hard fact of death yet again, a familiar, unwelcome guest. The grim details spill out, broken ribs from the CPR, but no signs of cardiac recovery, only the crushing silence of a life gone too soon, a final, unyielding defeat. Chairman Kim, the patient's father, rushes in, screaming his daughter's name in a heartbreaking wail that echoes through the sterile hospital halls, pure agony escaping his lips. A new scene finds the chairman pointing an accusing finger, his face contorted in rage as he shouts about surgical problems, demanding answers, and laying the blame square on our guy, a fresh target for his grief. Our protagonist stands isolated, seen from behind, as the weight of a murder accusation descends upon him, a grim and unfair burden that threatens to crush his spirit. Later, the chairman is seen holding a drink in a luxurious apartment, his mind replaying the events, searching for any reason this wasn't just a tragic accident, a narrative he refuses to accept. A dark smirk crosses his face. He's convinced this wasn't an accident and rejects any other explanation, sealing the doctor's fate in his mind like a tombstone. Lee Hee-mi anxiously calls out to our guy in an outdoor night scene, embracing him as she talks about their ruined proposal plans, now overshadowed by these criminal charges, a cruel twist of fate. Hee-mi insists that this whole mess is Lee Sang-min's doing, swearing she'll prove our guy's innocence, a fierce loyalty burning in her eyes, ready to take on the world for him. The scene shifts to a police station, where Detective Kim Chul-woo sits reviewing case files, trying to piece together the truth behind the patient's sudden death, a puzzle with too many missing pieces. Chul-woo had meticulously questioned every medical staff member present during the incident, leaving no stone unturned in his investigation, turning over every couch cushion for clues. Despite a thorough investigation of the suspect, Lee Sang-min, and a completed autopsy, no concrete evidence surfaced to link him to any wrongdoing, leaving the detective empty-handed and scratching his head. Phone call reveals the real cause of death remains officially unknown, a frustrating outcome for all involved, especially our guy, who's still stuck in legal limbo. Hospital administrators, however, stand firm with the protagonist, dismissing the chairman's accusations and protecting their doctor, at least for now. The grieving father is shown fuming, vehemently opposing the hospital's decision to protect the doctor he believes is responsible for his daughter's death, a man on a warpath. Our guy strides purposefully down a hospital hallway, his expression dark and resolute, clearly on a mission with a target in mind. He spots his old tormentor, Lee Sang-min, and an internal fire ignites. He knows he can't let this injustice slide, not after everything. Sang-min turns, noticing our guy, and an immediate tension fills the air, signaling an impending confrontation, like two magnets about to repel. Our protagonist grabs Sang-min by the collar, demanding a confession, his patience utterly spent, now running on fumes and pure rage. He accuses Sang-min of doing something deliberate during the surgery, knowing deep down that his former colleague is responsible, a gut feeling that screams truth. Sang-min, ever the picture of innocence, denies any knowledge, claiming he was just an assistant and had no involvement, a performance worthy of an Oscar. Sang-min casually walks away, telling our guy to stop spouting nonsense and calm down, an infuriatingly dismissive gesture that just pours gasoline on the fire. As he leaves, Sang-min mutters that the air is pretty bad in the hospital already, a strange comment that instantly confuses our guy, like a riddle he can't solve. Our protagonist is left puzzled, fixated on Sang-min's odd remarks about the air, realizing it must be a cryptic clue, a breadcrumb trail in a dark forest. A medical diagram finally reveals the horrifying truth, an air embolism caused by a tube connected to a large bore, explaining how venous catheters can allow air to be injected directly into the heart, causing immediate cardiac arrest, the missing piece of the puzzle laid bare. That cold, calculated murder was only the beginning of a much bloodier fight for justice. So turns out in South Korea, when a medical lawsuit hits the fan, the burden of proof lands squarely on the doctor's shoulders, with the executive calling it a tragedy of unknown cause. This means if the patient's cause of death is a mystery, the doctor is immediately up against the wall, as Secretary Yoon confirms they'll need a bulletproof paper trail or they're toast. Apparently, it's not just any old malpractice case either, because our guy's patient is only the daughter of the Songyung Group's chairman, making the stakes considerably higher. This news has everyone scrambling, realizing the sheer magnitude of the situation. It's not just a medical error, but a political landmine, and our protagonist is standing right on it, as Secretary Yoon points out. The chairman, fueled by grief and rage, is already pulling strings to make sure someone pays, with men in suits discussing how he's lobbying for harsh punishments that could blow everything completely out of proportion for our doctor. He flashes back to a patient, grateful and praising him for saving their life, and the quiet satisfaction of simply doing his job right. It was the kind of moment that made all the stress worthwhile, once upon a time. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure laments that such talent shouldn't be wasted, vowing to ensure the judge hears the unbiased truth, while his hand rests on the table. This executive even plans to oversee the case personally, setting the stage for the courtroom drama that would unfold months later. A chilling reminder that even the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. The lawyer confidently presents the medical staff's report, insisting there's no proof of negligence, a full-on denial hoping to clear his client. The judge delivers the verdict. The murder charge is dismissed due to a lack of concrete evidence, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the defense. However, the judge isn't quite done, clarifying that even without negligence, the death still occurred during surgery, meaning our protagonist can't completely dodge responsibility. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back in. Then, with a deafening bang of the gavel, the sentence comes down. A 6-month suspension of his medical license, which feels like getting a parking ticket after surviving a car crash. Our guy stands alone outside, mouth agape, as the weight of the sentence crushes him and the world he knew suddenly spins out of control. Turns out this wasn't even the full blow. It was a rebate scheme making the sentence lighter, which is a wild thing to say about a career-ending judgment. Headlines scream, rebranding the genius doctor as the accomplished doctor who caused patient death, making his reputation as pristine as a dropped cupcake. A news banner flashes across the hospital building, cementing his new status. Supreme Court declares 6-month temporary license suspension for genius resident Kim Jin-hyun, sounding like a headline for a reality TV show, honestly. Back at the hospital, our protagonist, with a heavy heart, slides a resignation letter across a desk, a crisp white envelope sealing his fate. The staff, shocked, ask about the document, probably thinking he's just handing in a very detailed grocery list. He confirms it's his resignation, stating the obvious. He can't very well stay with a suspended medical license, which is like showing up to a baking competition without any arms. Turns out, Professor Kang Minchul and other surgery professors were fighting against his termination, really swinging in his corner. Kang Minchul is practically frothing at the mouth, yelling that our guy shouldn't be fired for this, his passion admirable if a little loud. Our protagonist, however, calmly explains that a suspended license means he can't finish his residency anyway, a grim acceptance of the inevitable. He walks down the empty corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoing, a symphony of loneliness, before he pulls out his smartphone. He stops, checking his phone, and it's a flood of missed calls from professors and messages asking where he went, a testament to how many people actually cared. The phone screen goes black, reflecting his own confusion as he wonders how everything spiraled so wildly out of control. As he walks away, he admits internally that he truly wanted to succeed and show everyone what he was capable of. But just like in his previous life, he feels like he failed, with the memory of his past failures splattering across the screen in a stark, bloody font. Later, at his family's apartment, he quietly announces his arrival, the warmth of home a stark contrast to the cold legal proceedings. The door creaks open, and the former resident slides inside, whispering his name like it's a password to enter, his shoes shuffling softly like he's sneaking into a library during quiet hour. His mother, apron still on, greets him with a warm smile, ready to offer comfort and a home-cooked meal, while his father stands protectively behind her. Our protagonist, face grim, looks at his parents before uttering a heartfelt apology, this moment heavier than any scalpel he's ever held. He bows deeply, a full 90 degrees, apologizing for the trouble and the negative attention he's brought upon them, feeling the weight of the world and apparently a news cycle on his shoulders. His parents exchange worried glances, realizing the depth of his guilt over the recent events. Their son, usually so self-assured, is crumbling. His father, with a gentle firmness, questions why he's apologizing for something he had no real part in. A dad-level deflection of blame that was exactly what he needed. His mother adds with a warm smile that whether he's a doctor or not, they're incredibly proud of him. That's the unconditional love everyone needs in their corner. His father, never one to mince words, tells him not to sulk like a man, since he didn't do anything wrong anyway, which is the male version of pull yourself together, buttercup. His mother confirms his father's words, reassuring him they believe in their son, and our guy, for a moment, admits he thought he had failed, but his parents' words chip away at his despair. His mother pulls him into a hug, telling him not to cry, while his father quickly downplays the 6-month suspension, calling it a minor setback, not a real failure. This family's got his back, even when he thinks he's flopped. But our guy's mind is already turning to one specific face, Lee Sangmin, and the anger in his eyes could melt steel, so someone's about to get a very personal receipt. He vows to do everything in his power to make Sangmin pay. A vengeful declaration spoken into the void as he starts calculating his next move, realizing he has enough money saved to weather the storm. He briefly considers private tutoring, leveraging his valedictorian status from a previous life, because he just needs something to fill the time after all. He's lying on his bed, eyes closed, when his phone rings, startling him. It's an incoming call from someone listed as Miss Amy. He stares at the caller ID, wondering why she's calling, and the suspense is real, like waiting for a jump scare in a horror movie. He then remembers Lee Heemy's advice to always answer calls and realizes Miss Amy is actually Heemy, figuring she must know all about his recent scandal, too. He answers, and Heemy gets straight to the point. She's calling to scout him because it turns out his reputation as a genius doctor might still have some mileage. Then comes the bombshell, a $400,000 salary offer, the kind of number that makes you choke on your coffee if you're not careful. Our protagonist practically bolts upright, repeating the figure in disbelief. $400,000. It sounds like a scam or a very generous lottery win. He asks if she's serious, and Heemy just smiles confidently, inviting him to meet if he's interested. With that, "I know something you don't" smirk going on. He eagerly agrees to meet, practically tripping over himself to ask where, because a $400,000 offer makes you overlook a lot of red flags. The meeting place is an elegant restaurant with a stunning city night view. This isn't just a job interview, it's a power play in a Michelin star setting. Heemy greets him with a casual "it's been a while," asking if he's been well, and it's all very polite. But our guy is smelling something fishy, and it's not the expensive seafood. But he has no idea that the real punchline is still waiting, just around the corner. Our guy can barely believe his ears when he hears this job offer, sweating bullets as he tries to wrap his brain around it. His medical license is suspended, he's basically unemployed, and yet somehow a top-tier hospital wants him. Amy just drops the bomb like it's Tuesday, letting slip that her uncle is the literal governor of New York. And suddenly, the whole top hospital thing starts making a lot more sense as his brain scrambles to connect those dots. He's still trying to process all this, cutting into a steak and asking if maybe her uncle put in a good word for him, hoping for a simple, direct answer. She just takes a bite of her food, completely unfazed, and mumbles, "Not exactly," like asking a genie for $1 million and getting a coupon for a free car wash instead. Then Amy rattles off our guy's insane accomplishments. 4 articles published in major journals, 4 projects resurrected from the brink of termination, all in just 1 year, a resume that could make a superhero blush. The stock market charts actually back her up, showing a massive spike in value thanks to his work, as if he turned medical science into a viral meme, boosting everything it touched. He slaps his own forehead, admitting he literally deleted the initial scouting email, thinking it was just spam. Imagine accidentally sending your Nobel Prize nomination to your junk folder. Meanwhile, at what looks like a high-stakes family gathering, Amy's uncles are all in a huddle, deciding to throw the entire kitchen sink at him to get him to join their team. Amy, ever the eager beaver, practically salutes, accepting the mission with a grin that screams, "Consider it done, fam," taking up the challenge for her family. But then a flashback hits him, a patient's horrific scream echoing in his mind from the operating room, memories that are still fresh, still raw, and still haunting him. Next, he sees himself in court, the plaintiff's angry finger pointing right at him, blaming him for the entire accident. A weight that hasn't lifted, a shadow that still lingers. Sitting alone, this man clutches his leg, wondering if he even has what it takes to be a doctor anymore. A crisis of confidence so deep he might just pack it all in. Amy, sensing the vibe, suggests they go out for some fresh air, even though it's late with that "I know what you need" look in her eye, ready to drag him out of his funk. She's practically bouncing with excitement, pointing ahead and declaring she's obsessed with a spot nearby, making our guy realize he probably just wanted a quiet walk around the block, not an adventure. He's leaning on a railing, drenched in sweat and panting like he just ran a marathon, while a sign for Dubong Mountain looms above him. Apparently, Amy's idea of fresh air involves a casual climb up a mountain. Our guy whines that he hasn't done this much exercise since his junior high kickboxing days, while Amy just zooms ahead, leaving him in her dust, as he begs her to wait, but she's already halfway up to the moon. He finally collapses onto a rock, gasping for air, only to see Amy calmly waiting, holding out a bottle of soju like it's a victory trophy. Talk about adding insult to injury. But then he looks out at the glittering sea of city lights below, completely awestruck, as the sheer scale of it all momentarily washes away his earlier complaints, replaced by pure wonder. Amy admits this is her go-to spot when life gets tough, then turns to him, telling him she knows he's been through a lot, creating a quiet moment of genuine understanding between them. He tries to brush it off, saying his life isn't over, but the words catch in his throat as he finally admits he's not okay, confessing that the patient's death made him feel like everything he worked for just crumbled. Looking down at the city, he muses about how even the best companies look tiny and indistinguishable from this height. A perspective shift, realizing how small his own problems can feel in the grand scheme. Amy reassures him, telling him she believes in him and that he shouldn't give up hope, her words a soft balm to his wounded spirit, a genuine moment of support. He thanks her for helping him clear his head, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, Then Amy casually drops that she pulled some serious strings to get him this special treatment, as if it were just a minor favor. She lays out the entire offer, a one-year residency that fast-tracks him straight to a professor position, and he realizes the insane prestige of becoming a professor at St. Joseph's and what it could mean for his future. Accepting her terms was the easy part, but the actual journey ahead was just beginning. Our hero, Jin-hyun, strides through the massive airport hall, the weight of his entire past life and his new future pressing down on him in equal measure. He clutches his Korean passport, that little blue book feeling heavier than usual, as if filled with all the unspoken goodbyes and uncertain promises he's carrying. Meanwhile, his girlfriend, Lee Hee-mi, sits by the window in the airport seating area, her gaze lost in the endless expanse of the tarmac, dreading the long separation ahead. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through her thoughts as he stands behind her, gently calling her name, turning her quiet contemplation into a moment she both dreaded and longed for. The young doctor looks at her with intense seriousness, clearly wanting their goodbye to be more than just a quick wave, but a proper, heartfelt moment, possibly for the history books. But when he asks her to smile for him, Hee-mi can't hold it together any longer. The dam breaks, and tears stream down her face in a raw display of grief she'd been trying so hard to suppress. He kneels down, bringing himself to her eye level, a gesture of profound empathy, promising he'll be back and trying to inject as much certainty as he can into a future that's anything but guaranteed. Our guy's girlfriend listens intently, trying to absorb every word, every nuance of his voice, as he lays out his timeline, clinging to every detail as if memorizing the schedule will make the separation easier to bear. Close-up reveals her eyes, now filled with a fierce determination, steeling herself for what's to come, transforming her sadness into a quiet vow to be strong. Then, in a move that catches her completely off guard, the departing doctor opens a small ring box, revealing something sparkly, perfectly hitting that classic airport movie moment timing. Instead of swooning, Hee-mi smacks him upside the head, a gesture that perfectly blends her exasperation with affection, a silent, "You idiot, you just had to do this now" moment. Despite the playful violence, they stand together, Hee-mi still crying but now allowing him to comfort her, creating a bittersweet tableau of love and parting, framed by the cold, sterile airport. They embrace tightly, a silent conversation passing between them in the press of their bodies, pouring every ounce of their connection and unspoken promise into this one last, desperate hug. A close-up of their faces shows intense emotion, her eyes demanding one last promise from him, a look that says, "Don't you dare forget me," and he knows, deep down, he never could. Later, an airplane silhouette cuts through the sky, carrying the young doctor away from Korea and towards his new destiny, a tiny silver bird soaring into a vast, uncertain future. Inside the business class cabin, a flight attendant gracefully serves him a meal, complete with shrimp pasta, salad, and champagne, a kind of luxury that feels almost too quiet after such an emotional send-off. Our hero's mind quickly shifts gears. He wonders if his folks have eaten yet, because even globetrotting surgeons can still be mama's boys. A brief flashback shows his father proudly toasting him, beaming with pride, while his mother worries endlessly about him eating enough, a classic parental duo tag-teaming the emotional farewell. The flashback continues with his mother playfully scolding his father at the dinner table, a familiar scene of domestic warmth, the kind of everyday comfort he'll miss the most. Back in the present, the plane begins its descent into JFK Airport, marking his official arrival in the concrete jungle, with city lights twinkling below like a scattered handful of diamonds. He walks off the plane and through the airport corridor, surrounded by a stream of diverse passengers, all seemingly with a purpose, a destination, a life already waiting for them. At immigration, a female officer in a blue uniform checks his passport, her gaze sharp and methodical, signifying the official gateway to his new life, now rubber-stamped and ready to go. He then surveys the bustling arrival hall, a cacophony of languages and faces, a sea of humanity where he's just a tiny fish trying to find his way in a brand-new ocean. A bead of sweat trickles down his forehead as he wonders how he'll ever adapt to this chaotic new environment, realizing it's one thing to confidently say you'll conquer the world, and another to actually stand in it. Suddenly, a sign catches his eye, reading "Welcome, Mr. Kim," a tiny beacon of familiarity in the overwhelming crowd, confirming someone is actually expecting him. Then a familiar face appears, Amy, smiling and waving enthusiastically, making our doctor totally freak out, shocked to see her here. It's like finding your grandma at a rave. Amy welcomes him warmly to New York, her cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to his slightly bewildered expression, making it seem like he's just arrived for a casual coffee, not a life-altering career move. She quickly hops into the driver's seat of a sleek car, offering him a ride without a second thought, effectively turning his airport transfer into a personal chauffeur service. As they drive through the New York City night, the skyline lights up like a million tiny stars, a breathtaking welcome to the city that never sleeps, with traffic lights blurring into streaks of color. Inside the car, Amy chats away with him, filling him in on all the details, the good and the bad, basically laying out both the welcome mat and the fine print of his new life. Amy leans into him, speaking confidently about the adjustments he'll need to make, hinting at racial prejudice and difficulties awaiting him. Less a warning, more a friendly heads-up about the upcoming boss fight. Our guy nods, realizing he needs to adapt quickly and completely if he wants to survive, let alone thrive, and his confident vow to overcome quickly shifts to a more pragmatic time-to-get-to-work mentality. Accepting her terms, our guy walks straight into a trap that's gonna leave him totally cooked. Our guy surveys the New York skyline, a gleaming monument to all the cash Miss Amy must be dropping on this place, and he's not wrong to wonder about the bill. He's thinking it must cost a fortune, but then again, that's Amy for you, just ignoring expensive rent like it's pocket change. He and Amy stand outside the new apartment, and he's still a bit stunned that he's actually here, in a place that looks like a luxury showroom. The city hums around them, a constant reminder of the life he's about to step into, for better or worse. The moment he steps inside the modern unit, the cool air conditioning is a stark contrast to the humid Seoul summer he just left behind. It's clean, minimalist, and definitely not the kind of place a humble doctor usually ends up, which only makes him more suspicious. Amy, with a sly smile, hands over a sleek set of keys to the apartment, like a concierge at a five-star hotel. It's almost too easy, and he can't help but feel like he's missing some fine print somewhere. Then she's already in the elevator, a quick wave signaling her departure, leaving him to ponder the sudden turn his life has taken. The doors slide shut, and he's alone in his new, incredibly expensive apartment. That's when it hits him. The elevator went up, not down. Amy just casually pressed the button for the upper floors, implying she's not just dropping him off, but moving in herself. Oh, and she did. The doctor's new benefactor then reveals, with all the subtlety of a freight train, that she's now residing in the penthouse of the same building, just a few floors above him. She makes a suggestive joke, winking at him, about how being in the same building will make it so much easier for him to fall for her, which is just peak Amy being Amy. He finally collapses face down on the bed, utterly drained from the whirlwind of travel and bizarre encounters. The soft mattress is a welcome relief, even if his mind is still racing a mile a minute. Later, he finds himself in bed, staring at his phone, the screen a glowing portal back to the life he left. He's probably scrolling through old photos or just trying to process everything that's happened. A sweet text from Lee Himi pops up, wishing him luck and reminding him that someone cares. It's a small anchor in the storm of his new reality, a quiet comfort he desperately needs. A memory of hugging his sweetheart flashes in his mind, a poignant reminder of the loving goodbye they shared. The distance between them feels vast now, but the warmth of her embrace still lingers. He sends a reply, a simple "I love you," his fingers hovering over the words, yearning to bridge the miles. The phone feels heavy in his hand, a conduit for emotions he can't fully express. Our guy eventually drifts off to sleep, his phone still clutched in his hand. The last message sent a testament to his longing. Even in sleep, he can't quite let go of the connection to his old life. The morning sun rises over St. Joseph Hospital, a colossal structure of glass and steel that looms like a medical fortress. This is his new battleground, where he'll either rise to the challenge or fall spectacularly. He walks confidently through the bright, bustling lobby of St. Joseph, a stark contrast to the sleepy hospital halls he once knew. The air crackles with a serious energy, a place where big things happen. Arriving at the president's office, he announces himself, ready to face whatever new challenges await him. The sign above the door proudly displays the president's room, a symbol of the power he's about to encounter. President James, along with Michelle, gives him a warm welcome, all smiles and outstretched hands. It's a bit much, considering he's just the new guy, but he plays along, shaking hands with the big boss. He introduces himself as Kim Jin-hyun, a firm handshake exchanged between them, a silent agreement to the terms of his new adventure. The president's grip is strong, a hint of the man's influence. President James marvels at his accomplishments, noting that he's managed to publish 4 top-tier articles in a single year, a feat that usually takes decades. He's practically a rock star in the medical world, apparently. Our guy manages a modest smile, casually mentioning his age, a mere 28 years old, which only seems to deepen the president's awe. He's practically a medical wunderkind, just casually breaking records. President James invites him to sit, hinting that their discussion will go beyond a mere contract, delving into the very essence of his medical genius. He's laying it on thick, but the young doctor takes it in stride. President James continues to shower him with praise, calling him courageous and his resume incredible, as if he's never seen a doctor with a pulse before. It's almost sickeningly sweet, but he keeps a straight face. Our guy's confusion is palpable. He wonders why they picked him over the world-class docs, like he's auditioning for a reality show where the prize is saving lives. President James concludes that our guy must be a genius, a medical prodigy sent from the heavens, or something equally dramatic. The flattery is at an all-time high, and it's getting a little awkward. James keeps piling on the praise, even calling his achievements a miracle. Our guy sips his tea, thinking it's all a bit much. But when he hears about Amy, his interest spikes like a caffeine rush. The young doctor expresses a bit of relief and nervousness, wondering if he's truly out of the woods and safe from being poached by other hospitals. The medical world is a jungle, and he's learned to be wary. President James finally gets to the core condition, a 1-year trial period, a test to see if he's truly worthy of a permanent position. It's a high-stakes gamble, but he's used to playing with fire. He accepts the terms, nodding in agreement to the salary and the performance-based results, ready to prove his worth. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for, and he's not about to mess it up. He expresses his anticipation for the role, a glint in his eye hinting at the ambition simmering beneath his calm exterior. He's not just here for a job, he's here to change the game. But hold up, the committee then drops a bombshell. Our guy's on probation for a year, like getting a new phone on a trial period, right after the handshake confirming the agreement. His internal monologue kicks in. A hospital filled mostly with American citizens, recruiting a foreign Asian man for a temporary residency with a high salary and a promise of a professorship later. He knows he has to prove himself. Michelle, ever the pragmatist, asks if they should offer some guidance to the young Asian doctor, wondering if he'll struggle to adapt. She's probably seen enough fresh faces flounder to be concerned. President James, however, smiles darkly, a hint of steel in his eyes, and refuses to intervene. He's not about to coddle the new guy. This is a trial by fire, and he expects him to emerge victorious. He explains that our guy must solve his own problems or face the consequences, a true sink-or-swim mentality that would make any HR department shudder. No hand-holding here, just pure, unadulterated pressure. He walks through the hospital corridor, his stride confident, his mind set on not failing. The sterile scent of antiseptic fills the air, a constant reminder of the life-and-death stakes he's now immersed in. He arrives at the general surgery department, specifically Professor Jeong-gi Susu's office, a place that already feels like a lion's den. He introduces himself, but the atmosphere is colder than a morgue. Michelle steps in, trying to smooth things over. She warns our guy about fitting in here, but he just laughs it off like it's nothing. A close-up of Professor Jeong-gi Susu's stern, unyielding face confirms his suspicions. This man is not here to make friends. It's a face that promises hard work and zero tolerance for mistakes. Professor Jeong-gi Susu's eyes narrow. He's laying down the law, demanding English be spoken. If he can't handle it, tough luck, he thinks, like a boss giving a stern warning at a team meeting. The professor then questions the new doctor's background in liver specialization, as if doubting his credentials despite his impressive resume. It's a power play, a way to assert dominance from the get-go. Professor Jeong-gi Susu turns his back, dismissing him with a curt command to work hard, effectively ending the meeting before it even properly began. It's clear he's got to earn his stripes here. Our guy lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the hostile reception settling over him. This isn't just a new job, it's a gauntlet, and he's just entered the first round. He walks past other doctors in the hallway, their faces a blur of indifference, realizing he's truly on his own in this new, unforgiving environment. No one's going to hold his hand here. But getting clowned on by the prof is just the start of his mid-tier survival grind. Our guy just stands there totally clueless outside St. Joseph's Hospital. He's probably asking himself, "What should I do?" Like he's never seen a building this fancy before. The tension in the air could probably cut through a titanium hip. Stepping inside, he confirms his identity to Professor Jeong-gi Su, a stone-faced figure who scrutinizes him with almost surgical precision, as if trying to find a flaw in his very DNA. The professor's gaze promises nothing but an uphill battle, making this fancy hospital feel less like a fresh start and more like a high-stakes interrogation room. The professor's narrowed eyes just lock onto him, radiating judgment, and our guy stands there, utterly frustrated that nothing's clear. He's probably thinking, "Great, another hurdle," as the official title card flashes, though it at least looks pretty slick with those fancy letters. Later, slumped in an empty office, the full weight of the situation finally hits this man like a poorly executed diagnosis. He scratches his head, realizing that this new beginning might be even tougher than navigating a minefield blindfolded, which, for a surgeon, is really saying something. He slumps deeper into his chair, staring at a blank computer screen and deciding that, for now, ignoring the impending doom is the best course of action. It's not exactly proactive, but sometimes, a tactical retreat into denial is all you've got left. Then a glimmer of an idea sparks. If they're going to sideline him, he'll just go right where the action is. He figures the emergency room is the perfect place to make himself indispensable, or at least avoid dying of boredom from lack of actual doctoring. So he heads straight for the glowing sign of the emergency department, a beacon of hope for actual medical work, and maybe, just maybe, a place where his skills won't be questioned at every single turn. He's like a moth to a flame, if the flame was a chaotic medical environment. Just as he reaches the ER entrance, the professor reappears, flanked by an older doctor, waving him off with a dismissive gesture to wait a little longer. Our guy's attempt at proactive self-assignment is immediately shut down, as if he's trying to cut in line at the world's most exclusive club. A week later, still twiddling his thumbs, this man is beyond frustrated and finally confronts the professor, his patience worn thinner than a hospital gown. He came here to save lives, not to perfect the art of hallway loitering. He realizes with a sinking feeling that the professor never had any intention of giving him actual work, not even a clipboard to hold. It's a classic Baytan switch, but instead of a free toaster, he got a year of professional purgatory. The professor then has the audacity to claim he's doing what's best for our guy, a line so transparent it could be used for an X-ray. It's the kind of gaslighting that would make a faulty MRI machine blush. Enough is truly enough. Our guy insists he knows exactly what he needs to do and demands a proper assignment, standing his ground like a seasoned surgeon refusing to budge from a critical operation. His patience has officially flatlined. His face sets in a stern expression, ready for whatever confrontation the professor wants to dish out, like a doctor preparing for the most difficult diagnostic conversation of his career. He's clearly not backing down now. The professor then begins his verbal assault, questioning our guy's very competence and surgical abilities, a performance so theatrical it almost deserves its own primetime slot. It's like being roasted by your own chief resident, but with higher stakes and less actual comedy. The professor then sneers about our guy's countryside college in Asia, a dismissive jab that reeks of thinly veiled prejudice, making it clear this isn't just about skill, but about where his diploma originated. It's the kind of elitism that could curdle milk in a sterile environment. He warns that their patients are elite and mistakes are absolutely not tolerated, as if our guy just graduated from a clown college and not a rigorous medical program. The implied threat is as subtle as a defibrillator shock. Twist the knife further, the professor condescendingly asks if he's ever even performed a proper surgery before, effectively questioning his entire medical career. It's like asking a seasoned chef if they've ever actually chopped an onion. Our guy is genuinely shocked that his old tormentor is serious about this blatant prejudice, the realization hitting him harder than a malpractice lawsuit. He knew discrimination existed, but he didn't expect it to be served up on a silver platter in a world-renowned hospital. He quickly analyzes the situation, noting that while Korea might lag in research funding, their medical skill level isn't far behind the US, making the professor's insults even more unfounded. It's the kind of analytical thinking that wins medical awards, not just arguments. Mental chart flashes, comparing the astronomical cost of a colonoscopy in the US versus Korea, highlighting the vast economic differences in healthcare. It's a quick, silent audit that perfectly illustrates the professor's misguided superiority complex. He mentally notes that US doctors handle fewer patients and thus perform fewer surgeries, a crucial context that the professor conveniently ignores in his tirade. It's almost as if reality doesn't fit the narrative the professor wants to tell. The professor dismisses him with a flick of his hand, telling him not to think he's hot shit and to just stand by, effectively relegating him to permanent wallpaper status. It's a level of disrespect that would make a medical intern quit on the spot. Internally, our guy scoffs, knowing he has logged literally 100 times more operating room hours than this pompous chief resident ever will. The irony is so thick you could operate on it. He finally accepts that the professor is openly ignoring him now, a deliberate act of professional isolation. It's like being told you're on mute during the most important conference call of your life. The professor repeats his insulting question about Asian colleges, poking the bear one last time, clearly enjoying his little power trip. It's a tactic as old as time and just as predictable. But with a fiery resolve, our guy accepts the challenge, a silent inferno burning within him as he practically radiates defiance. It's the moment the underdog decides to stop playing defense and unleash his inner dragon. The older doctor in the background hesitantly asks the professor if this whole public humiliation thing is really okay. Even bystanders are starting to realize this isn't just about professional standards. In a more private corner, the professor and the senior doctor express their fear of Dr. Kim actually becoming a professor, a title that would place him above them. The mere thought sends shivers down their spines, like a bad diagnosis. They reveal that President James brought our guy in with a significant financial stake, making his presence a costly gamble. It's not just about talent, it's about big money, which always complicates things. Whispers circulate about a rumor that this man knows a powerful executive named Amy from a hospital holding company, adding another layer of intrigue and paranoia to his already complicated arrival. The gossip mill works faster than any hospital lab results. They confidently conclude the Asian monkey won't be around next year, with the professor smirking as he assures the senior doctor of his impending failure. It's a smug prediction that feels less like analysis and more like wishful thinking. The condition for our guy to stay is clear. He must accomplish something significant, but the professor quickly mocks the idea, claiming diagnosis and research require team effort. He paints a picture of impossibility, unaware he's talking to someone who rewrote their own impossible. The professor then seals his little monologue with a smug prediction. Next year, the stupid monkey will go crawling back to wherever he came from. It's a truly terrible parting shot, meant to crush what little hope our guy might have. As time passes, other doctors rationalize that even just experiencing a top facility is good for his resume, while our guy sips coffee alone, completely isolated from the huddling groups. He's an exhibit, not a colleague. It's not just his old tormentor. The other surgery residents follow suit, treating our guy as invisible, a ghost in the hospital halls. He's effectively been put in a medically induced coma of social exclusion. The cruelest whisper echoes. Some Asian chimp somehow lucked into St. Joseph's, a phrase that perfectly encapsulates the blatant racism and resentment directed his way. It's the kind of backhanded compliment that just makes you want to punch something. Visibly, our guy stands apart, a lone figure while groups of doctors chat and laugh, pointedly ignoring him. He's literally out of frame, the visual embodiment of his social exile. In a surprising twist, our guy finds gratitude in being ignored, seeing it as a golden opportunity, a silver lining in a very dark cloud. When life gives you lemons, apparently you write groundbreaking medical papers. He declares that he now has 24 hours of free time every day, a treasure trove he plans to use to his full advantage. It's like being handed the keys to a medical research library, with no one to bother you. He sets his sights high, deciding to try writing a thesis for the prestigious Lancet journal, aiming for nothing less than the top. It's a goal so ambitious it almost sounds like a dare to himself. 2 months fly by, our guy diligently converting every moment of his forced isolation into relentless research productivity. While everyone else is gossiping, he's quietly building his empire of knowledge. After the time skip, the hospital offices erupt in disbelief, staff exclaiming lies, as unbelievable results hit their desks. It's like watching a magic trick where the magician actually pulls a rabbit out of a hat, but the rabbit is a groundbreaking medical paper. Conference room full of doctors shouts in collective shock and disbelief, their faces a mixture of horror and confusion. It's the kind of reaction usually reserved for finding out your patient is secretly a celebrity. A lecture hall audience gasps, muttering, "This is impossible," as if witnessing a medical miracle unfold before their very eyes. They're basically watching medical history being made, and they don't even know it. The professor's face is a mask of pure anguish, screaming, "Impossible," as his entire worldview shatters around him. It's the sound of a man realizing he just bet against the house and lost everything. He stares at the stacks of papers, calling our guy that bastard, stammering and questioning if he's dreaming. It's the perfect picture of a villain's breakdown, complete with dramatic hand gestures. A display of the 3 most prestigious medical journals, NEJM, JAMA, and Lancet, stands as undeniable proof of our guy's genius. He didn't just publish, he conquered the medical world's Mount Everest 3 times over. The hospital is deluged with an endless stream of questions about this mysterious Dr. Kim, turning him into an instant medical celebrity. It's like he dropped a hit single, but instead of music, it's groundbreaking research. The burning question on everyone's lips. Just who is this Dr. Kim Jin-hyun from St. Joseph's? The professor buries his head in his hands, realizing with dawning horror that these are all meta-analyses, the Everest of medical research. He's been outmaneuvered by a man he called a chimp. The horrifying realization dawns on the professor. That Asian monkey had this much insight? His prejudice crumbles under the weight of undeniable genius, like a poorly constructed argument in a court of science. But this glow-up is about to get completely ratioed once Dr. Kim walks into the room. In a truly baffling turn of events, 3 medical professionals are currently staring dumbfounded at a mountain of JAMA-labeled papers, utterly swamped by the sheer volume of meta-analyses our protagonist has churned out in just a couple of months. It's like he decided to prove Newton wrong by publishing at warp speed. This sudden flood of groundbreaking research has 2 doctors whispering frantically in the hall, because their resident genius has somehow outpublished Professor Jiang 5 times over and plunged headfirst into a bunch of high-stakes pharma projects. No wonder the hospital president's office door looks extra foreboding right about now. And sure enough, inside said office, James is practically laying out a red carpet for our guy, insisting he take a seat and asking what kind of refreshment he prefers. The afternoon sun streaming through the window makes the whole thing feel less like a casual chat and more like a very formal interrogation. Without missing a beat, James orders his assistant, Michelle, to bring the best ice water, explaining that research institutes nationwide are in an absolute uproar. Apparently, our guy's papers are so fire they might just rewrite all the current medical guidelines, causing the kind of chaos usually reserved for a celebrity meltdown. Then, practically vibrating with urgency, the president leans forward, demanding to know how our guy managed to conjure up these groundbreaking ideas in a mere 2 months. But our protagonist just takes a leisurely sip of his ice water, utterly unfazed by the chief's impending aneurysm. With a close-up on his hand delicately holding the glass, the reborn surgeon casually drops a bombshell. He had a lot of time. Meanwhile, James's internal monologue spirals into full-blown panic, already picturing his golden goose transferring to Johns Hopkins and leaving them in the dust. To really twist the knife, our guy leans back, explaining that since the surgery department gave him absolutely nothing to do, he just had a whole lot of time to kill. It's the kind of comeback only a true legend, or someone with absolutely zero fear, could deliver. The realization hits James like a ton of bricks, causing him to sweat profusely as he processes the irony. He wanted to see how our guy would adapt, but this drastic outcome was definitely not in the playbook. Now he's facing the very real consequences of underestimating a man who has too much time on his hands. James's mind races, conjuring a nightmare scenario where our protagonist declares he won't work for a discriminatory hospital and promptly hops over to Johns Hopkins, leaving him internally screaming, "No!" The sheer thought of losing this cash cow is enough to send him into a full-blown panic attack. Snapping back to reality, James firmly tells Michelle to sort out something immediately regarding our doctor's schedule. He's clearly in full damage control mode, trying to fix the mess he accidentally created. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Michael takes a frantic phone call, his face a mask of stress as he learns he's been summoned to the president's office regarding our guy's schedule. It's never a good sign when the boss calls you in with that tone of voice. Michael cautiously enters the office, only to freeze mid-step, his jaw practically hitting the floor when he spots our protagonist already there. The surprise sweats are real. He clearly wasn't expecting this particular reunion. Thought bubble above Michael's head reveals his true, ugly feelings. Why is that Asian monkey here? His internal racism is loud and clear, showing just how deep his prejudice runs. James leans in, his voice cutting like a scalpel, demanding details, while Michael clenches his fist. He realizes there's no way he can admit to the president that he pretended our guy didn't even exist. The truth would be career suicide. James, his expression stern and unwavering, declares that Michael's actions are a clear case of workplace misconduct and racial discrimination, demanding that he understand the gravity of his situation. It's a textbook dressing down from a boss who means business. He then orders Michael to apologize directly to our protagonist, not to him, but Michael's racist resistance is palpable in his thoughts, making him balk at the idea of swallowing his pride. It's almost comical how much he struggles with a simple sorry. Michael mumbles an apology so low our guy claims not to hear it, prompting James to lean forward and warn him of dire consequences if the situation escalates further. The pressure is on, and Michael is clearly crumbling under it. Finally, Michael breaks, shouting a frantic apology and promising to immediately readjust the schedule, his face contorted with stress. It's the kind of loud, desperate mea culpa that comes from absolute fear. With his head bowed, Michael admits he was at fault and profusely apologizes, beads of sweat tracing paths down his temples. He's officially gone from arrogant to utterly defeated in record time. Our protagonist stands tall, asserting that everything will be fine as long as Michael keeps his words in mind, and the now-shaken chief surgeon shakily agrees. It's a conditional forgiveness, almost like telling a toddler not to touch the stove again. James dismisses Michael, then internally muses that the apology probably bruised Michael's ego enough without completely destroying their working relationship. He's playing chess, while everyone else is still figuring out checkers. He then formally apologizes to our guy for letting the messy situation drag on, while our protagonist's internal monologue silently judges James as the real mastermind behind all the trouble. He sees right through the corporate niceties. James smoothly explains that while the original contract was for a mere $400,000, they absolutely need to sweeten the deal before other institutions come knocking. With dollar bills literally floating across the screen, he announces a shiny new $550,000 salary, effective immediately. Close-up reveals our guy's wide-eyed, shocked expression as the massive number finally registers. It's the kind of face you make when you realize you just won the lottery, but you're too cool to scream. They shake hands, James mentioning that he has tomorrow off and expressing his hopes for a productive return, while our protagonist reciprocates the well wishes. It's all very polite, especially after all that drama. As our guy leaves, James clutches his tie, hyperventilating in sheer relief, thinking he almost lost a golden goose. Text on screen shows that whopping $550,000 USD converting to a staggering 7 billion won, which explains his near faint. James, now utterly exhausted, tells Michelle there's no need for tea, all while internally questioning if $550,000 is truly too much to pay for a surgeon whose primary output so far has been research papers. It's a valid question, given his previous assumptions. He rubs his temples, ultimately deciding to slowly integrate our guy into surgery while keeping his research as the main focus. As the protagonist walks past the staff in the lobby below, oblivious to the political chess being played above him. But the truth is, our guy is far more than just a researcher. In a striking image, he dons teal surgical scrubs, cap, and mask, pulling on his gloves with a confident posture that screams competence. He's not just any surgeon, he's the real deal. Staring out at the cityscape, the word boring hangs in the air, revealing our protagonist's deep restlessness and contemplation of when he last actually spent a day just relaxing. He even glances at a photo of himself and Himi, her laughing face teasing him about how hilarious he looks. He's clearly a man of action, and all this free time is making him twitchy. But bro is about to get cooked by the biggest reality check of his life. Amy, ever the whirlwind, spots our doctor on the street and loudly hails him, ensuring everyone within a 5-block radius knows he's there whether he likes it or not. So here we are, staring at a fancy title card while she's probably still yapping about it not being a date, and he just gives her that icy stare like she's a toddler explaining quantum physics. They quickly shift to planning their sightseeing, throwing out famous landmarks like they're just picking up groceries, completely oblivious to the cultural differences about to hit them. Later, as they're seated at a fancy restaurant with a prime view of the Manhattan Bridge, the good doctor chivalrously offers to pick up the tab for their elaborate meal, because that's just how he rolls. Amy, however, firmly shoots him down, insisting she's footing the bill, probably because our guy still looks like he's about to dissect his steak. Still, he can't help but offer again to cover the cost, clearly trying to impress her, and not quite grasping that her offer was probably non-negotiable. With a sparkling clink, she raises her glass, proposing a toast to Midas Hand Kim Jin-hyun, a nickname that definitely did not come from our guy, judging by the look on his face. Our protagonist's reaction is pure, unadulterated confusion, making a face like someone just told him the earth is flat, completely baffled by this bizarre moniker. The table is laden with a truly exquisite steak and a bottle of fine wine, a meal that screams luxury, while our guy is still stuck on the nickname. His mind wanders, picturing the greasy comfort of pork belly and fermented soybean stew instead of the gourmet steak, a true cultural clash playing out on his dinner plate. He manages to admit that the food is indeed delicious, but then, like a true Korean, he complains that it's a bit too oily for his refined palate. Amy, with a knowing glance, points out that he still feels like something crucial is missing from the whole dining experience, and she's about to fix that. With a flourish, she whips out a vibrant green bottle of soju, presenting it like a secret weapon to complete their meal and probably blow his mind. Our doctor, ever the stickler for rules, hesitantly asks if it's even allowed to drink outside liquor in such a high-end establishment, clearly concerned about getting kicked out. Amy, cool as a cucumber, reassures him that she's already secured permission, while his mind flashes back to the familiar, comforting taste of the Korean staple. The two of them clink glasses, the soju flowing freely now, as they both take a hearty swig of the beloved liquor. Suddenly, a loud, jarring gunshot sound effect rips through the air, causing both of them to jump, making it a truly memorable non-date. Amy casually explains it away, mentioning the Clancy family, as if discussing the local weather, leaving our guy completely bewildered. She clarifies that the Clancys are part of the mafia, but assures him they're the good kind who don't harm civilians, which probably doesn't make him feel much better. She then launches into a dramatic tale about their new godmother, Mary, and her unique, often violent, way of keeping her family in line. Our guy is utterly flabbergasted, wondering how a woman could possibly be a godfather, clearly still adjusting to the nuances of New York's underworld. Amy, with a sly grin, implies a personal connection to Mary, making it sound like they just casually grab coffee sometimes. She rattles off Mary's extensive network, name-dropping governors and hospital presidents, making our guy realize just how deep this rabbit hole goes. She then playfully warns him that Mary might just kidnap him, a joke that he probably didn't find all that funny given the context. Later, standing outside St. Joseph's Hospital, our guy shakes his head, concluding that Amy must have been absolutely sloshed to spout such wild tales. He gazes up at the hospital, ready to dive into his new duties, leaving the bizarre dinner behind him. His internal monologue is all about joining the hepatology team, itching to get his hands dirty and finally perform some actual surgeries. He spots the gray-haired professor of hepatology and feels an immediate pang of awkwardness, realizing they're stuck in the same division. The gray-haired professor introduces himself with a confident swagger, completely unaware of the internal battle raging within our guy. He swiftly moves on, presenting the very first patient slated for surgery, getting straight to business with no time for pleasantries. The doctors engage in a lively discussion about the risks of hemorrhaging during the upcoming surgery, each weighing in with their professional opinions. Our guy observes the scene, noting the stark absence of the hierarchical structure he was used to, where every opinion holds weight regardless of rank. He mentally compares the length of their discussions to those back in Korea, marveling at the contrast in medical cultures. The gray-haired professor then turns directly to him, asking for his input, putting our guy on the spot in front of everyone. He stammers, a moment of pure hesitation, clearly caught off guard by the direct inquiry and the expectation to contribute. His internal monologue kicks in, questioning whether his diagnostic skills truly match his research prowess, a silent battle playing out in his mind. He ultimately decides to play it safe, agreeing with the consensus of the other doctors, not wanting to rock the boat just yet. He consciously holds back any additional comments, choosing silence over potentially unnecessary complications or judgment. As colleagues whisper about his research genius but diagnostic weakness, our guy internally asserts that he's actually performed more of these surgeries than the gray-haired professor himself, a secret confidence bubbling beneath his calm exterior. But how long can Kim Ji-hyun actually keep this fake aura from imploding in his face? Our favorite reborn surgeon, Lee Jin-hyun, lets out a silent sigh of pure frustration, tired of being sidelined while everyone else gets to play with scalpels. He's practically force-feeding himself a rainbow of sugary treats to deal with the sheer boredom of not operating. What's the point of having all this future knowledge if he can't even use it to slice and dice? Meanwhile, far away from the hospital's sterile halls, Mary lounges like royalty, celebrating her latest triumph. She's just gotten rid of some troublesome traitors, and now it's time for the champagne to flow, signaling the calm before the storm. She knows what she wants and always gets it. A serene smile slowly creeps across her face as she casually suggests everyone raise a glass and drink to their victory. This woman clearly believes in toasting her successes, even if those successes involve, dealing with traitors. She's got a certain charm, even when she's subtly orchestrating chaos. Suddenly, a loud bang shatters the celebratory mood, ripping through the room like a sonic boom. The wine glasses are still clinking, but the party just hit a very abrupt and very violent speed bump. Someone definitely didn't get the memo about keeping the noise down during a fancy shindig. Robert looks down in absolute horror, his eyes wide as he processes the unthinkable. Their boss has been hit. One minute he's all smiles, the next his entire world is collapsing around him. It's the kind of moment that makes you wish you just stayed home and watched cat videos. Close-up reveals a bloody hand, a stark and brutal image that hammers home the severity of the situation. Robert is trying to understand what just happened, but his mind is still reeling from the shock. The celebration has taken a very dark turn. The group erupts into a panicked frenzy, scrambling around and frantically asking for the nearest hospital. They need to save their boss, and they need to do it yesterday. Nobody cares about the wine anymore. It's all about finding a doc pronto. Robert then screams in desperation at the hospital entrance, his voice raw with fear and urgency. It's not exactly the polite way to ask for medical assistance, but when your boss is bleeding out, manners tend to fly out the window. This man is clearly having a very bad night. Our hero, Lee Jin-hyun, picks up his ringing phone with a look of utter surprise, probably expecting another boring call about lab results. Little does he know his world is about to be turned upside down. Duty calls, whether he likes it or not. This man sprints down the hospital hallway, his crisp white lab coat flapping behind him like a superhero's cape. He's finally getting some action, though not quite the kind he was wishing for. Maybe all that desk work actually prepared him for some cardio. He gazes at the unconscious patient on the bed and immediately recognizes Mary. His expression shifts from surprise to a silent, thousand-yard stare, a mix of disbelief and grim understanding. This just got way more complicated than a simple gunshot wound. Robert aggressively grabs our doctor, demanding answers about the gunshot wound like he's interrogating a perp. He clearly thinks this guy is supposed to wave a magic wand and fix everything instantly. The tension in the room is thicker than a cheap hospital coffee. Robert then throws the poor guy to the ground, furious that he's only a resident. This man apparently expected a full-blown medical SWAT team to materialize. Our hero just wanted to do some surgery, not get body slammed for his job title. But while he stays cooked, the camera pans to the hospital where the vibes are zero. The old doctor lays out the grim reality, detailing massive damage to the intestines, liver, and major arteries, practically writing the patient's eulogy right there in the operating room. Robert just stares, his face a mask of dawning horror as he realizes the magnitude of this medical catastrophe. Seeing the impossible, he roars about the absence of a vascular specialist, as if the hospital's staffing decisions were personally designed to spite him right here, right now. This man wants a superhero in scrubs to suddenly appear, because a regular surgeon just won't cut it for his personal tragedy. In a fit of pure, unadulterated desperation, Robert just pulls the trigger on his gun, sending a deafening bang echoing through the sterile halls. It's less a threat and more a cry of pure, unhinged frustration, like he's trying to make the universe bend to his will with sheer force of sound. Still holding the weapon, he spins around, practically frothing at the mouth as he screams for someone, anyone, to come up with a solution. He's not just asking for help. He's demanding a medical miracle delivered on a silver platter, preferably yesterday. Close-up reveals the slow, agonizing realization dawning on his face that the patient, despite everything, is still clinging to life, albeit by a thread. It's like he just noticed the fragile "handle with care" sticker after he'd already dropped the package from a 10-story building. Then he lunges, grabbing the old doctor by the collar, shaking him like a faulty vending machine refusing to dispense the last candy bar. This is less about getting answers and more about physically manifesting his rage onto the nearest available medical professional. The old doctor, now looking utterly terrified, is practically bracing for a bullet, convinced his next breath might just be his last. He's staring down the barrel of a gun held by a man who's clearly decided doctor-patient confidentiality now includes "my current mental state is none of your business." Out of the chaos, a calm hand rises, belonging to Kim Ji-hyun, who asks simply, directly, if he can operate. It's like a seasoned professional stepping in during a kindergarten play where the director just ran off stage with their hair on fire. Our guy states his name clearly, cutting through the tension with a quiet confidence that almost feels out of place in the blood-soaked room. It's a subtle power move, like signing your name before performing a magic trick you know will blow everyone's mind. Robert's face contorts in surprise, as if he just heard his favorite song played by an orchestra of singing puppies. He clearly wasn't expecting any of this, especially not the sudden, calm introduction of a potential savior. Still holding the gun, Robert demands an absolute guarantee, acting like he's negotiating a car warranty instead of life-or-death surgery. He wants 100%, no questions asked, like he's trying to strong-arm fate itself. Our guy, however, doesn't flinch, laying out the brutal truth of the situation without a shred of false hope. He's not here to sell snake oil. He's here to give the hard facts, like a cosmic referee explaining the rules before the final round. He clarifies the terrifying odds. A slim, almost negligible 10% chance of survival. It's the kind of number that usually makes people walk away, but for Robert, it's just enough of a sliver to cling to. As those odds sink in, Robert's face hardens, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek as he steels himself, accepting the impossibly high stakes. He's putting all his chips on this one last, desperate bet, with everything he has on the line. Our guy then confidently rattles off his extensive experience, casually dropping medical credentials that would make most doctors blush. It's less bragging and more just stating the undeniable facts, like a Michelin-starred chef describing his basic recipe for scrambled eggs. The old doctor stutters, completely flabbergasted, his brain trying to process the sheer audacity and skill coming from this young man. He looks like he just saw a squirrel perform open-heart surgery, and it went surprisingly well. Robert's tough exterior finally cracks, tears streaming down his face as he openly begs for help, his voice choked with raw emotion. All the bravado and threats melt away, leaving only a desperate man pleading for a miracle. Our guy, utterly unfazed by the emotional outburst, calmly demands that the gun be put away, cutting through the drama with pure professionalism. He's not going to perform life-saving surgery with a loaded firearm as part of the operating theater decor. To everyone's surprise, the distraught father actually complies, holstering the weapon with a surprising amount of respect. It's like a wild animal suddenly obeying a quiet command, recognizing who's really in charge of this particular jungle. Our guy tells Robert to pray, not as a religious command, but as a stark acknowledgement of the sheer desperation of the situation. It's his subtle way of saying, "I'll do my part, but you might want to call in some outside help too." He then turns and walks towards the operating room, every step radiating an almost unsettling determination, as if he's marching to his own personal showdown. There's no hesitation, just a quiet resolve to face the impossible head-on. The old doctor, still reeling, frantically warns our guy about the sheer recklessness and danger of attempting such a surgery alone. He's practically waving red flags, screaming, "This is a bad idea," while our guy just keeps walking towards the surgical lights. But the reborn surgeon simply acknowledges the immense risk with a steady gaze, not a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He's refusing to waver, like he's already weighed the consequences and decided this one patient is worth every single one of them. He declares with quiet authority that he's going in, dangers be damned, sealing his fate with a simple statement. There's no room for discussion, just a firm declaration of intent, like a captain going down with his ship, except he's planning to salvage it. His internal monologue reveals a deep-seated sense of responsibility, a conviction that he must save any life he possibly can, no matter the odds. It's less a job and more a sacred oath, whispered only to himself in the quiet moments before the storm. He reflects on his creed, never to turn away a patient in need, a philosophy that now drives every decision. With a final, decisive gesture, he signals for the procedure to begin, stepping onto the battlefield of the operating room with a surgeon's calm precision. Meanwhile, back in a sleek, dimly lit office, an assistant reports that the godmother of the Clancy family has been shot and is currently undergoing surgery. It's the kind of news that sends ripples through the city's underworld, delivered with the casualness of ordering lunch. Chairman Lee, barely concealing his fury, snaps at the late notice, demanding to know why he wasn't informed sooner. He's clearly not thrilled about being the last to know, especially when it involves someone of such significant influence. But how long until our guy gets ratioed by the absolute brain rot unfolding in that hallway? The doctors huddle close, their eyes glued to the surgery as they buzz about some specialist's handiwork, like they're detectives on a crime scene trying to guess the mastermind behind it all. His peaceful snack is then abruptly interrupted, literally shoving him aside as the commotion swells, leaving the dark-haired doctor startled, his eyes wide as if someone just told him his favorite candy was discontinued, completely out of the loop on the medical drama unfolding around him. Inside the operating room, the bright surgical lamp glares down on the scene, illuminating a team locked in a brutal marathon. But Lee Jin-hyun stands at the helm, his focus absolute as he leads the crew through what's already been a grueling 10-hour fight for a life. Even after 10 hours under the surgical lights, our guy internally confirms his hands are as steady as a surgeon in a commercial, and his mind is sharper than a fresh scalpel. Then he shouts his declaration to save the patient while the rest of the team just watches, probably wondering if he runs on pure espresso. With surgical forceps, he makes the final, delicate adjustments, each movement precise and calculated as his hands move with an almost inhuman fluidness, a testament to his unwavering concentration. The splash page practically screams the question, is this guy even human? He stares down, a blank face showing no hint of the immense pressure, operating like a cyborg designed purely for surgery. Footsteps echo as someone approaches the operating room door, and a gray-haired professor with a mustache peeks in, asking about the progress with a tone of cautious hope. But our guy, without missing a beat, calmly tells him he's almost done, nearly giving the poor professor whiplash with the sheer confidence in his voice. The news that he's almost finished hangs in the air, barely believable given the surgery's complexity, but a quick glance at the monitor confirms it. Blood pressure and pulse are rock steady, a medical miracle in progress, as he drops the final instruments into the tray, signaling mission accomplished. As the team begins to wrap up, relief washes over them, mixed with a healthy dose of awe at what just happened. But then the senior doctor steps forward, scolding him about how reckless the whole procedure was, only for the reborn surgeon to shoot back that doing nothing guarantees death, which is a pretty solid argument. He stands his ground, refusing to abandon a patient as long as there's even a sliver of hope, citing ethics over statistics, while his opponent just yells back about the grim survival rates, clearly not on board with the never-give-up philosophy. The professor eventually sighs, a long, drawn-out sound that sounds less like an admission of defeat and more like, I give up trying to understand you, a gesture of resignation acknowledging that sometimes, pure stubbornness wins. The doctor then praises our guy's skills sky-high, like he's suddenly the best intern since sliced bread, but you can bet our hero's not getting cocky yet. Meanwhile, Robert sits there, sweat beading on his forehead, looking like he's waiting for lottery results, except the prize is a life, and the worry etched on his face is palpable, a silent plea for good news. Robert's face is a mask of pure anxiety, every muscle tensed in anticipation. And then our guy appears with his team, a bright, relieved smile on his face, delivering the news Robert desperately needed to hear. The surgery went well. Our guy's broad smile barely has time to settle before Robert, overcome with emotion, charges at him like a linebacker, completely blindsided, probably expecting a handshake, not a full-body tackle of gratitude. Robert clings to him tightly, tears streaming down his face as he chokes out thanks, his embrace a torrent of relief and profound appreciation, the kind of hug you get after you've just pulled someone out of a burning building. He continues to pat our protagonist's back, a gesture that conveys more than words ever could. It's a silent, heartfelt thank you from a man who just got his world handed back to him. Internally, our guy is probably wondering if this is what it feels like to be a rock star after a sold-out show. And he gently warns Robert that while the surgery was a success, the real battle, the recovery, is still ahead, a dose of medical reality to temper the emotional high. He advises caution, reminding Robert that simply getting through the operation is only half the fight. The patient still faces a long and challenging road to recovery, which is a surgeon's way of saying, don't pop the champagne just yet. Soon after, the patient is carefully transferred, probably onto a fancy private jet or helicopter, with Robert overseeing the entire operation, a clear sign that this patient is important, and her journey to recovery will be managed with extreme care. Robert bows his head, expressing his deep gratitude, acknowledging a debt that goes beyond mere money, and follows it up with a sincere apology for causing a scene at the emergency center earlier, admitting his past behavior was out of line. He then earnestly apologizes for the whole emergency center drama, probably feeling a bit sheepish about the theatrics now that everything's settled, while our guy just waves goodbye, hoping this means he's finally free from all the mafia-adjacent stress. As they part ways, Robert promises a future meeting, assuring him they'll see each other again, but our guy gives a casual wave, probably thinking, please no, let's not make this a regular thing. Back in the quiet solitude of his own space, he firmly decides he wants absolutely nothing more to do with these people. His inner monologue is screaming, "I'm out, peace." He reflects on this particular case, labeling her the worst patient he's ever had, not because of her condition, but because her entire mob entourage showed up. It was less a medical case and more a hostage negotiation. Finally, he opens his door, anticipating a quiet, peaceful moment of solitude after the whirlwind of the last few hours. Because all he wants is a moment to decompress and maybe not be surrounded by bodyguards. Just as he's about to enjoy his peace, his old tormentor, the gray-haired professor with the mustache, pops in, greeting him warmly. So much for quiet time. It seems his reputation precedes him. The professor admits his past mistakes, confessing he underestimated his skill and forced him to watch from the sidelines when he should have been operating. It's a rare moment of humility from the senior doctor, who practically eats crow. To seal the deal, the professor officially extends an invitation for him to join the next big surgery. It's less an invitation and more a plea, acknowledging he's got skills they desperately need. Then the professor casually offers to show our guy a photo, mentioning it came out really well, hinting at something more than a vacation snapshot, and our protagonist probably thinks it's a picture of some rare medical anomaly. But then the professor reveals the New York Times front page, plastered with his picture, sending a shockwave through him. He looks absolutely flabbergasted, like he just won the medical lottery he didn't even know he entered. The scene then cuts to Seoul, where people in a restaurant are engrossed in the same news. And Robert is there, too, reading the paper with a proud smirk, probably thinking, "Yeah, I know that guy." That smug confidence is exactly what draws the attention of Lee Sangmin to the scene. Amidst all the chatter, Lee Sangmin, our protagonist's loyal friend, steps right into the conversation, puffing out his chest as if he personally supervised the whole operation. The background doctors discuss the monster doctor saving a mafia boss, and he just can't resist flexing his connection. He then whips out his harmonica, playing a tune like he's the star of the show. His ego is bigger than the hospital itself, beaming with pride over his friend, even though our guy isn't around to hear it. Later, downing a quick shot at the bar, Sangmin glances over a newspaper and can't help but feel a pang of something. It's that classic feeling when your friend is so famous he's still stealing all the attention, even when he's off saving lives somewhere else. Just then, Lee Yeon-hee arrives, offering a sweet smile and asking Sangmin if he's been waiting long, completely oblivious to his internal monologue about stolen thunder. Her presence instantly shifts the mood, perhaps saving him from a spiral of self-pity. He turns to face her, his earlier petty musings evaporating as he acknowledges her arrival, confirming she made it. He's probably already mentally planning how to drop his famous friend's name into their conversation, because old habits die hard. With a casual lean back, Sangmin laments that he can't even get in contact with his super-famous friend right now, as if this is some grand tragedy, not just a busy person being busy. He's clearly enjoying the drama of the situation a little too much. Yeon-hee's face is then a canvas of shock as she's hit with a sudden, unwelcome flashback. It's the kind of memory that makes you wonder if maybe some things are better left unsaid, especially when they involve a painful rejection from our guy. In the flashback, our protagonist stands before her, gently letting her down with an apology, explaining he already had someone he liked. It's a moment that clearly stung, burning itself into her memory despite his polite refusal. Back in the present, Yeon-hee's complexion goes completely pale, and she stammers awkwardly, caught totally off guard by the resurgence of that particular memory. It's like her brain decided to hit replay on her most embarrassing moment, right in front of Sangmin. Sangmin, ever the conversational catalyst, drops the bombshell that the person who turned her down was none other than our protagonist himself, sealing her fate. It seems he's completely unaware of the emotional landmine he's just stepped on. Yeon-hee looks down, her face a mask of distress that the secret is now out in the open. The weight of that past rejection, now shared, clearly sits heavy on her shoulders. The scene shifts to an earlier time, where the protagonist stands, offering a final apology to a seated Yeon-hee before walking away, leaving her alone with her feelings. She's left to cover her face as tears begin to fall, a stark reminder of a painful, private moment. Back in the present, Yeon-hee's eyes widen as she sits at the bar looking glum, realizing she shouldn't dwell on him while with Sangmin. Her cheeks flush like she just got caught skipping class, especially as Sangmin pushes a drink towards her, telling her to drink up. Meanwhile, in his bedroom, our protagonist is practically losing his mind, clutching a pillow as he lies anxiously on his bed. He's going absolutely stir-crazy from the complete radio silence from a certain someone, proving that even monster doctors get anxious. His phone screen glows with unanswered texts, showing messages sent to Himi. It's like she vanished into thin air, and our guy's mind races faster than a rabbit dodging hounds. Suddenly, Lee Himi appears out of nowhere, grinning from ear to ear as she tackles our guy from behind, shouting surprise. It's the kind of spontaneous reunion that could only happen in a drama, or maybe after a really long silence. The The protagonist's face is a picture of pure, unadulterated shock, his eyes wide as he processes her sudden presence. He looks like he's seen a ghost, or maybe just a really unexpected text message come to life. Himi bursts into the room, grinning like she just won the lottery and yells, "Surprise!" as she embraces him. His face is still contorted in shock, and he pinches her cheek hard, yelling in pain and confusion just to confirm reality. Himi, teary-eyed from the cheek pinching, scolds him playfully, her worry over the recent shooting and mafia incident clear in her voice. She's clearly been through the ringer, and her dramatic appearance is her way of showing it. They hold each other close, Himi smiling through her tears as she explains she just couldn't ignore her overwhelming worry, which she dramatically equates to someone dying. It's a classic over-the-top declaration of affection. Then our guy's face breaks into a sweat drop as he realizes he has an early morning plane to catch for work, completely ruining the romantic reunion. Just when things were getting good, reality swoops in like a grumpy pigeon. But how long before Himi realizes this vibe is totally cooked and just straight up mid? Our protagonist, Chulwoo, gets a surprise hug from behind courtesy of Himi, who wraps her arms around him in a much-needed squeeze. He looks genuinely touched, and you can practically see the world outside fading away into just them two, which is nice for a change. She even feeds him a bite, giggling like she's just won some kind of feeding contest, while our guy looks totally stunned, like he's never been served food with such enthusiasm. She's treating him like a king, just, with plastic silverware instead of gold. Back at the airport terminal, it looks like his heart's been physically yanked out as he watches her wave goodbye. She's got that gentle smile, but his face is a masterclass in "Don't leave me here, I'm already dead inside," especially with that blurry, starry background making everything feel extra dramatic. Alone on a train, he stares blankly at his phone, probably scrolling through old photos or pretending to be busy to avoid eye contact with the existential dread now setting in. The view outside is a blur, much like his feelings, but hey, at least he has a seat for the misery. He's thinking about how glad he is that she's safe, but his brain immediately pivots to Lee Sangmin, because a doctor's mind never truly rests. It's like trying to enjoy a beach day while your pager buzzes under your towel. His girlfriend explains that Sangmin is now officially the legitimate heir and has been surprisingly well-behaved. This is probably more shocking than if he'd started a small country. Turns out even chaotic forces can eventually inherit a fortune. Meanwhile, Sangmin clenches his fist, making a silent vow to become the absolute best in America, reaching heights our protagonist could only dream of. It's like when your rival says they're going to get a bigger promotion, but with way more dramatic flair and probably a training montage. And we see him in a hallway, blood splattered on the walls and his coat, looking utterly detached from the horror around him. You gotta wonder if he's had a really bad day at the office, or if he just moonlights as a horror movie extra. His dream takes a terrifying turn as bloody hands reach for his face in the darkness, pulling him into a nightmare vision where shadowy figures with blacked-out eyes grab at him. It's less sweet dreams and more welcome to your recurring existential dread, now with jump scares. Sangmin gasps himself awake, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with pure horror. It's the kind of wake-up call that makes you wish you never went to sleep, or at least had a nightlight the size of a floodlight. Lee Yonhee leans over him, her face etched with concern as she gently asks if he's all right. She's probably used to this by now, like a designated nightmare comfort person on retainer. A close-up of his face shows every bead of sweat, his exhaustion practically radiating off the page. He looks like he's just run a marathon through a haunted house, which, given his dreams, might not be far off the mark. Yonhee sits patiently by his side, observing that he's been looking unusually pale lately. It's almost like having constant night terrors, and facing down your deepest fears takes a toll on your complexion. Who knew? Lying in bed, the former rival gets serious, asking about the heredity of schizophrenia with a quiet intensity. It's the kind of question that makes you hold your breath, because you know it's not just casual curiosity about ancestry. Suddenly he shouts, "Don't come near me," as if he's staring down a monster only he can see. His voice cracks with a raw terror that cuts through the silence, making you wonder what fresh hell his mind is conjuring now. We flash back to a younger Sangmin's home, where his mother kneels on the floor, covering her ears, surrounded by the shattered remains of what looks like a broken bottle. It's a heartbreaking image of pure distress, the kind of memory that sticks with you long after the moment passes. Young Sangmin stands frozen in the doorway, a look of profound disturbance on his face as his mother's voice weakly calls out to him. It's a moment frozen in time, the kind of childhood trauma that echoes through a lifetime. Back in the present, Yonhee gently touches him, her voice soft as she asks if he's still lost in his thoughts. She's trying to pull him back from the edge, to ground him in the reality of her presence, which is a full-time job. Sangmin offers a dark smile, agreeing internally with the idea that his reality is nothing short of a nightmare. It's a chilling acceptance, like he's finally making peace with the demons that haunt his every waking and sleeping moment, which is bleak as heck. Meanwhile, back at St. Joseph's Hospital, The staff members are whispering in hushed tones, their faces etched with fear as a group of men in sharp suits stride into the building. It's never a good sign when the hospital lobby looks like a scene from a gangster movie. Our guy appears in the foreground, his eyes widening as he immediately clocks what's happening, probably already calculating how many escape routes he has. He's seen this movie before, and it usually doesn't end with a free lunch, let alone dessert. Robert claps a hand on his shoulder, flashing an intimidating smile that promises more trouble than reassurance. It's the kind of smile that says, "We're going to have a very interesting conversation, whether you like it or not," which is rarely good news. Our protagonist starts sweating nervously as Robert insists that he has time tonight, making it sound less like an invitation and more like a mandatory summons. He's probably already mentally preparing his will, just in case this is the big one. Robert leans in close, whispering in his ear about an invitation from the boss, which is usually code for you're about to be in a situation you cannot say no to. It's the kind of offer you can't refuse, because refusing means very bad things indeed. Our guy sits silently in the back of a car, flanked by two stone-faced bodyguards, his mind drifting to Himi. He's probably wondering if he'll ever see her again, or if this is how his promising medical career takes a sharp left turn into missing persons territory. Flanked by the same intimidating guards, he steps into a grand dining room, all opulent decor and hushed elegance. It's a far cry from the sterile hospital hallways he's used to, but probably just as dangerous, if not more so. Mary makes a dramatic entrance, descending a sweeping staircase with an air of elegant authority, introduced as the Clancy family's godmother. She's got that "I own everything and everyone" vibe down pat, like she was born for dramatic slow-motion entrances. Mary expresses profound gratitude, claiming she would have died without him and genuinely wants to thank him. It's almost sweet, if you ignore the fact that she probably has a small army ready to enforce her gratitude, whether he wants it or not. Her inner thoughts reveal she's jokingly, or perhaps not so jokingly, considering kidnapping him. Because what better way to show appreciation to your life-saving doctor than to just permanently acquire him for all your future medical needs, right? But that piece is officially cooked, because the mafia boss lady is about to ruin Hwang Moonjin. Lee Yonhee rests her chin in her hand, watching the doctor with an intensity usually reserved for spotting a rare sale item, her gaze practically screaming, "I've found my next project." A subtle blush creeps onto her cheeks as she notes how nervous this man seems. For her, that awkward energy just adds to his charm, like finding a rare vinyl with a slight skip that just makes it better. She compliments the food with practiced grace, but her tone quickly shifts to serious gratitude, the kind of thank you that feels less like a pleasantry and more like a prelude to a very important transaction. Our guy stares, eyes wide, at the sleek black credit card now being pushed across the table toward him, shimmering under the restaurant lights, practically begging him to take it like a siren song in plastic form. He firmly pushes the card back, explaining with a straight face that accepting personal gifts from patients goes against every ethical bone in his body. It's a hard pass on the easy money, even if it looks like an instant life upgrade. Flashes of his past ambition flicker through his mind, contrasting sharply with his current steadfast moral stance. A stark reminder of how far he's come from being the kind of doctor who might have just pocketed that card without a second thought. Robert, ever the professional, explains with a polite smile that they can't just accept funds from unknown sources, which only seems to infuriate our guy even more, like trying to return a gift card without the receipt. Impossible and increasingly annoying. Lee Yonhee just smiles, utterly unfazed by his refusal. She finds his stubbornness endearing, like watching a grumpy cat refuse a treat, making her even more determined to get her way. He tries to make his escape, claiming a packed schedule, but she corners him with unassailable logic, effectively trapping him at the table, like trying to leave a family dinner when your aunt still has just one more story to tell. He finally walks away, his silhouette disappearing down the hall, while Yonhee stands by the window, a triumphant smile playing on her lips, gazing out, probably already planning her next move like a chess master after a particularly clever opening. Elsewhere in a lavish penthouse office, she leans back casually, telling Lloyd she's seriously considering kidnapping the doctor, saying it with the same casualness someone might order takeout, which is just a little unsettling. Lloyd confirms that our guy was indeed scouted by St. Joseph, but she presses him for the juicier, darker details. She's not interested in the official story. She wants the director's cut with all the scandalous deleted scenes. Lloyd then drops the bomb. Our guy supposedly took the fall for a patient's abnormal death on the operating table, the kind of detail that turns a simple doctor into a tragic figure in a medical drama. A chilling realization dawns on Yonhee as she connects the dots. The chairman clearly lobbied to make his punishment even worse. It's not just bad luck, it's a targeted hit job orchestrated from the shadows. She sits up, her posture radiating determination as she commands Lloyd to dig deeper and uncover any shady deals the chairman might have made. going full detective mode, ready to expose every skeleton in his closet. Meanwhile, Chairman Lee Jong sits in his opulent office, a sinister smirk twisting his lips, clearly relishing something, probably the downfall of anyone who dares to cross his path, like a villain admiring his own evil genius. Suddenly, he clutches his leg in frustration, practically roaring our guy's name in a furious outburst, because it seems even his carefully constructed facade can't hide the seething jealousy bubbling just beneath the surface. Graphics flash across the screen, highlighting our guy's top-tier journal publications and even a news report about him rescuing the mafia. A career trajectory so wild it probably makes the chairman's blood pressure spike just looking at it. The chairman interrogates Professor Go about the hospital our guy went to, then clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance at the mention of Professor Jiang Gi-su, because the mere sound of his name is enough to make the chairman's day just a little bit worse. But before he can truly lose it, Baek Jung-hyun shows up to tank all his remaining aura. So here's Chairman Lee Jong, one of the top brass in a huge corporation, just chillin' and musing about his health, knowing full well that if he kicks the bucket, his entire empire could just go poof, no pressure. He's deep in thought, probably wondering if he remembered to feed his goldfish, when his secretary pops in to announce Chief Baek. Our guy is genuinely surprised, but he tells her to let him in anyway, a bit too eager for someone just interrupted. Chief Baek doesn't even say hello. He just barrels in, demanding to know why the head chairman's liver diagnosis is such a mess. Turns out, Professor Go has to confess that his type B hepatitis is basically sprinting through his system. Then Chief Baek lays down the absolute law. If the head chairman dies, the Dale Group is looking at a financial apocalypse. So, yeah, it's everyone's problem now, not just the guy with the bad liver. Chief Baek, ever the charmer, practically belittles our chairman's competence, warning him about all the terrible things that'll happen if the head chairman decides to, retire permanently. The chairman just screams in pure frustration, wondering if these doctors think they can just magic up a miracle cure for an old guy out of thin air, like they're some kind of wizard medical squad. Professor Go meekly suggests a liver transplant, but the chairman immediately shoots that down, citing all the massive risks for old patients. He had that answer locked and loaded like he'd been rehearsing it. Then, a lightbulb moment. He realizes a surgery at his own Dale hospital is basically a guaranteed death or a scandal. So, naturally, he decides to punt the whole problem to some poor foreign facility. He tries to rationalize his decision, claiming U.S. hospitals offer way better care, which totally absolves Dale of any responsibility. He even mentions coordinating with Lee Dongman, probably to make it his problem, not his own. Meanwhile, across town, Lee Dongman steps into his mansion, and before he can even take off his shoes, he's sent straight to his father's room, where his brothers are already deep in a heated debate about where to treat their dad. His brothers keep weighing their options back and forth until our guy finally accepts this heavy burden. It feels like he's just signed up for a lifetime supply of stress, and then he opens the door, ready to face the music. Inside, his father, the head chairman, is just casually swinging a golf club, telling his son he feels completely fine and that those doctors are just being a bunch of drama queens. Normal stuff. His dad insists he's as healthy as a horse, even offering his son some tea instead of, actually resting. Our guy looks utterly distressed, probably wondering if he's talking to a wall or a very opinionated golf enthusiast. Dongman tries to argue the superiority of U.S. hospitals, but his father just demands to know why he has to leave Korea. Then, he dramatically accuses them of wanting his son's liver, as if that's a perfectly normal leap of logic. His father then declares he'd rather die than take his son's liver, which is a surprisingly firm boundary for someone who just accused them of organ harvesting. Our guy accepts that, but you can tell he's already cooking up a plan anyway. He then reflects on his incredibly stubborn father and his young niece, Himi, before immediately researching top U.S. hospitals, probably already calculating how to pull off a secret medical mission impossible. The scene then zooms out to a beautiful shot of St. Joseph Hospital in the U.S., with text overlays proudly announcing that Lee Jin-hyun's liver rank is #1 in the whole country. So this place is clearly operating at peak performance, thanks to our guy. Doctors are cheering for him as he waves, with a patient rating screen in the background flashing a near-perfect 4.79 out of 5 stars. He's clearly basking in all his well-deserved fame, probably wondering where the trophy is. Calendar pages flip by in a dizzying montage, showing our guy's relentless daily grind. He achieved that top rank in just 3 short months, completely blowing past all the initial estimates like they were just suggestions. A senior doctor then calls him Professor and even Miracle Kim, which makes our guy blush and protest the honorific. He's probably just humble like that, or maybe he hasn't fully processed his own legendary status yet. A quick walk down the hall, however, proves that Miracle Kim is in for a surprise. Stepping into a brightly lit room, our guy finds the president of St. Joseph Hospital practically beaming, calling him Miracle Kim, and gesturing grandly towards a table piled high with what looks like a celebratory feast, ready to roll out the red carpet. The president is clearly pulling out all the stops, absolutely gushing with praise and perks, completely oblivious to the calculating gleam in the young surgeon's eyes. Crisp brown envelope, practically glowing with the promise of future earnings, lands on the table between them, containing a new contract that promises to redefine our doctor's entire financial future. Our protagonist coolly handles the paper, thinking how all of this sweet talk and even sweeter cash is a direct result of his efforts. Anything less and he'd be on a plane back home, no questions asked, which is one way to conduct a negotiation. As if on cue, the president begins listing off a salary and perks package that sounds like it came straight out of a video game's cheat codes, making a two-finger gesture that probably signifies a number with many zeros, and a few more for good measure. Our guy just stands there, observing the enthusiastic sales pitch with an almost unnerving calm, as the president continues to hype up the astronomical sum he's proposing, clearly expecting a jaw drop, or maybe a full-on fainting spell. Suddenly, the president is practically shrieking, "No, no," in a desperate panic, probably imagining rival hospitals swooping in to snatch away his golden goose with an even better offer, because that's always the fear, isn't it? Sweating profusely, the executive ups the ante, first suggesting a cool 800,000 USD, then immediately countering his own offer with an even more outrageous 850,000 USD, practically begging our hero to name his price. Our doctor, with a look that says, "You're getting a little ahead of yourself," simply tells the executive to take a breath, noting how the numbers just keep climbing without him even asking, like a bidding war with only one bidder. Now comfortably seated, the brilliant surgeon reflects on his newly acquired financial security, realizing he's swimming in cash, even if he missed that sweet, sweet $1 million mark by a hair, which is a problem most of us would like to have. Then our guy coolly reminds the still gasping president about one crucial, non-negotiable detail. An exchange program that's less about learning and more about strategic placement, because even rich doctors have agendas. He leans forward, eyes blazing with intent, insisting that he alone be chosen for this special transfer, making it clear this isn't a request. It's a condition that will absolutely be met. The president, having apparently recovered from his mild cardiac episode, smiles confidently, assuring our guy that such a minor detail won't be an issue, probably already picturing the paperwork being signed. Later, our doctor stares out a hospital window at the sprawling cityscape, a determined glint in his eyes as he thinks about all the people who probably don't want to see him succeed, which is a great motivator. Walking through a sterile corridor, our doctor pulls out his cell phone, clearly surprised by the name flashing on the screen, like getting a call from a long-lost relative right when you're busy. The sign for General Surgery Jeong-gil-soo indicates he's already arrived at his intended destination, a subtle nod to the esteemed mentor waiting within, ready for whatever comes next. He steps into the room, where the professor calmly beckons him further inside, setting the stage for what feels less like a chat and more like a summons to the principal's office. Our doctor sits down, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple, feeling a nervous tension build in the air around this private, one-on-one meeting, the kind where you just know you're about to get roasted. Professor Jeong-gil-soo gets right to the point, asking our guy exactly why his name appeared on some recently published essays, with an undertone that suggests this isn't a casual inquiry but an interrogation. Our protagonist stammers out a quick excuse, explaining it away as just an old, harmless tradition, the kind where you add a superior's name to a paper, even if they only proofread the title, which is technically still an assist. The professor, now leaning forward with an intense stare, sternly commands him never to engage in such practices again, making it clear this is a line not to be crossed, like leaving the toilet seat up after a stern warning. Our guy accepts the dressing down with a slight bow, actually admiring the professor's commitment to ethical conduct, a rare gem in the cutthroat world of academia, where everyone else is just trying to get ahead. Then a gentle smile softens the professor's face, as he admits to having observed our doctor's meteoric rise throughout the entire year, like a proud, slightly terrifying academic guardian angel keeping tabs. The professor then expresses genuine pride in all that the young doctor has accomplished, almost glowing with paternal satisfaction, which is probably a nice change from being yelled at. The professor then asks, almost casually, if our doctor is acquainted with the chairman of Deal Hospital, a question that feels loaded with unspoken history, like asking if you know that one guy everyone hates. Suddenly, the professor's demeanor shifts as he labels the chairman as trash, revealing that the man actively tried to have our guy fired, completely out of the blue, like a sudden plot twist in a medical drama. Our doctor's eyes widen as he slowly comprehends the vast, unseen network of influence the chairman possesses, realizing this man's reach extends even across oceans, into American hospitals, like a villain with too many minions. Professor Jeong-gil-soo then leans back, a sly grin playing on his lips, asking if our doctor is curious to hear what his response was to the chairman's malicious attempts, clearly relishing the moment like he just won a staring contest. But that silence is about to get ratioed because things are officially getting cooked, chat. Our guy Lee Jin-hyun is all smiles, practically patting Professor Yu Youngsu on the head, asking if he's finally grasped the sheer villainy of their target, like he just schooled everyone on the quadratic formula. Professor Yu, however, keeps it strictly business, confirming the chairman's nastiness as if he's just signed off on the world's most complicated receipt. Then, with the gravitas of a secret agent handing over the nuclear launch codes, the professor slides a blue folder across the desk, absolutely jam-packed with all the dirt they'd need. As our protagonist reads through the damning pages, his face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, like finding out his favorite streaming service just canceled his show mid-season cliffhanger. A dark smirk plays on his lips, eyes shadowed like a supervillain in a thunderstorm, solidifying his plans for a personal vendetta against the chairman that's gonna hit harder than a Monday morning alarm. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Lee Yeon-hee stands in the doorway, calling out for Sangmin SSI with a worried tone, as if expecting to find a disaster zone decorated with last night's regrets. She gently drapes a light blue blanket over him, showing her compassion as if tucking in a giant, troubled toddler who just finished a tantrum over nap time. This woman then looks utterly distressed, her hand near her mouth, fearing for his sanity like she just watched a squirrel try to pay for its nuts with a credit card. Suddenly, the sleeping man grabs her wrist with a terrified expression, causing her to scream as if he'd mistaken her for the pizza delivery guy trying to collect on a really old bill. He then pulls her close, misinterpreting the whole situation as a dangerous one where he gets to be the hero, while she blushes like a tomato caught in a very bright spotlight. Bless her. The distressed fellow then walks away with a forced smile, leaving Yeon-hee to stare at his retreating back with a troubled frown, clearly doubting his claim of being fine, because nobody looks that cheerful saying goodbye to a bad day. Later, he stands alone in the dark, his eyes wide with a creeping madness, surrounded by a red and black aura, fully succumbing to hallucinations like he's starring in his own low-budget horror flick, where the monster is himself. Elsewhere, in a bright cafe with large windows, Lee Hee-mi glances at her phone with an annoyed expression, as if her internet just decided to take a permanent vacation midstream. Meanwhile, our guy's thoughts drift to the chairman, almost like he's missing a crucial file at work, and you can see the moment when this man realizes it's crunch time again for the villain. But that vibe shift is mid compared to Chairman Lee Jong face-planting right in front of her. Total pandemonium erupts as the chairman suddenly collapses, his staff absolutely screaming his name trying to get him to wake up, but he's just out. His granddaughter, Lee Yeon-hee, shoves her way through the panicking crowd, yelling for her grandpa, only to find out the ambulance is still a solid 5 minutes away, which is 5 minutes too long, frankly. The paramedics finally bust in and quickly get the unconscious old man onto a stretcher. Yeon-hee's practically vibrating, pointing them to the ambulance like a desperate air traffic controller, her face just a mess of worry. They haul him to Deal General, the sirens wailing like a bad metal band, promising help but really just screaming, "Oh no." Inside the hospital, Lee Dongmin is immediately cornering the doctors, grilling them about his father's condition, his face a perfect mask of "please tell me he's fine." But the doctors just exchange these super grim looks, confirming the chairman is definitely not doing great and totally crushing any hope for a quick fix. Dr. Kang Min-chul then drops the actual hammer. The chairman's liver is just checked out, showing off diagrams of the organ like it's a busted engine. He sadly informs our guy that his father's got maybe a week left, and the news just vaporizes Dongmin, who can only whisper his father's name in pure despair. At his father's actual bedside, the frail chairman weakly tells his son that he trusts him more than anyone and that he's super proud. Seeing that the liver is the actual problem, the son immediately volunteers to be a donor, revealing he'd already done the compatibility tests, ready to give anything for the old man. What a guy. Kang Min-chul, now identifying himself as a specialist, sadly points out the chairman's age, explaining his body just can't handle the long surgery. He even pulls out an anatomical diagram of a twisted bile duct, explaining why rebuilding that vascular area is a no-go. So basically, it's a big nope from science. Our guy absolutely breaks down, burying his face in his hands and whispering his father's name in pure anguish, while his siblings just stand there, chillingly indifferent. These vultures are already divvying up the essential oil and telecom empires, coolly suggesting they just let nature do its thing, which is just wow. Out in the hospital garden, the siblings keep their petty money squabbles going, completely unaware of the actual pain they're causing, while Dongmin just seethes, disgusted by their total lack of family feelings. Secretary Beek then slides up to him, whispering that they need to talk privately, hinting that he doesn't trust the local hospital and might have a better idea. Beek lays it out. The siblings will definitely block any recovery efforts, so they have to go sneaky, specifically suggesting America as their destination. Our protagonist fully commits to this desperate gamble, deciding to fly his father to St. Joseph Hospital, even though the old man apparently hates American medicine. Beggars can't be choosers, though. The whole crew boards a private jet, making a super-fast getaway to dodge the chairman's other kids, who are probably still in the garden counting their imaginary money. Inside the jet, Secretary Beak confirms they've already contacted the U.S. hospital and sent all the records, while his sedated patient rests peacefully, oblivious to all the drama. Dongmin then debates whether he should have brought Lee Hee-mi along, but ultimately decides she'd just be a liability with his father in such rough shape. Leaning close to his father's oxygen-masked face, this man whispers a heartfelt promise to absolutely bring him back, no matter what it costs or how much trouble it causes. And we cut to the exterior of a sleek, modern American hospital, looking all fancy and promising cutting-edge care. Inside, an American liver specialist, complete with a distinguished mustache and crisp white coat, greets the delegation. Our guy formally introduces himself as Lee Dongmin of the Dale Group and presents Secretary Beak Jungyun, wasting zero time establishing their high-roller cred. That outburst nuked his aura, but little does he know the real clown show starts right now. Our story kicks off with Chairman Lee Jong, who's absolutely livid, practically yelling that hoping for a miracle is just signing his father's death warrant. He's stuck watching his family's patriarch circle the drain while the medical staff basically throws their hands up. Just then, Lee Jinhyun, our guy, glides into the room, calmly greeting Professor Jiang Gi-soo. It's like he just showed up for a casual brunch in the middle of a 5-alarm fire. Immediately, Secretary Beak and the chairman start whispering like school kids, their faces scrunched up as they dismiss the newcomer as just a Korean and too young. Apparently, they went to the judge a book by its cover medical school. Suddenly, something clicks for the secretary, his eyes bugging out as he snaps his head up, demanding to know what kind of charade this is. The realization hits him harder than a surprise pop quiz. Beak then points an accusing finger at the young doctor, his voice rising to a shout as he blasts him for allegedly killing a patient at Dale Hospital. It's a full-on, primetime courtroom drama finger-wagging right there in the hospital. The chairman steps in, cutting his secretary off with a curt gesture, stating firmly that he will handle this situation himself. He's got that "I'm the designated adult here" vibe, even when everything's melting down. He then pivots to the staff, making it crystal clear he won't let his father stay in this hospital unless our guy, the controversial young physician, remains in charge. It's an ultimatum delivered with the kind of stony resolve that makes everyone suddenly find new priorities. The chairman's voice booms through the room, passionately defending Jinhyun as a genius who has already performed miracles for them. He's basically running a one-man hype campaign, shouting his praises from the rafters. Our guy quietly reflects on the absolute madness of bringing the chairman's father here, knowing how bonkers it must look to everyone else. But despite the unfolding chaos, he steels himself, ready to dive headfirst into what seems impossible. His mind flashes back to a past case, a grim memory of bile leaking from a malformation, leading to peritonitis and a patient's tragic death. It's a ghost from his past, coming back to haunt his present. He understands now that he needs a more elegant and less invasive solution, one that won't put too much strain on the already fragile patient. He's not just thinking outside the box, he's drawing up blueprints for a whole new box factory. Back in the room, Professor Jiang asks about the method mentioned earlier, and Jinhyun flashes a confident smile, ready to unveil his radical idea. He then proposes completely abandoning the bile duct connection, citing its malformation as the reason it's beyond repair, suggesting they just cut ties with it entirely. They then delve into the technicalities of using a loop to connect the intestine directly to the liver, a risky Roux-en-Y variant that sounds more like a plumbing project for a mad scientist than actual surgery. It's the kind of complex discussion that makes regular people want to switch careers. He visualizes the chairman's father fading away, then sees Lee Hee-mi's heartbroken face, and that image solidifies his resolve to attempt this dangerous procedure. He's not just saving a patient, he's trying to prevent a future full of regret. The thought of Hee-mi's sad expression lingers in his mind, fueling his determination to change that outcome, no matter the odds. It's like seeing a sad puppy and instantly knowing you have to rescue it. Meanwhile, Secretary Beak suggests contacting Johns Hopkins, aiming for the big leagues, just as Chairman Lee Jong's phone buzzes with an incoming call. He's juggling a major medical crisis and incoming calls like it's just another Tuesday. It's Hee-mi on the line, her voice filled with worry as she immediately asks about her grandfather's condition. She's clearly got a finely tuned family drama radar, probably refreshing her news feed every 5 minutes. Hee-mi's desperation is palpable. She wants to rush to the U.S. right away. But the blizzard outside has other plans, delaying all flights, because of course the weather wants to be extra dramatic. Hee-mi doesn't hesitate, declaring with absolute certainty that Jinhyun is the best doctor she knows. Her unwavering faith in him is like a beacon in this storm, cutting through all the doubt in the room. Back in the ICU, a nurse frantically calls for the patient's guardians to rush over, her voice echoing with an urgency that makes your stomach do a full flip. Inside the ICU, the patient is surrounded by a swarm of doctors, a desperate dance of life and death, while Chairman Lee Jong watches in horror through the glass. He's trapped on the outside, a helpless spectator to the unfolding tragedy. The chairman presses his hands against the cold glass, letting out a primal scream of despair for his father, a gut-wrenching cry that rips through the tense silence. It's a moment of pure, unfiltered anguish, right there for everyone to see. The doctor grimly informs the family that transporting the patient is impossible, thanks to a raging blizzard outside. It's a cruel twist of fate, as if the universe itself decided to throw a snow party at the worst possible moment. The doctor delivers the final, crushing blow. If they leave him like this, he will pass away soon. It's an ultimatum delivered with the blunt force of reality, leaving no wiggle room for hope. Chairman Lee Jong whispers his father's name, his voice trembling with fear as the background bleeds into a terrifying red. The world around him is collapsing, a visual representation of the chaos in his own heart. He screams, "Father!" into the encroaching darkness, a desperate plea swallowed by the vast, empty void. It's the sound of a son losing his last shred of hope, echoing into nothingness. But will this man survive the deep freeze, after losing all his aura points in that tragic meltdown? The news anchors were practically screaming about the wind gusts, painting a grim picture of traffic at a complete standstill across several states. It was the kind of weather that made you want to stay home with a hot drink, not try to move a critical patient. Inside the hospital, medical staff buzzed with a different kind of urgency, their voices strained as they discussed the impossible logistics of transferring their patient, because the weather had slammed the door shut on every escape route, leaving them trapped with a ticking clock. Around the patient's bed, the medical team moved like a frantic swarm, shouting for a Dr. Kim to hurry as if he could bend time itself and magically clear the roads. Chairman Lee Jong, clearly in a state of utter despair, seized a physician's sleeve, his pleas echoing through the room. He screamed that his father, the head chairman, couldn't possibly leave them yet, clinging to any shred of hope like a drowning man to driftwood. Senior doctor, his face etched with grim resignation, explained the brutal truth. The traffic made transport impossible, and the head chairman's time was critically short. It was a death sentence delivered with the blunt force of reality, which never pulls its punches. The chairman could only stare, his face a mask of horrified disbelief, as the finality of the verdict washed over him. The words hit him like a physical blow, leaving him breathless and reeling. Despite the crushing news, the grieving son refused to accept defeat, demanding surgery as the only viable option to save his father. It was a desperate gamble, a last-ditch effort against an impossible foe, but what else was there? The physician, in a moment of stark honesty, confessed his own inability to perform such a miracle. But then, a flicker of hope. He nominated a Dr. Lee Jin-hyun as the absolute last resort. It was like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, if the rabbit was a surgeon and the hat was a medical emergency. The room erupted in whispers, some criticizing the doctor as inexperienced, while others defended him as a genius capable of miracles. It was like watching a court debate whether a rookie could win the Super Bowl, high stakes, divided opinions, and absolutely no consensus. Elsewhere, two men on phones argued heatedly, their voices rising in defense of our guy, decrying the unfair bias targeting him despite his undeniable results. Apparently, even saving lives couldn't stop the office politics, because of course it couldn't. Back in the tense meeting, executives confirmed the grim reality. Hospitals worldwide had rejected the head chairman's case, deeming it both psychologically and medically unbearable. It was the kind of diagnosis that made even the most seasoned doctors throw up their hands, literally. The specific diagnosis was laid bare: hepatic coma, a bile duct abnormality, all compounded by advanced age. It was a trifecta of medical nightmares, making the prospect of surgery seem less like a solution and more like a heroic, yet doomed, last stand. Just as the staff began to debate refusing the case entirely, a voice cut through the despair. Our guy, with a quiet confidence that belied the gravity of the situation, stepped forward and accepted the patient. It was a mic drop moment, but with scalpels instead of microphones. An internal monologue praised the young doctor as the kind of physician one would choose for themselves, a testament to his reputation even amidst the chaos. He was clearly the kind of guy you'd trust with your life, even if everyone else was running for the hills. Two anxious men awaited news, the elder frantically making urgent calls for references, trying to find any glimmer of hope in a sea of medical despair. It was the kind of desperate networking you do when your life literally depends on it, or someone else's. The advisor received a flurry of overwhelming endorsements from Professor Kang Minchul and other esteemed colleagues, each one a resounding vote of confidence for our determined doctor. It was like getting a 5-star review from every major critic in the medical world, all at once. Chairman Lee Jong, ever the skeptic, scoffed at the mention of our doctor's suspended license and third-rate status. He clearly hadn't gotten the memo that sometimes the best solutions come from the most unexpected places, or maybe he just didn't care. The advisor didn't mince words, revealing that every other sibling had supported the surgery, leaving the chairman as the sole dissenter. It was an awkward family moment, proving that even in a medical crisis, family drama finds a way to squeeze itself in. Our doctor calmly explained that while he typically avoided transplants, for this particular patient, there truly was no other path. It was a pragmatic assessment, delivered with the weight of someone who knew the odds but chose to face them anyway. He then revealed a deeper motivation, a personal desire to save the patient that went beyond mere professional duty. It was a rare glimpse into the heart of a healer, reminding everyone that sometimes, it's more than just a job, it's personal. Our protagonist invoked a powerful principle. In the face of death, all status, including the chairman's vast wealth, becomes utterly meaningless. It was a profound statement, cutting through the usual hospital politics like a scalpel through butter. He then specifically named his inability to abandon Lee Heemy's grandfather as a driving factor, connecting his professional duty to a deeply personal plea. It was a reminder that even the most stoic doctors have hearts, and sometimes those hearts break for others. Lee Heemy, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the situation, covered her face, tears streaming down as the raw emotion of the moment consumed her. It was a stark reminder of the human cost of these high-stakes medical dramas. Our doctor acknowledged the slim chance of recovery with brutal honesty, yet committed to trying anyway, offering a realistic hope rather than a false promise. It was the kind of determination that makes you believe in miracles, even when the odds are stacked against you like a Jenga tower. The chairman, watching this display of unwavering resolve, finally realized that this was the first doctor who actually intended to save his father, rather than simply surrendering to the inevitable. It was a moment of profound recognition, a silent changing of allegiances, and perhaps a new beginning. But the hero's heroic aura points are about to get absolutely cooked by Hwang Moonjin's new dumpster fire reality. In the pre-op room, Dr. Kim Chulwoo lays out the grim timeline. The donor's surgery alone will take a grueling 10 hours, and only after that can they even think about moving him to recovery. He tries to reassure the young man, who can barely stop shaking, clearly terrified but absolutely set on helping his dad. The donor, Lee Junti, admits he's scared stiff, revealing his father had initially refused the liver, calling it too great a sacrifice. He confesses the sheer emotional weight of the moment, his hands trembling like a leaf as he mentally braces for the ordeal ahead. With a plea in his eyes, Junti formally asks our guy to perform a miracle, placing all his hope in the surgeon's hands. He's not just asking for a successful operation, he's straight up begging for a second chance at life for his old man. Scene shifts to the sterile, brightly lit operating room, where both the younger donor and the elderly recipient, Chairman Lee Jong, now lie unconscious, their faces obscured by oxygen masks. The silent efficiency of the medical team hums around them as the dual surgeries finally begin, turning into a race against time and biology, as per usual. His co-lead surgeon, the professor, practically bounces with excitement, calling out to the lead doctor that he's ready to jump in the second the donor's liver is secured. It's a precisely choreographed dance of life and death, where every move is critical as they begin working on the exposed tissue, showing off their synchronized teamwork. There's no room for wasted time here. As soon as the recipient's liver removal starts, the donor's liver is being carefully excised. Expert hands meticulously clean any lingering blood from the harvested organ, swiftly connecting artificial blood vessels, all under the unforgiving gaze of the clock ticking past 23:00. 4 long hours later, the professor reports the donor liver's removal is complete, prompting our guy to call for his assistants to begin the actual transplant. He declares with an almost defiant confidence that together they will create another miracle, pushing past the exhaustion and the mounting pressure like it's just another Tuesday. Our guy's mind races, flashing back to the patient's desperate plea. Show me the miracle. Until now, it was a standard transplant. But this is where it gets crazy, moving into uncharted territory with the extremely fragile tissue of an elderly patient. The impossible odds manifest as glowing light effects around him, a visual metaphor for the sheer difficulty of what he's about to attempt. Close-up reveals the sweat beating on his forehead, his eyes wide with a fleeting moment of terror, lost in a starfield of self-doubt. But just as quickly, his expression hardens, acknowledging the immense stress yet resolving to deliver his absolute best performance for the entire team, pushing the fear aside like yesterday's lunch. He exhales heavily, eyes closed in what looks like a silent prayer, hoping against hope that his unprecedented technique will actually work. Against a backdrop of a clear sky, he opens his determined eyes, declaring with quiet resolve, "Let us begin," as he initiates the most critical phase of this impossible surgery. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, the donor gasps awake, clutching his abdomen in confusion and pain, the aftermath of his own surgery hitting him hard. He's disoriented, barely registering his surroundings as the discomfort completely overwhelms him. Secretary Beek rushes to restrain the agitated patient, who immediately demands to know about his father, clearly distressed and completely unaware of how much time has passed. Beek hesitantly explains that the surgery is still ongoing, a revelation that only fuels Junti's panic. Beek finally reveals the shocking truth. 14 hours have passed since the operation began, making Junti scream in disbelief, his voice cracking with fear. He struggles to sit upright, ignoring the searing pain in his abdomen, yelling that 4 hours overtime is far from normal as Beek frantically tries to hold him down, fearing he'll tear his stitches. Ignoring all medical advice and his own pain, Junti barks orders for an immediate wheelchair, demanding to be taken to the operating room. He's not asking, he's telling, his tone leaving absolutely no room for argument. In the hospital hallway, Junti, now in a wheelchair, dismisses Beek's concerns, stating that nothing will change if he just sits around waiting. A nurse protests in the background about the signed waiver, her voice a futile murmur against his sheer determination. Suddenly, medical staff rush past, shouting, passing by, as they push a gurney at top speed, a blur of motion and urgency. Our guy is clearly rushing another patient, leaving a trail of worry in his wake. Junti's eyes widen as he recognizes his father on the gurney, crying out, "Father!" his voice laced with terror and confusion. He desperately asks if the surgery has concluded, his mind unable to process the sight of his dad on the move like this. Meanwhile, the professor admits his worry to his colleagues, specifically about the delicate process of connecting the blood vessels to the intestine. The tension in the air is palpable, even among these seasoned professionals. Our guy steps forward, taking charge of the grim disclosure, telling the family he will personally explain the results and see them shortly. His calm demeanor is a stark contrast to the chaos and anxiety swirling around him, like he's just finished ordering takeout. Junti clutches the surgeon's arm, his voice a raw scream of "Is my father?" as he begs for an answer. His face is a mask of terror, hanging on every word the doctor might say, ready for the worst. A close-up shows Junti's face streaked with tears, pleading, "Please, please," as he waits in agonizing suspense for the verdict. The air crackles with unspoken fear, every second an eternity. Then, against a burst of light, our guy's calm declaration cuts through the tension like a scalpel. "Is a success." The words hang in the air, bringing with them a wave of relief so powerful it's almost dizzying, as if someone just paid off all their credit card debt. Our guy reassures the family that despite the extended duration, the surgery ended well and indeed succeeded. He offers a detailed update, his voice steady, dispelling the lingering shadows of doubt and fear with casual expertise. Secretary Beek smiles through his own tears, noting with heartfelt gratitude that the chairman did very well holding on through such an arduous ordeal. It's a moment of shared joy and profound relief, a testament to enduring hope. But can Hwang Moonjin actually clutch up before this whole mid-situation gets completely cooked? Our guy stands tall beside the patient, all business in his suit, his gloved hands carefully adjusting an IV drip bag. The patient looks up, eyes full of trust, like a kid waiting for their favorite teacher to explain the next big lesson. He resolves to stay glued to the bedside, determined to personally oversee the patient's recovery day and night without a moment of respite. It's a lonely vigil, but our doctor isn't about to cut corners this time around. Later in the hospital corridor, Jin-hyun scratches his head, genuinely baffled by the winding road his career has taken despite his undeniable skills. It's like he keeps falling into these high-stakes medical dramas, whether he wants to or not. Meanwhile, an assistant in a sharp black suit leans over the recently awakened chairman, delivering the astonishing news that our doctor single-handedly rescued both the Dale Group and the entire Korean economy from ruin. That's a pretty big flex to drop on a guy just out of surgery. The chairman's son imagines the absolute chaos that would have erupted if his father had actually died, picturing a no-holds-barred war for the inheritance. It's safe to say he's been living in a constant state of impending corporate doom. The son then proposes a cunning plan, announcing the chairman's miraculous survival to send a very clear message to the greedy siblings. It's less about celebrating recovery and more about warding off the vultures. Suddenly, news studios and press rooms worldwide explode with headlines screaming about the chairman's resurrection, turning the global news cycle completely on its head. Lee Hee-jung came back from the dead, the kind of story that sells papers and probably gets a few conspiracy theories going. St. Joseph Hospital is swarmed with journalists, all scrambling to get the scoop on this medical miracle. You'd think they were covering a celebrity wedding, not a liver transplant. The chairman himself stands at a podium under blinding spotlights, looking surprisingly spry as he confirms his VIP room upgrade and the success of his surgery. He's basically doing a press conference to say, "Yep, still alive." Reporters shout questions about the lead surgeon, specifically asking if he's Korean and digging up his past heroics, like operating on a prime minister. It seems our doctor's resume is now a global talking point. A news broadcast then identifies the young doctor as Kim Ji-hyun, hailing him as a genius who personally saved the chairman's life. It's not an exaggeration to say he's now officially known as Miracle Kim around the hospital. Lee Yeon-hee watches the TV, clutching her phone in admiration, while our doctor continues his rounds in the background, seemingly unaware of his newfound celebrity. He's just doing his job, saving lives one patient at a time. Back in the hospital room, our doctor adjusts the IV again, ensuring everything is perfect for the chairman, who rests peacefully, a picture of a patient well on the road to recovery. The chairman manages a weak smile, acknowledging how quickly his health has bounced back thanks to the meticulous care he's received. It's like he's realizing he's not entirely out of the woods, but he's got a pretty good guide. His children arrive, weeping dramatically and bickering over who gets to play nursemaid, making it abundantly clear that their concern is less about Dad and more about what he's leaving behind. The chairman's internal narration reveals his disgust. They left him for dead, and now they only show their faces to save appearances. He sees right through their transparent charade. With a raised hand, the chairman silences his squabbling children, declaring that everyone must leave except his son and successor, Dongmin. He's had quite enough of their performance. The siblings protest loudly, but the chairman holds firm, finally achieving a moment of quiet. Sometimes you just need to drop the mic and watch them scatter. After they're gone, the chairman expresses his regret for allowing visitors, confessing that he feels weaker than he ever thought possible. It's a moment of raw vulnerability from a man who usually holds all the cards. He tells his son that his days are truly numbered and he won't be able to manage the company upon their return. It's his way of saying, "Your turn, kiddo. The big chair is all yours." Clasping his son's hand, the chairman formally entrusts him with the entire future of the Dale Group. It's a solemn transfer of power, right there in the hospital bed. A month flies by, and our doctor greets the chairman cheerfully, ready for his discharge exam. Everyone's ready to finally get out of here, especially the patient. The chairman, now in a wheelchair, bows his head slightly, expressing his profound gratitude to Dr. Kim Ji-hyun for absolutely everything. He genuinely owes him his life. Our doctor blushes, stammering that he was just doing his job and doesn't expect anything in return. He's still learning how to take a compliment, especially when it comes with a side of grand praise. But hours later, our guy is still trying to keep his main character energy on low. Our protagonist, Jin-hyun, is basically doing a victory dance inside, thinking he just dropped the mic with his amazing solution, but really it was Dr. Kim's idea that saved the day. You can see it clear as a bell on his face, disbelief at how well things went, with a solid side of green-eyed monster. Then a colleague, Professor David, comes by and claps him on the shoulder, greeting him as Dr. Kim, with a smile so genuine it almost hurts. It's a tiny thing, but it shouts that his new reputation is sticking, a total flip from the lonely, grumpy surgeon he used to be. This new recognition has him deep in the mental trenches, trying to decide on his big conference presentation. He's actually thinking about ditching the Barcelona method, which is basically a guaranteed win, to instead roll out his own, totally new idea. It's a massive gamble, betting on his own brain over the cheat codes from his past life. He stands there, a picture of quiet confidence, every inch the real-deal doctor he swore he'd become, finally stepping out of his old self's shadow. The future, it seems, is his personal whiteboard, one groundbreaking idea at a time. Meanwhile, in a fancy hotel room high above the city lights, another man, Lee Sang-min, is sitting alone with a glass of red wine, just staring out at the twinkling lights. His brain, though, is miles away, getting haunted by some inner demons, when suddenly ghostly text pops up on his hand, whispering, "You killed me," turning his chill evening into a full-blown horror movie. The room melts into a black void, just filled with red, angry energy lines screaming, "You killed me," over and over again. Flashbacks of a woman with a kid and a random couple flicker past, making it super clear. These aren't just voices. They're the faces of the people he's hurt, and they're definitely not letting him forget. Pale hand reaches out from that dark abyss, calling his name, and the poor guy jolts awake, absolutely drenched in sweat and scared out of his mind. His face is all twisted up in fear. Those ghosts from his past just won't stay buried, not even when he's trying to catch some ZS. His partner, Lee Yeon-hee, is right there in a bathrobe, grabbing his shoulders with real concern, asking if he's okay. Her voice is basically a lifeline, dragging him back from the edge of that nightmare he was having while wide awake. She gently asks what's got him so tied up in knots, clearly worried about his state, but he quickly waves her off, faking calm, saying he was just admiring the view. It's such a transparent lie, even he probably doesn't buy it. Yeon-hee, though, isn't having it. She insists he needs to hit up a hospital for a diagnosis, clearly seeing right through his little act. He snaps back, all defensive. "Not like that," his cool exterior finally cracking under the weight of her genuine worry. She keeps going, listing off all the red flags. The constant nightmares, how skinny he's gotten, how he seems to drift off more and more often. Her voice is just dripping with fear, painting a super clear picture of his brain slowly going sideways. He tries to demand his wine back, obviously trying to drown out the noise in his head, but Yeon-hee shuts him down hard. She cites his fatigue, takes the glass, and cuts off his booze-fueled escape route. Simple as that. She watches him with this subtle suspicion, a little flicker of doubt in her eyes as he offers what looks like a polite smile. It's the kind of smile that doesn't quite reach the eyes, a carefully built mask hiding a full-blown hurricane of thoughts and intentions. A close-up of his smiling face then shows this disturbing cracked overlay, like a mirror that just got punched. It's a chilling visual for the fake front he's putting up, barely keeping the crazy within from spilling out. Her own thoughts start bubbling up, loaded with doubt and this ache for something real. She's wondering if he even loves her, if he feels anything at all. His fake front just has her questioning everything about their whole relationship. He says her name, just a simple word, but it just makes her look even more troubled. She's seriously asking herself why she even bothers to stay with him, just stuck in this loop of emotional silence and unanswered questions. She asks him directly if he's mad about her drinking alone, trying to poke at his real feelings. He denies it with his mouth, but the words have zero conviction, leaving her completely unconvinced, and the air thick with everything they're not saying. His own thought bubble then asks a truly messed-up question. Why does he even stay near himself, or rather this, Sangman SSI? The word cold pops up, a stark sign that he's totally detaching, feeling like he's watching his own life from the bleachers. Later, speeding down a highway at night in his car, he's gripping the steering wheel, his face looking totally haunted. Accusatory text screams, "Lee Sangman, die!" And a hallucination of a couple with flowers flashes, clinically labeled hallucination and psychosis. Dude is having a full-on breakdown right there on the road. Suddenly, he's zapped back to a traumatic memory. His mom curled up on the floor, covering her face, and him just watching, totally helpless. Clinical text flashes, calling it a psychiatric emergency. Then this brutal realization dawns on his face. Is that why Mom committed suicide? The truth just hits him like a freight train, and it ain't pretty. The phone on his car dashboard lights up, ringing, yanking him back to the present. He answers, all nervous, only to get yelled at with, "Where are you?" and "Pathetic bastard," when he meekly says he's just getting some fresh air. His attempts to escape are just met with pure contempt. The voice on the other end, who we see as Professor Go Youngchun, then coldly orders him to take a trip to Chicago. He just submissively agrees, the image of the professor in his suit and glasses reinforcing the whole power dynamic. The call just ends abruptly, leaving him with literally no choice but to obey. He grips the steering wheel, pure frustration etched on his face, the thought "my life is really boring" echoing his deep unhappiness. Then a jarring memory flashes, our lead grabbing him, yelling, "Son of a bitch," and swearing to stop him, a nasty little reminder of the showdown coming. As day turns to night, he's watching a TV screen in a public place, showing news about Chairman Lee's recovery. His back is to the camera, but his shifting thoughts are clear. "I wish I could see you morphs into Jinhyun." Then, way more ominously, "My friend." Those complex feelings for his rival are definitely taking a dark turn. 2 weeks later, the Chicago Convention Center is gleaming under the daytime sky, a sleek, modern architectural marvel. It's an intimidating backdrop for whatever's about to go down, really showing off the global stage these doctors play on. Inside, the crowd of doctors in suits is absolutely buzzing, clearly wowed by how huge and important this gathering is. It's basically the medical world's VIP list, all here for this super prestigious international conference. Small group confirms the timing for session B, and then a superior with striking blue hair just glares right at our man, Sangman. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife, a clear sign he's under a microscope. That superior's voice is sharp, almost a threat. "Don't embarrass me." Sangman's inner monologue just seethes. Do I have to go this far to put him on a pedestal? His resentment about being in this subordinate spot is almost radiating off him, barely contained. But how long can Sangman keep that rage buried before everything finally snaps? Chairman Lee, blinded by his own schemes, is completely oblivious to the biggest fish in the pond, our guy, who's about to swim right under his nose. He's looking for a specific kind of trouble, but this isn't it. Meanwhile, up on stage, the reborn surgeon is absolutely owning the room, casually pointing to the clinical data flashing behind him. He's presenting his world-changing research like it's just another Tuesday morning. A low hum of disbelief ripples through the audience. A bunch of seasoned doctors trying to figure out how this third-rate Korean doctor managed to get more buzz than a K-pop idol on tour. They just can't process it, but they also can't tear their eyes away. Our hero then makes eye contact with everyone, a quiet confidence in his gaze as he simply declares, "This will be everything." The words just hang there, a definitive statement to a room so silent you could hear a pin drop, realizing they're witnessing history. Then, like a dam breaking, applause erupts from multiple rows, a tidal wave of sound effects washing over the screen as the room goes absolutely wild. It's a full-on standing ovation, the kind usually reserved for rock concerts, not groundbreaking surgery. From his VIP seat, the chairman looks on, utterly stunned into silence, his face a perfect mask of disbelief as he watches the entire room celebrate the one man he wanted to vanish. It's like his worst nightmare just started doing a victory dance. The second the applause even thinks about dying down, doctors from Cambridge and the Mayo Clinic start shouting over each other, practically trampling each other to be the first to grill him with questions. It's a bidding war for his attention, a medical Black Friday stampede. Fellow named Donald from Cambridge, ever the proper academic, steps forward to formally introduce himself, practically drooling over how thoroughly impressed he is. He's basically offering a blank check and a golden ticket right there on the spot. The background commentators, meanwhile, are totally losing it, agreeing that this man isn't just a genius, he's somehow surpassed genius level. They're probably already drafting his Wikipedia page and a movie deal synopsis. The whispers continue, with doctors chattering about how St. Joseph Hospital apparently coughed up an insane amount of cash to snatch this Korean prodigy. The irony is thick enough to choke on, considering he was practically run out of his own country. After facing a barrage of questions, the first presentation from our guy finally wraps up, leaving everyone breathless. But there's no time to savor it. The next hospital immediately jumps in, probably hoping to one-up him. Poor Lee Sang-min is practically a ghost in the room, sitting alone and looking utterly dejected, with the narration twisting the knife by pointing out that no one else can even dream of stealing the spotlight now. He's officially just background scenery in his own drama. Generic presenter valiantly tries to pick up the pieces and continue their own presentation, but it's like trying to keep a party going after the headliner has already left the building. The room's attention is still firmly glued to our man's lingering legacy. Back on the presentation stage, the reborn surgeon calmly explains his revolutionary stent connection method for the liver and small intestine. He breaks down the complex procedure with such clarity, you'd think he was just showing off how to make a sandwich. He then whips out a remote control like a magician revealing his trick, and a demonstration video starts playing, making the audience react with gasps of impossible and goodness. It's a mic drop moment, but with medical diagrams and stunned faces. Someone named Justin then chimes in, highlighting a seemingly fatal flaw in the method, the sheer difficulty of actually doing it. It's a fair point, but everyone in the room already knows who the only one capable of pulling it off is. Justin then openly admits that only our guy could possibly perform this procedure successfully, and without skipping a beat, invites him to Harvard. It's less an invitation and more of a desperate plea, practically begging him to join their team. But before Justin can even finish his thought, a rival voice rudely cuts in, loudly demanding that our hero come to Johns Hopkins instead. It's turned into a full-blown tug-of-war for medical talent, with our guy as the ultimate prize. The conference organizers scramble to announce the end of questions and the day's proceedings, probably just wanting to go home before an actual brawl breaks out over who gets to poach him. But the reborn surgeon isn't finished. He interrupts the closing remarks, directly singling out the lone Korean doctor still in the audience. It's a move so unexpected, you could practically hear a record scratch across the entire room. Sang-min visibly flinches, clearly surprised by the sudden, personal nature of the question. He probably thought he could just blend into the background and watch the show, but nope, he's definitely in the spotlight now. Looking down in utter defeat, Sang-min mumbles that he has nothing to ask. It's a complete surrender, a white flag waved in the face of overwhelming genius, probably wishing the floor would just open up and swallow him whole. Our hero's profile shows nothing but confident smiles as he utters two simple Korean words, "See you soon." It's not a friendly farewell, it's a loaded warning, delivered with the casual menace of a Bond villain. Sang-min just sits there, utterly shell-shocked, trying to process the encounter as those chilling Korean words echo in the suddenly silent hall. He probably feels like he just got hit by a truck, then told to enjoy the ride. Split screen brutally hammers home the reality. Sang-min is officially second place, while our guy has been first place since high school. It's a stark visual reminder that some rivalries are just etched in stone, or maybe surgical steel. Later, in a bright professor's office, our hero is shaking hands with smiling colleagues, as text flashes about the ever-widening chasm between worldly talent and a normal resident. It's like comparing a superyacht to a rowboat in a storm. Professor Yu Youngsu beams, informing him that everyone is absolutely gushing about his presentations and that an official notice has already been dispatched to Dale Hospital. It's official. The prodigal son is returning with a full marching band. The professor confidently assures our protagonist that no hospital in their right mind would dare say no to St. Joseph's request. It's basically an offer they can't refuse, like a medical version of getting a horse's head in your bed. Our man, however, can't shake his worry about the "see you soon" provocation, already predicting a whole barrage of rejection attempts. He knows he's about to kick a hornet's nest, and he's not wrong. Back at Dale Hospital, the news from St. Joseph spreads like wildfire, igniting an impromptu celebration. Doctors are gathering, probably already ordering entire trucks of beer, overjoyed that the good Dr. Kim is returning as an actual professor, not just some intern. Colleagues are all smiles, fondly remembering his qualities and the truly painful day he left, probably wiping away a tear or two. Lee Himi is practically glowing, surrounded by hearts and sparkles, practically screaming that that monster is coming back. Everyone's excitement is so palpable, it's practically a hospital-wide rave. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, he stares grimly, the text declaring this is the absolute worst news he could possibly receive. His face is a thundercloud, just waiting for the lightning to strike. A subordinate then confirms the devastating news. St. Joseph is indeed sending Kim Jin-hyun for an exchange professor program. It's like delivering a eulogy for the chairman's peace of mind, right to his face. The chairman finally snaps, utterly breaking down, chanting our protagonist's name in a furious mantra, begging for him to just disappear. He's practically having a full-blown supervillain meltdown, complete with dramatic sky-gazing and clenched fists. After a few hours of pure skill issue, Chairman Lee realizes his aura is officially cooked. Our dear Chairman Lee, with a stare that could curdle milk, is absolutely reeling from the news, thinking about how Kim Jin-hyun, the guy who used to work for him, is already a professor at another hospital. It's like finding out your old intern is now running a Fortune 500 company. A nervous secretary, probably already sweating through his suit, meekly asks the chairman if they should just reject the offer from St. Joseph Hospital to take on our guy as an exchange professor. You can practically hear the crickets chirping as he waits for an answer, feeling all the pressure of 1,000 suns. From the sheer force of his back, you can tell the chairman is not amused, and he reminds them that St. Joseph Hospital has every right to choose their own professors, especially one as globally acclaimed as this man now is. The chairman then spins around, practically breathing fire, and tells the poor professor to come up with his own excuses, because apparently everyone else is too busy doing their actual jobs to babysit him through this meltdown. The blue-haired professor, looking like he's about to spontaneously combust, bows so low his spine probably crackles, promising to handle this whole situation subtly, without making any further fuss, probably wishing the floor would just swallow him whole. But the stress is clearly too much, and the poor professor clutches his head, a scream ripping through him as a migraine hits him with the force of a freight train. It's safe to say this news is not going over well for him. He's bent over, gasping for air, desperately asking the secretary for water. It's a scene straight out of a reality TV show, where one minor inconvenience sends someone spiraling, especially when the big boss is watching. A close-up shot shows his hands practically wrestling the glass, gulping down the water like it's the elixir of life. Clearly, this whole situation is pushing him to his absolute limit. He wipes his mouth, finally catching his breath just as Chairman Lee asks if he's okay. The chairman probably knows exactly what he's doing to his subordinate, but hey, at least he asked, right? Truly a picture of corporate empathy. But his ego is already cooked, and this public flex is about to destroy his aura forever. On a large TV screen, our guy, Lee Jin-hyun, calmly explains to an interviewer that Deal Hospital flat-out refused his request for an exchange professorship, making it sound like it was their loss, not his. What a flex. A sharp-suited viewer watches this broadcast, his face a mask of utter disbelief at the sheer audacity of a hospital turning away someone of this man's caliber. Clearly, he understood the assignment. Meanwhile, an angry chairman screams at his son, his face a vibrant shade of purple, absolutely beside himself that they lost such talent and now won't even try to get Dr. Kim back, as if recruiting medical genius is a simple budget line item. His son, Dongmin, strolls into the room, looking perfectly unbothered, and greets his clearly stressed father with a casual, "Oh, welcome home," as if he hadn't just witnessed a full-blown meltdown. Dongmin, with a smirk only a favored child could get away with, calmly assures his father that he's already handling the St. Joseph situation, suggesting our guy is so good, other hospitals are practically bidding for him. The chairman, not quite done with his furious tirade, bellows for his other son to appear immediately, probably hoping a fresh target will absorb some of his rage. Professor Go Youngchun sits stiffly, like a student called to the principal's office, as the chairman fixes him with an intense stare and asks point-blank if he saw the TV interview. Youngchun stammers out some pathetic excuses about budget constraints being the reason for rejecting Dr. Kim, which sounds about as convincing as a dog trying to explain why the homework was eaten. The furious chairman roars that money is absolutely no object and orders them to accept our guy's conditions, whatever they might be, which makes his earlier complaints about finances seem a bit flimsy now. This outburst kicks off a chaotic montage showing various other hospitals frantically trying to recruit the brilliant doctor, turning it into a bidding war so intense it looks like they're trying to win a rare collectible at auction. Youngchun weakly voices his concerns about their hospital's reputation, but the chairman shuts him down cold, demanding absolute obedience like he's a general addressing his troops. With the phone pressed to his ear, Youngchun practically grovels, apologizing profusely to St. Joseph Hospital and probably promising them his firstborn if they'd just consider giving up our guy. In a calm, almost serene office, our protagonist stands and confirms that, despite all the chaos and vying for his attention, He's decided to go to Deal Hospital after all, probably because he knows how much havoc he can cause there. Elsewhere, Lee Sangmin relaxes in his apartment, smiling broadly as he chats on the phone with Yeonhee, clearly eager to share some exciting news that he thinks will make her just as happy as he is. As Sangmin happily reveals that the good news is about our guy, Jinhyun, Yeonhee turns away, her face betraying a flicker of hidden dismay, which is certainly not the reaction he was expecting. Sangmin, noticing her strange behavior, confronts Yeonhee directly about her hallucinations, his concern etched on his face as he gently offers to help her get medical attention before things escalate beyond her control. But while Sangmin worries for her sanity, will he even notice the cracks in another relationship? Himi leans into her partner on the sofa, all casual-like, asking about marriage, but this dude just tries to deflect, because apparently serious commitment isn't his vibe today. His laid-back attitude definitely isn't making her feel warm and fuzzy about their future. She snaps at him, frustrated that he's always changing the subject when she brings up anything important, which is a neat trick if you want to avoid all emotional labor. She knows he doesn't actually love her, and honestly, she's over his dismissive responses, just wishing he'd be straight with her for once. In a quiet moment, she remembers picking him not for true affection, but because our doctor had chosen someone else instead. It was a rebound move, pure and simple, and now that decision feels like a lead weight in her gut. She admits their whole relationship didn't start with love at all. It was more about just needing to depend on someone, to have a steady presence after all the emotional turbulence. Now she's really wondering if that wasn't the biggest mistake she ever made. She sits bolt upright in bed at 2:07 a.m., wide awake, while the guy next to her snoozes away. The pure reality of her own choices hits her like a truck, as she thinks about how truly pitiful and foolish they both are, stuck in a relationship built on something less than actual connection. Meanwhile, our doctor is on the phone with his mom, reassuring her that he'll be staying in Korea for at least a year. His voice carries a promise of stability that she's probably been praying for ever since he went off globetrotting. Sure enough, an imagination panel shows his parents absolutely screaming with joy, their faces beaming at the news that their son is finally coming back home. They're probably already clearing out a closet for all the new stuff he's going to bring. Back in reality, our guy stares at his phone, completely overwhelmed by the avalanche of text messages flooding in from everyone. It's like his phone just spontaneously combusted into a social gathering without his permission. He answers a call from Himi and immediately asks if she's crying, because apparently his ears are calibrated for emotional distress. He must have recognized the faint sniffle in her voice, instantly picking up on the raw emotion she tried so hard to hide. Himi then admits that she's just incredibly happy, totally overwhelmed that they can finally be together without a single worry. It's a moment of pure relief, like someone just unzipped a 1,000-pound backpack from her shoulders. Our doctor promises Himi that he won't ever leave her alone again, his words hitting like a solemn oath. It's a pretty powerful commitment, designed to mend all the past hurts and uncertainties they've both been carrying around. At the hospital lobby, our guy bids farewell to David, enjoying a final drink and talking about the plans for his trip. He confirms he's received all the necessary files, and honestly, he can barely contain his eagerness to see his loved ones again. He stretches, a long, satisfying pull, after finally finishing all the documents that took way longer than he expected. It's the kind of paperwork that makes you wonder if it was created by someone who just hates doctors. Next, our hero looks utterly annoyed at his phone, caught between two different people asking him to dinner at the exact same time. It's like he's running a reservation system for his social life, and everyone decided to book simultaneously. His text messages reveal Mary and Amy in an all-out battle over who gets to treat him to dinner, which feels less like a friendly invite and more like a high-stakes auction for his precious time. He decides to respond to both of them, making a little mental note that he owes Amy a lot. He's probably calculating exactly how many free meals he can squeeze out of this unexpected bidding war. At an upscale restaurant, Amy greets our doctor enthusiastically, trying to play it cool by claiming she just wanted to see him, which is a bit like saying you just happened to wander into a Michelin star restaurant for a glass of water. The whole setup screams business, not casual. She quickly clarifies that she has something truly important to discuss before he leaves, her tone switching from playful to serious in an instant. It's like she just remembered this wasn't actually a social call. Amy scolds our doctor about eating too much steak, warning him about the risk of colon cancer, because nothing says romantic dinner like a public health lecture. She's essentially giving him a stern medical warning disguised as dinner conversation. Then she smoothly transitions to business, introducing the main topic that involves herself and Haynes. It's a classic power move, blending personal concern with a professional agenda so slickly you barely notice. Amy stands up, placing a hand over her chest, and dramatically vows to stand by our doctor no matter what happens, making a grand gesture that looks like she's pledging allegiance in a courtroom, not at a dinner table. Then she drops a bomb, suggesting that this man is returning to settle a score, which completely shocks him. It's a bold move, exposing her knowledge of his deeper motivations and leaving him absolutely stunned. Scenario. Miss Amy leans in, looking like she's about to drop some serious life advice, but our guy just stares blankly, completely missing the vibe. And out of nowhere, she calmly orders a chicken salad, completely swerving whatever deep conversation she was about to have, which just leaves him thoroughly confused. He blinks, thinking, did this woman drag me all the way out here to discuss the nutritional merits of leafy greens? Because, yeah, he was expecting slightly more drama. But no, she immediately goes off on him, saying his diet is a ticking health bomb because he never eats his veggies, proving the salad order was, in fact, incredibly serious business. She almost spills the beans about her feelings for him right then and there, but wisely decides against it, probably realizing a love confession over croutons wasn't exactly the power move she was going for. Then she offers him a solemn promise that someone named Haynes will always have his back, a lovely sentiment that sails completely over his head like a paper plane in a hurricane. As they head out of the restaurant, he figures he probably owes her a proper thank you for, well, the salad, and maybe the cryptic promise of an alliance. He also wonders if wearing his ring was a bit too on the nose to shut down any romantic notions, second-guessing his entire strategy of avoiding awkward social situations. Sudden chill runs right up his spine as he walks through the brightly lit city, feeling that unsettling sensation that somebody or something is watching his every move. Our protagonist's mind snaps back to a crushing memory, the death of patient Kim Soyeon, which was all part of Lee Sang-min's completely twisted plot back in his previous life. The court's gavel comes down with a sickening thud, announcing a 6-month medical suspension, a verdict that feels like a death sentence for his career, even though he knew it was coming. He realizes then that without his future knowledge, some no-name doctor like him would have been absolutely obliterated by that kind of malicious plot, losing everything they ever had. He distinctly remembers screaming his innocence at the top of his lungs, desperate for anyone to listen, but nobody believed him. They just slapped the label murderer on him and silenced his pleas entirely. The thought of a permanent suspension weighs on him, feeling even worse than death itself, an endless purgatory where all his hard-earned skills would simply rot away. But then a voice shouts, "Doctor," yanking him out of his dark thoughts right before his mind could fully sketch out the image of a hangman's noose. He heads towards a waiting car, noting with a dry chuckle that he's getting pretty used to being whisked away like this, constantly kidnapped by impeccably dressed men. Robert opens the car door for him, offering a warm greeting that's a stark contrast to the grim thoughts that had just been consuming our guy's mind. Inside the car, he makes a silent vow to never forgive those who callously ruined innocent lives and caused him so much suffering, his quiet fury burning brighter than ever. The car glides to a stop in front of a truly magnificent building, its grand entrance hinting at the opulent world he's about to step back into, a world light years away from his past life struggles. Staff member formally announces his arrival as he steps into the lavish room, the sheer formality of it all feeling a bit much for someone just trying to get by. Mary, looking absolutely stunning in a red dress, greets him with an elegant flourish, truly making an impression and momentarily dazzling him with her sheer presence. She cuts right to the chase, skipping all the small talk and instructing Robert to bring over a gift, clearly a woman who knows exactly what she wants and how to get it. Robert hands him a sleek leather briefcase, and our guy instinctively tries to refuse it, probably thinking it's just another one of those favors that come with a whole lot of strings attached. He decides to open the case anyway, mostly just to prove a point about people always forcing gifts on him, not realizing he's about to get a whole lot more than he bargained for. Inside, he finds stacks of documents, a treasure trove of information, which makes him gasp and utter Mary's name in sheer astonishment, completely blown away by the revelation. That heavy truth still hung in the air as he walked away from Mary's hidden world. Our man steps off the escalator, declaring he's back like he just went to grab a coffee, but the distance between him and his old life feels like an ocean. Stepping onto the airport's tiled floor, each echoing footstep feels like a drumbeat heralding his return, every stride deliberate and heavy with past regrets and future ambitions. He blends into the stream of arriving passengers, the bustling airport gateway to his new life, carrying himself with a quiet determination ready to face whatever Korea throws at him. Emerging from the terminal, the Korean air tastes different, familiar, and invigorating, so he can't help but raise an arm in a quiet celebration, just taking in the sights and sounds of his homeland. Pulling out his smartphone, he checks transit options, meticulously planning his next move, because even minor details get his full attention now, a testament to his newfound focus and drive. Suddenly, a familiar whisper cuts through the airport noise, and he realizes someone has spotted him, a moment frozen in time, a recognition that threatens to derail his carefully laid plans. His eyes widen in genuine shock as he turns to see Himi, looking absolutely stunning in her gray coat dress, her presence catching him completely off guard, like she just materialized out of thin air. Their feet are almost touching, a closeness that speaks volumes as he gently asks if she's been doing well. She confesses she hasn't, that she's missed him terribly, and the whole emotional reunion plays out like a movie scene, complete with her blushing beautifully. Just as the emotional reunion hits its peak, Kang Minchul, with a grin that could rival the sun, barrels in like a rogue bowling ball, swallowing both our guy and Himi in a bear hug that's less heartwarming and more bone-crushing. The two doctors find themselves squished together, their faces a mixture of surprise and discomfort, because Minchul's enthusiasm, while well-meaning, just nuked a perfectly good moment of emotional catharsis. Our guy's internal monologue is probably screaming about the shattered romantic tension. His attempt at a grand, touching reunion just got steamrolled by his overzealous colleague, who seems to think personal space is just a suggestion. Minchul, completely oblivious, waves his hands dramatically and shouts out a greeting to Professor Kim, totally owning the moment like a human hurricane, leaving everyone else in his wake. The group gathers, Minchul explaining his absence with exaggerated gestures, and our guy just listens, grateful despite the chaotic interruption, probably already plotting his escape from the next hug. As if on cue, Professor Yu Youngsu bounces into the group with a wide grin, waving like he's just won the lottery. So the welcoming committee is officially in full swing, and it's less a quiet reunion and more a parade. Professor Yu Youngsu can't contain his excitement, blurting out how Professor Kang Minchul freaked out when he heard our guy was returning, like your boss doing a happy dance at your promotion announcement. Himi's calm vibe clashes with the room's excitement, like she's sipping tea at a rave, while our guy tries to look cool but his eyes betray his inner panic, as usual. A thought bubble hovers over Himi, betraying a hint of jealousy despite her calm exterior, because even a moment of joy for our guy has its complications, as his past and present start colliding. The whole gang decides to grab some food before heading to the hospital, turning the airport departure into an impromptu feast, and Minchul's suggestion seems to be the only thing everyone agrees on immediately. But suddenly, our guy whispers an apology and promises a date later, like he's dodging a bullet at a fancy dinner. He watches the reborn surgeon stroll away, his mind racing like a kid who just spotted the cookie jar, while the others chat about parking like it's the most thrilling topic ever. The gang debates their next move, and someone suggests grabbing food first, like they're planning a covert mission around a snack bar. Everyone welcomed this man's return like he was the hero coming home from a long quest, while the airport staff probably just wanted him to grab his luggage and go. As the car pulls up to Deal Hospital, a determined look settles on his face. This isn't just a building, it's a battleground, and he's ready for war. The hospital exterior, adorned with its green cross, seems to beckon him, a reminder of his duty and his past. He reflects on all he needs to do while Minchul and Yu wave goodbye, probably still making plans for more drinks. Minchul and Yu wave him off with promises of future drinking sessions, leaving him and Himi standing there like proud parents sending their kid off to college, only with more alcohol involved. He tells Himi to wait, his instructions clear and concise, as he heads inside to see the chairman. It's a calculated move, a power play from the moment he sets foot on hospital grounds. Chairman Lee Jong himself, an old man, approaches with a welcoming gesture, shaking our guy's hand with forced enthusiasm. It's all smiles and cordial greetings on the surface, but a storm is brewing. Staff members whisper amongst themselves about the strangely quiet reception for such a momentous return, because our guy has bypassed the usual pleasantries, demanding an immediate audience with the chairman, shaking up the hierarchy from minute one. His internal monologue is all about how this meeting is completely out of order, a blatant disregard for established protocols, as he observes every detail, every slight, filing it all away for later use. The director, ever the eager host, offers to show him to his new office, trying to steer things back to some semblance of normalcy, clearly not picking up on the simmering tension. Our guy cuts him off, flatly requesting a meeting with the chairman instead, a direct challenge, a refusal to play by the old rules, and it lands like a lead balloon in the stiff corporate air. He walks with a contemplative expression, every step radiating a silent fury, as the polished hospital floors now feel like the path to his personal retribution. The heavy double doors of the executive office loom ahead, almost symbolic of the closed-off world he's about to break open, their golden handles gleaming, reflecting his steely resolve. His internal monologue rages against the cowardly bastards who chased him out, the polite facade crumbling, revealing the true purpose behind his return. Our guy steps into the office, all smiles and politeness, asking to greet the chairman first, like he's ordering a coffee at Starbucks, not plotting revenge. With a serious face, he declares his comeback, a defiant statement against those who wronged him. This isn't just a new job, it's a declaration of war, delivered with the quiet intensity of a surgeon making his first incision. Inside the office, he formally introduces himself to the three men and a secretary, Chairman Lee Jong hosts the meeting, but the air is thick with unspoken tension, especially with Lee Sangmin standing by his side. Standing at the door, he announces his name and his origins, his words echoing with a hint of challenge. It's not just an introduction, it's a statement of ownership, a subtle reminder of who he truly is. They exchange formal handshakes and pleasantries, a thin veneer of civility over deep-seated animosity. Each touch is measured, each smile a mask, as they dance around the true purpose of his return. Chairman Lee Jong introduces Professor Go Youngchun, the chief of surgery, as if he's presenting a prized exhibit, and our guy nods, already sizing up his old rival. Professor Go Youngchun, trying to maintain composure, offers a welcoming speech, though his eyes betray a hint of unease. He knows what this man is capable of, and it's clearly making him sweat. Then comes the introduction of Lee Sangmin, complete with a casual, long-time no-see, the pleasantries dripping with sarcasm, a silent challenge hurled across the room. Our guy with a casual smirk asks Sangmin if he's been doing well, but the question hangs in the air, weighted with unspoken meaning. It's less a query and more a quiet threat. The reborn surgeon meets the hospital's surgery chief, Professor Go, who's all business, ready to discuss work and schedules, and our guy nods, playing along like he's never heard of the place. Professor Go greets our guy warmly, like they're old pals catching up after years, but our guy's face clearly says WTF, as he's lost in this friendly reunion. Our guy's mental thought bubble is essentially telling Sangmin to just disappear and not come back. He's not here for pleasantries, especially not with the man who embodies so much of his past frustrations. The door clicks shut behind his old tormentor, leaving an awkward silence in his wake. It's clear that not everyone is thrilled about our guy's return, and he wouldn't have it any other way. Our guy addresses the chairman formally, but his words carry an ominous undertone. The pleasantries are over, and the real reason for his visit begins to unfold. The chairman's face contorts in a sudden realization, a dawning horror. He's finally understanding the true nature of our guy's return, and it's hitting him like a defibrillator to the chest. Our guy delivers his ultimatum, casual yet menacing, a masterclass in passive aggression. It's a request for care, but it sounds more like a promise of pain, delivered with the quiet calm of a seasoned professional. But that unsettling peace is about to be shattered by the chaos of a homecoming. Our guy, Jin-hyun, bursts through his apartment door, back in Korea, and immediately celebrating his homecoming by diving headfirst into a whirlwind of drinks with all his old professor buddies. He's all smiles and laughter, clearly trying to make up for lost time in one boozy night. Later, he and Lee Hee-mi find a simple peace just sitting on a blanket, watching the city lights twinkle, enjoying the quiet company. It's a rare pause, letting the weight of saving lives just fade away for a bit. Meanwhile, back at the barbecue joint, Kim Chul-woo is already raising a glass with a booming grin, declaring a toast to the nerd's return. This man's loyalty is clearly as potent as the beer he's holding, ready to celebrate his friend's comeback with gusto. The two friends clink their glasses together, a genuine smile plastered on Chul-woo's face as our guy joins in the hearty toast. The kind of uncomplicated camaraderie that makes coming home feel like putting on your favorite worn-out sweater. Quick flashback reminds us just how deep their bond goes, showing his buddy always having our guy's back in the past, even when things got rough. It's clear this friendship isn't just about good times. It's built on solid, life-saving history. That friendly demeanor of his drops faster than a lead balloon when Lee Sangmin's name comes up, especially about his military exemption. He clutches his drink, a look of pure disgust contorting his features, clearly holding a grudge that's been marinating for a while. Later, with a serious expression, Chul-woo leans in, asking our guy for a favor sometime in the future, his tone hinting at something more substantial than just borrowing $20. It's the kind of request that makes you instinctively brace yourself for whatever disaster is about to unfold. Our protagonist doesn't hesitate, his face set with fierce determination as he promises to do anything for Chul-woo, even if it means putting his own life on the line. His loyalty runs so deep, it makes a blood oath look like a casual handshake. Then, just like that, we're back at Deal Hospital, which is now completely swarmed with people, all buzzing about the Miracle Kim rumors. It seems his reputation has gone from whispered legend to full-blown local celebrity status overnight. Inside the hospital, he stands by a patient's bed, looking utterly drained from the sheer volume of people who have shown up, yet still trying his best to provide comfort. It's like trying to put out a forest fire with a garden hose. In the hallway, a resident bows so low he could probably tie his shoes, practically begging this man for a lecture. Our esteemed doctor, ever the humble genius, accepts the request with a graceful nod, probably already mentally calculating his fee. Suddenly, Kang Minchul appears behind him, announcing his intention to attend the lecture, causing our guy to do a full-on double-take. It's like finding out your high school principal is going to audit your college class. Before he can even process that, professors and residents swarm him like piranhas, all begging for details about the lecture. One even shouts about turning it into a full-blown symposium, clearly smelling blood in the academic waters. Our protagonist looks utterly panicked as the crowd excitedly starts discussing renting out the Hilton and charging 100,000 won per seat. He's clearly lost control of his own event, which has now morphed into a full-blown medical TED Talk without his consent. Sure enough, a massive screen proudly introduces the Miracle Kim Symposium to a packed, eager audience. Our hero has officially gone from humble doctor to the headliner of a medical rock concert, whether he likes it or not. We get a sweeping shot of the Hilton Convention Center, absolutely crammed with VIPs, all marveling at the reborn surgeon's insane influence. It's less a medical conference and more a gathering of the global elite, all here to worship at the altar of his genius. Cross town, Chairman Lee is sporting a truly menacing smile as he orders Professor Go to set up a debate, clearly aiming to publicly humiliate our guy. It's like watching a Bond villain plot a particularly petty demise for our hero. Professor Go hangs his head in defeat, admitting his research profile is basically non-existent compared to the chairman's overwhelming power. He's clearly just a pawn in this high-stakes game, and he knows it. Back at the symposium, Kang Minchul stands confidently at the podium, thanking the massive audience and introducing himself as the event's chairman. He's clearly enjoying his moment in the spotlight, setting the stage for the main event. Finally, our guy takes the stage, microphone in hand, completely unfazed by the intense scrutiny of the packed room. He's ready to address the audience, proving once again that he's not just a doctor but a medical rock star. But will this aura actually hold up once he starts wrecking shop on the entire room? The stage is still warm from the applause as our reborn surgeon, Jin Hyun, stands there, a genuine glow about him. The symposium was a success, and he's getting all the praise he's ever craved. His colleagues flock around him, practically fawning over the stellar performance he gave the day before, gushing about how amazing it was while he just nods, taking in every compliment like a perfectly calibrated sponge. Meanwhile, back in a sleek hospital office, a poor office worker answers a phone call that instantly puts him on edge, realizing it's from the chairman's intimidating secretary Beak. You can almost hear the blood pressure rising over the phone line, like a pressure cooker about to blow. Secretary Beak lays down the law, explaining that the chairman personally owes our guy and wants him, and only him, as his attending physician. Less of a request and more of a royal decree, really, as if he's dictating a new constitutional amendment. The person on the other end of the line is absolutely floored, probably wondering if they just misheard or if the universe decided to pull a fast one, left speechless and contemplating this sudden, massive shakeup, like a deer in the headlights caught in a sudden traffic jam. Whispers ripple through the hospital corridors. Doctors start speculating that this man might just be on the fast track to becoming the next hospital chairman or even the director of the liver center, practically drawing up blueprints for his corner office already, like real estate agents scrambling for a hot new listing. A whole crowd of them swarms around him, each one eager to get a word in, like bees to honey, or, more accurately, like investors to a hot new IPO, while he stands there, confidently smiling through it all, perfectly at ease with his newfound celebrity status. Cut to a private hospital room where the chairman is sitting up in bed, looking quite pleased to see our guy back in Korea, greeting him warmly as if they're old friends reuniting for a casual chat, rather than patient and doctor. The chairman then credits our man for the precious new lease on life he's been given, acknowledging the incredible gift he's received, and our guy listens humbly, taking in the praise with quiet dignity, like a maestro accepting applause. He then dives into the medical details, pointing out the CT scan results and the current drug levels, always the professional. It's a reminder that even amidst the high-stakes politics, he's still a doctor first, meticulously reviewing the data like an expert witness on the stand. Our man issues a serious warning about the potential risk of bacterial infections from the medication, urging caution, and the chairman, in turn, nods, taking in the critical advice with the gravity it deserves, like a CEO receiving bad news from the board. The chairman then shifts the conversation, asking if our doctor remembers the special deal they struck when he was discharged from St. Joseph, a loaded question, hanging in the air like a forgotten promise, suddenly resurfacing with the force of a tidal wave. Our guy definitely remembers that promise and he tries to speak, but the words just get stuck in his throat, a stammer escaping instead. He's suddenly trying to confess something big, but his internal monologue is clearly stuck on buffering. The chairman, bless his curious heart, encourages him to spill the beans, claiming an old man like himself is just bursting with curiosity, pressing for an answer, leaning forward like he's about to hear the juiciest gossip of the year. Internally, the doctor is absolutely screaming that he wants to ask for his granddaughter's hand in marriage, but he gets completely cold feet, panicking like a squirrel caught in a sudden downpour. It's a huge moment, and he's just frozen solid. So he bails, asking if he can visit the chairman's home to discuss it later, leaving the old man utterly puzzled. The chairman agrees, but his expression clearly says, "What was all that about then?" like a judge waiting for a proper closing argument. Meanwhile, our guy's friends are getting antsy, huddled around a screen, eyes glued to a file on schizophrenia, like they're detectives on a cold case. But the only clue is a diagnosis. He sits at his desk, looking utterly troubled and completely fixated on the screen, like a detective staring at a mountain of evidence that all points back to himself. The contemplation in his gaze could probably win an Oscar for most distressed stare. Around him, a list of symptoms appears. Hallucination, delusion, disorganized speech. He's either doing some heavy self-diagnosing or really deep into medical research, probably leaning towards the former, like a hypochondriac with a medical textbook. A photo of his smiling mother cracks and breaks apart, symbolizing the tragic fate that befell her. It's a haunting memory, shattering like glass, and it clearly hits him right in the gut, like a sudden punch to the emotional solar plexus. He grips his head in sheer distress, completely overwhelmed by the painful memory that just won't leave him alone. A raw, visceral reaction, like every bad decision he's ever made is screaming at him all at once. Now Lee Sangmin stands frozen in surgical scrubs in an operating room, dark thoughts swirling around him like a malevolent storm cloud. He's hearing voices, and none of them sound like they're offering him a cookie. He profusely apologizes to the lead surgeon for falling behind, while his colleagues whisper amongst themselves, noticing his unfocused eyes and wondering if he's actually sick. He's barely holding it together, trying to hide his condition like a bad poker hand, but everyone can tell he's bluffing. Lee Sangmin turns his back on the team, looking completely hollow inside, as if his soul just decided to up and leave, walking away from the operating table like a ghost haunting the halls, leaving behind a trail of concern and unanswered questions. He exits the operating room area, wiping sweat from his pale face, looking truly unwell, like he just ran a marathon in a sauna. His steps are unsteady as he makes his way alone, a lone figure in a very bad place. He walks with a distinct unsteadiness toward the intensive care unit doors, his mind clearly somewhere else entirely, headed for trouble, moving like a puppet whose strings are being pulled by some invisible, sinister force. He stares down at a dying patient, his internal monologue consumed by thoughts of our guy, Jin-hyun, as if everything is suddenly his fault. He's clearly stewing in a toxic concoction of jealousy and resentment, and this poor patient is about to become a pawn. With a trembling hand, Lee Sangmin reaches toward the IV drip, fully resolved to commit a heinous act of malpractice. A desperate, dangerous move, and he's about to cross a line that he can never uncross, like stepping off a cliff without a parachute. But before the fallout of that reckless choice could settle, Lee Sangmin faced his reckoning. Our guy confronts his smarmy rival, Sangmin, who stands there, trying to sweat out a believable lie. But the nervous droplets on his brow give him away faster than a flashing neon sign. Lee Jin-hyun just crosses his arms, observing the flimsy performance with all the patience of a shark eyeing a minnow, making it clear that this little act isn't fooling anyone. In the dim glow of the hospital office, our guy delivers a quiet but absolute threat, promising to wipe his adversary clean off the medical map, before he shifts his focus to a far more delightful, if equally nerve-wracking, appointment. As he walks through the darkened hallway, a chorus of frantic voices calls out to him, like a rock star entering a stadium, even though he's just trying to get to his next big thing. Lee Hee-mi rushes forward, her apologies tumbling out for being late, probably feeling like she just ran a marathon in heels. Our guy, holding a bouquet of flowers like he's just won a pageant, offers her a gentle smile, assuring her that his timing is impeccable as always. She gasps, surprised to see him all dressed up, looking sharp enough to cut diamonds, wondering why he suddenly decided to go full formal. As they settle into the car, she asks about their mysterious destination, and he casually drops a bombshell. It's a 20-minute ride to a very familiar place, a place that probably means more than just a quick drive to the corner store. They pull up to a grand residence, and she reads the nameplate, a look of pure shock washing over her face, realizing exactly whose doorstep they've just landed on. He stands there, cool as a cucumber, confirming their marriage plans, stating that it's only right for him to introduce himself as her future husband. She frets about her grandfather's reaction, even considering bringing a waterproof cloth for the inevitable tears. But he just clasps her hand with a confident grin, promising everything will be just fine. The secretary, caught completely off guard, drops his phone, stuttering out a confused greeting, clearly not expecting this particular power couple to just roll up. Our guy, ever the pragmatist, calmly suggests they take the discussion inside, away from prying eyes and dropped cell phones. Inside, staff members greet him with deference while his companion bows respectfully to her elders, a picture of polite formality. The chairman points an accusing finger, demanding to know why she brought our doctor friend along, clearly unprepared for this sudden, very personal visit. Our protagonist steps forward, positioning himself between Lee Hee-mi and her stern relatives, making a formal announcement that echoes through the room. Every face in the room freezes in an expression of pure, unadulterated shock, as if he'd just declared he was bringing back disco. The couple then sits at the table, casually dropping the origin story of their romance, starting way back in college, like it's no big deal. Lee Dongmin internally gushes, praising our guy as the perfect match, practically calling him the savior of the whole darn group. Dongmin loudly declares that no one could possibly have any complaints about our guy, practically daring anyone to object. Then he turns to the quietly brooding chairman, wondering aloud if he, too, has some secret dislike for the man. The chairman leans forward with an intense glare, proclaiming his absolute ownership over his granddaughter, as if she were a priceless artifact, not a person. Our hero, sweating profusely, mentally braces himself for the inevitable judgment, prepared for whatever verbal or metaphorical blow is coming his way. Instead of a lecture, a bottle of whiskey and a glass are placed before him, an unexpected turn of events that feels more like a test than a welcome. He takes a drink, a pained expression crossing his face as he valiantly suppresses a cough, proving his weakness for alcohol is still very much intact. With a flushed face, the doctor struggles to maintain his composure, determined to stay alert, especially with Lee Hee-mi still in the room. The chairman, seeing his moment, politely asks Lee Hee-mi to give them some space, kicking off what's clearly going to be a very serious, very male-dominated conversation. The chairman points across the table, his eyes piercing, asking our guy if he truly understands the complexities of his granddaughter's family situation. Our hero responds affirmatively, his voice steady, confirming that he is indeed aware of all the underlying family drama. The narration fills in the tragic gaps, detailing the father's infidelity and the mother's subsequent suicide, painting a stark picture of the struggles Lee Hee-mi has endured. The chairman, his face showing a rare vulnerability, looks at our protagonist, offering a conditional trust, hoping he's finally found someone worthy of his beloved granddaughter. That quiet moment of respect quickly fades as the evening wears on and the bottle's empty. As Chairman Lee pours another glass of liquor, he beams at his future grandson-in-law, a title that seems to come with a heavy pouring hand, while our guy, ever the polite guest, insists he can handle it despite the room starting to spin around him. His fiancée, Lee Hee-mi, tries to intervene, knowing exactly where this is headed for her easily intoxicated man. Lee Dongmin can't help but ask if his father is sad about his daughter getting married, but the chairman quickly clarifies that his real worry isn't about the marriage itself, but about the specific words that fell from our protagonist's lips. The scene then cuts to a more formal setting, where our man, with his back to the viewer, is about to make a bold declaration, stating he has something rather important to ask the chairman. Our guy, trying to cut through the formalities, requests the chairman refer to him by the endearing title of grandson-in-law from now on, then stumbles over the new, unfamiliar address of G-grandfather with a touch of awkwardness. The chairman just smiles, utterly charmed by the performance, reminding him of an old promise. Ask me anything you would like. That enigmatic phrase, when the time is right, please do what is appropriate, hangs in the air, leaving Lee Dongmin completely baffled, yet he trusts the chairman's meticulous timing, knowing there's a deeper play at hand. He's probably thinking, is this some kind of secret family handshake or just a really vague prophecy that needs a decoder ring? Lee Dongmin, ever the detective, links the chairman's cryptic words to the struggling Deal Hospital, asking if something went wrong in the medical world, and the narration clarifies the hospital's severe decline, implying that dramatic changes are not just needed, but are now an absolute must, like trying to fix a leaky boat with a Band-Aid. He then pushes for a decision on the hospital's leadership vacuum, citing the board's frustration with the current leader, explaining their main complaint. It's not right to pick a leader just because he's a son. The hospital needs someone truly worthy of the Deal Group name, not just someone born into it. Basically, they're tired of hiring royalty when they need a CEO. Chairman then drops a bombshell. He's found someone even better for the job, someone who's already family, their new grandson-in-law. A celebratory wedding photo appears, showing our guy carrying a radiant Hee-mi, surrounded by text bubbles listing his many virtues. Lee Dongmin, catching the drift, eagerly agrees, noting that our guy seems to miss Korea and could totally be convinced to stay and run things. Back in a modern executive office with a sweeping city view, the implication is clear. If our guy agrees, he's the perfect candidate for the hospital's top spot, while Lee Sangmin clenches his fist, a furious knot of rage brewing, clearly not amused by this turn of events. He explodes, screaming about how his father actually agreed to give his hospital away to our guy, a notion that clearly sends him spiraling into a fit of indignation. It's like someone just stole his lunch money, but the lunch money is a multi-million-dollar hospital. Close-up of his contorted face shows him screaming possessively, reiterating that the hospital is unequivocally his, as if repeating it loudly enough will make it true. This man is having a meltdown of epic proportions right here in the office. Just as his rage peaks, his secretary calmly opens the door, announcing that he has a guest. The timing couldn't be worse, or perhaps it couldn't be better for anyone wanting to see a grown man throw a fit. He snaps, demanding to know who dares interrupt his very public tantrum, utterly flustered by the unexpected intrusion. Clearly, the world should revolve around his current emotional state, which is, very angry, do not disturb. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the late-night visitor is none other than Professor Kim Jin-hyun himself, the man at the center of his fury. The sudden realization hits him like a defibrillator, except it's his ego getting shocked back to reality. Despite his shock and suspicion, he grudgingly orders his secretary to let the man in, vowing internally not to fall for whatever scheme he thinks is afoot. He probably thinks our guy is selling Girl Scout cookies, but with ulterior motives and a hidden agenda. Our guy, calm and collected, steps into the office and politely asks the fuming executive if there's anything he might need, a question that sounds far too innocent for the storm brewing. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a scalpel. The executive snaps back that he's incredibly busy and demands our guy get straight to the point, clearly having no patience for pleasantries. He's practically tapping his foot in impatience, ready for the main event and whatever fresh hell our guy is about to unleash. He then explicitly tells our guy to state his business and scram, making it crystal clear he doesn't want to see him anywhere near the premises. It's like a bad customer service experience, but with more shouting and significantly higher stakes. Our guy, unfazed by the hostility, calmly begins to recount his long history at Deal Hospital, starting from his intern and residency days, emphasizing the numerous hardships he endured within its walls. He's laying the groundwork, building his case one hardship at a time. He recounts a flashback to his intern days, where a patient, Kim Sungmin, tragically passed away under his care. He remembers being dragged to the emergency center, furious at having to cover for a professor who was completely drunk, thanks to the chairman constantly plying him with alcohol. Despite the chaos and the professor's absence, a patient with an aortic rupture somehow survived, a small miracle amidst the corruption. The executive, growing increasingly agitated, finally interjects, demanding to know what exactly our guy is trying to say with all these stories from the past. He's probably thinking, "Get to the dramatic reveal already. I don't have all day for your life story." He stammers, a panicked look crossing his face, realizing that our guy knows the full, ugly truth of what went down. The color drains from his face, replaced by the 1,000-yard stare of someone who just saw his entire career flash before his eyes, followed by a giant game over screen. Our guy, his voice steady and clear, states plainly that he knows everything that was done to chase him out of the hospital, leaving no room for denial. It's a mic drop moment, but with more gravitas and less actual dropping of microphones. The executive feigns total ignorance, asking if our guy is just calling all of this a big misunderstanding. He's putting on a performance worthy of an Oscar, trying to deflect the accusation like a politician during a scandal, hoping it'll just blow over. He angrily calls it insulting nonsense and demands proof before our guy goes spreading such wild accusations. Internally, he seethes, raging at the audacity of someone daring to pick a fight with him without any concrete evidence, labeling him an absolute idiot for even trying. He warns that despite our guy's accomplishments, this disrespectful behavior is completely unacceptable, as if he's the one who's been wronged and not the guy who just got his entire life exposed. He really doesn't get it, does he? Our guy, with a slight nod, admits that the executive is right. He has no evidence in the traditional sense, then smoothly presents a full document folder. It's like saying, "You're right, I don't have a smoking gun. I have an entire arsenal neatly categorized and tabbed." The executive smirks skeptically, doubting there's anything in the folder worth even a glance, probably expecting a stack of blank papers or maybe even a grocery list. He's still underestimating our guy, which is a classic villain move right before everything goes sideways. A close-up reveals his hands trembling as he reads through the damning documents, his skeptical smirk quickly vanishing into thin air. The truth, it seems, hits harder than he anticipated, like a brick to the face. He exclaims in horror, realizing that these are all the incriminating emails he sent to Professor Jung Gilsu, caught red-handed like a cookie thief with crumbs on his face and a half-eaten gingerbread man in his hand. His denial is rapidly crumbling. He frantically denies knowing what any of them are, desperately calling them stupid printouts, as if that will magically make the evidence disappear. It's the classic, "These aren't the droids you're looking for" defense, but significantly less effective when presented with a mountain of proof. A rapid-fire list of crimes flashes across the screen: stealing hospital budgets, outright bribery, unethical advertisements, and even sexual harassment. Our guy lays out the full extent of the executive's nefarious deeds, leaving no stone unturned and no reputation intact. Our guy stands over the stunned executive, surrounded by scattered papers, presenting the complete file as his final trump card. It's a scene straight out of a courtroom drama, where the hero finally exposes the villain, complete with dramatic lighting. He declares that he will marry Himi and is offering a unique opportunity to her biological father, a chance to escape total ruin. It's a family reunion, but with significantly higher stakes than burnt casserole and awkward small talk. The terms are laid out cold and clear. Confess his crimes, resign immediately, transfer everything to Himi, and return all the stolen fortunes. Basically, a complete corporate surrender, no take-backs, no negotiations. He gives the executive a strict 1-week deadline, adding with a mischievous glint that he actually prefers refusal, as it would ensure the maximum possible punishment. Our guy is playing hardball, and he's got the bat, the ball, and the entire stadium. Our guy advises the executive to think very carefully about his decision before he departs, a polite but chilling warning. He's making it clear that the ball is now squarely in the executive's court, and it's a very hot potato. He turns to leave, stating that he eagerly awaits the executive's reply, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the looming consequences. It's the ultimate mic drop, exiting with style and a hint of menace without even needing a stage. The executive remains frozen in shock, utterly overwhelmed by the ultimatum, as our guy exits the office, leaving him to stew in his monumental mess. The silence in the room is deafening, filled only with the executive's spiraling thoughts and the sound of his career circling the drain. As soon as our guy is gone, the executive explodes, hurling objects across the room in a blind, unrestrained fury. It's a full-blown tantrum, probably costing the company a fortune in broken office supplies and therapy bills. His secretary stands calmly in the doorway, completely unfazed by the chaos unfolding around her, observing his meltdown with the patience of a seasoned professional. She's clearly seen worse, probably before breakfast on a Monday. She notes internally that this spectacular display of rage is nothing compared to the true extent of the executive's wrongdoings, thinking, "Oh, honey, if they only knew what you asterisk really did, this would be a picnic." But before the heir can even finish his breakdown, the real negative aura enters the building. The chairman smashes his fist down so hard the glass shatters, a move that would get him banned from any sensible board game, especially since he clearly isn't used to anyone daring to challenge his little empire. From the shadows, the details of his illegal activities are laid out as coldly as a surgeon listing off symptoms to a patient, leaving the old man, who usually runs the show, sweating bullets because he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He stops his frantic pacing, his face going pale as Professor Go Youngchun approaches him, likely just trying to offer some kind of support. But his boss is giving him the kind of look usually reserved for someone who just ate the last slice of pizza. Our antagonist clutches his head, the full weight of the financial fallout from the exposed rebates crashing down on him like a bad stock market report. All that illicit money he's been raking in now, just a ticking time bomb. With a sinister little grin, the chairman points an accusing finger straight at Professor Go, already plotting his escape route by throwing someone else under the bus. Because our guy didn't just expose crimes, he detonated a human shield. He then grabs Professor Go by the tie, offering a comfortable retirement, which everyone knows is code for take the fall, or else. It's the kind of offer that smells less like gold and more like cement shoes. Professor Go Youngchun just stares, a 1,000-yard stare that says he finally understands his whole career of shady dealings, for the chairman was just an audition for this exact moment. He's been played like a fiddle in a bad country song. He stands by the window, phone to his ear, making the call to connect with Jinhyun, probably hoping for some kind of deal or mercy. And it's almost sad to see him realize he's just a pawn in a much bigger game. Meanwhile, in a hospital staff room that probably smells faintly of old coffee, Lee Sangmin points out our exhausted surgeon, who's currently trying to catch some ZS on a bench, likely thinking this is his big chance to finally get ahead. Lee Sangmin walks off, stewing in his own envy and thinking about how our protagonist always seems to outshine him in everything, whether it's surgery or groundbreaking research, the kind of inferiority complex that probably keeps him up at night. Then his feet stop and turn, a subtle but ominous shift in direction, showing he's got that look of someone who just decided his problems could be solved with a really bad idea and zero impulse control. In some dark, abstract void, the chairman's voice echoes, demanding that our surgeon be stopped at any cost, a whisper that sounds like it came straight from a supervillain's lair, because he's clearly not a fan of sharing the spotlight or his ill-gotten gains. Back in the staff room, Lee Sangmin's hands grip our guy's collar, looking like he's about to try and throttle him right there on the bench, a move usually reserved for dramatic soap opera confrontations, not a quiet hospital nap. But our guy just sits up, cool as a cucumber, and asks his rival why he suddenly hit the brakes on his little assassination attempt, the kind of blunt question that probably deflates Sangmin's anger like a leaky balloon. Then the reborn surgeon leans in close and whispers a promise to slowly drag Sangmin and his partner down to hell. A chilling threat delivered with all the calm of someone ordering a latte, which makes it even more terrifying. Our guy's eyes blaze with determination as he vows to drag Sangmin and Zhang to hell, like he's planning a really intense board game night. He pictures asking Dongmin to cover up his mess, but then shakes his head, realizing that particular scheme is way too risky now, and the man is running out of options faster than a free trial subscription. His eyes suddenly snap wide open as he recalls Himi marrying someone, and it all clicks into place like a puzzle piece, the kind of aha moment that usually means bad news for anyone involved. A manic grin spreads across the chairman's face as he hatches a new plot, deciding to use Himi as a pawn in his desperate game, truly entering his villain arc where nobody is safe from his machinations. But wait until you see the absolute meltdown Chairman Lee is about to drop, chat. Our guy is adamant he needs to get down there, staring at a call cannot be connected message in disbelief, while his assistant looms nearby, looking like she just watched him volunteer for a swim with the sharks. He then unleashes a primal scream at his poor secretary, demanding she track down Dr. Lee Himi and clear her entire schedule, as if the universe should instantly bend to his every whim. Meanwhile, the sterile silence of the hospital's endoscopy room hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the chairman's escalating fit, as the camera pushes in on its sign. Himi, ever the professional, calmly warns her patient about the slight discomfort of the procedure, her focus entirely on her duties as she inserts the scope. Suddenly, the room's hushed atmosphere shatters as her father himself storms through the doorway, making everyone present jump out of their skin. He plants himself in the room like a disgruntled emperor, commanding Himi to drop everything and come with him, as if she were a mere accessory to his plans. The good doctor glances back at her patient, torn between her professional oath and her father's incessant yelling of her name from the doorway. Undeterred by his dramatic entrance, she calmly asks for forceps to continue the biopsy, leaving the chairman fuming on the sidelines. His knuckles turn white as he clenches his fist in pure, unadulterated rage, probably contemplating all the ways he can get what he wants by force. He then starts screaming at her again, practically frothing at the mouth, to abandon her patient and follow him immediately. Himi finally turns to face him, her voice filled with a quiet fury, reminding him that a biopsy result could change a patient's entire life. She dismisses him with a curt gesture, telling him to get out, as she turns back to her critical work with the patient. Out in the hospital corridor, the chairman curses under his breath, utterly baffled by his daughter's defiance and her refusal to obey. He grabs his head, realizing he can't get what he wants by being a tyrant, and decides a different strategy might be needed. Back in the endoscopy room, the staff breathes a collective sigh of relief as the procedure concludes successfully. But before Himi can even think about her next task, her father lunges forward, grabbing her wrist with a force that makes her cry out in pain. She struggles against his grip, protesting that she needs to prepare for her next patient, but he just keeps dragging her away. Himi screams in agony as he pulls her along, completely disregarding her distress and her professional responsibilities. The chairman finally stops, pulling her into a tense close-up, his eyes burning with an almost maniacal determination. With a slight bow of her head, the doctor offers an apology to her father, perhaps just to get him to release her, or perhaps a genuine moment of resignation. This man just smiles fakely and asks about her work and tiredness, ignoring her apology completely. Himi, however, isn't falling for his act and coldly states that she has no desire to talk to him, looking away as if he were a particularly unpleasant stain on the wall. He quickly shifts tactics, bringing up the matter of the new hotshot doctor, Kim Jin-hyun, hoping to leverage that connection for himself. He then shamelessly asks her to put in a good word for him with the doctor, proving his earlier concern was nothing but a manipulative facade. The chairman's mind drifts back to a time when his daughter was more easily manipulated, a wistful look on his face as he remembers her being naive. He places his hands on her shoulders, feigning affection, calling her daughter in a sickeningly sweet tone. Himi's mind flashes back to a painful memory, a time when she would dismiss the scars of beatings as mere accidents, trying to hide the truth. She then recalls her mother, holding her close, calling her, "my lovely daughter," a stark contrast to the callous man before her. Tragic text details her mother's agonizing struggle with depression, which escalated when the chairman brought his illegitimate child and his mother into their home, shattering their family. The memory then shifts to the horrifying moment young Himi discovered her mother's lifeless body on the floor, a scene that would forever haunt her. Back in the present, Himi declares with unwavering conviction that she will never submit to the man who drove her mother to such despair. She calls him rotten to the core, then abruptly announces her departure, refusing to spend another second in his presence. The chairman tries to block her path, insisting he isn't finished with her, but she walks past him with a fierce determination. He screams after her, reminding her he's her father and demanding her obedience, as if shouting will somehow force her compliance. He then physically restrains Himi, escalating his abusive tactics by asking her if she wants to die, a truly chilling display of his dark side. A few heartbeats later, the room descends into pure chaos as Lee Yeon-hee calls for help. Lee Yeon-hee clutches her head, calling out to our guy, desperate for someone to make the chairman back off from his increasingly unhinged behavior as she tries to protect the patient. Jin-hyun steps between them, his voice cutting like a scalpel as he demands to know just what kind of twisted game the chairman thinks he's playing in the middle of a hospital. The chairman tries to wave it off, claiming he was just having a friendly chat, but his face tells a different story as he dismisses them, clearly rattled that his little scheme got busted. Our protagonist puts a comforting arm around Yeon-hee, telling the chairman he's heard quite enough and has no further interest in his attempts at conversation, which was a nice way of saying, "I'm out of here." The chairman shouts that they're not done, but Jin-hyun calmly informs him that his 1-week grace period is now officially revoked, like a subscription service he no longer needs. Chairman Lee reaches out, practically begging them to wait, promising he'll get in touch, but it's too late. The train has left the station and it's not stopping for his excuses. The two walk away, leaving the chairman to scream into the empty air, completely ignored, as if he's just a particularly loud seagull on the hospital roof. Close-up on Jin-hyun's face shows his eyes blazing with determination, the exact moment he decides it's time to declare Judgment Day, and no amount of whining will change that. Outside the hospital, staff start reacting with shocked expressions as a wave of serious-looking people stream into the building, led by someone who means business and brought a whole crew with him. The door to the chairman's office slams open with a dramatic flourish, announcing the arrival of uninvited guests who clearly aren't there for tea and biscuits, or even a pleasant chat. The chairman looks up from his desk in pure horror, his meticulously crafted world beginning to crumble around him as the stern-faced men walk in, probably wondering who let them past security. He demands to know who these people are, apparently having forgotten what happens when you poke the medical world's hornet's nest too many times, because they tend to sting back. Kim Chulwoo, the detective, flashes his ID card, clearly identifying himself and his intentions, effectively ending the chairman's reign of terror with one simple gesture. The chairman laughs nervously, asking if they're really making a big fuss over nothing, still clinging to the delusion that his influence means something here, like they don't know who he is. Chulwoo just smirks, completely unimpressed by the chairman's pathetic attempt to brush off serious charges with a bad dad joke, or any joke for that matter. Professor Go Youngchin appears in the doorway, escorted by a woman assistant, looking like a deer caught in headlights as he enters the room, clearly not happy to be there. Youngchin tells the chairman that he's confessed everything, throwing his former puppet master directly under the bus with zero hesitation, after the bus had already started rolling. The professor admits to framing our guy, laying bare the conspiracy that nearly ruined a good man's career and possibly his life, just to save his own skin. Flashback silhouettes show the unethical deeds they discussed, the shadowy figures of their past actions coming back to haunt them in vivid detail, right there in the office. The chairman screams, calling Youngchin a bastard, which is rich coming from the guy who orchestrated the whole mess in the first place, and is now getting his just desserts. The police drag the struggling chairman away, his cries of protest doing little to slow their efficient, no-nonsense removal from the premises. He yells that he's the son of the deal group chairman, as if his daddy's money is a magic get-out-of-jail-free card that works on actual detectives. Chulwoo leans in close, revealing that the patient the chairman tried to harm was his own father, delivering a karmic punch that lands harder than any physical blow ever could. Later, the chairman tries to put on a fake smile, offering to go quietly, clearly hoping that composure will somehow magically erase his current predicament, which it absolutely won't. An exterior shot of a modern house at twilight sets a somber mood, the peaceful scene contrasting sharply with the chaos unfolding inside its walls, as families do. The elderly grandfather figure, Dongmin, looks completely shocked while on the phone, the news hitting him like a defibrillator to the chest, but probably in a bad way. Our guy bows deeply, expressing his sincere apologies for having to deliver such unfortunate news, even though he's the one who cleaned up the mess his family made. Dongmin rubs his eyes, ashamed to face Jin-hyun, probably wishing he could just crawl under a rock and disappear, or at least teleport to a different continent. Jin-hyun bows once more before leaving the room, reiterating his apology, leaving the old man to grapple with the consequences of his son's actions all by himself. Dongmin is slumped over, head in his hands, caught between laughter and tears, realizing the full extent of his son's monumental screw-up had finally come to collect. A man in a sharp suit stands over the fallen Dongmin, calling out, "Father," with a hint of concern, but also a healthy dose of "I told you so" in his voice, because someone always has to say it. Dongmin grips his chest, screaming about Lee Jong, cursing his son and probably questioning all his life choices that led to this moment of pure familial disaster. The exterior of the police station at night, its stark facade a monument to bad decisions and the long arm of the law, which had now finally caught up. Meanwhile, in a jail cell, Jong shakes the bars, demanding attention, as if the guards are just waiting for his command to serve him a 4-star meal. A muscular inmate with an arm tattoo tells him to shut up or face the consequences, effectively squashing the chairman's sense of superiority into a tiny, painful ball. The prisoner flexes, boasting that he's tired from beating others all day, making it clear that Jong is now at the bottom of the prison pecking order, and should probably just stay quiet. Chairman Lee vows revenge on the prisoner once he gets out, still convinced that this is just a temporary setback in his grand scheme of being a general menace. He grins, foolishly believing that his father will never abandon him, clinging to that hope like a drowning man to a rubber duck in a hurricane. Jung is genuinely surprised to see his visitor, a look of pure confusion on his face, probably wondering if he's hallucinating or if reality has finally broken. Dongmin stands outside the cell, berating Jung and calling him an idiot for taking so long to get himself locked up, making it clear there will be no bail this time, not for this mess. But while Jung rots in his cell, the real world outside is starting to burn. The headlines are absolutely screaming about corporate shenanigans and how the legal system finally caught up, which feels like a small win in the grand scheme of things, especially after all the backroom dealings our guy had to expose. It's a testament to the fact that even the most powerful people can't dodge their consequences forever, no matter how many strings they try to pull. So in a courtroom where the tension is thick enough to cut with a scalpel, the judge's gavel drops with a resounding thud, sealing the fate of his tormentor, Li Zhang, with a crisp 5-year prison sentence. It's almost anticlimactic, given the drama that led up to this moment, but the finality hangs heavy in the air. Our protagonist simply observes the outcome, a silent acknowledgement that this chapter of his life, filled with that old thorn in his side, schemes and threats, is finally closing. He looks at it all with the detached air of someone who's seen this movie before, only this time, he wrote the ending. Later, under an expansive, star-dusted sky, Jin-hyun takes a quiet moment to himself, reflecting on the heavy price of ambition and the intricate web of human greed he's been untangling. It's a classic. Hero stares into the middle distance and ponders the meaning of it all kind of shot. A brief calm before the next storm, you just know it. And out of nowhere, Li Zhang pops up, completely oblivious to his impending downfall, insisting on discussing hospital matters as if he still holds any real authority. Our guy can only listen with an air of mild annoyance, like someone forced to entertain a particularly persistent telemarketer. As they walk together, an unspoken tension starts to build, and our guy realizes the conversation isn't going to be a casual chat about medical supplies. It's the kind of subtle unease you feel when you've just been introduced to the eccentric uncle at a family gathering and already know things are about to go sideways. Without warning, the old villain completely snaps, lunging at our protagonist like a cornered animal who's forgotten all social graces and basic self-preservation. It's the kind of dramatic, over-the-top outburst that would get you escorted out of any respectable establishment, or, a hospital. He gets his hands around Jin-hyun's throat, pinning him against the wall with a grip that screams unhinged rage, making it abundantly clear that this isn't just a heated argument. Our guy's face is doing a pretty good impression of a squeezed juice box. The maniacal grin plastered across the attacker's face is truly something to behold, as he practically foams at the mouth, promising to end our guy's existence with all the subtlety of a runaway train. You'd think someone facing a prison sentence would maybe chill out a little, but nope. Bystanders rush in, trying to pry the madman off Jin-hyun, pleading with him to stop his frantic assault. It's like trying to calm a toddler having a meltdown in the middle of a grocery store. Only this toddler is a grown man and significantly more dangerous. Amidst the struggle, the attacker rants like a madman, claiming he could fix everything if only Jin-hyun would disappear, showing a truly impressive level of delusional self-importance. He really thinks he's the main character, doesn't he? Suddenly, a dramatic scream pierces the air, followed by a theatrical lightning effect that signals a swift and brutal collapse, proving that even the most determined villains can't escape the laws of physics. Or, sudden health crises. Sure enough, the attacker crashes to the floor, convulsing violently, which is definitely not the grand exit he probably envisioned for himself. One minute he's trying to choke our guy, the next he's doing an impromptu breakdance routine. Our protagonist, ever the quick-thinking doctor, immediately zeroes in on the problem area, realizing that the attacker's head is the source of all this sudden drama. He's already mentally pulling up an MRI scan, no doubt. And just like that, Jin-hyun delivers an on-the-spot diagnosis of a brain tumor complicated by a hemorrhagic infarction, essentially calling out the exact medical problem before anyone even gets the guy to a hospital. It's a clinic, a trial, and a diagnosis, all in one go. Our guy then launches into a full-blown medical lecture, explaining the intricacies of the frontal lobe tumor and the dangers of intracranial pressure. Because why not educate everyone during a medical emergency? It's a prime example of always be teaching, even when someone's literally on the floor. Jin-hyun looks down at the now paralyzed patient, a quiet reflection on the cosmic justice of it all playing out on his face. He's probably thinking about how this is a textbook case of you reap what you sow, medically speaking. Meanwhile, in a much more civilized setting, the Dale family member discusses the situation with our guy, acknowledging that his sibling's downfall was entirely deserved. It's a moment of calm, reasoned acceptance, especially when compared to the chaos our guy just came from. The conversation shifts to Lee Hee-mi, with the family member expressing concern about her hidden struggles and the toll everything has taken. It's a tender moment that shows even the most powerful families have their share of emotional baggage. Then comes the earnest request for our guy to take care of Hime, a responsibility he accepts with a nod, indicating that he's already on it. It's the kind of noble duty that comes with being a protagonist. You just know he'll deliver. Over clinking glasses and a fancy meal, the Dale family member casually drops a recruitment bombshell, hinting at a major career opportunity for our protagonist. It's the kind of power move that makes you wonder if they're having dinner or conducting a hostile takeover. He elaborates on the power vacuum created by his brother's recent career changes, explaining how all the positions on his side of the hospital are now wide open. It's a classic case of out with the old, in with the extremely competent new, courtesy of our guy's unintentional house-cleaning efforts. The Dale family member makes the grand offer, the prestigious position of hospital director, a promotion so massive it practically comes with its own fanfare. Our protagonist stands there, looking up at the towering hospital, probably wondering if he should prepare a thank you for this incredible opportunity speech. Our protagonist, with a surprising touch of humility, expresses reservations about his qualifications for such a high-level management role, even though he's practically a medical genius. It's like a superhero saying he's not sure he's cut out for office work. He gracefully declines the immediate offer of director, preferring to gain more hands-on experience before diving headfirst into administrative duties. He's not one to rush things, especially when it comes to running an entire hospital. But ever the strategist, our guy smoothly pivots to recommending a different, equally capable candidate, leaving the Dale family member looking genuinely surprised. It's a power play so subtle, you almost missed it, ensuring his influence even when he's not directly in charge. That humble pivot is about to backfire hard when Kang Minchul gets absolutely cooked by his own aura. Minchul, the new hospital director, is already sweating in the big chair, yanking at his tie like it's trying to choke him. The man clearly regrets agreeing to this whole leadership gig. Our guy tries to lighten the mood with a joke, offering him flowers, but the new director isn't buying it. He's too busy stressing over the new job. He then explodes, reminding everyone within earshot that he's a surgeon, not a paperwork jockey. He'd much rather be elbow-deep in an operation than shuffling spreadsheets, which is fair, most people would. Later, at the inauguration, Minchul stands stiffly at the podium, looking like a wax figure about to melt under the pressure. This new director definitely doesn't look thrilled with his new job. The hospital staff, however, claps away, completely oblivious to their new director's internal screams as he tries to keep a straight face. They probably just want free food and a shorter workday, to be honest. Camera shot zooms in on a shiny nameplate, proudly declaring KANGMINCHUL on a desk, which is arguably more excited about the new title than the man behind it. It's almost mocking him. Minchul sits buried in paperwork, radiating an aura so dark it practically has a zip code, wishing he could swap out a spreadsheet for a scalpel any day. He's probably dreaming of a quiet operating room right about now. Despite his inner turmoil, text on screen tells us Minchul is somehow a wizard at finance, making the hospital's budget look shinier than a new penny, even if it kills his soul. He's just that good, even when he hates it. Meanwhile, the old man, the former head of the hospital, is practically showering Lee Jinhyun with compliments, shaking his hand like our guy just won the lottery for the hospital's bright future. It's a bit much. He then sits cozy with Hime and our hero, practically bubbling over with joy about him joining the family, like he's just adopted a golden retriever. He's laying it on thick. The old man and Hime are all smiles, totally unaware of the internal monologue our guy is having, still feeling a slight twinge of guilt about the former head. Awkward family dinners, anyone? Lee Jinhyun stands in a hospital room, looking at the former chairman in bed, probably thinking about how life loves to throw curveballs. What a turnaround, right? Back in the living room, our hero and Hime are suddenly on the hot seat, getting grilled about wedding plans, freezing like deer in headlights. The pressure is on, and they are not ready for it. The old man's face darkens, looming over them as he demands to know if they're trying to pull a fast one with excuses. This man does not mess around when it comes to family business. Hime and this man snap to attention, agreeing faster than you can say, "I do," vowing to get everything done immediately. They probably just want to escape the interrogation. Our hero is now relegated to pushing the chairman's wheelchair, probably dreaming of escaping to a quieter, less demanding life. It's a royal escort he never asked for. The whole crew glides through a fancy lobby, and the old man's already eyeing the biggest, most extravagant hall for the wedding. Go big or go home, right? Hime and Lee Jinhyun exchange worried glances, whispering about just letting the old man have his way, deciding it's easier than fighting a losing battle. Sometimes, surrender is the best option. The old man flashes a smug grin, clearly enjoying his victory as he declares his undeniable right to pick the perfect wedding spot. It's his day, too, apparently. Next, it's a montage of wedding glam, sparkling shoes, glistening jewelry, and Hime absolutely glowing in her wedding dress and veil. Our guy's probably a nervous wreck seeing all this. Lee Jinhyun stares at Hime, totally lost in her beauty, mentally gushing about how pretty she looks. He's completely smitten and probably can't believe his luck. He finally manages to blurt out a compliment, making Hime blush so hard she practically disappears behind her veil. It's a classic rom-com moment, really. Suddenly, the old man chimes in, asking our hero nervously how he looks, probably hoping for a compliment too. Someone needs to remind him who the bride is. He then puts on a dramatic show, lamenting about his dear granddaughter leaving him, like she's vanishing into thin air instead of getting married. Talk about playing the victim. Hime listens with a sad expression, probably trying not to roll her eyes as the old man waxes poetic about wanting to live a long life. It's a touching moment, despite the theatrics. A flashback shows a young Hime sitting with her grandfather, hinting at a deep bond that explains all the current over-the-top dramatics. Some things never change. Hime hugs her grandfather, thanking him for everything, and this man holds the old man's hand, promising endless happiness under a sunset sky. It's a moment of sincere commitment, a vow to make things right for everyone. Later, at a crosswalk, our hero wonders if he's finally allowed to be this happy, like he's waiting for the universe to drop a piano on his head. He's almost too suspicious of good fortune. His internal monologue is a bubble bath of self-satisfaction, declaring his love for his new wife and the mountain of money he's accumulated. He's practically glowing with success. But then a sudden chill runs down his spine, a weird premonition that this perfect life might have a few glitches. The universe always has a way of balancing things out. He turns to see Robert, standing in the distance, radiating bad news like a faulty microwave. The past always catches up, doesn't it? His phone buzzes with an unknown number, signaling that his peaceful existence is about to get a whole lot more complicated. Time to answer, even if you don't want to. A voice on the other end snarls a warning, "Don't move or he'll shoot." Our hero is probably wishing he just kept his phone on silent like most normal people. Lee Jin-hyun freezes, terror making him a human statue as the threat repeats, louder this time. He's probably rethinking all his life choices right about now. Robert, the source of this sudden terror, is aiming a gun that looks alarmingly real directly at our guy. Just another Tuesday, I guess. A cartoonish bang, echoes confirming the shot, and for a second we all collectively flinch. It's a jump scare even for the viewer. Our guy screams as if he's just been turned into a human pincushion, but the injury is comically over the top. He's fine, probably. Robert and a pink-haired woman suddenly appear, all smiles, with the woman casually shouting their names in greeting, as if pulling a fake gun on someone is totally normal. What a way to say hello. Robert explains they're just in Korea for business and just happened to stumble upon our hero on the street. Yeah, sure, business. The pink-haired woman then excitedly asks if this man is getting married, completely ignoring the previous near-death experience, and a caption casually reveals the gun was a toy. Whatever weird energy that smile was packing, this dude is about to get absolutely cooked. A resident blonde mafia dude, lost in thought with his cigarette, suddenly notices our guy and yelps his name like he just remembered he wasn't enjoying a private smoke break. He then coolly offers a sleek black box, calling it a fountain pen, while our hero eyes it like it's a booby-trapped present from a disgruntled ex. When he figures out this fancy writing instrument is actually a stun gun, our guy recoils, clearly questioning the blonde's taste in office supplies. But the pink-haired woman in the car just politely tells him to take the thoughtful gift. Stepping out of the car, she lays out all of our guy's recent professional woes, explaining how the chairman totally played him to clear the way for his son, a plan as subtle as a gorilla in a tutu. Against a dramatic, ink-splattered backdrop, our guy shouts his denial, swearing he's done with conspiracy theories, even though he knows the hospital itself is already a biohazard. He stands before the gleaming hospital, a monument to all his past headaches, acknowledging that court justice often moves at the speed of molasses, while the pink-haired woman insists a truly corrupt doctor won't just peace out quietly. The elegant gold and black stun pen floats ominously, a not-so-gentle reminder that this isn't just for signing autographs, as the pink-haired woman casually asks if our guy plans on sticking around at Deal Hospital after all this drama. Meanwhile, the blonde rival doctor struts down the sterile hospital corridor, practically glowing with his newfound swagger, as an administrator giddily informs him that our guy's contract is toast, and he's locked out of the OR starting tomorrow. He pretends to lament that our hero could have been a big-shot professor, then, with the warmth of a walk-in freezer, asks if he orchestrated the whole thing himself, like some evil chess prodigy. The administrator confirms his ascendancy, assuring him he now holds all the cards in the hospital, leaving him to whisper his own name with a determined look, as if reminding himself who the real boss is. His phone screen lights up with a message from Lee Yeon-hee, innocently asking if he wants to meet at their usual cafe tonight, totally oblivious to the strategic mastermind at play. Cut to the modern Courage Cafe at twilight, where Yeon-hee stirs her drink, her eyes widening just a hair as our guy walks into her view, probably bracing for whatever fresh drama he's about to unleash. He's in a tight close-up, internally freaking out that she might be about to dump him, because, naturally, everything is a grand conspiracy in his world. Yeon-hee, completely in the dark about his emotional roller coaster, simply asks why he wanted to see her, her straightforwardness a stark contrast to his overthinking. His thoughts spill out, revealing him meticulously dissecting her motives, analyzing all the office gossip about their secret relationship, as if she's a complex medical textbook. Yeon-hee, with a gentle smile, finally confesses she just wanted to see him. No hidden agenda, no secret plot, just a normal human impulse, completely wrecking his carefully constructed calculations. He leans forward, confidently stating that they're dating and he doesn't need a special reason to see her, which, frankly, might be the most reasonable thing he's uttered all week. Yeon-hee vows to stick by our guy no matter what, like a loyal sidekick in a particularly earnest anime, but then admits she hasn't always been there for him. Awkward. Yeon-hee chuckles, brushing off the ranking like it's no big deal, thinking she expected worse, and just shrugging it off. Classic Yeon-hee, always keeping it light even when things are heavy. They're now settled at a bar counter, drinks spread between them as the evening deepens, a rare quiet moment in their usually chaotic lives. Yeon-hee's face turns thoughtful, a brief flicker of hesitation as she considers calling out to him, showing a moment of genuine vulnerability. He covers her hand on the bar, telling her to cheer up about whatever's bothering her, offering a rare moment of actual connection and comfort. Yeon-hee confesses she's utterly confused about both their feelings and how she truly sees him. A messy, refreshingly human admission. But that high-roller life gets left in the dust when we pivot to the office grind. Our guy, Jin-hyun, is already back at his desk, staring blankly at the screen, looking like a burnt-out wizard who just pulled an all-nighter brewing potions for the whole kingdom. While the professor snoozes behind him like a cat after a big meal, this man keeps typing, eyes glued to the screen, like he's solving the world's problems while everyone else takes a nap. He's back at his desk again, head buried in a mountain of files, probably wondering if he accidentally signed up for hospital director and supreme paper pusher instead of doctor. Suddenly, a friend leans in, looking like she's about to drop the juiciest gossip of the year, asking if he's heard a rumor, and our hero just sits there, all attention, clearly not ready for the tea about to be spilled. She hedges, calling the subject sensitive, since he just got back, making him brace for impact, probably thinking it's about his past self. But then she drops the bombshell. People saw Yeon-hee and Sangmin together dating, and his face instantly goes from curious to "did I just hear that right?" surprise. He looks at a framed photo of himself and Yeon-hee, both smiling in wedding clothes, a ghostly reminder of a life that never happened, and the weight of that past hits him like a rogue trolley cart. Our hero sits there, utterly conflicted, the news about Yeon-hee clashing hard with his current engagement to Himi, like two different timelines trying to exist in the same head. Back in his office, a thought sparks in his mind. If Sangmin somehow knew about Yeon-hee's past confession, then she could be in serious, serious danger. He slams his hands down on his desk, the realization hitting him like a defibrillator, the sudden jolt of a truly bad feeling washing over him, knowing something is very wrong. His phone, stubbornly displaying Lee Yeonhee as the caller ID, rings endlessly, and the man stares at it with wide, terrified eyes, paralyzed by the sight of that name. His hand hovers over the ringing device, shaking so violently it looks like he's trying to catch a fly with chopsticks, before he finally gathers his courage and snatches the phone to answer. Across the room, the professor snaps awake, sitting bolt upright with the suddenness of a zombie rising from the grave, probably wondering if the office coffee machine just exploded. He swivels his head towards where our guy was just sitting, looking utterly bewildered, like he just missed a magic trick where the doctor vanished into thin air. This man is absolutely tearing down the hospital corridor, a man on a mission, his feet pounding against the linoleum like he's running for his life in a bad dream. A close-up shows his feet blurring in motion as he screams into the phone for Kim Chulwoo to pick up, his voice filled with desperation, like a cat stuck in a tree calling for help. Kim Chulwoo, completely oblivious, answers the phone with a breezy, casual greeting, probably thinking it's about dinner plans or something equally mundane. Our guy, whether he's driving or parked, delivers the grim news with a serious expression, informing his friend that Sangmin finally made his move and someone has been kidnapped. Kim Chulwoo lets out a shriek of disbelief over the phone, probably thinking he misheard, as we cut back to our man, still rushing, his frantic pace screaming, "Emergency." He grips the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles are white, driving through the dark, neon-lit city, while a flashback reveals Yeon-hee's terrified, shaky voice confirming it was her on the phone. He listens intently to her voice, his face a mask of grim determination, as she tells him she's okay for now, even as he stands on the pavement, hearing her ask if they can meet immediately. Yeon-hee, looking utterly terrified, covers her mouth, confirming she's fine to our guy on the phone while, behind her, Sangmin holds a sinister pair of scissors, a calm, chilling smile playing on his lips as he listens to her lie. Our hero, now at a massive house that screams, "Villain Lair," approaches the front door with the kind of intense focus usually reserved for surgeons about to perform a delicate operation. He jams his finger onto the doorbell, his entire face a portrait of pure, unadulterated rage, clearly ready to throw down with Sangmin like it's a Monday morning meeting. He clenches the steering wheel again, the image of Yeonhee's threatened voice echoing in his mind, fueling a quiet fury that boils beneath his calm exterior. He touches a hidden weapon in his pocket, a quiet contemplation of what he might have to do, the unspoken question hanging in the air like an axe. He realizes that Sangmin, who normally leaves no trace, has made a crucial blunder, and as his car speeds away, he decides that rescuing Yeonhee must come before anything else, even justice. He finally arrives, standing at the open doorway of the imposing house, ready for whatever twisted game Sangmin has cooked up for him. And there he is, Sangmin, standing casually inside the doorway, a smug smile on his face, greeting our guy with all the fake warmth of a used car salesman. Sangmin, still leaning against the stairs like he owns the place, offers a casual greeting, a clear invitation for our guy to walk right into his trap. Our hero demands to see Yeonhee, and Sangmin, with a gesture as cold as ice, simply points to her, lying unconscious on a nearby sofa, a cruel trophy in his twisted game. Tense silence hangs heavy in the air as seconds tick by before he finally moves. Stepping into the room, Lee Sangmin tries to play it cool, but the flicker of alarm on his face says it all as he takes in the scene. Close-up shows his eyes bugging out at the sight of Lee Yeonhee, the woman who's become the unexpected centerpiece of this whole mess, and for a split second, his poker face totally folds. Jinhyun smoothly shrugs off their meeting, calling it a total coincidence, then drops the bomb that she's actually, super meaningful to him now. Our hero, ever the gracious host, gestures toward a seating area and starts pouring drinks, setting the stage for what's about to be a very spicy conversation. He then suggests they make a toast, wanting to clink glasses like old pals, a sentiment that just hangs in the air, thick with unspoken drama. But the blonde man just scoffs, his face a complete hard nope to the whole idea of them being buddies. Then he throws out a line, suggesting a few drinks might just loosen our guy's tongue enough for some juicy confessions, which is subtle as a foghorn. With a soft clink, both men toss back their drinks, the alcohol doing nothing to cool the simmering tension between them. Inside, our main man can't help but wonder what exactly his old acquaintance is cooking up. It's a silent battle of wits playing out in slow motion. Meanwhile, outside the building, Kim Chulwoo and another officer are practically glued to their car, listening in on the whole thing through hidden bugs, like the world's most invested podcast fans. Jinhyun, playing 4D chess, just smirks, fully aware that the cops are hanging on his every word, turning the entire situation into his personal tell-all. He then makes a show of presenting a specific bottle and glasses, drawing all eyes to them, like a magician about to reveal his next trick. The blonde man's eyes land on the bottle, and suddenly, a wave of nostalgia washes over him as he remembers sharing this exact liquor with our guy back in their high school and college days. Flashes of their younger selves cheering with bottles cut to their adult versions drinking pensively now, really driving home the sad irony of their cursed rivalry. Jinhyun points out just how often they used to share this drink, a nostalgic little jab that feels less like a memory and more like a taunt in their current standoff. But the blonde man, with a glare that could curdle milk, declares those old memories mean squat now. To him, our guy's just a common criminal. He barks at his former friend to cut the chatter, clearly over the whole nostalgic trip down memory lane and ready to get to the actual point. As he's speaking, his hand subtly drifts toward a hidden object, prepping for a counterattack, like a pro gamer setting up their final move. Our guy holds his glass, his eyes dark with intensity, and just straight up declares his deep hatred, an admission that makes the other man's eyes go wide in total disbelief. Jinhyun then spills the tea on his traumatic past, detailing the dehumanization and mental breakdown he suffered, with ghostly images of abusive figures swirling around his mother and him. He even admits that, through all that mess, his blonde counterpart was once his only real friend, the sole person who actually gave a damn about him. But then, with a chilling calm, he says he still wanted to ruin him, posing a riddle about why he'd do such a thing. Our guy pushes further, asking if the man truly understands his raw, undeniable drive for survival, building up to a jaw-dropping reveal. And then he drops the absolute bomb. He confesses to having killed his own half-brother, Bumsu, leaving nothing but stunned silence in his wake. An internal scream erupts in Lee Sangmin's mind. Did this dude just admit to murder like over drinks? Jinhyun explains that his mother's suicide pushed him to make a vow, to become the absolute best, a twisted creed born from profound loss. A younger Jinhyun is shown kneeling, swearing vengeance and supremacy, while a ranking board flashes him at one, with his rival feeling utterly defeated, the ghosts of their past still hanging around. The blonde man accuses our guy of trying to murder him using a patient, his voice absolutely dripping with venom. Jinhyun calmly acknowledges it, confirming his guilt with a chilling lack of remorse, like a supervillain laying out his master plan. He then casually adds another crime to his confession, admitting to yet another murder, as if he's just checking off items on a grocery list. His blonde counterpart realizes with dawning horror that Jin Hyun is just confessing everything without even checking for bugs, meaning his own little setup actually worked a bit too well. The blonde man yells, demanding to know why Jin Hyun would do this if it means execution, his brain completely short-circuiting at the logic. As he screams, our protagonist's hand moves toward his pocket, a silent promise that this really is the last act of his twisted play. The blonde man's eye widens, a silent scream caught in his throat as he finally grasps the full, terrible horror of the situation. Our guy's hand tightens around what looks like a pen, but is actually a concealed firearm, now pointed and ready to deliver the final, shocking blow. That blast totally whiffs, and the silence only sets the stage for more terminal mid-behavior. Lee Sang-min sneers, tossing a measly little handgun onto the table like it's a toy a toddler dropped. He mocks our guy's choice of protection, declaring that this bad blood between them can only end when one of them takes the dirt nap, which sounds like an absolutely healthy way to resolve conflict. And just to spice things up, he throws down the gauntlet, giving Jin Hyun a mere 5 seconds to pick up that little pea shooter and put a bullet in his head. It's a game of chicken, but with actual bullets, which feels like a significant upgrade in stakes from most bar dares. The countdown starts, 5, 4, 3, echoing in the room as our guy's mind races. He's internally screaming, questioning if he actually has to grab the gun like this is a pop quiz he forgot to study for. His tormentor just stares, a cold, intense gaze that promises a final, brutal chance before all hell breaks loose. It's the kind of look you get from a customer service representative when you ask to speak to their manager for the 3rd time. Our protagonist's eye twitches, a tiny tell of the immense strain he's under as the timer ticks down to 2 seconds. The pressure is on, and he's feeling it harder than a cheap suit after a big meal. In a sudden blur of motion, his hand lunges for the revolver on the table, a desperate grab that screams fight or flight, decided to go with both at the same time. He's clearly not a fan of just standing around to get shot, but his rival is quicker, snatching the revolver himself and flashing a smirk that could curdle milk. He's clearly pleased that our guy couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger, as if this whole thing was just a twisted psychological experiment. Jin Hyun glares, a silent vow passing his lips that he will never, ever forgive the man in front of him. It's a promise forged in pure, unadulterated rage, like finding out someone ate the last slice of pizza you were saving. The two men lock eyes in a tense stare-down, the air thick with animosity and the unspoken weight of years of rivalry. It's like watching two alpha predators decide who gets the last snack at the office party. Then a sudden bang rips through the silence, the sharp sound effect indicating a shot has been fired. It's the narrative equivalent of a jump scare in a bad horror flick, but with way more actual danger. Back at the hospital in the bright light of day, our protagonist confirms he's all right after the whole ordeal, reassuring his colleagues. He's probably just happy to be somewhere with actual sterile equipment, and not, a potential murder scene. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, the villain recoils sharply as the gun is violently knocked out of his hand. It seems someone decided to interrupt his little monologue with a well-aimed projectile. Kim Chul-woo steps into view, asking if our guy is okay, casually revealing that he was the one who made the perfect shot. It's a classic hero entrance, like showing up just in time with the pizza when everyone's starving. Our guy reassures Chul-woo, saying he's fine, and the cops waste no time cuffing his old tormentor on the floor. He even claims he shot the gun out of the bad guy's hand, a classic move like disarming a waiter who brought the wrong soup. Later, in an interrogation room, the villain sits in stoic silence, offering neither agreement nor disagreement. He's playing the strong, silent type, which usually means he's either plotting his escape or just really bad at small talk. While his rival remains stonewalling, Jin Hyun relaxes on a bench, feeling a wave of genuine relief wash over him. The tension from that close call starts to finally drain away. He leans back, the memory of that exact moment of hesitation replaying in his mind. It's a mental highlight reel of nearly making a very permanent, very regrettable decision. Back in that tense apartment, our guy's hand froze on the trigger at the 1-second mark, a fatal hesitation that nearly sealed his fate. He just couldn't bring himself to do it, which is probably a good sign for his overall moral compass. The narration explains that Sang-min actually had enough time to pull the trigger himself, but he intentionally waited. It's a calculated move, like a chess player waiting for their opponent to make the first mistake. For a fleeting moment, a hidden sorrow flickers across his face, a vulnerability Jin Hyun had never seen before. It's a quick glimpse behind the villain mask, revealing a layer of pain that makes you wonder if he's actually just a big softy underneath. Our protagonist looks up, pondering the unsaid words, the unspoken truths that hung in the air with his old rival. It's the kind of complex, unresolved thought that would keep a therapist busy for weeks. Finally, Jin Hyun walks away, leaving the past firmly behind him, a new chapter beginning. He's ditching the old baggage, probably hoping this next adventure involves less gunplay and more actual doctoring. But before Hwang Moonjin gets comfy, let's see how this whole celestial train wreck actually started. Our man gets a front row seat to his own life story, reliving every bad decision and botched play that led to his less-than-stellar demise, when suddenly, a woman calling herself Heaven's Maiden pops up with a knowing smirk and a proposal for a do-over. And just like that, a luminous liquid starts pouring from a bottle, looking all cosmic and swirly, offering our guy a chance to hit reset as he grabs the hand of this mysterious woman, feeling his entire self reboot and reformat into something new. Fast forward 16 years, and the city lights are twinkling, marking the start of a day that feels like both an eternity and a blink since his miraculous second chance. Today, he's finally getting hitched. His buddies, Hwang Moonjin and Kim Chulwoo, come tearing in like a couple of hype men, giving him celebratory slaps on the back and making jokes about him actually growing up. Moonjin, because he's like that, leans in to rib his pal about taking a whole Ian to figure out this marriage thing, especially for someone who, let's be honest, can be a bit slow on the uptake. But our guy just grins because they're clearly just happy for him. He takes a quiet second, his eyes kind of glazed over, letting the sheer weight of the day sink in, realizing how those 16 years absolutely flew by, right up to this wild, incredible wedding day. Then his mom, who is just a giant puddle of joy, starts openly weeping about how incredibly proud she is of her son, clutching a red flower like it's the last one on earth. His dad, not one to be outcried, also gets a little leaky, though our groom has to offer him a handkerchief for a rather snotty situation, which is a tender kind of embarrassing, if you ask me. Steady stream of well-wishers starts rolling in, all eager to shake his hand and offer their congratulations, and each handshake, each smile, just feels like another gold star for a life well-lived. He just beams, a real, honest-to-goodness smile, as he realizes every single person here is basically proof that his second life wasn't wasted, that this isn't just a wedding, but a victory lap for every good choice. Even some old acquaintances from his time in America have shown up, including one older gentleman who greets him with a giant grin and a hearty handshake, proving this man's influence stretches across continents. A blonde woman with glasses then clasps his hand, her expression just radiating a profound kind of gratitude, like he completely changed her life without saying a single word. She then just links her arm right through his, posing for a picture like they're the oldest of friends, a gesture that says more than any speech could. The camera pulls back, showing a wide shot of him and his bride absolutely swamped by a sea of smiling faces, a visual representation of how many people this guy managed to rope into his orbit. An elderly white-haired gentleman, clearly one of the many he saved, grins from ear to ear, his joy so infectious you can practically catch it, reminding everyone that this man's talents weren't just for himself. In a moment of genuine humility, our guy bows deeply before the elder and the other guests, showing he's not just a doctor but a deeply grateful soul. He then touches his head, a contented smile playing on his lips as he mentally checks off everyone who made the trek to be there, knowing this wedding is a testament to all the connections he's forged. The moment arrives as he stands at the very beginning of the plush red carpet, back to us, taking a deep breath as a disembodied voice announces the groom's entrance, signaling the next chapter is about to start. Then Lee Hee-mi appears, a true vision in a giant white gown, gliding down the aisle on the arm of her proud father. A scene so perfect it feels like it popped straight out of a Disney movie. He thinks about the 12 years since they first crossed paths, a whole journey culminating in this sacred walk, and how soon they'll be off to America, ready to conquer new horizons together. Close-up of their hands, perfectly intertwined, symbolizes their unbreakable bond and the path they'll take to St. Joseph Hospital, where their dreams are apparently going to keep braiding together. Amidst a sea of delicate lilies, the couple faces each other, their eyes locked in a gaze so loving it could melt ice, exchanging vows and promising a lifetime of bliss, because that's what you do at weddings. Kang Minchul, being the no-nonsense kind of guy he is, glares into the microphone, keeping his speech short and sweet, because everyone knows his temper means you don't want a long-winded monologue. At the reception, Moonjin, apparently high on love or something, tries to get Chulwoo fired up for some single-guy shenanigans, but his friend just looks at him with a skeptical eyebrow, clearly wondering if Moonjin missed the memo on how these things work. And then Moonjin drops a bombshell. He met someone while shopping for used goods, causing Chulwoo to practically shriek, "Traitor," while clinking his glass in mock outrage, as the ranks of the single fall one by one. A woman named Soo-hyun, Hee-mi's friend, introduces herself with a charming smile, and Moonjin immediately recognizes her from the hospital, because the universe, it turns out, has a very specific and twisted sense of humor when it comes to playing matchmaker. They both laugh about their hilariously sneaky efforts to get the newlyweds together, even joking about almost burying them alive to make it happen. And then, with surprising eagerness, they swap numbers, already plotting their next scheme. Back at the altar, the happy couple stands bathed in falling petals, While one can only wonder how Moonjin went from eternal bachelor to potential romantic lead so ridiculously fast, this wedding is clearly contagious. Amidst a shower of pink petals and sparkling lights, the newlyweds share a deep, passionate kiss, the kind that makes everyone in the room feel a little gooey inside, sealing their love for all to see. With their eyes closed in pure bliss, they whisper sweet nothings to each other. Love you. Me too. As if absolutely no one else exists in the entire world, just a moment of pure, unadulterated intimacy. Himi claps delightedly as the guests erupt in cheers, shouting home run, with a montage of professors and friends, all beaming and clapping with unadulterated joy, filling the frame, celebrating a genuinely happy ending. That celebration eventually faded, giving way to the quiet drift toward their long-awaited escape. High above the clouds, a commercial airplane slices through a bright blue sky, carrying our guy and his new wife, Lee Himi, on the verge of some serious relaxation, radiating pure honeymoon energy and ready to leave all that hospital drama behind. Inside that very cabin, a flight attendant droned on about safety procedures, probably thinking about their own vacation, while Himi just leaned in, captivated, as he kept chatting about how hyped he was for their trip. The pair sat close, practically vibrating with excitement, just gushing about finally being on their honeymoon, totally in their own little world and oblivious to anyone else, like they'd won the vacation lottery. Then the scene shifts to a ridiculously fancy hotel suite, the kind you only see in movies, as our protagonist emerges from the bathroom, rubbing sweat from his face and looking a bit rumpled from all the travel. The honeymoon life was already hitting different. He wipes his face with a towel, still a little disoriented and clearly not used to this level of leisure, the opulent surroundings almost seeming to mock his exhaustion like, "Welcome to paradise, now deal with your jet lag, champ." As dusk falls, he glances out the window, spotting his wife on the hotel terrace, a solitary figure against the twinkling night, making him wonder what thoughts were occupying her mind. Himi, wrapped in a cozy robe, just sat there on a wooden bench, lost in the vastness of the night sky above. It was a beautiful sight, but there was a subtle hint of sadness in her posture, like she was carrying a silent weight. He quietly joins her, noting that it's getting a bit chilly, and reminds her they actually packed jackets for this exact reason, a small attempt to break the somber mood and bring her back to the present. They sit together in a peaceful silence, just watching the stars, the quiet almost deafening, a moment pregnant with unspoken feelings, a stark contrast to the earlier honeymoon excitement. He turns to her, his voice soft, asking her once more if she's truly okay, that doctor's intuition definitely kicking in and sensing there was more to her quietness than just enjoying the view. Himi hesitates, her eyes welling up a bit, clearly emotional as she tries to gather her thoughts to speak, making it clear that whatever she's holding back is significant and tugging at her heartstrings. Before she can even start, he cuts in, declaring himself her husband and ready to shoulder whatever burdens she carried. A classic doctor move of diagnosing the problem before the patient even finishes describing symptoms. He gently urges her to lean on him whenever she faces problems, reassuring her that he's there for anything, a sweet moment promising to be her rock, just like he's been trying to be for everyone else in his life. With a sigh, she finally reveals she was thinking about her mom, her voice barely above a whisper, the veil of composure finally lifting and showing the raw emotion underneath. Himi questions if she can truly find happiness alone, then offers a quiet prayer to her mom and a certain bumsuapa in a moment of pure vulnerability, wishing for guidance from those she'd lost. A hand gently reaches out towards Himi, a silent offer of comfort before our guy pulls her into a tight embrace, the kind of gesture that speaks volumes, saying, "I'm here for you," without a single word. The couple holds each other tightly on the bench, under a blanket of stars, finding solace in their shared warmth, a beautiful, poignant scene showing that even amidst joy old pains can surface. He whispers a promise to make her happier than anyone else ever could, his words heartfelt and sincere, a vow to heal not just physical wounds but emotional ones too, a true doctor's pledge. Himi smiles through her tears, agreeing to lean on him completely, finally accepting his comfort, and the weight on her shoulders seemed to lift, replaced by a sense of peace. The scene then shifts to a sunny beach, with text overlays summarizing their incredible 12-year journey from friends to husband and wife, a montage of happiness proving that sometimes, the slow burn is the best kind of love story. The happy couple walks barefoot along the sandy shore, their hands intertwined, a picture of pure bliss. This is the honeymoon they earned, the one where the biggest problem is choosing which cocktail to order. They're shown dining outdoors at a fancy restaurant, both smiling widely and completely lost in each other's company. A stark contrast to the hospital cafeteria food he probably usually eats. Text emphasizes the preciousness of their time together as he leans back, hands behind his head, sighing in pure contentment, thinking about how long it's been since he had a real vacation, probably since before he was reborn. Himi, ever the doting wife, happily offers him some fruit, noting how much more they feel like a proper couple now. Our guy jokingly wonders if he should just retire already, given how much cash he's pulled in, which sounds like something a busy doctor would say right before checking his pager for the 10th time. Emi just laughs, calling him out as a total workaholic who could never actually quit, because she knows him better than anyone and probably predicts he'd start a private practice on the beach if he actually retired. He then starts listing his achievements, like becoming a dermatologist and a successful building owner, practically flexing his resume on vacation, which is a humble brag, but hey, he earned it. Suddenly, his expression completely shifts to one of pure shock, his eyes wide as he spots someone in the distance. The kind of face you make when you see your ex at a wedding, but way worse. Emi, oblivious to his sudden panic, chirps about going to the pool, and he agrees absent-mindedly, still staring, his mind clearly back on whatever horror he just witnessed. They both notice the resort is crawling with Koreans, which on any other day would just be a fun coincidence, but today, it felt like a cursed sign from the universe. A close-up of his face shows sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes wide with pure terror, looking like he's seen a ghost, or worse, a malpractice lawsuit with his name on it. Emi asks what's wrong, genuinely concerned, and he just weakly insists it's nothing, clearly trying to play it cool. But his face is screaming, "Send help." He just stares blankly ahead, muttering a name in utter confusion, trying to process what his eyes are telling him, like his brain short-circuited trying to reconcile the past with the present. Emi points wildly and screams, identifying the man as none other than our guy's old rival, Kim Kangman, because the universe clearly decided their honeymoon needed a little extra spice, like a dash of nemesis. Flashback panel shows the early villain version of this Kangman, looking a bit portly and wearing glasses, clearly the antagonist from his past, making the visual proof of his old tormentor undeniable. The reborn surgeon expresses utter disbelief that this incredibly handsome man could possibly be the same person he knew from before. It's like a glow-up so extreme it defies all known laws of physics and revenge. A visual effect highlights the mysterious makeover of his rival, showing a shocking transformation, the kind of glow-up that makes you wonder if he sold his soul to a fitness influencer. Text box confirms the setting of the flashback was freshman year of medical school, medical school, where lifelong rivalries are forged over anatomy diagrams and caffeine addictions. He just keeps muttering about who the heck this person is, completely baffled by the drastic change. It's like seeing a caterpillar turn into a supermodel, not just a butterfly. Emi chimes in, admitting she wouldn't have recognized him either, given how much weight he'd lost. An almost unfair transformation that makes it hard to even hate him properly. He clenches his fist, a dark memory of a past assault flashing through his mind, because some things, like a good grudge, just never fade, no matter how many years or makeovers pass. But hold up, because things are about to get absolutely cooked for our guy and his crew. In a frantic flurry of medical expertise, a doctor leans over an unconscious man, his hands working quickly to revive him as the team charges the pads for another round of defibrillation. Suddenly, a surge of life signals a victory. His pulse has returned, turning the tide from certain tragedy to a desperate race against the clock as Kangman, our guy's old acquaintance, assists with CPR, all sweaty but focused. The trio sighs in relief, having saved the patient despite the shock. It was like scoring a goal during halftime, completely unexpected but crucially necessary. Our hero, watching the medical helicopter lift off, can't help but sigh, still bewildered by how a relaxing honeymoon quickly spiraled into a full-blown medical emergency, waiting for his girlfriend. He then turns to his companion, remarking that at least they were in the right place at the right time, a small victory amidst the chaos, as Jin Hyun, the protagonist, recalls their teamwork and Kangman's past behavior. Just then, another acquaintance approaches, asking if this man is heading back to the hotel as well, catching him slightly off guard and making him realize Kangman had lost his former toxic edge. Our protagonist responds with a somewhat sheepish, "Yeah," mentioning that his girlfriend is waiting for him, a reminder of the vacation they almost forgot about, while Kangman shows remorse and apologizes for his past immaturity. He then gazes into the distance, pondering the wild coincidence of encountering an old acquaintance on his honeymoon, only to then team up to save a stranger, with Kangman explaining he'd wanted to say this for a long time. This reflection makes him realize that the guy's transformation is profound, going beyond just physical changes, hinting at a deeper shift in character, as Kangman brings up an old medical documentary. Kangman then apologizes for his past actions, a moment of sincerity that hangs heavy in the air, revealing a hidden burden he has carried for too long, making Jin-hyun realize the other man was talking about him. He confesses that he has wanted to say this for a long time, acknowledging that while it's late, he is glad to finally get it off his chest, marking the start of a new connection with a handshake, though Jin-hyun wonders if someone can change so much. The recipient of the apology offers a genuine smile, remarking that a decade is a long time and things change, accepting the apology gracefully as a white-haired man with a gun appears in a flashback. Our protagonist replies, confirming that it truly is him, Kim Jin-hyun, acknowledging the reunion after all these years, and then contrasts Kangmin's redemption with the potential redemption of that criminal. Our guy wonders if even his past self could change. Like, if he landed in the right environment, maybe he'd be less of a jerk this time around, which the scene then illustrates with shots of a modern American hospital. Our guy thinks the criminal will just rot behind bars. Meanwhile, he'll just move on, totally unaffected by the whole ordeal, as Jin-hyun teaches students as a super rookie. Our protagonist can only wonder how much a person can truly change over time, finding himself genuinely surprised by the transformation before him, as text on screen describes him as the best in America and even the world. Time marches on, and our guy finds a new home in the US. More days pass, and life settles into a routine, like moving into a fancy apartment only to realize you forgot your toothbrush, as Jin-hyun leads a surgical team. Of course, there was plenty of discrimination, jealousy, and disdain, but just like before, he never backed down against any of them because our guy's got a backbone stronger than a steel girder, though David still asks to review documents. Our guy then spots something off. Liver functions wonky and platelets are low, like spotting a typo in a legal document, as he notes the abnormal readings. Our guy dives into the patient's travel history, like a detective hunting clues in a messy office. He's not missing a beat and presses for every travel detail. Our guy's mind races through memories, like flipping through a scrapbook of future pandemics. And he's got a virus on his radar now, triggering a memory about the Tenofovir virus, a deadly pathogen from his future or past life. Our guy spots Tenofovir virus, like spotting a SARS cousin at a family reunion, and he's ready to test it out, deciding to check for it right away. He then reviews a clipboard filled with charts and graphs, the data indicating something unexpected, forcing him to consider unusual possibilities, and presents his Tenofovir virus theory to skeptical colleagues, including David. It's only been 1 year since the Tenofovir virus popped up, so unless you're a virology guru, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. But our guy's data suggests it's time for some serious medical detective work. So orders are given for CT scans, blood tests, and PCR tests. Our guy's team dives into action, needing blood tests to confirm the virus. It's like solving a crime with a microscope instead of fingerprints, as the surgery is successful and Jin-hyun is praised for his rare diagnosis. He recalls the devastating spread of a highly contagious mutated RNA virus that emerged after its initial discovery, rapidly engulfing the world. As the surgery is successful, and Jin-hyun is praised for his rare diagnosis. He notes that it's only been a year since the Tenofovir virus was discovered, a detail that makes it incredibly hard to identify unless one is a highly specialized virology researcher. As the surgery is successful, and Jin-hyun is praised for his rare diagnosis. The medical team is now performing CT and PCR scans on the patient, while our protagonist ponders the unique characteristics of the Tenofovir virus, confirming his grim diagnosis, as the surgery is successful, and Jin-hyun is praised for his rare diagnosis. The fallout from this play is about to leave him absolutely cooked, chat. Our guy, Jin-hyun, the reborn surgeon, leans into his computer screen, looking deeply concerned as he pores over reports detailing a terrifying new virus ravaging Africa and the Middle East, which is, just what the world needs. Close-up on his determined face reveals the internal struggle. This research paper is from a dubious source, but the sheer potential to save countless lives by acting now weighs heavily on his mind, pushing him to make a bold move, because apparently nobody else has his brand of crazy. Meanwhile, the elegant Miss Amy steps into a plush meeting room, her folder clutched in hand, a polite smile on her lips as she greets the man and inquires about his well-being, completely unaware of the world-changing proposal he's about to drop like a mic. Miss Amy beams, radiating an encouraging warmth as she eagerly expresses her excitement to hear out whatever groundbreaking idea he's cooked up this time. Her expectations clearly high for the brilliant doctor, probably too high, let's be real. He leans forward, his expression suddenly serious and focused, finally revealing the name that could either make or break his career. The Tenofovir virus, a phrase that hangs heavy in the air between them, much like the smell of impending doom. Miss Amy's eyes widen as she scans the grim statistics in the file, her mind immediately grasping the severity of the situation and the virus's horrifying fatality rate, which rivals the most dangerous forms of septic shock, or maybe just a really bad Monday. She nods in agreement, a shrewd glint in her eyes, confirming that their cutting-edge antiviral agent holds genuine promise in significantly reducing the virus's devastating impact. Because, hey, why not leverage existing assets? She then cuts straight to the chase, her business instincts kicking in, as she bluntly asks about the financial viability of developing a cure for such a rare disease, because some problems just don't have a profit margin. Our guy forces a tight smile, his jaw clenching as he valiantly attempts to argue the invaluable ethical merits of saving lives, even if the balance sheet doesn't immediately reflect a massive profit. Bless his idealistic heart. A sharp glint in his eye betrays his inner turmoil as he silently connects the dots, understanding that this rare virus is a ticking time bomb, destined to mutate and create a global demand for the very cure he's proposing, which is a truly evil genius move if you think about it. He runs a hand through his hair, a stressed expression on his face, as he openly admits that his radical proposal likely appears to be nothing more than a reckless gamble to anyone outside his unique perspective, which, fair enough. Then, to his surprise, Miss Amy calmly looks up from her stack of papers, offering a reassuring smile and the simple yet powerful approval that sets his ambitious project into motion, because apparently she's a gambler too. She looks him directly in the eye, her voice firm with conviction, and declares, "I trust you," a statement that instantly dissolves the knot of anxiety that had been tightening in his stomach, probably because nobody else ever says that. The reborn surgeon thanks her profusely, and Miss Amy, ever the pragmatic one, suavely repackages the risky venture as a safe investment, strategically emphasizing that it leverages existing, proven drugs, making it sound less like a Hail Mary and more like a sure thing. The project rapidly gains momentum, propelled forward by its undeniable potential for market value. And soon, a new face, Dr. Wesley, joins the burgeoning team, adding another layer of expertise to the mix. Because why have one brain when you can have many? Dr. Wesley dives deep into the intricate world of RNA molecular structures, explaining the critical need for a larger patient pool to properly validate their groundbreaking research, which is science speak for "we need more test subjects." The full team gathers around a gleaming conference table, a collective hum of anticipation in the air as they prepare to embark on what promises to be a pivotal scientific journey, or at least a really long meeting. He turns to Dr. Wesley, his expression a mix of genuine shock and mild horror, protesting that he's merely a surgeon, utterly unqualified to lead a virology research team of this magnitude, which, to be fair, is a pretty significant leap. Dr. Wesley just smiles confidently, his eyes twinkling, as he assures our guy that his unique blend of knowledge and unwavering dedication makes him the perfect candidate to spearhead their revolutionary efforts, probably because he's the only one crazy enough to try. Our guy finally accepts the daunting leadership role, a quiet determination settling over him as he acknowledges that, above all else, their research's ultimate goal is simply to save as many lives as humanly possible, because, no pressure. Years fly by in a blur, marked by the gentle descent of autumn leaves, as the reborn surgeon's fame skyrockets, his days a relentless whirlwind of managing a bustling hospital and spearheading cutting-edge research, because apparently he found a time-turner. He sits on a park bench, a rare moment of peace, his face softening with paternal love as he talks into his phone about his sleeping son, marveling at how quickly the little guy is growing, which happens when you're busy saving the world. Tender image flashes, showing him cradling baby Junti alongside his wife, Lee Himi, a silent testament to the deep, precious bond they share. A family built on love and quiet joy, because even world savers need a happy home. Then time seems to stop as he freezes, recognizing a voice from a lifetime ago, and Lee Yonhee, his ex-wife, calls out his name, instantly pulling him back into a past he thought he'd outrun, because plot twists never take a day off. Lee Yonhee, marveling at the cosmic coincidence, expresses her absolute disbelief at their unexpected reunion, while our guy struggles to process seeing the woman he once married standing right in front of him again, probably wondering if he accidentally time-traveled back. They sit side by side, the city's skyline a silent witness to their awkward, yet undeniably poignant, exchange of simple questions about each other's lives, trying to bridge the chasm of years and changes, because nothing says catch up like an unexpected park bench reunion. But the awkward silence is cooked, because Hwang Moonjin is about to have his brain fried. Our guy's face freezes mid-conversation, like he just bit into a lemon, because the sound of a single name, Sangmin, cuts through him with all the precision of a dull scalpel, echoing an old timeline he thought he'd outrun. A chilling flashback hits him next, like someone just hit the reset button on his trauma, showing the old tormentor holding a knife to Yonhee, a dark reminder of the violent past he's desperately trying to rewrite for everyone involved. The news of Sangmin's release leaves him absolutely stunned. His mouth hangs slightly agape, like he's trying to catch flies, completely blindsided that this ghost from his past could possibly be walking free again. They both just sit there on a park bench, the weight of this grim update settling between them like a lead blanket. A silence so thick you could carve it with a butter knife as our guy tries to make sense of this whole new complication. He stares ahead into the middle distance, lost in a 1,000-yard stare as colorful autumn leaves drift down around him like tiny, sad secrets, trying to mentally sort through all the chaos like a particularly difficult Sudoku puzzle. Yonhee then gets up and walks away down the path, offering a small wave goodbye as if they just chatted about the weather, not about a dangerous dude being back on the streets, leaving a strange chill in the air. Then this man finally turns and starts walking in the opposite direction, the distance between them growing with every step, symbolizing the chasm between their pasts and whatever fresh hell awaits them both. Meanwhile, in an operating room at St. Joseph Hospital, our guy is completely dialed in, sporting full surgical gear and an intensity that could sterilize the room twice over. He's absolutely in his element, carving out a new future, literally. Scientists around him are practically doing backflips as data charts flash a dramatic drop in fatality rates, proving his genius, but he just takes it all in stride, like he expected nothing less. He even finds himself shaking hands with a high-ranking official, accepting accolades for being the savior of Africa, which is quite the career glow-up from where we started, frankly. Then this reborn surgeon listens humbly as the chatter around him is all about his Nobel candidacy, probably wondering if they make an award for least likely to expect this kind of global hero treatment, while handling the praise like a seasoned pro. Next, he's sitting in a swanky, modern office, looking out the window at the bustling city below, while someone asks him about his future plans, and he looks like he's contemplating whether to buy a yacht or just go home and take a nap. But our guy, with a renewed look of determination, declares his intention to prioritize his family, choosing the simple joy of connection over endless professional glory, making the kind of choice most people only dream about getting to make. Back in Korea in a hospital room, his grandfather lies in bed, looking fragile but still full of love, telling his granddaughter not to cry and thanking our guy, a moment of profound sadness and quiet dignity. The heart monitor flatlines, a stark, final sound, as the family stands around the bed, holding hands tightly, united in their grief, a poignant reminder of life's brief run. He looks intently at his parents' faces, noticing the deep wrinkles and the way age has etched itself onto them, a silent testament to the years he's missed while being a globetrotting miracle worker. Fast forward to his U.S. apartment, where cardboard boxes are stacked near the window, a clear sign that he's packing up for a permanent move. It looks like he's finally sending out all the important packages, and himself with them. He's saying goodbye to his emotional colleagues, who are practically clinging to his legs and begging him not to go, as if he's abandoning them in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Then David, our guy's loyal colleague, suddenly appears in the doorframe, catching him just before he can make his final exit, there for one last interruption before the big departure. The two men shake hands firmly, a tight grip that conveys all their unspoken gratitude and camaraderie from working together, marking the end of an era with way more feeling than your typical office farewell. David, with genuine sincerity, tells him how much his dedication has inspired him as a doctor, a true testament to the legacy this man leaves behind, because apparently, even when he's leaving, he's still teaching. But Jin-hyun is about to find out that being the GOAT is totally mid out here. Our guy steps into Deal Hospital, feeling the weight of stairs, and immediately blurts out he's uncomfortable with the treatment, like he's suddenly allergic to respect or something. A familiar face, Kang Min-chul, beams at his return, his happiness almost enough to make this reborn surgeon crack a genuine smile. But our guy's face sours as Min-chul calls him chairman, an honorific he quickly tries to bat away like a pesky fly, really just wanting to be a doctor, not some suit-pushing papers. In a formal office, surrounded by an impressive floral arrangement that probably cost more than his old car, Chairman Lee Jung throws his hands up in exasperation, declaring that this man is their only hope since even his ex-wife, Himi, refused to help out. The chairman then gets right in his face, grabbing his shoulders with the intensity of a man whose stock portfolio just crashed, insisting that if our guy doesn't take the helm, the whole hospital is going down. He stammers, trying to argue for a simple life of surgical precision, but the suits around him quickly promise that all the boring management stuff will be handled by other people, basically offering him a golden cage. Down the hospital corridor, a friendly face, Hwang Moonjin, spots our guy and practically bounces over, waving his arms like he just won the lottery. Turns out, some things never change. Moonjin's grin is infectious as he calls out Jin-hyun's name, his voice echoing through the sterile hallways, almost making the new chairman forget his current administrative woes. The two doctors finally meet, and his friend wastes no time in pointing out how long it's been since the wedding, making the surgical hermit sigh about being married and a dad. He flashes back to his wedding photo with Himi, the image a stark reminder of how much his life has changed, now with a tiny human who calls him dad and all the weight that implies. Moonjin, ever the joker, teases him about being called Mr. Chairman, a title that makes our guy physically cringe as he warns his friend not to mess around. A deep sigh escapes the reborn surgeon as he laments how much everything has shifted since his second chance at life, thinking this chairman gig might just be his biggest mistake yet. We see quick cuts of him in various hospital settings, masked in the operating room, hunched over his desk, still treating patients, but his true passion is still getting his hands dirty, not pushing papers. In the operating room, his surgical mask can't hide the intensity in his eyes as he reflects on his identity, truly believing he's not a real doctor unless he's actively involved in patient care. And here he is at his desk, burning the midnight oil like a resident fresh out of med school, even though he's technically a big-shot chairman, practically a vampire at this point. His phone buzzes on the desk, and he picks it up, a weary, "Hey, honey," escaping his lips, his voice sounding tired like he's been awake for 3 days straight performing brain surgery with a butter knife. Himi's voice on the other end is laced with concern, asking if he'll be late again, and he can only offer a weak apology before she drops the bombshell. Their son wants to see him, and tomorrow's his birthday. He quickly promises to tackle everything today, a mad dash against the clock so he can actually go home early for once. And Himi wishes him luck and says goodbye, probably knowing early for him means before sunrise. Slumped in his chair, our guy lets out a long, drawn-out sigh that could inflate a hot air balloon, lamenting that he came back to be a good son, husband, and dad. But he's pretty sure he's just going to die from overwork first. Suddenly, a voice pipes up from behind him, asking for a quick consultation, and he turns to see Lee Yonhee, his ex-wife, acknowledging her with a respectful Yonhee SSI, the formality a thin veil over their complicated past. She gets straight to the point, revealing that someone she knows has liver cancer, and she needs his medical wisdom, his expression shifting from weary to serious as the doctor in him immediately kicks into gear. He suggests they move to his office, a more private space for such a sensitive discussion, and the head nurse apologizes for interrupting his obviously packed schedule, probably feeling a little guilty for adding to his already overflowing plate. Seated across from each other, Yonhee launches into the details of the tumor, a 5 cm beast with no immediate signs of spreading, her medical knowledge proving quite impressive. But then she drops the truly grim news. The tumor is nestled right against the aorta, making surgery incredibly risky, with chemotherapy not being a great option either, leaving them in a seemingly impossible bind. He thinks to himself that her medical insight is surprisingly sharp, then realizes that her years in the surgery ward have turned her into a veritable medical encyclopedia. She's practically a medical marvel in her own right. Given her deep understanding, he states the obvious. Surgery is the only path forward, however perilous, then throws the question back at her, asking if she truly believes it's even possible. He asks for the patient's CT scan, and Yonhee quickly produces it, handing it over with a simple "here," a small but significant act that could determine life or death. He takes the films, his expression grave, stating he can make a decision once he's had a proper look, knowing he needs more than just a quick glance at the printed images of the tumor. He then moves to the computer, his fingers flying across the mouse, getting a better, more detailed look at the digital scans, switching from old-school film to high-tech imaging. Yonhee, standing just behind him, asks softly if it's going to be difficult, her voice filled with a quiet dread, and he looks at the screen, then back at her, confirming with a heavy heart that yes, this will be far from easy. Her eyes sadden, a quiet "I see," escaping her lips, the realization of the immense challenge washing over her in a painful moment. She thinks to herself that if even a surgical prodigy like him declares it impossible, then no one else in the world stands a chance, as his hands clench into tight fists, a silent battle raging within him. His internal monologue echoes his profound regret. In both this life and the one before, he's never truly done anything good for Yonhee, a heavy burden from a past he can't quite escape. He turns to her, a determined look on his face, telling her that if there's even the slightest glimmer of hope, it's his duty to try, even if it might even be impossible, because he's not one to back down from a challenge, especially when it comes to someone he deeply regrets failing. A tender memory of holding his son, Junti, with Himi flashes through his mind as he reflects on his past selfishness, how he always used being busy as an excuse to neglect the people closest to him. In a dark, somber panel, his inner thoughts lay bare. "I loved you until now," a heartbreaking confession, a silent acknowledgement of the feelings he buried deep. He admits his deep regret for never having done anything truly great for her, and then delivers another dose of grim reality. The surgery itself is incredibly risky, with a high chance of death even if they pull it off. Yonhee, her profile a mix of resignation and hope, processes his words, realizing that without surgery, the patient will die anyway, and then asks the pivotal question: could the chairman himself lead the surgery? She faces him fully, her expression a mix of desperate hope and quiet pleading, waiting for his answer as the fate of her acquaintance, and perhaps a piece of her own past, hangs in the balance. He offers a confident smile, agreeing to schedule the surgery after seeing the patient, telling her to register them under his name for direct visits, a clear sign that the doctor in him has finally taken over from the reluctant chairman. But that piece is mid as hell, so he goes to watch his kid Lee Junti instead. Lee Himi bursts through the door, eyes wide, asking her husband what he's doing there, like she's walked in on a surprise party that's definitely not a party. Our guy's face lights up like he's found the last slice of pizza, thinking he's just taking a look at their handsome boy's face, almost as if he's auditing his own reflection for a job interview. Later, his wife strikes a confident pose, almost like a fashion model surrounded by imaginary roses, happily declaring her weekend plans, while he reassures her from bed that their son is actually doing fine at school, trying to smooth over any lingering worries like a well-worn bedspread. At night, the empty study, illuminated only by a soft lamp reflecting off stacked books, seems to hum with unspoken questions as an unseen narrative voice gently probes, asking the doctor if something happened, sensing a disturbance in his carefully constructed calm. Lying in bed, this man stares at the ceiling, claiming exhaustion, a classic move to deflect any deeper inquiries. But his wife watches him with a familiar skepticism, probably calculating how many hours he's actually slept versus the amount of existential dread he's been stewing in. Then he calls out her name, with a weight that could sink a small rowboat, signaling that this isn't just about being a bit tired, the kind of pregnant pause that usually precedes either a confession or a poorly timed karaoke rendition. Her expression shifts to curiosity as he reveals he has somewhere to be during the weekend, a secret appointment hanging in the air like a poorly veiled surprise party. When she asks where he's headed, our doctor simply replies, "Seeing a patient," with eyes cast downwards as if searching for lost keys. It's the most evasive yet technically accurate answer a doctor could give, like telling a toddler you're going to do grown-up things. Lihimi responds by hugging him tightly, whispering words of good luck, offering unconditional support like a sturdy emotional anchor, while he remains silent, burdened by a secret that feels heavier than a lead apron in an X-ray room. The scene shifts to the stark exterior of Haiwan Psychiatric Hospital, a building that looks less like a place of healing and more like a forgotten prison, described by the narration as a place for abandoned mentally ill patients, echoing the grim reality of those left behind. Inside, a staff member raises a warning finger, detailing the facility's grim reality. These are abandoned, hopeless cases, the kind of welcome briefing that usually precedes a mandatory corporate compliance video, only far more depressing. Our protagonist follows the staff member up concrete stairs, a broken elevator sign mocking their ascent, noting the hospital seems weathered and wondering silently if there are even any patients left, or if he stumbled into some kind of medical ghost town. He pauses in the quiet stairwell to ask if there have been any problems with the specific patient he's meeting today, his voice a low inquiry against the oppressive silence, the kind of question you ask when you expect the answer to be, yes, always. They arrive at a door bearing the nameplate Lee SANGMIN 419, the name hanging in the air like a discordant chord, with the air practically crackling with the unspoken history between this doctor and the name on the door. A hand turns a key in the lock as the staff member states they'll be back in 5 minutes, leaving him standing alone before the threshold of a past he desperately tried to outrun, like leaving a man alone with a ticking time bomb and a vague promise of return. The staff member walks away, leaving our guy rigid in the hallway, his posture almost a physical manifestation of his internal conflict, looking like a statue carved from pure apprehension, perhaps with a slight tremble in the chin. A low-angle shot of his polished black dress shoes reveals his feet are absolutely unwilling to move, cemented to the tile by a sudden surge of negative memories. It's less a medical visit and more a full-body psychological resistance. However, his hand slowly reaches for the door handle, a testament to his determination to push past the ghost of his past life. It's like watching someone reluctantly reach for a plate of Brussels sprouts, knowing they have to do it. The door swings open into darkness as he declares that those memories are in the past, firmly stepping into professional mode. He's here as a doctor, not as a victim of his former life, though the air still feels thick with old grudges. Inside, Lee Sangmin lies peacefully asleep, utterly unaware of the storm brewing outside his door, probably dreaming of fluffy clouds and pleasant naps, completely oblivious to the man who's about to revisit his deepest nightmares. Our doctor stands over the covered body, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is this?" As if he'd stumbled upon a forgotten relic from a life he tried to erase, the sight alone enough to trigger a full-blown existential crisis. His fist clenches, a wave of remembrance washing over him as he finally connects the dots. The man he despised all those years, the source of so much pain, is right there. It's less a patient encounter and more a forced reunion with his personal supervillain. He calmly explains that the man's liver cancer will kill him without surgery, but a full recovery is possible if operated on immediately. The kind of detached medical briefing usually reserved for patients he doesn't have a centuries-old vendetta against. As a doctor, he states, he would like his old tormentor to receive the surgery, delivering the recommendation with the solemnity of a judge passing sentence. He's doing his job, even if his inner monologue is screaming, just let him buy the farm already. He attempts objectivity, framing his suggestion as one that disregards any personal bias, a professional facade so tight it could probably deflect small arms fire, the ultimate poker face, hiding a lifetime of resentment under a veneer of medical ethics. The brutal truth then surfaces. His honest opinion was that he didn't want to treat him, A raw confession, the kind of thought that usually gets buried under a mountain of professional decorum, now exposed for all to see. He affirms the universal right to treatment and a doctor's sacred duty to save lives, reciting the medical oath like a grim priest delivering a eulogy. It's all very noble, if not for the fact that every fiber of his being is probably screaming in protest. Standing at the foot of the bed, he declares that they will operate regardless of any refusal, a medical mandate that brooks no argument. It's less a question of consent and more a declaration of, we're doing this, whether you like it or not. The patient lies still, offering no refusal, granting doctors a brief window to proceed. It's like getting a silent okay from a cat before administering medicine, technically compliance but devoid of enthusiasm. Our doctor lets out a resigned sigh, accepting the heavy burden of operating on his enemy, his face etched with a weary determination. It's not a triumph, it's just Tuesday, but with a whole lot more emotional baggage. He lies there, eyes closed, like he's just won the world's most exhausting nap contest. But the silence is louder than a library full of whispered secrets. He's thinking hard, probably plotting his next big move. Inside, surgeons prepare, as the text explains that guardian consent is needed for a non-communicating patient, and the irony then hits harder than a defibrillator paddle. So here's the kicker. This dude's supposed to be locked up forever, but hey, as long as the cops watch the surgery, it's all good, legally speaking, of course. His hands move mechanically to tie his surgical gown strings, his thoughts firmly focused on putting aside all useless distractions, entering the surgical zone mentally, shutting down the emotional noise like a seasoned professional, or perhaps a very stressed robot. A bright surgical light blazes on, and the announcement of a harmonic scalpel rings out, signaling the commencement of a procedure fraught with personal demons. It's less a surgery and more an exorcism of lingering grudges. Monitors display erratic vital signs as he shouts orders to administer norepinephrine immediately, the pressure mounting like a badly inflated blood pressure cuff, with a team member confirming renal replacement therapy preparation, underscoring the critical state of affairs. The EKG monitor shows increasingly erratic vitals, confirming that this surgery is anything but easy. The team gathers around the operative field as the text describes vitals dropping like a candle about to gutter out, the Bovie tool actively working its magic. The operative field is a bloody tableau, 4 hands working with silent, intense focus, completely devoid of distraction. It's a dance of precision where every move determines life or death, or at least the very awkward aftermath of saving his enemy. The surgical team looks up at him with praise, declaring, "Great work, Chairman," as he calmly orders them to finish up, directing the final steps with the detached authority of a maestro conducting a very gory symphony. He walks away, the team thinking he's amazing as usual for succeeding in such a difficult surgery, a testament to his undeniable skill, accepting the praise modestly, moving on as if he hadn't just performed a miracle on his living nightmare. But that professional cool won't stop the recovery process from getting weird fast. The doctors nod, pleased with Lee Sangman's progress, even saying he can be discharged in a few days, like he's leveling up in some medical RPG. A glimpse of the patient's arm, marked by the ever-present IV drip, rests against the cool blue sheets, a quiet recovery, perhaps a temporary pause in life's usual chaos. The red-haired doctor stands by the bedside, overseeing his patient who is nestled under a blanket, his blonde hair a stark contrast to the blue fabric. The camera lingers on the sleeping patient's face, features softened in peaceful slumber, utterly unaware of the doctor's watchful presence or the inner turmoil brewing in his mind. The hospital room, now bright with daytime sun streaming through large windows, seems almost serene, a tranquil setting for what is implied to be the final day of our guy's stay. The red-haired doctor, still clad in his white coat, announces to his patient that everything's looking good and he'll be discharged tomorrow, a perfectly normal medical pronouncement. He leans in slightly, reassuring the patient that recurrence isn't something to worry about, delivering his lines with the practiced ease of a seasoned medical professional. But in a shot of him standing with his back to the patient, his internal monologue reveals a certain detachment, an autopiloting of the explanation, because all doctors must, apparently. His hand reaches for the cold metal door handle, signaling his imminent departure, wrapping up another standard patient interaction. Then from the seemingly placid patient, a quiet thanks floats through the air, catching the doctor completely off guard and leaving him wide-eyed in genuine shock. Our man stands frozen, his white coat perfectly still, as he processes this unexpected gratitude from a patient he thought was entirely unresponsive. His face turns sideways, eyes still wide, a what? Thought bubble hovering above his head as he tries to make sense of what just happened. The doctor's gaze intensifies, fixed on the patient, a silent tension crackling in the air as he tries to discern if he truly heard what he thought he did. He then decides he must have misheard, perhaps a trick of the mind, and simply walks away, clipboard in hand, dismissing the moment as a figment of his tired imagination. Standing alone in the hospital hallway, the doctor utters a final "take care" into the empty space, a quiet farewell to a patient whose brief acknowledgement left him profoundly rattled. 3 years later, our doctor is in a hospital lounge, watching the news. As time has passed and silence has settled, though not all wounds have healed, the television screen displays a news anchor with footage of a massive fire, showing what life has been like for everyone else. Text box appears, revealing the news is about a fire at Haiwan Asylum, the very place where our guy had been admitted, causing a ripple of realization in our old doctor. He stands among his colleagues, everyone discussing the tragedy with worried expressions, a shared sense of dread hanging heavy in the air, a common scene in the ER. The news covers the tragedy for weeks, showing the exterior of the asylum building consumed by orange flames, screams echoing, but the doctor barely notices, too busy saving lives, you know. Our guy's mind wanders again, admitting he doesn't want to dig deeper into the mess, like avoiding a tricky level in a game you're not ready for yet, as panic ensues on the stairs with figures tumbling. Patients shove past each other in a red-tinted haze of smoke and fire, screams of "stop pushing," unheard as the blond man sweats and pants heavily, caught in the stampede. While some patients desperately climb ladders and escape through windows, others below pant in exhaustion, with our guy yelling to coordinate their escape, a true leader of the chaos. In a dramatic shot, the blonde figure falls backward down a firelit staircase, his hands reaching for the rail in a desperate attempt to regain his footing, a last-ditch effort. He lies on the ground, coughing, asking if everyone's okay, then yelling at others to flee the worsening fire, before a close-up of his eye reflecting the flames reveals his acceptance of fate, a chilling calm. His voice cracks under the strain, having done all he can, now just a human fire alarm counting down to the inevitable, coughs like a broken record, resigned to his fate in the darkness with spark embers. So this is the end. Flames lick at our guy's heels like a hellish game of hot potato. His voice cracks again, but nobody's listening anymore, as he sees a childhood memory of holding his mother's hand. His mother lifts young Sangmin into the bright sky, a tender moment where she wishes they could stay like this forever, just the two of them, floating without a care in the world. Our guy points out the town under the blue sky, asking, "Mom's hometown, isn't it great?" Like it's the most exciting place ever, but you can see the moment when reality hits, fading to black sparkles with a whispered, "Mother." He tosses the kid in the air like he's launching a human kite, thinking, "We should just live here forever." Like this spot is the ultimate vacation resort, but reality's about to crash the party as the family prepares to depart. Back in the present, our guy lies motionless on the burning floor, mentally labeling his existence as a living hell, a raw, desperate acceptance of his dire situation. A close-up of his agonized face reveals him promising, "I will be there soon," followed by a starry cosmos with floating embers and another whispered, "Mother," as his soul seems to ascend, aiming for a family reunion. The cosmos stretches out, endless and deep, and a white box pops up, reading "Mother," like a cosmic text message, kinda urgent, as his body floats inverted in the void. The universe whispers back, "A sinful soul," like a cosmic ding-dong calling out our guy's past sins, as a purple-haired spirit woman materializes with a divine glow, announcing punishment concluded. Glowing text circles declare why he must live under a curse. His sins atone not by death, but by life, as the man's serene face tilts upward, accepting this strange sentence, a new kind of prison. The spirit's intense eyes close, as the text explains that a tainted soul now has a chance at a clean slate, a divine act of mercy, or maybe just a really confusing cosmic bureaucracy. The spirit gently holds the hand of child Sangmin, enveloped in flowing fabric, as she imparts a crucial lesson. The lives of others hold immense value, a memo he clearly missed before. She hovers in her flowing robes, clarifying that this isn't an opportunity in the usual sense, her finger pointing imperatively at a closed-eyed our guy, emphasizing this is a command, not an invitation to a tea party. A sequence of glowing text bubbles demands he live, to atone for the rest of his life, as a massive vertical beam of light descends, energy crackling, forcing life back into his body. The beam forces life back into our guy, making him breathe again, scorched but alive, as he stares at the firelit ceiling within a dream, thought bubble, realizing, "Am I alive?" But before Hwang Moonjin gets too comfy, the camera pans to a situation absolutely cooked beyond repair. Our hero, Jung, flashes back to the ultimate flex of marital bliss, posing for a picture with Lee Himi, both looking like they just won the happiness lottery, which honestly is the only way to pose for a wedding photo. Suddenly, reality hits with all the grace of a brick to the head when Lee Junti starts shaking him awake, trying to pry his dad from the sweet embrace of his blanket cocoon. Our guy just mumbles about needing 10 more minutes, probably dreaming of all the money he could make if sleep were a viable investment strategy for his future megacorp. Then, in a fit of pure panic, he realizes the horror of the situation. The day of reckoning for family events has arrived, and he's still in bed, looking like a forgotten potato. Meanwhile, the domestic scene is already a disaster, with his wife in the kitchen, utterly flummoxed by a whole avocado, wondering why her knife can't slice through what is clearly not a rock. Both father and son peer into the kitchen, their faces frozen in pure, unadulterated terror at the sight of her cooking ability zero, in action, like witnessing a horror movie unfold in slow motion. The young man, bless his heart, is trying his best, but the meat he's cooking has decided to turn a rather unsettling shade of purple, which is definitely not a good sign for dinner, unless they're aiming for an abstract art piece. This man, ever the professional problem solver, calmly steps in, taking over the pot to prevent a full-blown culinary catastrophe, and probably save everyone from a trip to the emergency room. With the cooking crisis averted, the whole family sits around the dining table, enjoying the fruits of his labor, pretending like the purple meat incident never even happened, because some things are best left unspoken. Later, his wife floats the idea of Junti joining his dad on next week's volunteer work, probably hoping for some good father-son bonding that doesn't involve emergency cooking or medical interventions. Our chairman confirms his schedule, which, as a hospital bigwig, apparently includes rural volunteering, because even power players need a little philanthropy in their lives, or at least the appearance of it. He agrees to the plan, probably already mentally calculating how many good PR points this volunteer trip will rack up for Deal Hospital, because a good deed is even better with a solid spreadsheet. On a boat enjoying the picturesque sea view, he leans on the railing, smiling contentedly, probably thinking about how he single-handedly saved dinner, and now he's off to save the world, one small town at a time. Friend greets him, immediately asking about his kid, because apparently even at sea, dad jokes and parental inquiries are mandatory, like a pop quiz you never studied for. His pal tries to claim he only started studying because our hero was such an inspiration, clearly buttering him up for something, or maybe just feeling nostalgic for his own glory days, which probably involved less studying. Then with a sly wink, the friend reveals he's already brought some drinks, proving that some things never change, even when you're an adult and on a boat, because priorities are priorities. From a bird's eye view, you can see the friend triumphantly pulling out a vintage whiskey bottle, probably an antique that cost more than the boat they're on, a liquid investment. Back on land in a small clinic, an elderly patient describes her symptoms to the doctor, probably hoping for a quick fix for whatever's been bugging her, like a particularly stubborn pop-up ad. Our protagonist, ever the medical expert, quickly diagnoses her with possible reflux or an ulcer, because sometimes even the most complex problems have simple explanations if you just know what to look for. He gives his son a proud pat on the head, probably for enduring the medical consultation without complaining, a rare feat for any kid who'd rather be anywhere else. Later that night, with Junti sound asleep on a floor mat, our guy decides to take a solo stroll down a path, probably needing some quiet time after a long day of heroics and amateur diagnosing. He gazes at the moonlit waves, flashlight in hand, appreciating the serene night view of the island, soaking in the peace and quiet that's about to be thoroughly interrupted. His flashlight beam cuts through the darkness, landing on a shadowy, abandoned-looking house, which probably means trouble, because when does an abandoned house ever mean good news or free snacks? Suddenly, a pair of feet step into the light, causing our guy to gasp in sheer terror, realizing he's not alone in the spooky night, a moment that definitely requires a fresh pair of pants. He fumbles with his flashlight, nervously apologizing to the ominous silhouette, probably wishing he had stayed in bed with his son, where the only monsters were imaginary. Then the mysterious resident asks if he lives there, revealing a shocking close-up of severe burn scars, and for a moment, the stranger looks strangely familiar, like a bad dream you can't quite shake. That interaction was straight cooked, so our guy dipped to secure some aura points with Lee Junti. Our guy's dad sits there, looking relieved as he holds a blood pressure cuff on an elderly patient's arm. He'd been stressing about hospitals forever, but with his son here, it feels like finding the remote after searching the whole house. He then gently kneels by the elderly woman, carefully taking her vitals, his movements reassuring as he continues the checkup. A warm smile spreads across his face, praising her self-care habits, which makes her laugh comfortably, clearly at ease with the young doctor. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, he walks with his old man and the question hangs in the air. How was the volunteering work anyway? The young doctor blushes, a tiny sweat drop appearing on his temple, as he admits the work feels fulfilling and was a good experience, probably still not used to actual human connection. Kim Junti, the dedicated volunteer doctor, looks at his son, starting to ask about his motivations for choosing medicine, a serious question for such a momentous decision. The elder thinks deeply, reflecting on his own path, realizing he never steered our guy into medicine, knowing how difficult a doctor's life truly was, though it all seems to have worked out. Lee Junti looks emotional, his eyes filled with admiration as he starts to speak earnestly, confessing he wants to live the same life his father is living now. Kim Junti has an emotional realization as his son expresses admiration, making him think about the great life he has led, despite all the challenges the job threw at him. Later, they find themselves in a humble island home, sitting on the floor beside an elderly male patient who lies on a mat, as our guide prepares to inspect him. He leans over the patient, his brow furrowed with concern as he carefully inspects an injury site, his mind already assessing the situation, like a surgeon on his first cup of coffee. The elderly patient mentions a mysterious island doctor who helped him previously, a detail that catches our guy off guard. He reacts with shocked realization, surprised there's another medical practitioner on this tiny, remote island, raising his eyebrows in disbelief. As he palpates the wound area on the patient's abdomen, he hears the patient mention the island doctor is from the eastern shore, and a connection clicks in his mind, like two Lego bricks finally finding each other. Our guy's eyes widen. The island doctor stands there, white hair and scars, like a haunted library book, making him wonder if this doc has been around since medieval times. Back in the present, he gently presses on the patient's hip wound, which has been remarkably cleaned, while the patient praises the island doctor's generosity and pro bono work, and our guy files away that useful info. Under the orange sunset sky, he ponders the impeccable quality of the wound care, wondering about the identity of this skilled yet elusive doctor. Suddenly, Hwang Moonjin, his colleague, appears pale and covered in cold sweat, clutching his stomach and looking very much like he's about to faint after eating some bad street food. Our guy scolds the other doctor for being so sick, explaining their vacation is extended and he's saving their fancy Ballantine liquor for a better time, much to his friend's chagrin, who just wants a drink right now. Hwang Moonjin laments loudly about all the prepared drinks going to waste, but the young doctor firmly rejects the idea of drinking and sends his complaining friend off, like a parent sending their kid to bed. The next morning, he watches from the dock as the vessel sails away on the blue sea, carrying the colleague and the rest of the staff off the island, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Then he discovers a hidden bottle of liquor, a winking Hwang Moonjin appearing in a thought bubble, prompting an internal debate on whether to save it or just drink it alone, like a tiny angel and devil arguing on his shoulders. Grinning broadly against the backdrop of the sea, he experiences a moment of simple happiness, reflecting on his father's joy, but a sudden wariness washes over his face, as if he just remembered he left the stove on. While standing in the water, holding a cloth, he spots the island doctor from behind, and a sudden hostile antipathy washes over him, creating a distrustful narrowing of his eyes, like he's watching a rival chef. He tries to analyze this gut feeling, a weird familiarity mixed with an instinct to avoid this person, all while nervously watching the island doctor walk down an alley, like a cat watching a bigger cat. Sweating nervously, he dismisses the problem with a nervous laugh, claiming it's nothing, resolving to forget it since he's leaving tomorrow, just as rain begins to fall, washing away his plans. Later that night, a thunderstorm rages, lightning strikes illuminating the dark sky, and Lee Junti bolts upright in bed, eyes wide with terror, startled awake by the storm's fury, like a cat hearing a vacuum cleaner. He stares out the window at the relentless rain, realizing with alarm that the boat can't move, and the storm's worsening conditions mean no one can do anything for days, stranding them all. Figures in raincoats appear with worried expressions as an internal monologue about hospital work piling up gives way to a desperate shout that cuts through the rain. "Doctor!" Our guy, now in a hooded coat, dons a serious expression as a messenger cries out that an elder has been severely hurt in an accident, begging him to come quickly through the pouring rain, as if he's the last hope in a zombie apocalypse. He faces the dilemma of an urgent patient on an equipment-less island, realizing the full scope of this disaster. He has to operate with almost nothing, like trying to fix a spaceship with a paperclip. Family members scream, "Doctor!" in anguish, their pleas cutting through the chaos as he performs a rapid triage assessment, his focused face already diagnosing the situation with grim precision. The injured elder lies in a pool of blood, his abdomen exposed, revealing damage to the large and small intestines, a critical injury that needs immediate attention and certainly not a wait-and-see approach. He formulates a surgical plan in his head, calculating the procedure needed for an improvised surgery, even as the family pleads for a city transfer, only to be told rescue is impossible due to the severe storm, trapping them all. Tears well in his eyes as he hears about the rescue delay, realizing the patient won't last long due to bleeding, forcing him to commit to performing the solo operation, like a chef who suddenly has to bake a wedding cake. He strategically reasons about buying time until the storm passes, realizing his volunteering tools offer a slim chance, but then a chilling but looms as he faces the family, knowing what he has to tell them. The cruel reality hits. He doesn't have enough hands to perform the surgery alone, despite his skill, even as the patient's son grabs his sleeve, begging him to save his father, putting all the pressure on him. A desperate prayer escapes his lips. If there is just one more person. As he stares into the darkness, clinging to hope, a lightning bolt striking through the storm clouds outside, as if answering his plea. Just then a hand pushes open the door in the heavy rain, and an announcement rings out. "We brought another doctor." The island doctor arriving dramatically to help, like a superhero making an entrance. Lee Junti's face is frozen in shock, exclamation marks signifying his stunned silence as the island doctor, this place's only other physician, stands revealed in the doorway, rain dripping from his figure, just in time. But after a long, painful silence, the sky opens up and our guy gets fully cooked. The rain's just coming down in sheets on this isolated island, making a grim situation even worse as Kim Chulwoo glares at the only available doctor for miles. He just can't shake the feeling this man, Lee Junti, is someone from a past he'd rather forget, a ghost from an old wound that never quite healed. Our seasoned surgeon internally rails against the universe, wondering why this particular person, this dude he dislikes so intensely, has to be the one on call right now. The thought of entrusting a patient's life to him gnaws at his professional conscience, a bitter pill to swallow when every second counts. Back in the makeshift operating room, tarps are hastily hung to create some semblance of sterility. But the real storm is brewing in our guy's head as he prepares for surgery, shooting a worried glance at the other man, silently questioning every decision that led him to this dubious partnership. As he makes the incision, searching for the source of bleeding, the sheer severity of the patient's wounds and the abysmal conditions make him despair. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack blindfolded. But then, almost magically, his assistant steps in, providing exactly the insight and precision needed, practically giving him the vision to proceed. This dude anticipates every need, handing over tools with timing so perfect it feels telepathic, leaving our guy stammering a thank you as he realizes the life-or-death tightrope they're walking. And the sheer audacity of the man's skill is both a blessing and a deeply unsettling mystery. The skilled surgeon can't help but marvel at the seamless coordination, an assistant so profound it means his partner truly understands every twist and turn of the operation. So he locks an intense stare on the man's back, a nagging suspicion about his true identity starting to claw at the edges of his concentration. Our surgeon's mind briefly wanders, caught in the undertow of recognition, as he stares at the back of the other man's head, an almost whispered question forming in his thoughts. Is he? But the patient's life hangs in the balance, so he forcibly yanks his thoughts back to the present, focusing on the surgical tray and the critical task at hand. There's just no room for personal history in this operating theater. With the bleeding finally stemmed, the patient rests safely, a sigh of relief almost audible in the makeshift room as his partner quietly slips away. The emergency is over, but the questions in our guy's mind are just beginning. Our protagonist reaches out, grasping the other doctor's hand in a heartfelt thanks, acknowledging the impossible feat they've just pulled off together, because this absolutely wouldn't have happened without this unexpected and rather inconvenient collaboration. The next morning, under skies that are finally clearing, a rescue helicopter lifts off, ferrying the patient to a proper hospital. The island's temporary crisis is over, leaving behind a profound sense of relief. Later, our guy finally allows himself to relax, sitting beside his sleeping son, the tension from the night before slowly draining from his shoulders. For a moment, the world feels almost normal again. But as night falls again, he finds himself restless and unable to sleep, pondering the idea of returning home. The calm of the island is deceptive, because his mind is anything but settled. So he grabs a cooler and sets out under the dark sky, a lone figure walking along a path to nowhere, hoping a drink or two might finally grant him some peace. Sometimes, a quiet night and a stiff drink are the only cures for a racing mind, apparently. He spots his assistant standing by a doorway, back turned, and a painful memory flashes through his mind. What was once a friendship has morphed into something tangled and complicated, easily the worst relationship he's ever had. Our guy stands alone against the breathtaking backdrop of the starry sky, a vast canvas that seems to mock his inner turmoil. The universe is putting on a show, but all he can focus on is the ghost of his past. He eventually settles on the sand, alone with his thoughts, staring out at the expansive ocean, only to be joined by his surgical partner, the two men sitting in silent communion, both lost in their own worlds. He observes his companion, whose melancholic profile is etched against the darkness, a quiet sorrow hanging around him. The question that's been bubbling under the surface now threatens to spill out. Sitting side by side, an almost palpable silence between them, he debates with himself whether to ask the question that has been haunting him. Could it really be you? Deciding that a little liquid courage might help, he opens his cooler and starts pouring drinks, rationalizing that some conversation might finally clear the air. What else could he do? Just stare at the stars all night like some kind of weirdo. He extends a glass to his silent companion, offering not just a drink, but perhaps an olive branch, a moment of truce to accept the present, no matter how uncomfortable it might feel. To his surprise, the other doctor accepts the drink without hesitation, making him wonder if the man's quiet demeanor was just a fraud. He half expected a rejection, but instead, he got a nod of acceptance. They share a quiet moment, his companion admitting he only partakes a little, his voice rough and unfamiliar to our surgeon. He mentions a preference for the brand, and suddenly a memory flickers through our guy's mind, a scene of them drinking together years ago. The man's voice, gravelly and low, stirs a powerful memory in him, of a past life, a different time when the two of them shared drinks and laughter. It's a brand he's known since then, a taste from another life. A vivid flashback engulfs our surgeon, a scene of them, younger and happier, eating and drinking together. It's a stark contrast to their current tense silence, and the urge to ask if this is truly the person from his past almost overwhelms him. Back on the beach, he swallows the question burning on his tongue, deciding against asking if the man beside him is who he thinks he is. Some truths, he realizes, are best left unspoken, at least for tonight. He logically dismisses the need to confirm his companion's identity, reasoning that knowing the truth won't change anything right now. The past is the past, and he's here in the present under a sky full of stars. Finally, both men look up, their gazes fixed on the vast, beautiful expanse of stars above them. And in that moment, the questions and memories fade, replaced by a shared appreciation for the quiet majesty of the universe. But that piece is mid, and Amy Anderson is about to drop the negative or a hammer hard. Our celestial judge, the heavenly sister, asks her brother to slow down, but he is completely having none of it. He's got a schedule to keep and some serious side-eye to deliver. He then launches into a lecture, reminding her about safety protocols and the general pecking order of their cosmic road trip, which really takes the edge off his stern tone. Later, at an outdoor cafe, the heavenly sister finally gets her hands on some drinks, and a truly blissful smile spreads across her face, making her mission of judgment seem slightly less intimidating. She argues that tasting human food isn't pointless at all. It's part of the experience, clearly trying to justify her third snack of the hour. As the sun sets, she gazes out at the city lights, deep in thought about the eternal struggle between good and evil among humans, a heavy topic to ponder over a sweet drink. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the peaceful evening, making both celestial beings jump, and it's probably not the kind of human experience she was hoping for. The heavenly sister spots the source of the commotion, an attacker, and instantly freezes, the easygoing vibe of her human outing instantly evaporating. The assailant screams that they will kill everyone, brandishing a knife with wild abandon, which really puts a damper on her philosophical musings about humanity's potential. She stares at the glinting blade, a chilling realization dawning on her. They are just as vulnerable as any human down here, questioning the cost of their severed heavenly connection. The attacker screams for them to stop telling him what to do and lashes out, the chaotic scene escalating even further. A jumbled memory surfaces as the heavenly sister calls out, her consciousness fading, with the world spinning and everything becoming a blur. A close-up reveals her hands pressed against her stomach, soaked in her own blood, the terrifying reality of her injuries hitting home with a visceral shock. Later, text boxes briefly explain her critical condition and transport to Deal Hospital, a place that rarely sees celestial beings come through its ER doors. Meanwhile, in a hospital office, Professor Go Youngchan, the resident administrator, coldly demands that the injured be sent away before they become a public relations nightmare. Back in the chaotic emergency room, the heavenly sister lies bleeding heavily, her life rapidly slipping away amid the frantic energy of the medical staff. An order is given to transport the dying patient, and Professor Yu, a good doctor, steps back, utterly helpless to intervene, trapped between his oath and the hospital's bureaucracy. That's when Lee Jinhyun, our guy, enters the fray, approaching the gurney with a steely resolve in his eyes, making the immediate, life-altering decision to save these patients. In the hospital corridor, Professor Go Youngchan confronts this new doctor, warning him not to make waves or risk his entire career, a classic power move. Our doctor, however, doesn't even flinch, offering to personally take full financial responsibility for the unauthorized surgery, putting his own future on the line for strangers. Back in the emergency room, the determined physician states simply that he cannot just ignore a dying patient, making his morals stand clear for everyone to hear. The heavenly sister, barely conscious, hears his words, and her inner thoughts echo her earlier question about whether good humans still exist, perhaps finding her answer in the most unexpected of places. The doctor urgently pushes the gurney towards the operating room, his focus absolute as he races against time, every step a defiant challenge to the system. Our guy then peeks out from behind the curtain, calling out softly, "Ma'am," like he's trying to summon a waiter in a fancy restaurant. But this isn't dinner service, bro. A metaphysical vision unfurls, showing the doctor's thread of destiny tangling and twisting, a direct consequence of his selfless act, his path now branching into countless possibilities. The vision then shifts to a bleak future, where the doctor sits alone and defeated, the weight of his choices etched onto his face. A stark warning of the price he might pay for his compassion that the heavenly sister now feels compelled to change. But how does a broken man trade that heavy burden for such a dangerous, knowing smile? Our guy's got a smug grin plastered on his face, like he just aced a test without studying, but that smirk, it's hiding something sneaky for sure. Why, doctor out of all careers? Our guy thinks Dad looks cool doing it, but seeing Dad tired all the time, he wonders if it's worth it, like choosing a marathon when you hate running. In a vivid daydream, Junti imagines himself as a super successful doctor, basking in the praise of his colleagues. He's got the white coat on, looking every bit the diligent medical professional, already mapping out his future flex. Junti's mom gives a mysterious smile, a tiny sweat drop appearing on her temple as she's about to drop a bombshell. She's got secrets, and one of them involves her own medical past. Meanwhile, down the hall in the hospital corridor, a new character, Lee Yeonhee, slowly pushes open the door to room 502. She's moving with the stealth of someone who absolutely does not want to be noticed. Yeonhee stands in the doorway, her expression serious, as she takes in the scene inside the room. She looks like a detective about to uncover a major conspiracy, or maybe just someone trying to figure out if it's safe to enter. Elsewhere in the hospital, Dr. Bumsu, looking impeccably cool in his white coat, sips from a cup by a vending machine. He embodies that effortless medical professional vibe, like he just stepped out of a magazine spread. Someone asks the doctor if he actually hates being a physician, probably expecting a long, dramatic monologue about the hardships. He just stands there, radiating calm, as if the question is beneath him. Bumsu responds with a sly smirk, asking why he would ever hate such a noble profession. It's a confident, almost arrogant reply, totally unfazed by the casual interrogation. Yeonhee, slumped on a bench nearby, challenges him directly, accusing him of only pursuing medicine because their father wanted it. She's not buying the passion for saving lives routine for a second. Bumsu admits he did want her input, acknowledging her perspective with a calm nod. He's keeping his composure, even as she clearly tries to get a rise out of him. Yeonhee responds with a resigned look, claiming she has no strong desires or ambitions of her own. She's giving off maximum, teenager force to clean their room energy. Memory flashes, showing the three siblings from behind, a subtle hint at their shared family dynamic, and perhaps the unspoken expectations that shaped their lives. It's the kind of subtle parental influence that feels like a full-body tackle. Yeonhee's eyes widen as she questions if anyone in their family ever really defies their father. It's a rhetorical question, given the deep sigh she emits. Bumsu, now glowing heroically with sparkles around him, declares that things worked out just fine in the end. He's either genuinely happy or doing an Olympic-level job of faking it. Yeonhee, with a perfectly deadpan expression, tells him he's not helping her situation at all. His cheerful optimism is clearly not the vibe she's going for. Bumsu stands by the vending machines, deep in thought, recalling a time he almost wanted to quit medicine for a whole day. He also remembers watching his senior colleagues, perhaps finding inspiration in their paths. He then makes a determined statement, asserting that he hasn't regretted his career choice since that brief moment of doubt. It's a declaration of self-assurance, like a tiny victory dance in his head. Yeonhee sits on the bench, looking pensive as she takes in Bumsu's advice to take her time. She seems to be wrestling with the idea, like it's a complicated math problem. The text box appears with a hesitant ellipsis, revealing her admission of low self-confidence. It's a tiny window into her inner turmoil, a quiet confession of her struggles. Thought bubbles illustrate her childhood, showing a narrative of forced study and pressure to conform. It's the kind of upbringing that would make anyone wonder if they're living their own life. Dark ink spreads across the panel, symbolizing her resignation as she accepts that she can't go against her predetermined path. It's a heavy moment, like watching a door slowly close. Silhouette of a figure hugging their knees in despair emphasizes her feeling that the decision is closing in. It's a silent scream of resignation, a visible manifestation of her internal struggle. Yeonhee's intense face denies any exaggeration, insisting that she heard it firsthand. She's not making this up, the pressure is very real. At the hospital reception desk, Yeonhee overhears speech bubbles detailing rumors about a medical genius kid who discovered his father's stomach cancer all on his own. Talk about an overachiever. She listens in as nurses discuss the topic, identifying the subject of the gossip as the kid in room 502. It's like finding the real-life main character of a legend. 3 staff members speculate about this medical genius, wondering if he'll become an amazing doctor in the future. The whispers are already turning into a full-blown hype train. Yeonhee is left alone, pondering the concept of an amazing doctor. She's clearly intrigued, a tiny spark of curiosity ignited. She walks past the sign for room 502, approaching the legendary room with a newfound purpose. It's like she's on a quest to discover the truth behind the rumors. Bumsu's voiceover connects to Yeonhee's journey, his words about his own path echoing in her mind. It's a subtle reminder that everyone has their own struggles, even the cool doctors. Outside room 502, Yeonhee pauses, thinking the rumors about the kid inside were probably exaggerated. She's ready to be underwhelmed, prepared for disappointment. Inside, our protagonist, Lee Jin-hyun, responds to a name call, turning towards the voice at his father's bedside. He's deep in study, a picture of dedication. Jin-hyun, at his father's bedside, casually remarks that the hospital quiet is perfect for studying. He's got the focus of a laser beam, completely unfazed by his surroundings. Our focused student expresses his sincere wish for his dad's quick recovery. His genuine concern shines through, even amidst his relentless study schedule. Yeonhee, wide-eyed and surprised, gets caught staring at our guy. Her cover is blown and she looks like a deer caught in headlights. Jin-hyun turns with a question mark over his head, calling out to whoever is at the door. He's perceptive, catching her mid-peep. An empty doorway with an "it's nothing" text bubble shows Yeonhee's awkward retreat. She vanishes with the speed of a startled cat. Jin-hyun touches his neck, looking out the window, questioning his own perception, while Yeonhee is actually hiding behind the door. He chalks it up to being tired, completely missing the spy mission unfolding. Yeonhee, flustered and blushing by the door, feels her heart racing. It's an unexpected reaction, like she just ran a marathon. She stands small in the empty corridor, rationalizing that she didn't do anything wrong. She's trying to convince herself more than anyone else. And that is the whole of Medical Return, 148 chapters, from a burnt-out doctor dying on a hospital floor to the man who walked back through his own life and did it right. The story ends here. Nothing after this is missing. There is simply no more of it. Thanks for staying to the end.